Chapter 1 15 Days Before the Apocalypse. Recently, there has been a surge in influenza cases. Please pay attention to personal protection, minimize outings in public places, avoid gatherings unless necessary, and keep warm. Hanqing Xiar a Reuven listening tome. Startled, Hanqing blinked at the television news, incredulous at Hessina Befarher. In a shabby living room of over 30 square meters, a group of middle-aged men and women filled the old redwood sofa at the centre sat a plump elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, her hair streaked with grey. The old woman glared furiously at Hanqing Xiar, her sagging facial muscles twitching with indignation. Hanqing surveyed Hessina before her. Wasn't this the moment, just over a month before the apocalypse, when her beloved grandmother, dear father, and caring stepmother pressured her to vacate her home? She had just been amidst the zombie siege at Eastern Base. Hanqing Xiar, after your therapist, your stepmother has treated you like her own daughter, a very own appraiser. Now that your brother is getting married, he needs to borrow your house. What are you being so stingy about? You're nothing but an ungrateful wolf cub. Mom, Xingxi's not ungrateful, she'll definitely be appreciative, the plump woman beside her interjected, feigning diplomacy. HMPH. The old woman's noted, hurry you pan for catty house. Your brother said it's been rented for too long and it's still dilapidated. If I don't buy some new furniture, he can't get married. You should at least tell for Matasha's sister. Standing amidst the crowd, Hanqing Xiar suddenly laughed out loud. They wanted her hash and expected her to pay for new furniture. How absurd. Even Maria ridiculous ways that in her past life, she had actually complied. In her previous life, her mother had died in a car accident when she was 14, and shortly thereafter, her stepmother had married in with a son. On the surface, her stepmother was exceptional caring, attending to Hanqing Xiar's for a need. During her rebellious phase, she had acted against everyone, yet deep down, she longed for familial warmth. Lil instantly understanding her truly captivated her, supported Hanqing Xiar unconditionally, leading her to genuinely view Leland as a mother. She was willing to give him of everything. In the end, eventually as her mother had loved her, she had easy to Ted and brief life before agreeing to part with it. Beautiful the apocalypse began, she had been abandoned more evenings. Later, in that disparate effort to board their rescue vehicle, they had even kicked heroes identified by themselves as to meet to escape. It was then that Hanqing Xiar truly understood the meaning of false fiction. What was familiar love? She had always been the meat on their plates, the blood they drank, on sexual stervalue, they kicked heroes out without asking that. None of these people had ever regarded her as a true family member. She wanted nothing more than to laugh her past self for her foolishness. Bang! In front of them, Hanqing Xiar swept several bags of cheap fruit from the old coffee table into the trash can and plopped down defiant lie for them. Hanqing Xiar, what are you doing? Those were imported plus that minimum specifically but for you. Shed you love you plus the most. How can you throw them away? That man sitting on the short so immediately put down his ferny and shouted angrily. Hanqing Xiar smirked disdainfully. She loved apples, since so and did she not know that? She shot a cold glance at the so-called brother. Do you have ever right to discuss the house with him? At that moment, Hanqing Xiar's gaze pierced through him, causing Hanqing to tremble inexplicably, unoblet metheries. Though so her eyes filled with murderous intent, forged through 10 years of survival alone the apocalypse after being gobbin donut with him. Hanqing's immediately shrank back. Just then, her stepmother Leland hastily tried to mediate. Xing Xiar, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not well, we can come back another day. Mom knows you're feeling wronged. But after all, Hanqing is your brother. The bride's family insists on a house in the city center. Right now, house in the city center had to come be, even with money, and you have to enter a lottery. So just consider this a request from my mother. Help you your own birthright. And when you get married, we'll find a way to get you our place in return. Return what? The previous Lizzle hand for Thurfinilla spoke up, glaring at Hanqing Xiar. Do you really think the house belongs to you? What does Agile need a house for? The house I for you, brother. When you get married, your husband can be you own. What are you going about with your brother? Upon hearing her further words, Hanqing Xiar felt too horsed to even be angry. In her previous life, she'd questioned why her father treated her, his biological daughter, so poorly while favoring his stepson. It was because Hanqing was his biological son, his full shand blood. Before marrying her mother, he had already been married to Leland Hishametan and Datason. To him, she was nothing. let alone after Thepercalypse his true collar shadden lie grown uglier. She extended wafingers, 2 million. Everyone in Thurum fell silent, bewildered. Watery out'll king about, hanching sheer. The shasais mimethus bremerite tel property. It was legally transftum, and I am the solly owner. If you want it, you'll need to pay 2 million that's a fair price for a year. You want to sell us the house. Are you joking, and where Riri was opposed to get that much money? Hanching raised here is to show electronic watch, you have of a number to consider, if you don't agree, ilsolitosami and eels 0.5. Hanching share, where your elders ha canio talk about money with us, hanying's grandmother shout angrily. 4. You ungrateful wretch. Ill make sore tochiquire lesson. Hanching called Liglan seed at the odd woman and quickened her count down 0.3, 2. Iterayer, Hanying's father stood up, reared it to confront her. With a swift kick, Hanchingsha sent this chair flying, watching cold Laish full to the ground. 1. Hanchingsha, you've really grown bold, you Doretto hisha father. Ignoring the furious crowd, Hanchingsha pulled the phony and yelled. Managally, I want to sell the house for 2 million. The house had been entrusted to Anajan Safarental, and she wouldn't get the kiss until she turned 18, that ways we that remained in her possession for so long. You will want to buy it, Hodot Hanchingsha's my late Ashglen seed at the group, then ill. Stop, we agree, seeing that Hankingsya was about to sell it, Leeling quickly interjected, Chingshire, silitus. What a joke. The house weighs worth 3 million. 2 million would be our breeze to sell. Moreover, with restrictions on new homes in the city acquiring residence permits and lotteries, Hanchingsha's house weighs in high demand. Old half she didn't understand whittings weren't going guest hay had planned, the most important thing was that they couldn't two-siders benefit. Selling it for 2 million weighs a steal, and shekel diesel make an additional profit over 100,000. Hurry up and buy. Han Kingsley as Murky. Leland Seeger agreement and hung up the phone. Yes, she will sell it o them. Thous you a stay king as light loss a 2 million, shall I neither tea money kickly. Time was money, and Shenna Dedbeth. Most importantly, once I sold the house to them, they would bout off cash. She calculated that he had no more than 2 million on hand. Keep in mind, just 3 days before the apocalypse, the government had issued a warning about stockpiling supplies. She was curious to see you had they would ord. Ding 2 million credited to bank account. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, Hanchingsha's account reflected had 2 million. Leland and the swore reluctant expressions but it complied. Hanchingsha's phone arranged incessantly with manager Liskels. Shujin willing to and swear but fear Hanchingsha would sell to the agency instead. The housing authority is an holy day for a few days. Once a they're back in the office, I'll get you to transfer the property, Han Kingsia told them. No worries, Chingshire, we trust you, Leland smiled slowly, her fox like he eyes narrow ingus hellocadather, the transfer isn't will notify ya later. Schneider generous and reassuring demeanour, but Han Kingsiak knew better, it wasn't that they were worried about it waster so and to daughter-in-law. They were afraid her property deed would bear her name. Currently, the deed was in Han Kingsia's name, so Shekel still pushed back a bit. There's million Han Chingshas for widen adapt this realization. This was perfect. At that moment, Han Ying spoke up, Han Chingshire, since so family has bought the house, hurry up and chit out, throw wootle your junk, I don't want to seizing letting, in bringing me wifey over to buy new furniture. Seeing that they had spent money, I immediately changed his tone. Ingzi, where will our sister move in Sakashore time, let us stay a few more days understanding, shall sure give a semester of Jeffy's and Deveng help you buy new furniture, you should be but accommodating as your brother. Mom, Wara still concerned about her, with her greedinature, shido esn't servina sympathy, hurry up and it out. Oh, anta kethat mutterfiaus with yar. If he see either regain, ill have I'd slaughtered for dinner. Mutt? The mention of the dog jolted Han Kingshu into action. Dog. Her beloved Ziocean was still alive. No longer willing to engage with these people, shed back to her home. Upon opening her bedroom door, Agaman Shepherd, quietly pacing Thurum, leaped into her arms. Woof woof. Sierchen. As Han Kingsley embraced Sierchen, she felt herself welling up. Zaire Shiarn ways are tied military dog, adject from her Mothron 13th birthday. highly intelligent, it had been her companion during Theta times after her mother's passing. Her stepmother's family disliked the dog and had attempted to abandon it several times, but Zaire she always found its way back to her. Later, the Van tried to give it away, but Han Chingsha had fiercely defended it, clashing with the very own Li Lin had kept it for the sake of her reputation, beauty that being confined to Han Kingsia's room. Only after Han Chingsha moved back into a mother shares did Zaire Xiam finally avmar space eat her own. However, when Han Ying and the others arrived, it had been locked away again. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse began, Han Ying's family had taken advantage of her absence while searching for food in Daijet and Shijian. Han Chingsha Hadel was blamed herself for not being able to protect it. Xiaojian. Woof woof. Zaiotian licked Han Chingsha Shand affectionately. Xiaojian, don't worry, this time, I will never let you get hurt. Woof woof woof, Xiaotian barked, full of understanding. After settling Xiaojian, Han Chingsha began to prepare for packing. The shops had been rented for many years, and Thogit were sold one furniture ways all that their mother had purchased during her lifetime. It had been expensive at the time, and Han Chingsha had lived here with her mother. While a thetum shelled little practical ooze, they were refilled with memories, and Han Chingsha felt up and got nostalgia as she turned it here. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding Superlord system activated. In the next hour, for every item worth over 1,000 yuan, you will receive a cubic meter of space. Han Chingsha wasted can back her golden opportunity hard arrived. Countdown 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In disbelief, Han Chingsha processed the words in her mind. She picked up the funny from the tablet it. Ding device detected, value 49.99, reward 4 cubic meters. In an instant, a 4 cubic meter empty space appeared in her mind, and the phone in her hand vanished, reappearing in that vacant space. Space? It had arrived. Chapter 2 Reward Space. Ash focused intently on her phone, it instantly appeared in her hand from the mysterious space. Han Chingsha shared soared with joy at his revelation. Just as he had anticipated. Having indulged in countless novels before, she recognized it as the legendary system. Quickly embracing this newfound ability, Han Chingsha began to voraciously absorb everything around her. Simultaneously, she discerned the pricing standards within the system that recognized items based on their original purchase price. Even if items were not assembled, it didn't matter. With newfound determination, she dove into a frenzy of moving and dismantling. Ding Gold Gerald Rye detected, valued at 8,000 yuan. Reward 58 cubic meters. Ding Cup detected, valued at 39 yuan. Ding Calendar detected, valued at 10 yuan. Ding Small Desk detected, valued at 369 yuan, reward 4 cubic meters. Ding Sito 4 rosewood furniture pieces detected, valued at 25,000 yuan, reward 25 cubic meters. Ding Trash Can detected, valued at 15 yuan. In about 10 minutes, she'd culled of everything from her home as shoes, hats, clothes, pots, pans, paper, pens, cups, trash cans, storage jars, collector's albums, nail clippers, to larger items like tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets. Anything that could be moved waste can be Han Chingsha. Event the rotten apples brought over by Han Ying were recollected and toasted. Ding 5 pounds of rotten apples detected, valued at 2.5 yuan. Upon hearing that price, Han Kingxia spat in disdain. What bad luck. They brought her 5 pound rotten apples and claimed that they were imported, then had the audacity to demand 3 million for a house. What can do people wear thee? Yet, she wouldn't turn her nose up at tea. Event esmalist morseless still sustenance. Collect digital. Soon, her home was nearly emptied of movable items, and her focus shifted to the immovable ones. Ding won a toilet detected, valued at 1999 yuan. With a powerful heave, Han Kingxia dedicated the toilet. Charlotte was possessed considerable strength, but compared to a struggle in the apocalypse during her past life, this body felt considerably weaker. It seemed she would have to engage in some physical training in the coming days. After removing the toilet, she continued her dismantling spree. Ding Vanity detected, valued at 699 yuan. Ding Range Hood detected, valued at 25.99 yuan. Ding Stove detected, valued at for 89 yuan. Ding security door detected, value that 1589 yuan. Damn it, she intended to dismantle everything, noticing less crew would be left for that bunch of scoundrels. Ding glass window detected, value that 400 yuan. Ding flooring detected, value that 150 yuan. In Justin how, Han Qingsha had stripped her home bare. Aside from fuels, she'd removed everything till that accord be taken. Old flooring was ripped up, windows and doors were removed, and eventually that couldn't be carried away were smashed toppets for transport. Ding countdown 3 seconds remaining. Hearing the countdown, Han Qingsha had a sudden tout Andra shed in trance, stepping on top a railing to grab a small light bulb in the hallway. Ding 110 watt light bulb detected, value that 5 yuan. Time's up. Total reward 289 cubic meters. With satisfaction, Han Qingxia turned to Zai-Ocean and exclaimed, Xiaoqian, let's go. Not long after she left, Han Ying's familiarity with his pregnant new wife returned home. Darling, there's a so new house at the center, school district, over 100 square meters, 1 lift, 2 households we have the entire corridor to ourselves, the lighting is excellent is the best layout in this complex, it's in 100 meters from my workplace. If I want to move in right away you can. Furniture and appliances area. A large group are centered to the 3rd floor. One there each teased facing Gunit. They were left dumbfounded. This. The entire house was not just barren, it lacked event or signed windows. To make matters worse, they hadn't even left the light bulb in the hallway. Han Ying's new wife turned away in disgust. HMPH, you expect us to find this berry shell, I'll tell you, if the shell ain't properly renovated, I want to marry, and my name must be the top of the title. Han Ying's grandmother was so furious in her lispert blood she wanted to Han Qingsha to find out what had done. That Han set tires and items inside being planning to buy new furniture for renovation, they couldn't have left it in such a dilapidated state. They could simply purchases the new furniture after all. Han Qingsha's mother had laid her flooring, which was quite good. How had it come at this? Unfortunately, they could no longer reach Han Qingsha. At that moment, Han Qingsha stood in front of an air raid shelter at the outskirts of the city. The shelter was located within a tunnel top that originally being intended for a mountain crossing road, but due to insufficient funds and according government planning, the projects have been abandoned. However, after that project ceased, the government proposed it as a shelter. Why are you renting a shelter? The agent had brought her here asked, following protocol. To start a business, Togger mushrooms, Han Qingsha replied casually. She'd learned in her previous life that there were 3 categories of fair raid shelters. First it included house located in city centers, such as harping malls, parking lots beneath residential buildings, and underground hospitals ordinary shelters. These locations were convenient, well-equipped, and capable of quickly evacuating people, but during a zombie apocalypse, they were utterly useless. In fact, they were really quickest to fall due to the sheer number of people congregating. The second tip consisted of tunnel-style shelters and specialized national defense structures. Specialized national defense structures played a significant role in the later stages of the apocalypse when stable larger bases were established at Ebers, however, Han Qingsha called in Trent House. The tunnel-style shelters were perfectly suited for her. Remote, far from crowds, spacious, and equipped with a comprehensive ventilation system and a large air under these was exactly what Han Qingsha needed. Moreover, these shelters were easy to rent and quite affordable. The Han Qingsha rented costly 2,000 yuan per year, with a minimum lease of 20 years. Paying 3 years rent in advance, she secured the shelter with Quasar's largest 5 basketball courts for just 6,000 yuan. The agent, upon hearing Han Qingsha's entrepreneurial intentions, regarded her like her fool her had stumbled upon a treasure, nearly bursting with laughter. There were indeed too many naive individuals that only saw the low price without considering the multiplication. Transporting goods would be hassle. Truly, 9.5 entrepreneurs were fools. Yet, he wouldn't dissuade Han Qingsha having some money takeover ways a good thing, after pocketing the money, signing the contract, and collecting a 500 yuan service fee, he left promptly. Han Qingsha watched each and laugh, his smile wide and carefree, without uttering a word. She could lie guarded the departing agent, knowing she could not reveal her true intentions to him. After 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, first lesson she learned need was never to disclose impending disaster to foolish people, for they themselves were a disaster. Once the departed, han king sealed the ocean into the shelter. Shoreline inspected her place, and as it from her complete original ventilation system, she was pleasantly surprised to discover Orlando Powerline LFP previous tenant. After tasting beauty from fuel, Han Qingsha found a toba spring water from the mountains. It was not connected to the city's water supply. Once the water treatment plant became contaminated, tap water would be unusable. These will provide her with reliable water source. Additionally, the power line, though currently inactive, indicated that electrical wiring had been installed there. As long as had procured a power generation device, she could get this place up and running. Chapter 3, Stockpiling Supplies. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall that a significant portion of the tunnel outside was adorned with barbed wire, much of which had fallen into disrepair and collapsed. It seemed entirely feasible to restore that barbed wire and electrify it. This would greatly enhance the defensive capabilities of her bomb shelter. This task was indeed doable. At that moment, another sound echoed in her mind. Super Lord system activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system will reward based on the degree of reinforcement. Countdown, 15 days. Han Qingsha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was momentarily taken aback by the announcement of a new mission, she heard another system prompt. Ding, a combat dog detected at the base. Reward. Combat strength increased 100-fold, physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. Astonished, Han Qingsha observed as the body of Summer, her dog, began to transform before her eyes. Its physique grew immensely, its claws elongated and sharpened, while the signs of aging that had once marred its appearance vanished, replaced by the fierce aura of a formidable beast. Woof woof. Han Qingsha gasped in awe. Building materials market. Han Qingsha possessed a small car that her mother had left behind, ensuring her mobility. She was determined to fortify her base with fervor. She located a wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This steel barbed wire could be easily wrapped around the existing wire, requiring minimal effort while yielding excellent results. 87 yuan per meter. Han Qingsha spent a total of 14,000 yuan. Given the substantial quantity, the owner dispatched a large truck to accompany her for delivery, and she guided them to an empty plot on the outskirts, instructing them to unload by the roadside. I'll call for a vehicle to pick it up later. Okay. She wished to keep the location of her base a secret. Fortunately, night had fallen. After the goods were unloaded in the vacant area, Han Qingsha enlisted Summer to keep watch while she swiftly transported everything into her space, taking advantage of the remote location where no one was around. Today, her space had expanded by 289 cubic meters, and her own furniture occupied only a few cubic meters, leaving ample room for the barbed wire. Once everything was cleared, she drove back to her base with Summer. On the way, she contemplated the necessity of renting another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingsha returned to the bomb shelter. Upon her return, she began reinforcing a section of the dilapidated barbed wire. She meticulously wrapped and reinforced it meter by meter, while Summer occasionally fetched tools for her. The duo toiled from dusk until dawn, finally completing the reinforcement of the entire 2,000 meters of barbed wire. She was eager to hear the rewards for her reinforcement efforts. Just as she finished the last strand, a voice resonated in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected. Reward, defense effectiveness increased 100-fold. As the reward materialized, Han Qingsha watched in astonishment as the entire line of barbed wire she had just fortified visibly thickened, became denser, and sharper. Each blade of razor wire gleamed ominously, and the previously slender wire gate transformed into a formidable steel lift gate. She approached the wire and pushed with all her might. It remained utterly immovable. She recalled that when she initially reinforced it, the wire had effectively deterred intruders, but had still been vulnerable to vehicles crashing through or hordes of zombies overwhelming it. Now, however, even thousands of zombies would struggle to breach her reinforced barbed wire. Han Qingsha felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Eager to procure additional supplies for further fortification, she was suddenly reminded of something more pressing. Gurgle, woof woof. She realized she was hungry, and Summer circled around her, clearly starving. You must be hungry too. Woof? Summer whimpered in agreement. The two had only eaten a little the day before, and after a full day of work, they hadn't even begun their official procurement of supplies. Han Qingxue recalled that there was still some food in her space. Remembering the dumplings she had cleared from her house yesterday, she concentrated, and a steaming bag of soup dumplings appeared in her hand, still warm. Han Qingxue couldn't help but summon the refrigerator. Upon opening it, she was astonished to discover that, indeed, even without electricity, it remained cold inside. Even without power, it maintains its state. This meant that the space rewarded by the system was a sealed environment with no heat exchange. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon removal. Han Qingxue was overjoyed. This also meant she could stockpile supplies without fear of spoilage. When it came time to hoard food, she could do so without hesitation. This place rents for 300 a month, with a 1-month deposit required. At an idle farmhouse on the outskirts, Han Qingxue stood with Summer, facing a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The suburban roads were lined with numerous vacant houses, remnants of former farmhouses, as most people had migrated to the city, leaving behind vast expanses of empty homes. Those with decent locations had rental signs posted. Han Qingxue sought a relatively larger farmhouse in a convenient location along the main road outside her bomb shelter. She intended to use this as a transit station for stockpiling supplies before transporting them into her system space, thus keeping her activities discreet and facilitating her procurement efforts. She wanted to avoid drawing attention by unloading goods by the roadside, as had happened the previous day. 400, no deposit, I'll just rent it for a month as a warehouse. Han Qingxue negotiated with the landlord. That's not possible. If it doesn't work, I'll go elsewhere. The landlord immediately halted her. All right, 400 it is, but you must not damage my property, and you must leave on time. Understood. Han Qingxue paid 400 and received the key. She was certain she would vacate before the lease expired. After all, she wouldn't wait until that day arrived. Furthermore, if she had paid a deposit, it would likely be unrecoverable. Spending an extra 100 was still better than losing 200. She needed to save wherever possible. After successfully renting the warehouse, she commenced her procurement of supplies. The first item on her list was food. She planned to visit 10 different shops, purchasing 400 bags of 50-kilogram rice from each. Stockpiling 100 tons of rice was her immediate goal. In reality, 100 tons of rice didn't occupy much space. A dedicated grain wholesale center could easily provide it. 800 tons of rice would only require a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height. Her storage could accommodate it. The total cost for the rice came to over 400,000 yuan, enough to last her several lifetimes. In addition, she ordered 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, including Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, and dry mixed noodles, essentially every flavor available on the market. Since the onset of the apocalypse, instant noodles had become a luxury. They were convenient to prepare, tasted delightful, and provided a rich supply of oil and salt without the need to hunt for seasonings, making them the ideal food in a post-apocalyptic world. The price of instant noodles ranged from 50 to over 100 yuan per box. The most common box of 24 packets of braised beef noodles cost 54 yuan, while the pricier Japanese tonkatsu was roughly 100 yuan for 30 packets. Averaging about 70 yuan per box, the total expenditure for 1,000 boxes of instant noodles amounted to 70,000 yuan. Of course, she couldn't forget the hot dogs. Han Qingxue purchased 200 boxes of her favorite spicy corn dogs and ordered 100 boxes of pickled vegetables. These two items cost less than 30,000 yuan. After ordering the basic food supplies, her gaze turned to self-heating meals and pre-prepared meal kits. These were incredibly convenient. All one needed to do was heat them up when hunger struck. She visited various brand outlets, purchasing a box of every dish they offered. A box of Taiwanese braised pork, a box of homemade tofu, a box of Brazilian barbecue, a box of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a box of mushroom chicken, a box of minced eggplant, a box of kung pao chicken, a box of curry chicken. The average price for these meal kits was around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. Han Qingxue acquired over 20,000 bags from a dozen shops, spending approximately 150,000 yuan. This quantity was sufficient to provide her with a bag for every meal, enough to last her a lifetime. Once she had stockpiled these essential food items, Han Qingxue finally felt a modicum of security. A well-stocked granary was essential for preparing for other necessities. After a full day of shopping, she had unknowingly spent nearly 700,000 yuan. Previously, she had over 300,000 yuan in savings, half of which was the rental income from her properties over the years. Now, having sold her house for 2 million, she still had 1,700,000 remaining, and this was before she had even begun preparing for other items. Money seemed to vanish quickly. It was astonishing how easily it slipped away. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she opened her hand, revealing a brilliant red property deed. Calmly, she searched online for a local private lending service and made a call. "Hello, I would like to mortgage my property for a loan." "Sure, come to my office tomorrow at 10 for an in-person discussion." After hanging up, Han Qingxia resolved to mortgage her property again. She chuckled softly. There were grievances to settle, and they would be repaid doubly. Let the grand gift she prepared be welcomed. Chapter 4, A Ruthless Exploitation. That afternoon, Han Qingxia emerged from an old office building in the city. Upon her exit, her account had swelled by 1,500,000. These small loan companies are more predatory than vampires. She sold her house to the Han family for 2 million, yet to the loan sharks, she could only obtain 1,500,000. Moreover, the interest rates are exorbitant. Han Qingxia had signed a promissory note requiring repayment of 2 million to the lending company within 7 days, or they would seize her property. It was an abyss, a deep pit, designed solely to devour her home. However, she was unfazed, for she had never intended to repay the debt. In fact, she no longer possessed a home. The 12-day loan cycle was perfectly timed, ensuring that right before the apocalypse struck, the lending company would come after the Han family. At that point, it would be a vicious dog-eat-dog scenario. Neither side was to be trifled with. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Regardless of the outcome, in mere days, this property would inevitably dissolve into mere vapor. Han Qingxia now held 1,500,000, gazing at the funds deposited by the loan company in her account. An idea sparked in her mind, and she proceeded to exhaust every lending platform available on the market. She exploited every avenue. She drained them dry. After her flurry of transactions, she had acquired an additional 500,000. This is purely a plot device. Please refrain from online loans. Stay away from online lending for a lifetime of happiness. Now Han Qingxia possessed 3,700,000. She was ready to procure a substantial amount of supplies. With her coffers full, she first visited a building materials factory to fortify her stronghold. She purchased 40 to 50 surveillance cameras and sought out a seller of generators. She required a power generation device. Generators come in wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel varieties. The first three were impractical, requiring complicated installations that consumed considerable time, and there was a lack of stock. One would have to order from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, however, was quite suitable. How many kilowatts do you need for the generator? Inquired the vendor. What options do you have? We have 30, 50, 200 to 800 kilowatts. Anything above 1,000 becomes pricey. Han Qingxia gained a rough understanding of the attributes of diesel generators. The smallest, 30 kilowatt model, ranged in price from 10 to 20,000. The mid-range, 200 kilowatt generator, was priced between 50 and 100,000. The 300 kilowatt model exceeded 100,000, and prices doubled thereafter. Anything over 1,000 kilowatts started in the millions. Moreover, imported models were 30 to 50% more expensive than domestic ones. Just by domestic, our products are no less quality than imports, and they are more durable and practical. Besides, imported ones have specific requirements for diesel. What do you intend to use it for? A restaurant? The vendor continued his pitch. Exactly, she required electricity for the power grid and daily air raid shelter lighting. A restaurant-grade generator sufficed. However, she opted for the most expensive, highest capacity model. After all, her system rewards would scale with her level. If she was to invest, it should be in the best. I want the finest, all in one go. Money is no object. Han Qingxia declared, adopting a wealthy demeanor as she purchased the generator with the best cost-performance ratio for 120,000. The vendor's face lit up with delight at her enthusiasm. Han Qingxia requested a few additional items from his shop, including soundproof mats, toolkits, and other minor but useful accessories, all of which she accepted as complimentary additions. Without hesitation, the vendor even gifted her the remaining 10 liters of diesel in stock. Han Qingxie's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fuel. Do you know anyone who could sell diesel at a lower price? Diesel was notoriously difficult to procure. One had to present identification at gas stations, where purchases were logged, and typically, only small quantities could be bought at a time. Many stations even refrained from selling loose fuel, catering only to vehicles. However, vendors of generators often had connections. Fuel is traded on the black market, with unscrupulous small operations stealing oil from major fields and processing untraceable sources for sale. As anticipated, upon our inquiry, the vendor revealed a hint of mystery. He pulled Han Qingxie aside and handed her a business card. If you need oil, call this number and mention my name for a discount. It will be 2% cheaper than the market rate, thank you, Han Qingxie responded, accepting the card. Indeed, these related industries often had their networks. As she prepared to leave, the vendor murmured, the flu has been rampant lately. The market is truly sluggish, indeed, Han Qingxie casually echoed before striding away, saying nothing further. This flu was, in fact, a precursor to the apocalypse. Within 2 weeks of the outbreak, those infected succumbed to the virus, and while families mourned their losses, they soon discovered that their deceased loved ones had returned. Of course, this return meant transforming into another form of life, zombies. In her previous life, Han Qingxie had been preoccupied with the marriage of Han Ying. During this time, Han Ying's new wife discovered she was pregnant, and Han Qingxie had been busy financing their new furniture and renovations while accompanying her to the hospital. On the day the apocalypse began, she was at the hospital with her sister-in-law awaiting test results when they heard screams erupting throughout the facility. She witnessed a patient, previously declared dead, suddenly sit up in the corridor and bite at the relatives beside him. A crowd rushed to restrain him, but within 5 minutes, the first bitten family member began to mutate. He convulsed as he crawled up from the ground. Once he stood rigidly, he was devoid of color, his eyes morphed into the ashen gray of cinematic zombies. Devoid of pupils, lacking vitality, they emitted a terrifying, bloodthirsty hunger. He opened his gaping maw, lunging at those attempting to subdue him. Chaos erupted throughout the hospital. Such events transpired in every corner of the facility. Anyone bitten would transform within 5 minutes, joining the fray to attack others. Han Qingxie, fearful yet resolute in protecting her pregnant sister-in-law, remained remarkably calm, bravely wielding a weapon to fight off the approaching zombies and leading her sister-in-law to safety amidst the turmoil. It was precisely because she had demonstrated such competence that the Han family deemed her indispensable in the future, entrusting her with every task, scavenging for supplies, safeguarding everyone. Han Qingxie was always at the forefront. In her previous life, she had felt fulfilled by their reliance on her, believing it a means of protecting her family, but that was contingent on whether she was safeguarding family or a pack of beasts. In this lifetime, she vowed never to be a fool again. Han Qingxie instructed the vendor to deliver the items to her warehouse, while she made a call regarding the diesel. They could deliver, and it would arrive the next day. Han Qingxie requested as much as they could spare. She would take all their available stock. She effectively purchased 1 million worth of goods from them. The vendor offered her a 75% discount, and Han Qingxie spent nearly 2 million on her excursion that day. Chapter 5, Upgrade of the air raid shelter. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxie placed the large generator into her personal space. The space was ample. Before long, Han Qingxie returned to her base. She first installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the air raid shelter. Beep, a 1000 kilowatt generator detected. Reward, a permanently indestructible, low-energy consumption generator. Han Qingxie exclaimed in astonishment. She gazed in delight at her generator, which now appeared to be coated in a layer of silvery sheen. Its strength and quality drastically improved. Most importantly, it was indestructible. Maintenance would typically be necessary for a generator in the later stages, and Han Qingxie had only hoped to prolong its lifespan. To her surprise, the system had directly enhanced it to be eternally resilient. Fantastic! Without delay, Han Qingxie proceeded to install cameras on the barbed wire she had set up the previous day. The location of her tunnel air raid shelter was exceptionally advantageous. It was surrounded by a vast expanse of trees, with the main road situated a kilometer away, and the side road disappearing into the forest after extending here for 500 meters. Outsiders would hardly notice the concealed tunnel shrouded by barbed wire, making it inconspicuous. The internal cameras meticulously monitored her surroundings without any blind spots. Once she finished installing the cameras and connected them to the circuit powered by the generator, she could oversee all creatures that might intrude unexpectedly. Instantly, all cameras and the electrified barbed wire sprang to life. Her computer screen displayed a multitude of monitoring images in a grid format. Simultaneously, beep, monitoring system and electrical grid system detected. Reward, monitoring system upgraded. Electronic eye monitoring range increased tenfold, automatically detects all living and non-living entities. Electrical grid system upgraded, maximum electrical attack capability of 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia's eyes widened in disbelief. She observed the now remarkably clearer images on her computer screen, selecting one at random, its resolution exceeding 10 times that of the previous quality. Zooming in, Han Qingxia had purchased the best camera with a 100-meter monitoring range, which now extended to a staggering 1,000 meters. She could see the distant road clearly through the gaps between the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to land on her barbed wire. It circled for a while before finding a perch. Suddenly, with a beep, sparks flew, and the bird fell straight down. Han Qingxia's eye sparkled with satisfaction at this enhanced defense. It was excellent. She was eager to see who would dare invade her base in the future. Death awaited them at a mere touch. Xie Qian, stay away from the barbed wire in the future, understood. Wang. After the upgrade, Xie Qian's physique and intelligence had notably increased, becoming more perceptive than before. Han Qingxia affectionately ruffled his fur and took out some food from her space that she had previously stored in the refrigerator, sharing a meal with him. After finishing her meal, she resumed tidying her base. She discovered that organizing the air raid shelter also yielded rewards, such as cleaning the well and clearing out weeds. Beep, well upgraded detected. Reward, independent mountain clean water source. Beep, weed area reduced detected. Reward, premium soil. Crop yield increased 100-fold, crop growth speed increased 10-fold. Seeing this, Han Qingxia was filled with enthusiasm. A clean water source and premium soil, her base was becoming increasingly fortified and improved. Such fundamental resources would allow her to grow fresh fruits and vegetables, enabling her to be self-sufficient in the future. She planned to purchase a variety of seeds shortly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. With less than 3 days until the apocalypse, Han Qingxia had been running around the air raid shelter for 10,000 meters every day for the past 7 days, significantly enhancing her stamina while familiarizing herself with the terrain. She had become intimately acquainted with the surrounding landscape. Her tunnel air raid shelter was nestled within a mountain, with a circular barbed wire protection zone constructed on either side from a mid-slope position. The area where the barbed wire connected to the mountain was a steep cliff, making it exceedingly difficult to circumvent the wire. Approaching from the opposite side of the mountain was even more challenging. The rear terrain was considerably steeper than the front, densely populated with shrubs and trees, making it arduous for even professional climbers to breach. The only potential hazard was forest fires. Forest fire prevention was always a significant concern, and it was incredibly difficult to manage unless Han Qingxia proactively cleared a substantial area of trees to create a firebreak. However, doing so would expose her location to prying eyes. After careful contemplation, she bowed her head and began clearing away the surrounding dead branches and leaves. The trees could not be cut down, as that would risk discovery. In a world on the brink of collapse, humans posed the greatest threat. Preventing their intrusion was far more reliable than preemptively mitigating potential disasters they might bring. She could not afford to lose sight of priorities. Moreover, forest fires were not easily ignited. The forest was damp, and clearing away dead leaves and branches could effectively mitigate the risk of a blaze. Using her base's protective zone as a center, Han Qingxia cleared a clean area. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep, fire hazard reduction detected. Reward, the cleared area will never burn. Han Qingxia exclaimed. At this critical moment, her golden finger proved invaluable. The safety of her air raid shelter had been significantly enhanced. With her greatest concern alleviated, Han Qingxia immediately redirected her focus to other tasks. With each inch she cleared, she earned rewards, and every fortification improved her base's defenses. Her base was rapidly strengthening. In recent days, her deliveries had also been arriving in succession. After finishing her tasks in the air raid shelter during the day, Han Qingxue would go to the warehouse at night to collect her items. She instructed the delivery personnel to deposit the goods in her storage, where she had installed an enormous surveillance camera at the entrance, with Xu Qian keeping watch inside. In this era of peace, even without oversight, people generally behaved themselves, especially with a fiercely loyal dog guarding the premises. The delivery personnel would unload truckloads of goods, leaving promptly afterward. Each night, Han Qingxue would return to retrieve the items, using her space to transport them back to her base. Beep, warehouse fully stocked detected. Han Qingxue had ordered 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 meal kits, all neatly arranged in the innermost large warehouse of her air raid shelter. Reward Super Warehouse. Food storage is permanently locked fresh. Before her, the large warehouse door transformed in an instant into the kind of robust vault door one might see in a television drama. The sturdy metal door was impervious even to professional demolition tools, only opening with Han Qingxue's iris recognition. Upon unlocking the warehouse door, she found that the supplies had already been neatly categorized and stored, with the most crucial feature, permanently locked freshness, no fear of spoilage. Chapter 6, Hoarding Fruit Trees, Fish, and Meat. In addition, a batch of seeds that Han Qingxue had ordered subsequently arrived. She had placed an order for common crop seeds and saplings. Nearly all vegetable seeds were ready for planting, while crops like sweet potatoes required purchasing seedlings. All the seeds were remarkably inexpensive, particularly the sweet potato seedlings. After ordering a substantial quantity from the largest seed store, Han Qingxue inquired with the owner, who generously gifted her a few seedlings. As for fruit trees, it was advisable to procure mature saplings with a longer age. The initial stages of fruit tree cultivation are labor-intensive and time-consuming, with slow yields. Thus, directly purchasing 10-year-old saplings proved to be quite affordable. A top-quality 10-year-old sugar heart Fuji apple sapling cost only 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxue made a bulk purchase of over 100 10-year-old saplings, including apple, fig, jujube, pear, mulberry, cherry, orange, plum, peach, pomegranate, and persimmon trees, acquiring 3 of each variety. This ensured a continuous supply of fruit throughout the year while guaranteeing their survival. In total, she spent just over 6,000 yuan for more than 100 trees, occupying merely half an acre of land, specifically, the vacant area to the right of her air raid shelter. On the left side, she constructed a top-notch plastic greenhouse and framework, into which she sowed various vegetable seeds, leafy greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, scallions, and beans. While many types of vegetables could be conveniently grown from seedlings, Han Qingxue opted to cultivate her own seeds, considering that purchasing seedlings would yield only one harvest, leaving her without well-cultivated seedlings for the following year. Potatoes, of course, could be planted using seed tubers. Fortunately, her land was exceptionally fertile, ensuring robust growth without requiring much effort on her part. In just 10 days, Han Qingxue's air raid shelter had undergone a remarkable transformation, both inside and out, appearing entirely rejuvenated. As time progressed, only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. After planting the last tree, Han Qingxue pondered what else she might need. She envisioned a self-sufficient, secluded life, perhaps raising chickens, ducks, and fish. Despite having an abundance of prepared meals, nothing could compare to the taste of fresh food. After days of consuming ready-made meals, she felt something was missing. Raising her own chickens, ducks, and fish would allow her to enjoy fresh meat at any time. With this thought in mind, Han Qingxue promptly drove to the agricultural market. As usual, she left Summer behind in the warehouse to facilitate the delivery of supplies. Having not ventured into the city for several days, she immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere upon her return. Everyone was wearing masks, their faces etched with anxiety. "Young lady, please be quick. Once I sell these, I'll be closing up early to head home," a vendor urged as she approached a stall selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxue glanced at the dozen or so birds before her, a mix of males and females, appearing quite well kept. "Please give me a discount, I'll take them all." The vendor's eyes lit up at her words. "You want them all?" "Yes." "All right, I'll charge you 10 yuan per pound." Normally, my chickens are 15 and ducks 11. Sounds good. There were 26 chickens and ducks in total, averaging £6 to £7 each, and Han Qingxue spent over 1,900 yuan. After arranging for the vendor to deliver the birds to her warehouse, she continued her shopping. As she strolled through the market, she spotted a variety of fresh fish. Han Qingxue's eye sparkled. With a water source at her airade shelter, she could easily dig a small pond. She purchased over 30 fish from the stall, including carp, crucian carp, bighead carp, and grass carp, along with 40-odd pounds of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxue had a particular fondness for shrimp, relishing dishes like all-sort-ed shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, and shrimp scrambled eggs. She added a bit more money to have the vendors deliver a large plastic tank and oxygen generator, using her warehouse address for the delivery. These fish and shrimp cost her over 3,000 yuan. Continuing her shopping spree, Han Qingxue found it challenging to procure live pigs and cattle. However, she had a refrigerated warehouse and ample space. She arranged to buy 1,000 pounds of pork and 500 pounds of beef from a butcher stall. Given the substantial quantity, she hastily offered a bit more money, and the shop owner agreed to order from the slaughterhouse on the spot, ensuring delivery to her warehouse the same day. This meat was pricier, costing her over 40,000 yuan, leaving her with more than 160,000 yuan remaining. After extensively exploring the agricultural market, she hoped to acquire more fresh goods but noticed that many stalls had already closed up shop. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of a vendor in the corner preparing to pack up. To her surprise, they were selling live goats. Without hesitation, Han Qingxue purchased 2 young goats for 1,500 yuan. The seller explained that these goats had been bred for milk production but were now being sold due to poor market conditions, with only a few kids remaining. By chance, Han Qingxue managed to buy the last 2. "Young lady, you should hurry home after your purchases," the vendor cautioned as he accepted her payment. "There's been an outbreak of influenza. It's best to stay indoors." Han Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. She was well aware of the situation and always wore a professional-grade mask when venturing outside. However, it was important to note that the influenza was not the origin of the zombie virus. The widespread flu had weakened human immunity, making individuals more susceptible to the impending zombie virus, leading many to mistakenly believe that the flu was the true culprit. Han Qingxue had spent 10 years navigating the apocalypse to gradually uncover these truths, yet the exact origin of the zombie virus remained a mystery to her. Some speculated it was a divine hunting ground game, as the virus had brought about significant changes in humanity. After ensuring the vendor transported her goats to the warehouse, she refrained from lingering in the agricultural market any longer. With less than 3 days until the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, she planned to avoid going out during this time. However, before returning, she was determined to spend all her remaining funds. It would not do to have such a large sum left unspent. Han Qingxue found a secluded spot without surveillance and stowed the 2 goats in her space. She then drove away from the agricultural market. On her way, she encountered a farming tools store and purchased a complete set of essential tools, including 20 shovels. Many were unaware that shovels, among farming implements, possessed significant combat potential. In times of conflict, households without weapons would wield their trusty shovels. In rural skirmishes, picking up a shovel was no joking matter. Nowadays, powerful military shovels had evolved directly from the original design of a shovel. Especially in an apocalyptic scenario, cold weapons often proved more effective than firearms. Han Qingxue hoarded a stash of shovels, ensuring she had ample weaponry for the immediate future. Additionally, she acquired baseball bats, as these implements also boasted considerable striking power. Chapter 7, Sweeping through the Grand Mall. Han Qingxue stepped into a sports equipment store. After purchasing several of the sturdiest and finest baseball bats, she also gathered an array of adventure gear, flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, and tactical jackets, all essential outdoor equipment. This entire acquisition cost over 20,000. Additionally, the store offered emergency kit accessories such as tweezers, pliers, bandages, thermometers, and more, which reminded Han Qingxue that she needed to make a trip to the pharmacy. After leaving the outdoor equipment store, she headed to the pharmacy to replenish her stock of common medications, cold medicine, hemostatic drugs, antipyretics, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine. She had no interest in any prescription medications, as they were simply unnecessary. After 10 years of struggling through the apocalypse, she had long been eliminated from the need for daily medications. A few emergency supplies would suffice, and even those did not need to be abundant. In this harsh world, poor health was a cardinal sin. By the time she exited the pharmacy, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The city was aglow with dazzling neon lights. Han Qingxie had now gathered everything she could possibly need. Food, drink, shelter, and essentials for life were all secured. She could now consider replenishing her stock of daily necessities. With a remaining balance of 157,000, she decided to indulge in a shopping spree. To revel in the pleasures of life, she aimed to enjoy one last exquisite meal in this bustling world before the apocalypse engulfed it entirely. First, she treated herself to a meal at a Michelin-starred hotel, a luxury she had never afforded before. She ordered a lavish feast, including mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp, all the delicacies she had once deemed unattainable. Savoring the delectable garlic shrimp and filet mignon, she instructed the kitchen to prepare 10 portions for takeout, as she wanted to bring some back for summer. After securing a suite at the hotel, she continued her shopping spree in the mall downstairs. The mall was filled with an array of goods, and the tantalizing food options were plentiful. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Han Qingxie instinctively gravitated towards the food court first, indulging in fragrant egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cakes, meat floss pastries, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork chops, oden, ice cream, milk tea, and various sweet soups. Faced with such an abundance, she realized there was far too much she wished to buy. However, time was limited, and her funds were not infinite. These items could not be deemed essentials. They were mere embellishments of a peaceful era, now rendered frivolous in the face of the apocalypse. Yet, at this moment, she could buy to her heart's content. She could feast freely. Han Qingxie systematically emptied each store, discreetly approaching the staff to request all their snacks, paying upfront and instructing them to deliver the bounty to her hotel room. Each shop attendant's eyes widened in surprise, hurriedly packaging her orders. For instance, in the first bakery, every freshly baked item, bread, cheesecake, ice cream puffs, cream squares, mochi, cream rolls, durian millefeuille, egg yolk pastries, waffles, and butterfly-shaped cookies, was swiftly bagged for her. At the subsequent Korean fried chicken shop, she ordered every flavor available: sweet chili, amber sauce, garlic soy, honey mustard, and more, encompassing boneless chicken pieces, drumsticks, wings, and whole chickens. The tea shops were no different, as she sampled every flavor of milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, cream-covered tea, and slushes. After settling her bill and providing her address, she departed without causing a stir. This shopping spree alone cost her over 200,000, solely on snacks. Each store's inventory was approximately worth over 10,000, while she only collected a few hundred to a few thousand from places like the cold noodle shop and egg waffle stand, as she deemed it unnecessary to stockpile excessively. Consequently, she had swept through all the snack shops on the second and third floors of the mall. Having completed her snack shopping, she proceeded to the supermarket on the ground level. A visit to the supermarket was imperative. She pushed 2 large shopping carts and traversed the vast warehouse-style store. At checkout, her carts brimmed with a variety of items, each represented only once. For example, she selected 1 bag of each flavor of chips, 1 pack of cookies and candies, 1 bottle of each beverage, and an assortment of prepared foods, including roasted sausages, chicken, fish, sushi, and boxed meals. She also gathered semi-finished marinated chicken, pork chops, fish fillets, and army stew. For daily necessities, she included toiletries, face cream, and even the almost forgotten essentials like sanitary napkins, disposable towels, and wet wipes. Furthermore, since her spending was focused on enhancing her quality of life, she ordered essential appliances such as a washing machine, a robotic vacuum, and a refrigerator. Previously, she would have never considered such purchases, but now that she had the means, it was time to splurge. After pushing her 2 carts to the checkout, Han Qingxie approached the manager, requesting that he provide her with the entire inventory of every item in her carts, excluding the appliances. However, Han Qingxie had underestimated both the inventory and the prices. Before she could even procure all the items from her 2 carts, her wallet was drained, 130,000 gone, and she had only managed to acquire a third of what she desired. How embarrassing! The prices for basic staples had been relatively low before, but these processed goods were now exorbitantly priced. Gazing at her empty account, she ultimately decided to settle for what she had obtained. This would suffice. If necessary, she could always create her own culinary delights from raw ingredients in the future. After leaving her address with the manager, she inquired if the delivery could be made today. The manager assured her it was entirely feasible. Feeling slightly regretful as she gazed upon the well-stocked supermarket, she ventured upstairs for a leisurely stroll. Thus far, she had only explored the food courts on the B1 and B2 levels and the grand supermarket. She had little left to spend on clothing up above. Her account balance dwindled to approximately 70 yuan, yet 70 yuan could still afford a bit of browsing. She began her exploration by purchasing a 14 yuan iced cocoa from a convenience store and made her way through the clothing stores. By the time she finished her third-floor tour, her iced cocoa was empty. During her shopping, she had spotted a few appealing garments. "How much is this baseball jacket?" she inquired. "Miss, we're currently running a promotion. It's half price, 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Han Qingxue fell silent. 2,000 yuan, even at half price, was exorbitantly steep. This was the finest mall in the area, showcasing only high-end brands. It was truly beyond her financial reach. Leaving empty-handed, she was met with the manager's disapproving commentary directed at the sales associate who had quoted her the price. Why bother with her? She clearly can't afford it. Did you not notice she walked through several floors empty-handed? How could she possibly purchase our products? Be more discerning in the future. Learn to assess people better. The reprimanded sales associate merely pouted in response, saying nothing. Han Qingxue overheard their conversation but chose to ignore it, continuing her stroll. After struggling for so long in the apocalypse, she knew well that she was not a mindless fool who would rashly spend money or confront others simply because of a few words. After all, in the apocalypse, one did not need to argue. One only needed to eliminate. Chapter 8, a severe beating of Han Ying. As Han Qingxue continued her leisurely stroll, she suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures. A young man was accompanying a pregnant woman, both of whom were walking ahead of her. Wasn't that the very Han Ying who had previously been ensnared by Han Qingxue, alongside his wife? "Wife, please calm down. Today, whatever you wish to purchase is yours. Just forgive me. Don't let your anger disturb the baby." "Han Ying, you have been deceiving me all along. Your family does not possess that house at all. You deliberately misled me. That house truly belongs to my family." "Then what was that crowd about today?" "The debt collectors have arrived at your doorstep, claiming that the house is theirs. They even sent your grandmother to the hospital out of fury." "Wife, I genuinely do not understand what transpired. My mother indeed spent 2 million to acquire that house from Han Qingxue, and as soon as we locate her, we can transfer the ownership." "That cannot be right. Did your mother not state that the house still belongs to Han Qingxue? That it was a gift for you to live in, hence my name could not be added. How is it now that it is your family's property and can be transferred?" "Wife, regardless, that house will eventually be ours. I am the only son in my family. What is not mine will be yours. Just trust me." "Han Ying, how can I trust you? You previously claimed it was furnished and ready to move in, yet it turns out to be an unfinished shell. You said it was your family's property, and now debt collectors have arrived. I have finally seen through you. Your family is merely trying to exploit me. I absolutely cannot keep this child. I will call right now." Wife, Han Qingxue stood at a corner, listening to their conversation, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her mouth. How delightful. In just 10 days, the Han family had become such a spectacle, and now, even her grandmother had ended up in the hospital. However, it could become even more entertaining, watching Han Ying, who was desperately trying to catch up with his wife while supporting himself on the escalator. She mischievously whistled in his direction. Flustered and overwhelmed, Han Ying turned his head upon hearing the whistle, only to catch sight of a girl leisurely leaning against the glass railing, gazing at them. Was that not Han Qingxue? Upon seeing her, Han Ying immediately halted, intending to chase after her, but by then, his wife had already descended to the next level. Wife. On one side was his wife, who was seeking an abortion, and on the other stood Han Qingxue. Han Ying felt an overwhelming desire to split himself in two. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to pursue Han Qingxue. Damn it, if he could just capture this wretched woman and present her before his wife for an explanation, all would be well. He turned and energetically ascended the descending escalator in pursuit of Han Qingxue. Han Qingxue, moving at a leisurely pace, had already circled around to the opposite escalator, prompting Han Ying to chase her throughout the entire shopping mall. The chase led them to the underground parking lot. Damn it, where do you think you can escape to, you wretched girl? Panting heavily, Han Ying cornered Han Qingxie in the parking lot. Scheming against me behind my back, just wait until I catch you today. Perfect timing, Han Qingxie said with a playful smile, casually closing the trunk of her car. I share the same sentiment. She emerged holding a baseball bat. Upon seeing the bat in her hands, Han Ying felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Damn you, you dare to hit me. Before he could finish his sentence, with a swift motion, Han Qingxie swung the bat. She quickly subdued Han Ying, dislocating his jaw and rendering him speechless, then dragged him to a corner of the parking lot for a thorough beating. Having survived for a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, she had mastered various martial arts. With just 3 strikes, she could send a grown man to his end. However, she chose to show Han Ying considerable mercy. For half an hour, she pummeled him in the corner, breaking his arms and legs with calculated precision, targeting only the most painful spots without taking his life. After 30 minutes, Han Ying lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Han Qingxie leaned against the car door, nudging Han Ying, who lay motionless like a lifeless carcass, with her foot. She bent down to retrieve his phone from his pocket and, stepping on his head, dialed 120 using his device. See how considerate I am, even calling 120 for you. You should express your gratitude, she quipped. Upon hearing this, Han Ying nearly spewed blood in disbelief. If only she had shifted her foot just a tad from his head, he might have acknowledged her kindness. Damn you, TSK, so ungrateful. Just like your grandmother, you might as well recuperate in the hospital, Han Qingxie remarked, increasing the pressure of her foot, rendering him unconscious for a week. Han Qingxie proceeded to manage the scene, extracting all of Han Ying's identification details, ensuring that the hospital would be unable to ascertain his identity when they called for help. She also transferred all his funds from WeChat and Alipay into her own phone, utilizing his fingerprint for the transactions. Having completed these tasks, she transported him to a bar street outside the parking lot. The location from which she called 120 was also situated on this bustling street. Before long, the ambulance arrived, and she maintained her composure, observing as they carried him away. Calmly standing beneath a streetlight, she used Han Ying's phone to send a message to his parents, informing them that he had been assaulted and urging them to meet him at the hospital. After finishing these acts, Han Qingxie sold his phone to a small shop by the roadside. Even if they reported the incident, it was unlikely they would trace it back to her within 3 days. By the time they investigated Han Ying's whereabouts and discovered his connection to her, it would be too late. Having dealt with Han Ying, Han Qingxie found her account enriched by 30,000 yuan. With this newfound wealth, she replenished her supplies, emptying several shelves at a convenience store near the mall, shoving the goods into her small cart. Just as she was about to drive away, the door of her car burst open, and a man collapsed onto it. Han Qingxie's eyes darkened as a group of stylishly dressed men and women approached, hoisting the man up. Apologies, beautiful, my friend is just a bit inebriated. One burly tattooed man explained, waving at Han Qingxie. After propping the unconscious man up, the group departed, chattering and laughing. Damn it, Lao San went down after just 2 drinks. He claims he can hold his liquor. I remember Lao San used to drink quite well. Perhaps marriage has weakened him. Har har har. Laughter echoed as they exited. Han Qingxie leaned one hand against the car window, watching the group fade away, her gaze settling on the young man being supported. His head hung low, his body rigid. The hand dangling beside him appeared unnaturally pale. However, he soon regained consciousness. What just happened to me? What happened? You got drunk, that's what. You're utterly useless. How much did you even drink? Must be the stress from work. I need to head back. Head back? No way, let us keep drinking tonight. We don't return until we're completely wasted. The group continued their banter as they left, while Han Qingxie's expression grew increasingly solemn. She glanced at her phone to check the time. Today was the 9th. The outbreak of the zombie virus in her previous life had occurred on the 11th. Doomsday 8. 11. Chapter 9. The advent of the apocalypse. She returned to the hotel where she was staying. Her room was already cluttered with various items. After greeting the front desk, she requested assistance to have her belongings delivered. The door was opened, and they were brought inside. At this moment, the table, floor, and bed were all filled with things, including a considerable amount of piping hot fried chicken. With a graceful wave of her hand, Han Qingxue seamlessly absorbed these items into her space. She decided to spend the night here, planning to depart the following day. Money spent should not go to waste. Before drifting off to sleep, Han Qingxue engaged in 3 hours of rigorous physical training, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion. Only after surpassing her physical limits did she indulge in a refreshing shower, followed by a check on the surveillance feeds from her bomb shelter and warehouse to ensure all was well before resting. Both locations appeared secure, and she exchanged a few words with Xie Qian via her video robot, instructing it to keep a vigilant watch over her belongings, as she intended to return early the next morning. Xie Qian responded in a remarkably human manner, obediently settling down in the doghouse within the warehouse to keep an eye on things. Han Qingxue enjoyed a restful slumber in the hotel, awakening the next day at 6 o'clock. She was roused by the blaring sirens of police cars and ambulances. Residing in a centrally located hotel known for its excellent soundproofing, she was nonetheless quite sensitive, waking at the slightest disturbance. The moment she heard the wailing sirens, she dashed to the window. Drawing back the curtains and gazing down, she beheld a multitude of sirens blaring from police cars and ambulances. Not far from her hotel lay a bustling array of bars and entertainment venues, from which these emergency vehicles emerged. She observed an ambulance halting before the very bar she had visited the previous day, where several blooded individuals were being carried out. A disquieting thought began to take shape in her mind. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and urgent knocking echoed from outside her room. Han Qingxue grasped a shovel and approached the door, peering through the peephole to find a hotel staff member. Though her expression was tense, she bore no injuries or signs of blood, and her complexion appeared normal. "What is it?" "Miss, I am from housekeeping. We have received numerous reports. Are you all right?" Han Qingxue replied through the door, "I am fine. Please remain patient in your room for a while. The hotel will extend your rest period free of charge. Apologies for the disturbance." The housekeeper concluded and moved on to the next room. At this moment, Han Qingxue felt a jolt of anxiety. The apocalypse had likely arrived ahead of schedule. She had to leave. Swiftly, Han Qingxue snatched her car keys and exited the hotel, making sure to take. As she pushed open her room door, she saw the housekeeper approaching the furthest room in the corridor. After knocking several times, the staff member produced a key card and unlocked the door. Han Qingxue witnessed her step inside. In no time, she heard a frantic voice. Sir, what is wrong?" "Room 809, a guest has fainted. Hurry." The staff member called out to her colleagues through her earpiece. Han Qingxue strode purposefully toward the elevator, stepping into an empty lift, descending just as another lift beside it opened. A group of workers emerged from the elevator, hastily making their way toward the innermost guest room. Just as the elevator doors closed behind Han Qingxue, she heard a piercing scream. That familiar sound. The zombie virus had erupted prematurely. Resolutely, Han Qingxue pressed the button for the 5th floor, avoiding the reception area on the 1st floor. This hotel was connected to a shopping mall. The lower 2 levels and the 5 above them comprised the vast shopping center she had explored the day before. The time was 6 o'clock, and the mall was closed. The first wave of employees would not arrive until 8. Thus, the shopping area was truly a desolate zone. In a zombie apocalypse, the greatest danger lay within crowds. One must escape the throng. Han Qingxue decisively alighted on the 5th floor. As she had anticipated, the shopping center was shrouded in darkness, the lights extinguished, yet, upon entering the 5th floor atrium, she could distinctly hear screams echoing from outside. She cast a glance out the window and, indeed, chaos had erupted in the streets. She witnessed a blood-soaked man burst forth from a bar, lunging at a woman jogging by. He pounced upon her midsection, and after toppling her, began to viciously tear into her abdomen. The woman screamed in agony, yet could not fend off his savage gnawing at her insides, blood splattering his face as he devoured her heart and lungs like a beast. At 7 in the morning, the city was sparsely populated, with only police and ambulances at work. One police car, upon witnessing the incident, immediately halted to intervene and restrain the assailant. While the rescued woman lay in a pool of blood unnoticed by anyone, her limbs began to convulse, and after a few rapid spasms, she suddenly lay still. Miss, are you still? A roar. The woman abruptly opened her dull, lifeless eyes, lunging at the rescuer with ravenous intent. The scene descended into chaos. Han Qingxiar stood at the 5th-floor window, observing this harrowing sight. This was the apocalypse, the very apocalypse she was most familiar with. It had indeed arrived a full day early. Welcome to the era of doom. Han Qingxiar turned and sprinted towards the 5th floor. She intended to take the escalator down to the B2 parking lot, avoiding all elevators. As she dashed into the empty mall, a plethora of supplies. How could she leave empty-handed after discovering such a treasure trove? She was determined to gather everything she could. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep, Super Lord system activated. Limited time of 2 hours. For every 10,000 worth of goods collected, a cubic meter of personal space will be rewarded. With a baseball bat in hand, Han Qingxiar exclaimed, Divine assistance indeed. With a crashing sound, the glass before her shattered. Han Qingxiar rushed inside, arms outstretched, and anything she touched vanished into thin air, directly entering her space. At this moment, she paid no heed to whether the surveillance cameras would capture her actions. After all, it was utterly unnecessary. The apocalypse had descended. You would still review footage for stolen items. Beep, detected 279 items of fashionable women's clothing. Reward, 58 cubic meters. Beep, detected 489 items of branded wedding dresses, valued at 1,890,000. Reward, 189 cubic meters. Whether it be men's, women's, children's apparel, undergarments, shoes, bags, or wedding gowns, Han Qingxiar desired them all. Moreover, this haul was far more exhilarating than her previous move. Even if her home had been stripped bare, it was but a fraction of what was available now. The rewards were off the charts. Each store was worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. She would plunder them one by one, leaving behind a pristine trail in her wake. Chapter 10. The zero-cost shopping spree at the Grand Mall. In approximately an hour, Han Qingxiar had thoroughly plundered the luxury boutiques across several floors. She spared nothing, from women's, men's, and children's apparel to sportswear, footwear, handbags, timepieces, cosmetics, including the grand jewelry and diamond emporium below. The latest models of Pineapple smartphones and Pineapple laptops were being devoured. In America, there is Apple. In China, there is Pineapple. Items she once deemed unattainable, such as Skii, the little light bulb, and Larmar, were now being consumed with fervor. High-end handbags, previously only admired from afar, and luxury items that required pre-purchase arrangements, were now being eagerly absorbed. The dazzling diamonds, magnificent gemstones, and exquisite jade displayed in the windows were also swept away. Her personal space had expanded to over 10,000 cubic meters in the blink of an eye. Their high-priced items in the designer stores typically cost tens of thousands for a single bag, yet their inventory was scant. Many luxury boutiques merely showcased a superficial layer of products, requiring customers to place special orders due to the exorbitant prices, and, astonishingly, this mall lacked any ultra-high-end luxury items priced over $1 million. Otherwise, Han Qingxiar's space would have expanded exponentially. Luxury goods truly held immense value. Han Qingxiar soon arrived at the underground food court. Having already scoured the area yesterday, she felt a twinge of wastefulness for her expenditures, yet it had undeniably saved her time. Time was of the essence now. She needed to complete her shopping spree within the next 2 hours and hastily escape while transportation remained intact. Had she not spent money yesterday, she would have had to merely glance at the scattered and inexpensive shops now. However, as she dashed through the food court, she managed to acquire a few items. An oven, an ice cream machine, a coffee maker. These would enable her to prepare culinary delights at home. Racing past these establishments, she soon arrived at the grand supermarket she had visited yesterday. She had spent over $1 million here, acquiring only a fraction of the available goods. The resources within were abundant. Han Qingxiar vaulted over the barriers and leaped into the supermarket, her looting even more efficient this time. She immediately began to absorb items from the shelves. One shelf of chocolates, another of cookies, one filled with potato chips, and yet another stocked with prepared sausages. She charged into the kitchens of the raw and cooked food sections, snatching frozen hams and roasted chickens from the freezers. Everything she had neglected to purchase yesterday was now within her grasp. In less than half an hour, the enormous warehouse supermarket was thoroughly cleared out by Han Qingxie. As she continued her spree, she noticed individuals gliding by on ice skates, rapidly sweeping through the aisles. Once she had emptied the supermarket, just 20 minutes remained on the clock. At that moment, Han Qingxie noticed the internal elevator. Such supermarkets typically boasted their own storage facilities. She stepped into the staff elevator. As the door slowly opened before her, she was greeted by rows upon rows of boxed supplies, hundreds of boxes of premium rice, countless cases of imported snacks, a plethora of boxes filled with beverages, condiments, household goods, sanitary products, and more. This was the supermarket storage area. Han Qingxie finally realized that the goods she had taken worth over $1 million yesterday had all been consumed. Indeed, there was still so much more. Gliding on her skates, she navigated through the stacked supplies, leaving empty aisles in her wake. As the system's countdown reached 2 hours, Han Qingxie, drenched in sweat, opened a chilled bottle of cola and drank deeply. The warehouse before her was now emptied. In this endeavor, she had amassed over 14,800 cubic meters of space. While it may seem modest, 14,800 cubic meters equates to approximately a cube of 25 meters on each side and 25 meters high. In contrast, it was quite substantial, roughly the size of a 10-story building, yet the resources she had swept away constituted merely 1%, barely filling a single floor. The largest mall in the city had been completely ransacked by her. All the supplies now resided within her space. A satisfied smile graced Han Qingxie's lips. She changed into her running shoes, discarded the empty cola bottle in the desolate warehouse, and took the staff. Work completed, time to head home. She opted not to use the elevator, but instead sent it to her floor before pressing the button for the underground B2 parking lot. She descended in tandem with her own rhythm, conscious of the sounds the elevator produced. Should danger lurk in the parking area, zombies could be attracted to the noise. Safety first. Han Qingxie swiftly and lightly descended the employee staircase. Upon reaching B2, her designated elevator arrived simultaneously. Ding! As the sound chimed, she spotted a woman who had initially intended to rush into the staff elevator turning to sprint toward the elevator instead, calling out, "Help me, help me!" Two blood-soaked individuals. "Stay away, there's someone inside, you eat her." The woman, desperate for salvation, darted toward the opened elevator doors, intending to shove the occupant out to confront the approaching monsters. However, upon the doors parting, she found it utterly empty. In her moment of shock, she was pounced upon by the creatures that had been in hot pursuit. Don't bite me, recognize who I am your manager Wang. Don't bite me." The woman screamed in terror just as she caught sight of the staff staircase door swinging open. A young girl clad in simple athletic attire emerged. The woman froze upon seeing her. This girl looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't she the one she had called a pauper yesterday? "Help me! Save me," she cried, waving excitedly at Han Qingxie. "Please save me, I'll give you our store's gold card." "No, I'll give you 1 outfit, 10 outfits, 800 outfits. Help me." Step away swiftly, expressing silent gratitude. "Thank you for being of some use just before your demise." Boom! She pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing out of the garage. It was just past 8 o'clock. The city was gradually awakening. The zombie virus had erupted in the early morning, plunging everyone into confusion and terror within these 2 hours. The first to suffer were the breakfast establishments that had opened early. Sanitation. In these open, densely populated locations, a single case of mutation could throw the entire place into disarray. This morning, emergency lines were overwhelmed. Those attempting to report incidents were unable to connect. The city's functional departments lay paralyzed. Next came the office workers, such as those in the mall where Han Qingxie worked. It was now working hours. Fortunately, most employees who needed to take public transport found themselves stranded on the roads, as no vehicles remained. Unfortunately for those who had boarded, Chapter 11 escape from the city center. Once aboard the vehicle, hellish chaos ensues. Numerous incidents of elderly individuals collapsing on public buses erupt, and as soon as they attempt to rise, the entire bus becomes a trap with no escape for the passengers. Meanwhile, a fortunate few, like Manager Wang, manage to reach their workplaces, either by car or electric scooter, only to discover upon arrival that the gates remain closed. As groups gather in confusion, they soon spot a blood-soaked figure stumbling towards them. This marks the onset of the apocalypse. Witnessing this scene, everyone can only think of violence or imminent danger, well-meaning individuals rush to assist, only to receive their own fatal bite from a newly turned zombie. Such occurrences proliferate throughout the city, plunging everything into chaos. Han Qingxie realizes this is merely the beginning. Countless others are still trapped in their homes. Now is the optimal moment to escape before a mass exodus ensues. Her boyfriend is attempting to support an elderly person who has fallen by the roadside. Stop the car, someone has collapsed here, please, take her to the hospital. The woman stands in the middle of the street, trying to halt Han Qingxie's vehicle. At this moment, her car is the only one on the road. It is a mystery why traffic is so light today, and calls to emergency services go unanswered. Finally spotting another vehicle, she must intervene. Standing in the road, Han Qingxie regards the woman with a glacial gaze, her foot pressing firmly on the accelerator. Whoosh! The woman attempting to block the road is startled by Han Qingxie's sudden acceleration, her vehicle careening without any attempt to swerve. Thankfully, she manages to dodge just in time, otherwise, it would have been a fatal collision. What kind of person are you? If you want help, at least slow down. Are you trying to kill me? Madwoman, cold-blooded, selfish, utterly devoid of empathy, pervert. Honey, are you all right? Darling, I've never encountered someone like her before, who refuses to help and doesn't even slow down, nearly running me over. Watch yourself. There are plenty of selfish people in this world. Few are as kind-hearted as us. You should take a photo and expose her online. The man suddenly screams as a vicious bite is taken from his neck by the very elderly woman he was trying to assist. The old lady, having awakened from her stupor, opens her murky eyes and sinks her teeth into his neck, spraying bright red blood in all directions. Honey! The woman instinctively steps back 2 paces, then rushes forward, swinging her handbag to strike the old lady. Let go of my husband. Release him. She kicks and strikes at the elderly zombie, seizing the moment it loosens its grip to pull her husband away. Darling, we must get to the hospital. Are you all right? With one hand supporting her husband, she continues to fend off the rising zombie. To her horror, she discovers that no matter how hard she strikes, the creature remains unscathed. More terrifying still, its limbs twist in grotesque angles, its ashen face devoid of color, and its lifeless eyes fixated upon them, while its gaping mouth, missing teeth, is stained with crimson. It resembles something straight out of a horror film. Fear finally grips the woman. Could this truly be a zombie? Just then, she is tackled to the ground by her zombie husband, who bites into her neck. Honey, darling, it's me, the previously dormant. As her intestines are violently ripped from her body, the last image she sees is that of a speeding car disappearing into the distance, a vehicle that did not stop. In the rearview mirror, Han Qingxie witnesses kindness, compassion, apologies, but those belong to paradise. Here, it is hell. Han Qingxie floors the accelerator. Whoosh! Boom! Crash! As she speeds ahead, the road conditions worsen, vehicles and panicked crowds flee in the opposite direction. Several cars have overturned at the intersection, blocking much of the roadway. Navigating through the wreckage, Han Qingxie sees hordes of zombies clawing at the doors of cars, ravenously tearing into the drivers and passengers within. The air is filled with screams, and blood flows freely. Sensing Han Qingxie's approach, the zombies seem to catch the scent of fresh prey and begin to pursue her vehicle. All living beings become their target. The street descends into utter chaos. Han Qingxie furrows her brow. This route is wrong. How could there be so many zombies? Suddenly, she spots a massive red cross ahead. Damn it, a hospital. She had been wondering how the outbreak could escalate so quickly. It turns out, bang bang. Han Qingxie barrels through a group of zombies, racing past the intersection. The hospital is a disaster zone, but once she breaks free from its confines, safety awaits, as zombies pour from the left side. Witnessing Han Qingxie's vehicle heading towards them, they surge forward, eager to attack. A blood-splattered female zombie in a nurse's uniform moves the fastest, crashing through the barricade and lunging at Han Qingxie's car. Thud! A bloody handprint slams against Han Qingxie's windshield. The female zombie opens her gruesome mouth and lunges at the glass, attempting to bite through. At such close range, Han Qingxie can see her mangled face clearly. Her nose has been bitten off, leaving a gory cavity. Her right eyelid is missing, the eyeball hanging precariously from its socket, and her mouth is torn, exposing bone, while the other side still bears remnants of the glossy lipstick she had worn that morning. R. The frantic nurse zombie, having failed to penetrate the glass, opens her mouth wider, tearing her disfigured face further apart, reminiscent of a character from a horror anime, as she lunges at Han Qingxie. Zombies? Nothing to fear, she has slaughtered far too many. With renewed determination, she presses the accelerator once more, roaring forward at full speed, escaping the hospital's vicinity. Just as she breaks free from the intersection, a deafening crash erupts. A massive 22-wheeler collides with a small car, blocking her path. There is no avoiding it. Boom. Crash. The sound of tumbling vehicles echoes through the air as Han Qingxie's head jolts violently against the side airbag. At this moment, the intersection is a chaotic scene, with the colossal truck crushing several smaller cars in a diagonal heap, completely obstructing the roadway. Han Qingxie's car narrowly avoids being crushed beneath the overturned wheels, just inches away. After narrowly evading disaster, her head still spinning from the airbag's impact, Han Qingxie strikes the airbag in frustration, attempting to regain control of the vehicle. Damn it! The car is damaged. Han Qingxie had not anticipated the need for repairs. Time was of the essence, and funds were limited. Moreover, after enduring the apocalypse for so long, she rarely relied on her vehicle. While she possessed a car, fuel was an incredibly scarce resource, needed for various necessities. Using it for transportation would be extravagantly wasteful. Han Qingxie had grown accustomed to traversing short distances on foot, using modified bicycles. Consequently, she had never deemed the fuel-powered car an essential investment. Now, with the vehicle rendered useless, she finds herself trapped. The sounds of approaching chaos grow louder. Inside the car, Han Qingxie rubs her throbbing head, regaining her composure as she surveys her surroundings, unbuckles her seatbelt, and pushes open the door. As the door swings wide, an iron shovel materializes in her grasp. When dealing with zombies, knives are ineffective, their thin blades are too narrow, getting stuck within flesh, but a shovel, thud. Han Qingxie brings the shovel down on the nearest approaching elderly zombie, crushing its skull, following up with a swift kick, clang. The shovel embeds itself in the zombie's head, severing its spinal cord. Thus, the creature is finally put to rest. She spins the shovel in her hand, slightly disappointed as she being in the early stages of the outbreak, zombies lack cores within their brains. As such, her method of killing becomes increasingly brutal and straightforward. Thud, thud, thud. Thud. Han Qingxie identifies a less congested area and, armed with her shovel, charges forward, clearing a path through the wreckage. The zombies primarily congregate at the front of the crash site, where the scent of blood is strongest. Han Qingxie moves swiftly and quietly, taking advantage of the sparse zombies to escape the scene. As she prepares to exit the intersection, she hears screams from another vehicle that has also been struck, but its occupants are still fortunate to be alive. It is a luxury sports car. She's killing people. A terrified girl in the passenger seat clings to her boyfriend, trembling as she watches Han Qingxie wreak havoc. Han Qingxie casts a cold glance at their vehicle, noting that their airbags have deployed as well. She quickly averts her gaze. A useless car, much like the people within it. Continuing her retreat, Han Qingxie intends to find another vehicle to escape, or else she will have to run out of the city on foot. Just then, the door of the car behind her swings open. "Can you take us with you?" A young man in the driver's seat urgently appeals to Han Qingxie. "If you take us to a safe place, I'll pay you. My father is the chairman of Dongping Group, we have plenty of money, I'll give you whatever you want." Han Qingxie doesn't even spare him a glance as she continues her flight. "Honey, what are you saying?" "She's a murderer, there are so many victims, we should call the police and have her arrested." "Shut up." The man, seeing Han Qingxie ignore him as she darts down a side street, hastily pulls the woman alongside him to follow. Thud. Thud, thud. After dispatching 5 zombies, Han Qingxie finally escapes the confines of the hospital. She finds herself in a residential area, where, due to most residents being trapped indoors, As she traverses the deserted green belts, she occasionally encounters a few sanitation worker zombies or jogger zombies, easily dealt with. While walking, she searches for vehicles but is met with disappointment as not a single one is in sight. However, she is not alone. 2 unwelcome followers have latched onto her. "Honey, this path is too difficult. I can't walk in these high heels." "If you can't walk, then just roll." The man is losing his patience. The woman, hurt by his harshness, feels a wave of indignation, wanting to coax some sympathy from her boyfriend. "Darling, but today, her usual tactics only earn her a retort. How did I end up with such a useless, brainless woman?" "You can't do anything and are just a burden. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get lost." The woman's face falls at his words, biting her lip as she watches Han Qingxie wielding her shovel with ease, and her boyfriend rushes ahead. She falls silent and limps along in her high heels. Han Qingxie continues her path through the green belt, and at last, her eyes alight upon an open delivery truck parked outside a convenience store. A vehicle. If she doesn't find one soon, she may have to break into a dealership to steal a car. Without hesitation, Han Qingxie dashes toward the delivery truck, prompting the couple behind her to hastily follow suit. As she reaches the truck, her heart leaps with joy upon discovering that the keys remain inside, the door ajar, and the previous occupants long gone. Casting a glance at the convenience store, she notices that too is deserted, its interior. It appears that this place was not spared either. Someone must have transformed into a zombie, driving everyone else away. Han Qingxie swiftly retrieves the keys, adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, and rushes inside to scour for supplies. It is crucial to seize every moment to gather resources now, for in the future, acquiring the same quantity will require 100-fold more time and effort. The zombie apocalypse is not merely confined to the present. It extends indefinitely into the future, with conditions only set to worsen. No one ever complains about having too many supplies. With a decisive flick of her heel, Han Qingxie plunges into the store. By the time her 2 unwelcome followers enter, the convenience store is nearly stripped bare, save for some items at the front. Han Qingxie does not bother with shelves. The store's small size allows her to make 2 quick laps, collecting all available provisions. Snacks, candies, daily necessities, and her personal favorites, the onigiri, sushi, boxed meals, bread, cakes, and ice cream that the convenience store offered, are swiftly gathered. Furthermore, nearly all the beverages have been emptied. "Is this a newly opened convenience store?" the woman gasps, breathless as she enters, only to find the store nearly devoid of stock. Han Qingxie, aware of her persistent followers, pretends to carry 2 bottles of water as she heads for the exit. "Hey, you didn't pay for that, and what will we eat now that you've taken everything?" The woman protests. Her words elicit a sharp retort from the man beside her. "Are you out of your mind?" After scolding her, he attempts to catch up to Han Qingxie. "Miss, can you take me with you? Drive me to the Wenjiagongguan in the west of the city. I'll pay you $1 million. Han Qingxie climbs into the truck and slams the door behind her, finally feeling a flicker of interest as she responds, "Do you really think money is worthless now? Completely useless." He watches helplessly as Han Qingxie drives the delivery truck away from the scene. "Honey, look at her. She won't even acknowledge you. You should call the police." "Fool, do you really believe the police or money hold any value now?" the man bellows in frustration. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxie successfully escapes. As she leaves the urban chaos behind, the number of zombies and mutants on the roads diminishes significantly. The outer areas appear relatively untouched. Screech! Han Qingxie holds the truck in front of her warehouse. Woof woof woof. Summer, her loyal companion, instantly senses her arrival, barking excitedly. Han Qingxie kneels to rub the dog's head. "You've worked hard." After retrieving Summer and gathering the considerable stock from her warehouse, goods she had procured from the farmers' market and supermarkets the previous day, she waves her hand, and all the tightly packed supplies are drawn into her space. Her space can accommodate the chickens, ducks, and lambs she collected yesterday. However, when she attempts to summon Summer into it, she finds the effort futile. Woof woof woof. It doesn't work. Han Qingxie deduces that the system only accommodates low-intelligence living beings with food attributes. dogs do not qualify, thus, living humans certainly wouldn't either. Han Qingxie feels no disappointment. Having such a feature is a bonus, but not essential. She firmly believes that her own strength is her true power. Relying excessively on a system like this would be unwise, as it is essential to transform that external strength into her own. Otherwise, should the system vanish or a mishap occur, she would be doomed. After thoroughly emptying her warehouse of supplies, Han Qingxie closes the door and departs, heading straight for her bomb shelter, the refuge she has meticulously crafted for the apocalypse. An hour later, Han Qingxie collapses onto her ultra-soft, cloud-like sofa, cracking open a bottle of cola. She heats up the steak and shrimp she had taken from a Michelin restaurant the previous day, and alongside Summer, they settle in front of a large television screen to watch the latest news. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. This morning saw a surge of violent incidents, and we now turn to our reporter on the scene for further details. As the live news coverage unfolds, a reporter approaches a cordoned-off area, revealing a harrowing scene. Chapter 12, Nationwide Collapse. This was precisely the vicinity of the hotel from which Han Qingxie had fled earlier that morning. A bustling street of bars had been cordoned off with large warning tape. Within the barricade, police officers were desperately deploying smoke bombs and other dispersal devices to scatter the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, yet their efforts bore little fruit. Amidst the thick, swirling smoke, the heads of the masses bobbed, interspersed with occasional piercing screams. Vehicles lay overturned, while others had been smashed. Emergency response vehicles were ensnared in the chaos, and medical personnel appeared to have vanished. It was evident that in the wake of the incident, a throng had attempted to flee but found their escape. "Quickly, evacuate!" shouted a police officer at the perimeter of the barricade, urging those who attempted to approach. "The scene is truly gruesome," remarked a reporter, his demeanor serious and anxious as he surveyed the unfolding chaos. "We are currently unsure of the cause. Let's interview some witnesses." At that moment, the reporter spotted an injured individual emerging from the smoke and rushed towards him with his camera. "Sir, excuse me, can you tell me?" A blood-curdling scream erupted, causing the camera to shake violently, spinning as if the cameraman had also been assaulted. When the camera crashed to the ground, everyone witnessed the reporter being forcefully knocked to the ground by the fleeing figure, a deluge of blood splattering onto the lens. Beep! The screen went dark. The broadcast abruptly interrupted. Meanwhile, citizens watching the live news from home were left in stunned silence by the spectacle. Han Qingxie gazed at the frozen broadcast, her brow slightly raised. She had escaped just in time. Had she delayed even a moment longer, her exit would have been far less fortuitous. She switched the channel with her remote to the provincial television station. At that moment, the provincial network was airing a pre-prepared news segment. The latest updates from the ground were delayed. While the city station was broadcasting live coverage, the provincial channel had yet to grasp the situation. After concluding a report on economic matters, the anchor continued with a cheerful announcement regarding a flu warning. "Recently, influenza has been. We urge everyone to minimize outings and avoid cross-contamination." Just then, a blood-soaked staff member suddenly charged onto the set, collapsing onto the anchor's desk. Once down, he lay completely still. The anchor's previously calm and composed demeanor was shattered as he registered the alarming scene. Panic and confusion etched across his face. He attempted to glance towards the director, and in that instant, terror filled his eyes as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. "Director, cut," he barely uttered into his earpiece before the man who had just collapsed surged forward. R was the last sound heard before the screen displayed a no signal message. Such occurrences unfolded across numerous television stations, some experiencing the outbreak earlier than others. Those that fell first lost their signals completely, reduced to a flurry of static, while those that succumbed later allowed viewers to witness the chaos unfold live. On this fateful day, all institutions fell one after another. Beep beep beep, Han Qingxie switched through several channels, discovering that aside from a few designated stations airing animated programs and dramas, all others had gone dark. Soon, the interrupted signals were replaced with a broadcast from the national channel. A stark black screen displayed the urgent alert, emergency notification, a widespread attack is occurring nationwide, all citizens are advised to remain indoors. All educational institutions are suspended, and all businesses are closed. Secure your doors and windows. Await rescue, await rescue, await rescue. The national channel Han Qingxia was all too familiar with this scene. During the cataclysm of her previous life, the television stations had issued similar announcements. Initially, the populace had believed wholeheartedly in the content of these broadcasts. However, they were oblivious to the fact that this was a catastrophic blow. The zombie virus was utterly uncontainable. Aside from immediate lockdowns and the elimination of all infected individuals, including those with even the slightest injuries, there was no viable solution. By the time the authorities reacted, the zombie virus had already taken root and spread uncontrollably. Ultimately, they abandoned all hope of comprehensive rescue, leaving local communities to fend for themselves. In the later stages, no further announcements were made, leaving the populace to perish at their own hands. The machinery of the state had crumbled. By the time the citizens realized the dire situation, their food supplies had long been exhausted. No one would come to their aid with provisions. Only then did they grasp that the true apocalypse had commenced. They were left to scavenge for resources on their own. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had been remarkably fortunate. Witnessing the outbreak at the initial field hospital, she had seen the terrifying mutations firsthand. Upon returning home with her sister-in-law, she immediately instructed her family to bolt the doors and windows, refusing to open for anyone. This fortunate decision allowed them to evade the initial wave of the zombie outbreak. For 3 consecutive days and nights, screams echoed throughout her neighborhood. Any household that dared to open their doors was annihilated. Gradually, the residents discerned a pattern. Silence and secured entrances could temporarily stave off the zombies, while others cowered in fear. Han Qingxia boldly ventured out to gather supplies. At this juncture, the zombies' aggression was still relatively low, and most individuals, fully armed and wrapped tightly in protective gear, Han Qingxia cautiously made her way to the community supermarket to procure supplies. Her endeavor was fraught with peril but ultimately successful. However, upon her return, her family was initially hesitant to open. They were anxious that her cries would attract more zombies to their home. Only when they confirmed that she was unharmed and returned with a trove of supplies did their expressions shift, surrounding her with newfound adoration. Han Qingxia regarded them as true kin, and after enduring a few playful reprimands, she shared her bounty with them, also imparting various strategies for dealing with the undead. Seizing the opportunity while others remained paralyzed by fear, the neighboring households had already depleted their stocks, and witnessing Han Qingxia's actions, they gradually began to follow suit, ushering in the second phase of the apocalypse, resource acquisition. Before long, the supplies in their community store were entirely exhausted. Throughout this period, many residents perished. Han Qingxia remained vigilant and cautious, even mounting a strong defense against several neighbors who sought to claim their provisions, protecting her family until help finally arrived. The third phase of the apocalypse commenced. Rescue was on the way. Han Qingxia learned from the radio that rescue vehicles were en route and decisively brought her family to the designated evacuation point. Initially, her family was reluctant to leave, believing that staying home with Han Qingxia would ensure their safety. Chapter 13, continuing to fortify the base. After all, the announcement on the radio regarding the rescue convoy was not about where the people were, nor did they drive over to save them. Instead, it merely indicated a single route for salvation. They reported several relatively safe areas, urging residents to gather there, so that the rescue convoy could take them along as it passed. Such a scenario was fraught with peril, particularly when the Han family realized that the rescue points were quite distant from them. Their resistance grew immensely. What if something were to go awry on the way? The elderly, the expectant mothers, what would become of them? Han Qingxia, however, implored them with heartfelt reasoning, urging them not to cling to fleeting comforts. Only by reaching the rescue point could they find true safety, where provisions provided by the state awaited them. Moreover, there would be a secure place for the elderly like Grandma Han to reside, and Han Ying's wife could give birth without fear. Most crucially, Han Qingxia surmised that this wave of rescue would not last indefinitely. They needed to seize this opportunity, otherwise, they would find no one willing to help them in the future. After prolonged deliberation, the Han family ultimately decided to heed Han Qingxia's advice and prepared to depart with all their supplies. In truth, all of Han Qingxia's predictions proved correct. They managed to catch the last and only wave of rescue. Subsequently, urban rescues were entirely abandoned. The sheer number of zombies rendered control impossible, necessitating the evacuation of only a limited number of individuals and the establishment. This base, as a gathering point for humanity, was destined to combat the zombies. This was the inevitable trend of the later stages. This marked the fourth phase of the apocalypse, the era of base civilization. Their timely integration into the base was an immense stroke of luck, for not only did they receive free supplies in the early stages, but they also had free accommodation. Those who entered the base later would be required to relinquish all their belongings and find their own places to settle. The later their entry, the more dire their situation. It could be said that Han Qingxie had consistently walked the right path. However, her sole misstep was treating the Han family as her own. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to their welfare, only to be unceremoniously cast aside to fend off the zombies. It was only after being thrust away that Han Qingxie experienced a profound awakening. One must learn to truly love oneself and mature. She should never have harbored expectations for things that did not belong to her. The so-called family had merely been her delusion. Fortunately, Han Qingxie managed to escape the gruesome sea of corpses and found herself in another base, her mindset having undergone a complete transformation. She no longer desired love or affection. She had become utterly cold-blooded, embodying the rebellious spirit that resided within her. In the fifth phase of the apocalypse, the era of supernatural abilities, she became the sole captain of the self-defense team without any powers. Standing firm among a multitude of superhumans, her team consistently ranked first. Everyone knew that had Han Qingxie possessed even a modicum of supernatural ability, she could have commanded not just the self-defense. Her strength lay in her own being. Yet, as time progressed, the conflict between humans and zombies became increasingly complex, with the fragmented bases descending into chaos. The greater the population, the more rife with schemes and conspiracies it became. Ultimately, Han Qingxie fell victim to the siege of zombies surrounding her base. I won't think about it anymore. I will never set foot in another's base, Han Qingxie mused, massaging her temples as she regained composure from her previous life's memories. The fragmented bases were hardly sanctuaries for humanity. In the beginning, there were no rules or regulations, and everything thrived in a state of barbarism. They were not paradises for ordinary people. Rather, they were places where the weakest were devoured by the strongest. Very few bases provided a relatively peaceful existence for individuals. Han Qingxie had initially gained notoriety. Survival in such a place demanded an unyielding spirit. "This is my base," she declared, her gaze igniting as she surveyed the air raid shelter she had constructed. She was determined to fortify her base further, transforming it into her true fortress of steel. After a cursory glance at other channels, confirming that all signals were disrupted and devoid of useful information, she rose to reinforce her base. She remembered that her base's fortification reward period had yet to conclude. Having filled her stomach, Han Qingxie took Summer to the edge of her vegetable garden. She delineated an area, using a collection of branches and dead wood gathered over the past days to construct a rudimentary pen for chickens and ducks. Once the enclosure was complete, she waved her hand, allowing the 20-odd chickens and ducks she had previously purchased to enter. She also set aside a separate pen for 2 young lambs. Beep, detection, chickens, ducks, and sheep. Reward, reproductive and health capabilities of farm animals raised to the maximum, never afflicted by disease. Han Qingxie exclaimed as she witnessed a hen clucking and laying a warm egg right before her eyes. What a fortuitous stroke of luck. She pressed on. Han Qingxie scouted a patch of land near the orchard, primarily considering the water source's location, which was relatively close to her well and situated in a lower area, and began excavating a pond. Digging a pond was labor-intensive. She toiled alone throughout the day, finally excavating a square pond of moderate size. Once the pond was hollowed out, she carved a waterway from beneath her well, and as the channel opened, a torrent of water surged forth. After the pond filled, she waved her hand again, releasing fish and shrimp into the water. To prevent her shrimp from being consumed by the fish, she divided the pond's center to keep the 2 species apart. Beep, detection of fish pond and shrimp pond. Reward, reproductive and health capabilities of fish and shrimp raised to the maximum. Never afflicted by disease. Initially, Han Qingxie had harbored concerns about raising fish and shrimp, as it required a particular skill set. She was apprehensive about her capability to succeed. Having a reliable system was indeed advantageous. She could focus on advancing while the system handled the rest. Once Han Qingxie organized her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, she seized the moment to further fortify her base. Having been a self-defense team leader in her previous life, she possessed considerable expertise in construction and security. Her foundational defenses were already in place, featuring high-voltage barbed wire, razor blades, heavy. Now, it was time to incorporate some offensive facilities. While she could not procure larger offensive installations, she could certainly dig simple traps. She instructed Summer to watch over the home while she began setting traps in the forest, 500 meters beyond the barbed wire. If anyone approached, falling into the traps would serve as a clear warning for them to retreat. After a day's labor, Han Qingxia had excavated 10 trap pits, considering nearly all possible routes that outsider. The traps were strategically placed along their likely paths. Once she completed the traps, a notification echoed in her mind. Beep, detection of traps, 10-inch reward, trap attack power increased 100-fold. Before Han Qingxia could revel in her success, another "Please add this to your bookshelf so you won't lose track next time." Chapter 14, The Necessity of Raising Dogs. Basic security completed. Basic storage completed. Basic energy completed. Basic sustainable agricultural and livestock productivity completed. Basic combat configuration, 1 base combat dog, completion rate 50%. Reward: A-grade gift pack. Congratulations on achieving a 100 increase in overall base security. Precision bow and crossbow tower 1, short arrows 100 bundles, the most advanced high-function armored vehicle 1, fuel 1,000 tons. As the system rewards cascaded down, Han Qingxia's base underwent a remarkable transformation once again. The electrified barbed wire and the gate morphed into towering, robust structures, doubling in height and thickness, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. Above her underground shelter, a turret-like arrow tower emerged majestically. She now possessed 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a magnificent luxury armored vehicle. Han Qingxia eagerly brought her armored vehicle out. The camouflage-patterned giant vehicle glistened with a steely, imposing aura under the sunlight. Without hesitation, she climbed inside to test her skills. Having driven military vehicles in her past life, she was adept at operating armored cars. However, she had never piloted one of such exceptional quality. With unparalleled off-road capability and protection, the armored vehicle boasted a small-caliber flamethrower turret, using fuel directly for both its engine and weaponry. The tires, enhanced by the system, were sturdier than steel tracks. They also offered remarkable agility and speed. The body's strength surpassed that of ordinary armored vehicles by 100-fold. Concealed panels adorned the vehicle's exterior, and with a single button in the cockpit, the Han Qingxia could charge through hordes of zombies without a hint of concern. Indeed, this was the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle available on the market. What a treasure! Han Qingxia exclaimed, taking a tour in the vehicle, thoroughly familiarizing herself with all its functions before reluctantly disembarking. After stepping out, she made her way to the newly constructed Arrow Tower. Within her underground shelter, she had expanded the interior to include a 2-story staircase. Ascending the stairs, she entered the newly rewarded precision bow and crossbow tower. 8 elongated windows formed perfect sniper points, allowing Han Qingxia to cover a 1,000-meter radius around her shelter. A 360-degree rotating precision bow and crossbow stood at the center, with 10 bundles of short arrows neatly stacked beside it, each containing 100 steel-tipped barbed wooden arrows. Han Qingxia picked up an arrow and placed it on the crossbow, aiming at a bird flying within her territory. Whoosh! The short arrow pierced the air. Thud! A bird perched at the edge of her shelter plummeted to the ground. Han Qingxia swiftly rushed to the spot where she had just struck the bird. It lay lifeless on the ground, the short arrow having pierced through its entire body. Virtually silent with exceptional penetration. This weapon is truly perfect for the apocalypse, Han Qingxia mused as she exerted some effort to retrieve the barbed arrow. These were sustainable resources, and she needed to conserve them. Satisfied, she returned with Summer, contemplating the strengthening of her base. At that moment, she recalled that she had only received an A-grade reward. If she achieved a higher completion rate, would the rewards be even greater? She then considered her current efficiency in combat configuration, which stood at merely 50. After all, she only had Summer, her one dog. Did this imply that she needed to acquire more dogs? Clearly, she would need to seek opportunities to rescue a few more dogs in the future. Let us go, Summer. Time to eat. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxie led Summer back into her fully upgraded underground shelter. After a hearty meal, she began to browse the internet. It was now the third day since the apocalypse had begun. The internet was still functioning. Following the outbreak of zombies, the city's water supply quickly deteriorated, with countless corpses floating atop the large purification pools of the water treatment plant, contaminating the water source almost immediately. Electricity, however, lasted a bit longer. In smaller cities, where the power systems were not well established, power would vanish almost instantly after the zombie crisis erupted, while more developed systems could endure for 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxie recalled that in her previous life, City A had maintained electricity for 3 months. After the power went out, internet access followed suit. Of course, as time progressed, fewer and fewer people utilized the internet. In the early days, survivors still had some supplies and, with water and food at hand, remained indoors, resorting to the internet for distractions. However, after a week, when water and food ran out, you still had the inclination to browse online. Help! I am trapped in my bedroom, and my parents are desperately banging on my door. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I've finished my last bottle of cola. Someone, please save me. Does anyone know the owner of apartment A101 in Qingxie Garden? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days, and I'm desperate to know how she is. Where I've run out of water at home, I have a little snack left, but what do I do without water? Weren't we promised rescue? It has been 3 days, and still no help. Recording the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the hallways are filled with wails, the fridge is nearly empty, and my dad wants me to go out to find food for my younger siblings. He said if I don't go, he'll throw me out. At my age, I need to contribute to the family. They are old, and my siblings are young. Everyone, wish me luck. Go, Qingqing. As Han Qingxie perused the myriad of posts flooding the platform, one in particular caught her eye, a record from a girl named Eager for Forever Sunny. She opened the girl's homepage. Prior to the apocalypse, she had been sharing her life experiences online. Han Qingxie noted that she too had lost her mother early on, her father remarried, and her stepmother soon bore a younger brother and sister. Consequently, she had become somewhat invisible in her own household. They had been fortunate to shelter safely at home during the initial chaos of the apocalypse. However, their food supply soon dwindled. At a time like this, what other conclusion could be drawn? Surely they would push her out to fend for herself. It was a stroke of luck that she had been sold, yet remained so optimistic, foolishly venturing out. Han Qingxie observed that the girl's last post was made just 5 minutes ago, and she typed a response on the screen. First, arm yourself, wear the thickest and sturdiest clothes you have at home. Wrap your hands and feet with tape 3 times, don a helmet, and carry a backpack. Designate your route, aiming for the nearest convenience store. Do not stray elsewhere. If you have a shovel or a baseball bat at home, use those as weapons. If not, grab a bedboard. Avoid kitchen knives. They cannot effectively cut through zombies, and once embedded, they cannot be retrieved. If you encounter zombies outside, strike their heads. Their weakness lies in the head. Do not fear them. This is the initial phase, and overcoming your fear is the key to defeating them. Having finished her final sentence, Han Qingxie pressed the send button. Chapter 15, Enhancing Physical Fitness in the Generously, she imparted a set of experiences to her. However, whether the girl would heed the advice or grasp its significance was ultimately her own fate. After sending this message, she commenced her physical training at the base. Over the next few days, she aimed to elevate her physical prowess to its former pinnacle. As she began her exercises, a sound resonated in her mind, announcing, "Ding, Super Lord system activated. Limited time of 10 days. Host's combat power enhancement will yield rewards. Final rewards will be rated based on completion." Han Qingxie exclaimed. The prospect invigorated her training, fueling her determination to secure a reward with 100% completion. Roar! Within her air raid shelter, Han Qingxie embarked on an intensely militarized physical training regimen. 354. 355. 356. 360. Drenched in sweat, Han Qingxie concluded her series of 360 physical exercises. Upon finishing the last plank, she felt as if her body might disintegrate from exhaustion, utterly drained of strength, yet, in this depletion, she could distinctly sense her limits being shattered time and again. She was evolving, growing stronger. This training regimen was one that her most loyal subordinate, Xu Xiaoyang, had taught her back at the base. He had once been a soldier, and after the apocalypse erupted, he came to a city for rescue, only to be abandoned during the operation. His companions perished or scattered, leaving him to wander to the Earth base where Han Qingxie resided, where she ultimately rescued him. Xu Xiaoyang was often taciturn, preferring actions over words, and he became Han Qingxie's most vital blade. Many squads sought to recruit him, but he remained steadfast, a testament to the loyalty ingrained in those who had served in the military. Once he pledged allegiance to Han Qingxie, betrayal was not an option. Tragically, he later sacrificed himself before her during a siege of zombies. After completing her physical training, Han Qingxie reflected on the myriad events of her past life. However, she recognized that her trajectory had since altered. The people and occurrences of her previous existence were likely beyond her reach. One must be content. In this life, she had a summer to cherish. Dragging her weary body to the shower, she prepared a pot of rice in the rice cooker and heated 10 self-heating meals in the microwave. Additionally, she fried 5 fragrant eggs. After her shower, Han Qingxie topped the rice with all the dishes, opened a bottle of cola, and settled down at her computer with her rice cooker to dine. With her considerable consumption, she needed to eat abundantly. She had ample supplies, including sustainably sourced eggs, chicken, and fish. She could feast as she pleased. As she opened her computer, intending to watch a movie, she noticed several new messages on the reply page from earlier. I took your advice and traversed through the least populated garden in our community. Indeed, I saw no zombies. I successfully reached the convenience store. I was terrified after encountering 3 people, but thankfully, there was no danger. The store was empty. I filled a bag with supplies. Now I'm heading back, thank you, Brother Qingxie. Han Qingxie chuckled softly at the title, Brother Qingxie. They must have mistaken her for a man. Contemplating this, she located her private message entrance and replied succinctly, do not return home. Block the convenience store entrance and stay in the small employee storage area. This location had both water and food, and convenience stores usually occupied advantageous positions. Though the zombies appeared numerous on the streets at dawn, they were not as prevalent as they seemed. In the apocalypse, it was the crowds of people to avoid, not the hordes of undead. By barricading the store's main entrance and hiding in the narrow storage area, she would have food and water at hand, and when rescue vehicles arrived, she would be among the first to retreat. It was the residential areas filled with people that posed the real danger. Countless zombies lurked in the corners of these neighborhoods. Should anyone venture out in search of supplies, the community would face a massive zombie crisis. The key to safety was escaping the crowds, yet there was no further response to Han Qingxie's warning. Perhaps the girl returned home, fortunate enough to reach her house, or tragically met her end on the way. She chose not to dwell on it, opting instead for a light-hearted movie while enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, she downloaded any available films, dramas, and novels. These would serve as delightful companions for her meals. After finishing her dinner, Han Qingxie digested her food and took her summer out for a stroll, inspecting her surroundings and tending to her chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep. Upon returning, she resumed her training, which persisted until the late hours, leaving her utterly exhausted as she sought rest. The following morning, upon rising, Han Qingxie began her physical training and distinctly felt her strength and endurance had increased. Her muscles ached, yet she gritted her teeth and completed her training before taking a shower and preparing a meal. Once again, she made a large pot of rice, this time accompanied by roasted chicken and military-style hot pot, all scavenged from the large supermarket. Stored in her space, none had spoiled. Adding water and plugging it in, the hot pot simmered, producing a generous amount of food, including beef slices, shrimp, various meatballs, and an array of mushrooms and vegetables. This was a pot meant for 4 people, yet Han Qingxie devoured it all by herself, along with several fragrant fried eggs, freshly laid by her chickens. She had checked her coop that morning, and now her hens were producing around 20 eggs daily. Unable to consume them all, she left some in the coop to hatch chicks, planning to store surplus supplies in the warehouse once her stock increased. after indulging in a hearty feast, she leisurely enjoyed a cup of charred yogurt to aid digestion, knowing she would need the energy for training later. At this moment, who could be as fortunate as Han Qingxie? While others struggled to fill their stomachs, she was able to engage in exercise to burn off her meals. Having turned off the half-watched movie, finding it uninteresting, she browsed the forum and discovered her previous day's comments had garnered immense attention. Within a day, the likes surged into the thousands, with a throng of users referring to her as their big shot and requesting more of her insights. Some even speculated whether she was a related personnel, given her detailed knowledge. Han Qingxie paid them no mind, but she did notice a response from the original poster, a girl named Xingqing, who expressed, "Brother Qingxie, I made it home safely, thank you." Han Qingxie raised an eyebrow at this. This girl had indeed returned home. Choosing not to reply, she then saw a new update from her. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse, Chapter 16, the complete annihilation of the family. This morning at 6:55, I express my gratitude to Brother Qingxie for his guidance yesterday. I successfully retrieved food from outside, bringing back a total of 20 packets of instant noodles, a 4.5. My father and stepmother praised my efforts, while my younger brother boasted that if he had ventured out, he would have certainly brought back more, including some cheaper items. This morning at 7:30, alas, my brother is determined to go outside, and my father insists that I accompany him. I truly do not know what to say. The outside world is exceedingly perilous, and I have no desire to venture out again. Today at 7:42, I must set out once more. My father advises that we take advantage of the current low foot traffic to gather more supplies, instructing me to take my brother along and procure as many resources as possible. I am heading out now, wish me luck, everyone. Han Qingxie perused her 3 updates, and the comments section was overflowing. A multitude of individuals praised her, while others chastised her brother, and yet another group sought her advice. Han Qingxie glanced through the comments casually. A young girl had sent her several messages in private, but she chose not to respond, merely saving the post for later. It was akin to watching a live stream. After finishing the show, she proceeded to exercise. With 10 days of intensive training ahead, every minute must be seized. She began her routine with a long run around the perimeter of the base, warming up while surveying her territory for any anomalies, ensuring that the traps she had set were intact. Once she confirmed that all was well, she returned to the base to continue her physical training. Each movement was executed with the intent of pushing her limits. Within 3 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. 5 minutes later, her body was soaking, and the pain in her muscles constantly reminded her of her nearing threshold. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Han Qingxie strove to hold each set of exercises for just 1 more second. Fortunately, her training regimen was grounded in scientific principles, with appropriate rest intervals strategically placed between sets to prevent overexertion. Throughout this almost ascetic training process, her physical endurance improved significantly. After 5 hours of training, she concluded her session as usual, taking a hot shower and then devouring a rice cooker full of 10 packets of prepared meals. With energy expended comes the need for sustenance. She ate abundantly, allowing her body to undergo a frenzied transformation of energy. All of this was destined to become part of her robust physique. Upon opening her computer, Han Qingxie noticed that the post she had saved had a new update, posted just a minute ago. I am utterly exasperated. After enduring tremendous hardships to bring my brother back, he nearly caused my demise several times along the way. Thankfully, there were not many zombies on that route. However, upon our return, I discovered that he had sustained an injury. He initially refused to admit it, but when I noticed his finger turning black, he confessed that he had been scratched by a zombie's claw. What should I do now? Accompanying this update was an image showing her brother's finger, which had been bitten, now exhibiting a purplish-black hue. Commenters quickly advised her to expel him due to the risk of mutation. Han Qingxie added her own comment. Kill him, quickly. After sending this message, she swiftly received a reply. Brother Qingxie, you have finally emerged. I just shared the advice from the commenters with my dad and stepmom, and they decided to chop off his finger. They said the wound was small, so there should be no issues. At this point, Han Qingxie felt an overwhelming urge to curse the foolishness of it all. Get away quickly. Hurry. After sending this message, she received no further responses. Han Qingxue stared at the screen with her spoon in hand for a full 15 minutes, until the rice had grown cold without any replies. The mutation time for zombies ranges from 1 to 10 minutes. Those with weaker constitutions may mutate within a minute, while the stronger and more resolute can barely last 10 minutes. The notion of merely chopping off the bitten part is nothing short of a joke. The zombie virus integrates into the bloodstream almost instantaneously, contaminating the entire body without granting any opportunity for survival. Han Qingxue could almost foresee the girl's grim fate. Her brother would likely begin with rapid breathing, followed by a chilling pallor and stiffness within seconds. If they were to eliminate him at that moment, they might still have a chance of survival. However, her biased father and doting stepmother would undoubtedly prevent her from taking action. Their hesitation for those few seconds could lead to their collective descent into hell. Shaking her head, Han Qingxue closed the forum entirely and sought out a light-hearted. She had offered that girl assistance in the past, had she only heeded her advice to hide in a convenience store and sever ties with others, or had she forcibly eliminated her brother from the start, she would not be in such dire straits. Yet, 99% of people in this world are like that. They cannot break free from the webs of oppression, and even when they feel a strong sense of unwillingness, they leap into their own pits of despair without hesitation. Foolishness reminiscent of her past life. Fortunately, in this life, she would never repeat those mistakes. Whosoever dares to oppress her shall face dire consequences. Living freely and unapologetically, she vowed to embrace her true self in this apocalypse. Having abandoned her browsing of the posts, Han Qingxue finished her meal and resumed her training. She began with some digestion exercises, and once her stomach had settled, she commenced high-intensity physical training. 7 days swiftly passed. The rhythm of her days consisted of training, showering, eating, training. Out of the 24 hours, Han Qingxue dedicated 18 hours solely to training, and her regimen was meticulously scientific. With a professional approach, she found herself increasingly invigorated with every workout. Her physical condition visibly improved. Where she once struggled to run 10 kilometers, she could now do so with ease. Her face unflushed and her heart steady. Her strength had doubled. She could previously lift 100 pounds of rice. Now, she could effortlessly carry it with one hand. In terms of combat skills, she had reached a state far beyond her previous capabilities. Unarmed, she could dispatch 5 burly men simultaneously. With weapons in hand, she could deliver a fatal blow in an instant. After concluding her training for the day, Han Qingxue indulged in some braised beef. She utilized the 500 pounds of fresh beef she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, seasoning it with various spices and simmering it in a pressure cooker. Once it was infused with flavor, she sliced it cold and served it with dipping sauce. The braised beef was simply delectable. During this time, her appetite had become increasingly discerning. She no longer desired the prepared meals and instant noodles she had previously acquired. After all, who would choose to consume such makeshift provisions when fresh delicacies were available? Han Qingxue had ample supplies, and she could easily feast by herself. She savored the braised beef while preparing a large pot of bones simmered with just a pinch of salt for Summer. Whatever she ate, Summer would eat too. Together, they relished their meals in the base, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, the outside world had already transformed dramatically. Chapter 17, Urban Cataclysm now marks the 10th day since the onset of the apocalypse. This period is starkly different from the initial days of the catastrophe. The radio broadcasts of rescue announcements have ceased, and all national proclamations have been suspended. The populace, gripped by fear and with nearly empty larders, has reached a state of utter despair. In recent days, residents have begun to venture out in search of sustenance. They either perish from starvation or fall victim to the relentless undead. In such dire circumstances, the zombies no longer seem so terrifying. However, following this surge, the number of zombies in the city has begun to escalate dramatically. Few have managed to return unscathed from the throngs of the undead. Of those who venture out for food, 9 out of 10 meet their demise. This is no jest. The initial terror and inexperience of the populace rendered them incapable of confronting the zombies head-on. The undead lurk in every corner, often springing upon the unsuspecting. Encountering a horde while foraging for food is tantamount to becoming their next meal. The influx of new zombies has surged, and both the undead and the living have been deprived of nourishment for far too long. In a state of hunger, the zombies have begun a frenzied invasion of human dwellings. For instance, my God, the door to my home can hardly withstand the onslaught any longer. The zombies outside have been growing increasingly vocal, pounding on my door day after day. I have barricaded it with everything I can find. I am locked in the innermost room. How can they still find me? I still have plenty of food. Is there anyone who can save me? I am willing to barter my supplies. Han Qingxia witnessed a rather handsome young man broadcasting a plea for help. His profession as a food blogger explained the abundance of provisions he had received from sponsors, alongside his personal stock of review items. His supplies were indeed substantial. Furthermore, his reclusive nature kept him sheltered from the chaos outside, rendering him one of the fortunate. Unfortunately, his residence was a youth apartment complex. Nearly everyone on his floor had transformed. The zombies roamed incessantly outside his apartment, and after several days of panic, the blogger heeded the advice of netizens to reinforce his front door, retreating to the innermost suite to minimize his scent. Yet now, he could only hear the increasingly thunderous pounding at his door. It felt as if the entire horde had converged outside. After the blogger sent out a distress signal, he swiftly received a response from a fitness coach residing in the same building. I can come to rescue you, but you must share your food with me. Absolutely, the blogger replied hastily. How will you get here? I live directly above you. I will drop a rope from your window, hold onto it, and I will pull you up. All right. The blogger immediately began to gather his belongings, strapping a camera to his head to livestream the ordeal. Instant noodles, jerky, self-heating pots, water, he laid everything out, while the person above him instructed him to hoist the food up first for convenience before his own ascent. The blogger, addressing the camera, quipped, I'm not foolish. If I send all the food up first without me, how can I be saved? He secured all the supplies he could carry onto his person. At that moment, he heard the sound of his door being breached. Crash! Hurry! I'm coming. The blogger glanced back, and indeed, his door had been smashed open, with a multitude of zombies surging. All the zombies were cloaked in a grimy grey-black hue, many with their abdomens grotesquely torn open, slimy intestines trailing like blackened ropes from their bellies. Their dark brown skin clung tightly to their skeletal faces, some devoid of features, leaving only a bloody, gaping void. The starving zombies, having gone days without food, lunged at him with outstretched claws. What a harrowing sight it was! Who would not feel their knees weaken at such a scene? He hastily pulled shut the flimsy door to his bedroom and leapt onto the balcony. You must save me! He grasped the rope that hung down from above. Yet, as he clutched it, he realized he may have burdened himself too heavily. You're too heavy. The fitness coach, taken aback by his weight, nearly lost his grip. There's still time. Drop the food first, get it up here. No way, we go up together. The blogger vehemently refused. In such a perilous moment, if he relinquished the food, he was certain the coach would abandon him. Then toss some food down. Upon hearing this, the blogger wasted no time in discarding his water. Not enough. I've gone days without eating, I lack the strength, toss down more. The blogger, exasperated, retorted on camera, and this guy claims to be a fitness coach. If I throw everything away, what will I eat later? He reluctantly threw down a few more items, and just as his weight became manageable enough for the person above to hoist him, the door to his room was breached. Oh. Pull me up. Quickly, pull me up. He found himself suspended in midair. Hang the food in the adjacent frame, I'll pull you up separately from the supplies. No, the food must come with me. God only knew whether he would be released once the food was stowed away. In this day and age, food is life. You must trust me, otherwise, you won't make it. The blogger hesitated for a moment, but before he could decide, a bony hand seized his ankle. He struggled violently, kicking and pulling, pain and terror spurring him to climb upward. I truly can't pull you up. I'll give you my food, I'll give you my food. In that moment, he finally resolved to relinquish the provisions, but it was too late. Sensing the tantalizing scent of flesh, the zombies clambered toward the window, frantically reaching out, some tumbling down while others managed to grasp the ledge. Their horde surged forward, trampling their fellow undead in a frenzied rush toward the suspended blogger. Their sharp claws pierced his skin, one agile zombie latched onto his leg, and with a violent yank, tore it away completely. With one leg severed, the other soon fell victim to the same fate, leaving behind only two blooded, bare leg bones. The cacophony of piercing screams and the torrent of blood provoked the frenzy below, where the zombies gathered in a ravenous tide, attempting to climb upward in search of sustenance. The fitness coach, witnessing this horror, could no longer concern himself with the food. He loosened his grip, letting the suspended blogger plummet to the ground. As the blogger fell, the zombies clinging to the walls and windowsill lunged at him like ravenous hounds, eager to feast on their prey. The moment he hit the ground, he was engulfed by the surging horde of zombies, rapidly torn apart and devoured. P.S. The book cover has changed, don't get lost. Chapter 18. The warehouse from before was vandalized. After watching the live broadcast, Han Qingxia heard a beep from her computer screen, which then lost its signal. Of course, this was not due to any violent content that led to a ban, but rather the website server had crashed. The city's power was still operational, and the internet remained intact. However, the servers of various websites scattered across the country did not all cease simultaneously. Some smaller servers that were directly located in the homes or offices of their administrators had already succumbed days before the apocalypse. Larger companies could endure for a while without management, but it was evident that this major video platform had come to a halt. This also signified the gradual end of the internet's revelry. For the time being, no one would turn to the web to vent their emotions. They were compelled to confront the reality of the apocalyptic era. After shutting down the website, Han Qingxia opened her downloaded film library. Fortunately, she had managed to download all the available resources, so living alone in the future and watching her stockpile of films posed no issue. After finishing her meal, she intended to pause the movie halfway through when her surveillance monitor emitted a series of alarming beeps. Han Qingxia rushed to her surveillance control panel. All her monitoring devices were connected to her large computer, and on the multitude of screens, a small, inconspicuous one in the corner began to glow. Han Qingxia was momentarily taken aback at the sight on the monitor. It was the surveillance feed from the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, after taking both her summer supplies and the warehouse contents, she had forgotten to dismantle the camera. At that moment, the footage was displaying the scene of her warehouse's entrance being breached. Since she had purchased high-quality surveillance cameras equipped with audio, conversations from outside the monitor were audible. "This woman rented the warehouse from me over half a month ago. I noticed a delivery truck coming in and out of here frequently. She must have supplies. But you rented it to her. Isn't it illegal to go inside? What does legality matter at this point? Hurry up and loot it. Exactly, if she has supplies, she ought to share them with us." A loud crash echoed as the door to Han Qingxia's former warehouse was forcibly opened. The old landlord, accompanied by a large group of people, stormed inside with great fervor. However, once they entered, they were left dumbfounded. "What the hell, why is it so empty? Is this what you refer to as a warehouse brimming with supplies?" The old landlord gazed at the desolate space devoid of even a cardboard box, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is impossible. I clearly saw trucks coming and going here every day. She was here several times a day. How could she have moved everything out? Perhaps you misjudged. Just because a truck came to deliver doesn't mean all the goods were for her. A few parcels and boxes could easily be taken away. This is ridiculous. We risked our necks coming here, and for what?" The group left, grumbling and cursing. Before departing, the old landlord, in a fit of rage, glanced up and noticed the surveillance camera Han Qingxia had left behind, and he smashed it down with a single blow. Beep, one of Han Qingxia's cameras was gone. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingxia leaned back in her chair with satisfaction. She had anticipated that an influx of people would target her. She had prepared for this by renting the warehouse. Otherwise, now that the apocalypse had erupted and the ugliness of human nature had awakened, if many were to discover the location of her base, she would undoubtedly face intruders. Better safe than sorry, caution is paramount. Watching these individuals retreat in defeat brought her a sense of relief and delight. However, she was inherently vindictive. She made a mental note of the old man who had smashed her camera. P.S. Chapter 11 has been revised, adding an intense segment of over 3,000 words detailing a thrilling escape event, enhancing the narrative without disrupting the subsequent reading. Chapter 19, The Tide of Escape. The next day, Han Qingxue supported herself on the ground with her elbow. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her entire body felt as if it had been drenched in water, soaked with profuse perspiration. In just 10 short days, despite consuming copious amounts of food daily, Han Qingxue had noticeably slimmed down. However, this reduction was not merely in weight but rather in her overall physique. From head to toe, she had become significantly leaner, her muscle definition sharper and more pronounced, her body fat percentage plummeting. Her abdomen now displayed the beginnings of well-defined abs, with the previously loose and soft muscle replaced by a palpable sense of explosive power. Simultaneously, her mental state underwent a profound transformation. Regular exercise invigorated her spirit, keeping her in a state of perpetual enthusiasm. Han Qingxue, inherently a fierce and rebellious individual, stood in stark contrast to the anxious and dispirited ordinary people outside, her bright and piercing eyes capable of subduing a crowd with just a glance. This was the distinction between a predator and a flock of sheep. Gritting her teeth, she persevered on the mat, every muscle in her body feeling as though it was weighted with 1,000 pounds, the burning soreness causing sweat to pour down her forehead like rain. The pain was intense, enough to make her muscles tremble, yet she could not yield. She had to endure. Each additional second of perseverance represented a breakthrough in her physical capabilities, and more importantly, the reward time was drawing to a close. Just as her jaw began to numb from clenching, and she felt herself nearing her limits, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding, the time for physical enhancement has concluded. With a thud, Han Qingxue collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for breath. It was over. Finally, she could take a moment to rest. At that moment, every finger on her body felt utterly immobile. The excruciating effort had yielded its rewards. Commencing evaluation, host's physical enhancement, 100% complete. Speed enhancement, doubling your speed, doubling your endurance, doubling your healing speed after injuries. Reward, Super Era Combat Technique 1, long life without significant injuries. Han Qingxue. After the rewards were granted, she could directly feel the dramatic changes in her body. Her recently drained physique seemed to be replenished in the blink of an eye. She was brimming with boundless energy. Han Qingxue leaped to her feet, discovering her agility had significantly improved. She stepped outside the base and gazed at her prized armored vehicle. An overwhelming urge to lift it surged within her. In fact, she did just that. Seizing one side of the vehicle's frame, she planted her feet firmly and exerted her strength. Han Qingxue astonishingly managed to lift one corner of the advanced 8-8 armored vehicle by a full centimeter. Do not underestimate that centimeter. This armored vehicle weighed over 20 tons. Han Qingxue tested her speed, sprinting at full throttle in an explosive state, easily reaching the level of a world champion. The barriers to enhancing her physical limits had always been immense, but the system's rewards had effectively doubled her capabilities. Her strength and speed had reached the absolute peak of human potential. Han Qingxue even felt that with the rise of supernatural abilities in the future, her current state could rival those of ordinary speedsters and strength users. This reward was undeniably substantial. After testing her physical prowess, Han Qingxue entered her own space. At that moment, a combat technique book lay within her domain. Han Qingxue immediately opened it. After browsing through a few techniques, her eyes lit up. Each move was precise and lethal, specifically targeting the human body and zombies, filled with numerous ingenious tactics. And oh wonder, it was said to far surpass the combat techniques of the current era. Each technique was a culmination of decades of mastery by seasoned warriors. Han Qingxue felt as though she had struck gold and promptly began her studies. 5 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Han Qingxue remained sequestered at the base, dedicated to training, and more training. Each morning, she routinely embarked on a mountain run, warming up before practicing her combat techniques. During this time, the rice cooker would be busy, and after sharing a meal with Xie Qian, she would tend to the chickens, ducks, and sheep, ensuring they were well fed and checking on the fruits and vegetables. Her hens and ducks produced an abundance of eggs, yielding around 20 eggs daily. Han Qingxie would take only a few for her own consumption, leaving the rest for the hens to incubate. The vegetables in her garden thrived remarkably well. She anticipated that in another 10 days, the quick maturing crops like chives and bok choy would be ready for harvest. The base was flourishing, moving in an exceedingly positive direction. However, the outside world was undergoing tumultuous changes yet again. The previous evening, Han Qingxie stood atop her tower, surveying the surroundings and gazing towards city at just past 8. The sporadic lights of the city flickered and extinguished in large swathes, a premature blackout. In her past life, power lasted for quite some time, but this time it barely held for half a month. After all, the zombie virus had erupted earlier than expected, and all uncontrollable factors were shifting. The power plant must have been utterly destroyed, yet it seemed that this life posed far greater challenges than the last. Electricity was a fundamental resource. In her previous life, when the gas was cut off, she relied on electricity for cooking and sustenance. Moreover, she used the motion sensor lights outside her door to monitor the zombie situation at night. Now, without electricity, the difficulty of survival in the city had escalated dramatically. Standing on the tower, Han Qingxie could almost hear the harrowing screams and the blaring of car horns drifting from the city below. Boom, boom, boom. From the farthest reach of her infrared camera, she spotted numerous vehicles speeding down the road beyond her shelter, frantically fleeing the city, a long line of zombies pursuing behind them. In the darkness, many of the escaping vehicles collided, the sounds of crashing and revving echoing eerily through the night. Half a month was sufficient for everyone to come to terms with the harsh reality, especially the fact that no rescue would arrive. Today's citywide blackout would be the last straw for many. They were left with no choice but to escape the city at all costs. Han Qingxie understood that a new wave of mass escape was about to commence. The following morning, she stood once more on the tower, observing the road outside her path, now littered with numerous accident sites. The number of zombies roaming the main thoroughfare had begun to increase. Some were congregating around the accident scenes, feasting on corpses, while others wandered aimlessly in the vicinity. Many had even strayed into her territory. Han Qingxie grasped her crossbow, intending to shoot a particularly oblivious zombie, but paused. Chapter 20, The Disposable Audience. Why bother with killing zombies? They pose no real threat. Moreover, having zombies roaming around her territory serves as a natural guard who would dare to approach her domain. With this thought, Han Qingxie immediately dismissed her intention to shoot the zombies. Peering through her binoculars, she even felt a pang of regret at the sight of fewer zombies near the entrance of her base. If only there were more. Ideally, they would completely block her road. With this idea in mind, Han Qingxie soon hatched a plan. Half an hour later, Han Qingxie drove her armored vehicle to the outskirts of her territory. Parking in the woods, she disembarked with Xie Qian and made her way on foot towards the highway. The further they ventured, the more pronounced the stench of blood became. Standing atop a ridge, she gazed down at the road below. Observing the scene up close was far more exhilarating than through binoculars, especially the stretch of road just outside the city. A multitude of vehicles fled the city, each one tailed by a dense throng of zombies. These creatures seemed oblivious to fatigue, clawing and flailing as they pursued the moving cars with relentless fervor. Those unfortunate enough to experience a mishap, if their speed faltered even slightly, would be engulfed in an instant by the ravenous horde. They swarmed over the vehicles like leeches, madly battering the windows. Drivers found their vision obscured, and with a resounding crash, they collided with other cars. Once a vehicle toppled, the zombies grew even more exhilarated, climbing atop and voraciously feasting. Some luckier vehicles, robust enough, managed to zigzag through the chaotic scene, screaming as they escaped the city. The stretch of road beneath Han Qingxie was relatively free of accidents and zombies. A glance revealed only a few crash sites and a handful of wandering zombies, ambling along the sides of the road. Whenever a vehicle passed, they would follow suit. As the road appeared to calm down, with 3 cars speeding by and drawing away the majority of the zombies, she led Xie Qian down from the 100-meter high ridge. Xie Qian moved with far greater steadiness than she did. They reached a crash site. Roar, a middle-aged female zombie, trapped inside a flipped car, thrashed violently upon seeing Han Qingxie. She looked disheveled, her hair unkempt for ages, her face gone. Her chest was torn open, and a bony hand adorned with a diamond ring reached through the gap. Attempting to grasp at Han Qingxie, however, hindered by her seatbelt, she was incapable of any further action. "Let us ensure you have some dignity in your afterlife," Han Qingxie remarked as she swung her shovel. "Go find your husband in paradise." After neutralizing the threat within the vehicle, she approached the rear, grasped the tow bar, and with a forceful heave, crack, she dragged the abandoned car to the entrance of her road. A few scattered zombies rushed towards her, but there was no need for Han Qingxie to intervene. Xie Qian leapt forward with a growl, swiftly dispatching them. One silver lining of this zombie crisis was that it only infected humans, sparing animals. This catastrophe was a calamity for humanity alone. As a German Shepherd with exceptional combat prowess and system enhancements, Xie Qian dealt with the zombies effortlessly, each one falling beneath a single swipe. "Don't kill them, Qianji, just maim them," Han Qingxie instructed. Hearing her command, Xie Qian complied, showing restraint as he tore apart a zombie that was about to strike him, leaving only its upper half intact. Han Qingxie watched as the dismembered creature crawled forward, howling. Well, her Qianji certainly excelled in execution. Working in tandem, Han Qingxie managed the towing while Xie Qian handled the zombies, successfully dragging all the other crashed vehicles. Observing the chaotic scene of the massive pile-up, it was clear that anyone with eyes would think twice before attempting to breach it. Furthermore, she commanded Xie Qian to corral the remaining zombies towards her, appointing them as her sentinels. While she carried out these tasks, several passing vehicles caught sight of her, yet none stopped to inquire. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic flight for survival. Everyone was focused solely on escaping as swiftly as possible. Who had the energy to concern themselves with others? Han Qingxie paid little mind to the vehicles that brushed past her. They were merely disposable spectators. For the vast majority of those who ventured down this road, it was a one-way street, an eternal path from which there would be no turning back. As she showcased her remarkable strength before them, they merely observed before moving on. There was no time for curiosity or questions. They were on the brink of their own crises. After securing her path and allocating the half-zombies, she departed from the scene. Once back at the base and after sharing a bath with Xie Qian, she heard the alarm blaring from the surveillance system. Without delay, she ascended to the tower. Her monitoring computer had been relocated there for convenient defense observation. At that moment, among the dozens of surveillance feeds, one camera monitoring the farthest stretch of the highway was sending an alert. Han Qingxie magnified the image and beheld a pickup truck laden with goods racing towards her from the city, screeching to a halt at the very road she had just blocked. The occupants appeared momentarily bewildered upon encountering the heavily obstructed path, lingering for about 10 seconds and attracting the half-zombies before reversing slightly to evade them, then flooring the gas pedal, intent on breaking through. Han Qingxie's gaze hardened. How brazen! They were clearly targeting her. Seizing her crossbow, she aimed precisely at the tires of the vehicle encroaching upon her territory. Whoosh! A sound pierced the AIR.IN Han Qingxie's line of sight. The tire exploded with a deafening bang. The occupants, upon realizing the tire had blown, lunged forward momentarily due to inertia before coming to a halt. Moments later, 4 or 5 burly men emerged from the vehicle. Among them, Han Qingxie recognized. "Are you certain it's safe inside?" "Absolutely, it's a bomb shelter, with no one for miles around. Hardly anyone knows this place. A month ago, I rented it to a girl for mushroom farming. We might even find mushrooms to eat inside. Brothers, let us do this. Clear out the zombies, change the tire, and we'll charge in." Chapter 21. The invasion in Han Qingxie's line of sight. A group of burly men swiftly divided into 2 factions. One team clearing the surrounding zombies while the other lifted a vehicle, intending to change its tire. "Brother Who, why does it seem like the zombies around here have already been dealt with? Indeed, why are they all only half intact? And these vehicles, weren't they dragged here by someone?" At that moment, a man crouched down to change the tire shouted, "Brother Who, wait! Our tires have been shot to shreds." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whoosh was heard. Boom! One of their tires exploded. At this point, anyone with a semblance of intelligence would realize something was amiss. They had intruded into someone else's territory. Brother Who, there's a powerful figure nearby. This is someone else's domain. What should we do now? The heavily tattooed man, referred to as Brother Who, seized the intermediary. Damn it, what have you done? Didn't you say there was nobody here? I truly only remember one woman renting. Stop talking nonsense. Could a single woman have caused all this? I don't know. Perhaps someone else has taken over. The intermediary looked at Brother Who with a mixture of fear and trepidation. Get lost. Brother Who flung him away. Whoosh, another short arrow flew out. The intermediary, already in a panic, was pushed down and scrambled back, but as he moved just an inch, an arrow shot in his previous direction. He rolled and crawled towards Brother Who for cover. Brother Who, along with his group, felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the precision of the arrows. They were fast, accurate, and silent. They had no idea where they were being shot from. If the intent was to kill them, there would be no way to evade, but simultaneously, they quickly deduced one crucial fact. I see it now, her range is limited. Exactly, she can only shoot as far as the front tire. The group immediately understood. Otherwise, the assailant wouldn't have only aimed for their two front tires, and it was precisely because that was her maximum range. Brother Who, what do we do now? Should we retreat? Wang Hu's fierce eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Retreat? Absolutely impossible. Not only were their vehicles incapacitated, but where could they possibly escape to? If they did not seize this territory and eliminate its occupants, they would have nowhere to stand. He opened the rear door and pulled out two disheveled young women with unkempt hair. You two, move to the front, go. In Han Qingxi's crosshairs, two young women covered in wounds appeared. They were herded like frightened lambs by their captors, bewildered and unsure of what to do. Having navigated the apocalypse for some time, Han Qingxi had witnessed such scenes repeatedly. Women, due to their physical and psychological vulnerabilities, quickly became subservient to men in the aftermath of the end times. The darkness of human nature unveiled itself in full force under such dire circumstances. There were no limits to depravity. If one could imagine it, it could be done. However, Han Qingxi had not anticipated that merely half a month into the apocalypse, individuals would so swiftly challenge the moral low ground, treating women as less than human. TSK, the self-proclaimed righteous Han Qingxi could hardly bear to watch. She considered herself to be the baseline of human morality, and this was even worse than her own action. For those who were inhumane, Han Qingxi's finger shifted away from the crossbow. She removed a short arrow, affixed a small device to it, and prepared to send them a gift. If you don't move, I'll leave you here to the zombies. Move forward. Wang Hu pushed the two girls ahead, and upon seeing them enter the range without being shot, his eyes lit up. You two, halt, stay where you are. Now he was certain that the individuals inside had some semblance of moral code. They did not kill innocent women. If that were the case, they could leverage this to their advantage. Brother Who, what is the plan now? Drag the vehicle out, change the tire, and let them clear the path. He instructed his men to quickly drag the vehicle to safety, retrieve two spare tires from the supplies, and then bind the two women to the front of his vehicle. His actions were unmistakably clear. If she dared to act against them, these two women would be the first to perish. If she truly cared not for their lives, they could still make a quick escape from inside the vehicle, but if they succeeded in their plan, she would meet her end. In the apocalypse, morality was a luxury they could not afford. After fixing the tires and securing the hostages on the roof, they swiftly boarded the vehicle. As they observed Han Qingxi blocking the path with her vehicle, they revved the engine and charged forward. This time, the charge went remarkably smoothly. Their opponents surprisingly refrained from shooting. As they reveled in their moment of triumph, whoosh, a short arrow, tipped with a pouch of fresh chicken blood, struck the door of their pickup truck. The arrow pierced at an angle, embedding itself halfway into the vehicle, while the other half firmly locked the door shut. Inside the vehicle, the occupants gasped in shock. In their stunned state, both doors were simultaneously struck by short arrows. Bang! Their tires were punctured once again, sending the vehicle spinning before it came to a screeching halt. Vivid red blood splattered across their entire vehicle, and the thick stench of blood instantly turned it into a target for all nearby zombies. All remaining zombies along the roadside began to converge towards them. They were trapped inside the vehicle like sardines in a can. What the hell? Damn it, that one inside is a schemer. She deliberately deceived us. Can we still get out? The doors won't budge. Wang Hu, witnessing the oncoming horde of zombies, made a split-second decision to roll down the window and climb out of the vehicle. wasn't foolishly climbing out. He grabbed one of the women as a shield, using her as cover while he made his way out. But just then, a half-eaten zombie on the ground caught hold of his leg. Wang Hu, quick on his feet, shoved the woman away, narrowly escaping. Whoosh! A short arrow shot towards his back. Wang Hu, relying solely on instinct, evaded it by a hair's breadth. Once past the danger, he understood that he could not release the hostage. He had to keep her as a shield while pushing forward. He forcibly pulled the woman back in front of him and sprinted towards the concealed bunker. After running approximately 1,000 meters along a narrow path, he finally spotted a remarkably hidden shelter among the trees. Before the bunker stood towering barbed wire, an array of surveillance cameras, and an incredibly sturdy iron door. As he vaulted over the barbed wire, he could vaguely see vegetables being cultivated and chickens and ducks being raised within. He stared in awe at the defensive structure and the complete facilities inside. This place had undoubtedly been claimed by a powerful figure. Someone had anticipated the zombie apocalypse in advance, purchasing and transforming this place into a fortress. Could it be someone had foreseen the impending disaster? This was inconceivable, but just as he was grappling with this confusion, the woman he held onto suddenly bit down on his chest. Chapter 22. She is the boss they speak of. As Han Qingxia gazed through the crosshair, she nearly burst into laughter at the scene unfolding before her. She had long anticipated this woman's fate after being bitten. Thus, she had allowed Wang Hu to charge recklessly to the entrance of her base. Watching as the woman mutated before him, she could hardly restrain her amusement as he was bitten in return. There is perhaps no greater satisfaction than lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. This seemed a fitting illustration of the cyclical nature of fate, where the heavens spare no one. Delighted, Han Qingxia observed the others through the scope. Should anyone attempt to flee, she would grant them an arrow to aid their escape. 3 others, as she referred to, were, of course, the zombies. Han Qingxia was no paragon of virtue. She was vengeful, a marauder of the apocalypse. Anyone who dared to offend her would pay 100-fold. From her vantage point atop the tower, she maintained a firm grip on the situation, her gaze settling on a particular figure within a vehicle. The intermediary was still cowering inside. How remarkably composed he was. While others fled, he remained frozen in fear, hiding desperately in the confines of the car. Upon witnessing this, Han Qingxia calmly knocked another arrow, aiming it at his window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup shattered under the force of her shot. The zombies, having just finished feasting on others, were drawn to the sound and surged toward the pickup truck, accompanied by those who had already transformed into the undead, including Wang Hu. They clawed at the broken glass, desperately trying to reach the sole survivor within. At that moment, the man inside truly grasped what it meant to feel suffocated, what it meant to regret. Why had he brought them here? Perhaps as the weakest link in the small team, he felt compelled to provide them with the most valuable resources, otherwise, he would be cast aside. His first instinct had been to recall the bomb shelter he had rented out a month prior. He remembered the girl who had leased it to him, an excessively youthful and naive entrepreneur. She had the audacity to propose cultivating mushrooms there. He even imagined that when this group stormed in, the place would already be teeming with mushrooms, and that lovely girl. If luck were to abandon him, she would have turned into a zombie. With their numbers, dispatching a single female zombie would be a trivial task. Conversely, if fortune favored him, she might remain untransformed, adding a woman to their ranks, whom he could toy with at his leisure. That girl, though lacking in wit, was undeniably beautiful. He had never fathomed that this venture would result in their complete demise. He hadn't even laid eyes on that girl. Just then, amidst the throng of encroaching zombies, he caught a glimpse of a girl standing in the distance among the trees. With her arms crossed, she regarded him with an air of indifference. In that instant, he understood. TMD. He was the real fool. That stunning girl was indeed the boss they spoke of. She had always been here, this territory belonged to her, but alas, it was too late for regrets, as the horde of zombies surged forward, piercing his chest. Woof, 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 woof. Summer drove the zombies away from the perimeter. Han Qingxia retrieved the arrows she had previously launched and made her way to the rear of the pickup. With a swift gesture, she gathered the supplies within and returned triumphantly, laden with spoils. This was merely compensation from those blind fools who had dared to cross her path. In addition, Han Qingxia dragged the vehicle aside, reinforcing the blockade. This time, no one would breach her defenses. Upon returning to her base, she began to sift through the spoils of her scavenging. Chapter 23. New members in the bed of the pickup truck belonging to that group of individuals. There lay a total of 20 large cardboard boxes. Among them were 10 boxes brimming with instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing an assortment of meats and vegetables, and a box filled with gold. Remarkably, not a single price tag had been removed. It was evident that they had deliberately raided a jewelry store during their travels. Han Qingxue gazed at the staggering amount of gold, easily weighing 30 to 40 pounds, and couldn't help but marvel at the deep-seated obsession humans have with gold. Their decision to carry gold was astute. Even in the apocalypse, it retained intrinsic value. She meticulously categorized these supplies before depositing them into her warehouse, and she had also confiscated a handgun, a model used by law enforcement. Clearly, this band of marauders had pillaged places they ought not to have. Han Qingxue considered herself a good person ridding society of its scourge. After all, individuals brimming with a sense of justice like her were becoming increasingly rare. Who among the ordinary populace would not hastily flee upon encountering such a mob, desperate to distance themselves from danger? Yet here she was, not only bravely fighting back and repelling the enemy, but also thoughtfully providing them with a set of zombie meal packages to prevent them from wreaking havoc on others. Otherwise, she could have simply frightened them off, driving them away from her territory. There was no need to lure them deeper into her domain to ensure their demise. People like her, so wicked, or rather, so just, were a rarity indeed. She deemed this a fitting reward for her valorous deeds, otherwise she would have been unable to bear it. Han Qingxue willingly accepted her spoils. Just then, a notification sound echoed in her mind from the system. Ding, base defense battle detected 1-inch, successfully defeated 6. Congratulations, you have earned 26 points. The system shop is now open. Han Qingxue's eyes brightened at the mention of the points shop. She was astonished to see a shopping interface materialize in her mind. A plethora of supplies appeared before her, including food, medicine, weapons, and items for base construction. Each item bore its own attributes. For instance, within the food category, there was an energy bar 1, capable of quickly replenishing stamina. It could stave off hunger for 10 hours, priced at 5 points. Bread 1, also quickly replenishing stamina, could combat hunger for 20 hours, priced at 8 points. Yunnan Baiyao 1, effective for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain, would work wonders with a mere application. Priced at 20 points, she navigated to the weapon interface, where a vast array of firearms awaited her. Each weapon boasted additional damage and accuracy. Each item was a treasure. However, the prices were prohibitively steep. She currently possessed only 26 points. Han Qingxue gazed longingly at these items, even beginning to anticipate further intrusions into her territory. At that moment, her surveillance monitor, the infrared camera, revealed the vehicle stopping, followed by a group disembarking. They scanned their surroundings and proceeded to eliminate the nearby zombies. Han Qingxue felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that they were delivering themselves to her doorstep so soon? She scrutinized their actions through the camera, intending to spring into action if they encroached upon her territory, but saw that they were merely dispatching zombies. They attracted all the nearby zombies to the roadside, dispatching them before opening the rear doors to release a pack of dogs. At that moment, Han Qingxue could not discern their appearance or attire, relying solely on the infrared detection apparatus to assess their shapes. One fact was certain, they had indeed unleashed a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, a few individuals seemed to engage in a dispute. However, they quickly returned to their vehicles, leaving the dogs behind. The pack of dogs, observing the departing vehicles, took off in pursuit at full speed. In the infrared camera's view, both the vehicle and the running dogs headed toward the city, leaving Han Qingxue slightly bewildered. What could they possibly be doing? The following morning, Han Qingxue wrote, even without system rewards, her warm-up routine must persist. Just as she prepared to jog around the perimeter of her domain, her surveillance cameras triggered another alarm. This time, she connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to. As she lifted her phone, she noticed a pack of dogs, approximately 14 or 15 in number, on the road outside her bunker. Each one was clad in uniforms. This pack of dogs ran to the location where Han Qingxue had witnessed the peculiar scene the day before and halted. They circled in place, seemingly awaiting their owner's return. Meanwhile, a public notification chimed on her phone. Ding rescue operation in City A has commenced. Rescue vehicles are entering City A. Survivors are urged to gather at the following assembly points. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxue understood. The rescue team that had passed by her doorstep the previous day was indeed accompanied by their dogs. Driving her vehicle to the periphery of her base, Han Qingxue found that the main thoroughfare outside was now devoid of zombies, creating a rare safe zone. A pack of dogs stood guard at the entrance to her territory, all gazing toward the city. The condition of these dogs was disheartening. They bore numerous injuries. Each one showed signs of having been clawed or bitten, with common abdominal scratches and missing pieces from their ears and tails. One dog suffered the gravest injuries, its hind legs mangled and exposed, barely able to walk as it dragged its bloated limb behind while following the pack, gazing longingly toward the city. Upon exiting her vehicle and witnessing the dire state of these 15 dogs, Han Qingxue realized that they had likely chased after something into the city and encountered a horde of zombies. Yet, it was evident that they had failed to find their owner. Trapped in peril, they had not awaited their master's return, and, after a harrowing struggle, had returned to this spot. It seemed they still hoped to reunite with them. In this apocalypse, we are all compelled by circumstances. If you encounter me, just follow me from now on. After tending to each of the dogs, particularly the one most grievously injured, Han Qingxue gritted her teeth and redeemed Yunnan Baiyao from her system shop for the creature. 2 legs, you must remember your new master's kindness. I spent 20 points to procure this medicine for you. From this day forth, you must follow me faithfully. Do you understand? I will never abandon you. As she murmured these words, she carefully bandaged the nearly lifeless dog. The dog, lying on the ground, seemed to understand Han Qingxue's words, its expressive eyes fixed upon her with a profound sense of humanity. Chapter 24. Abandoned for the second time. After Han Qingxue had tended to the wounds of the dogs, she presented them with fresh raw beef, such a delightful treat. Upon sighting the food, the dogs excitedly poured at the ground, yet they hesitated to approach and eat. Go ahead, it's all for you, she encouraged. Only then did the dogs rush forward, devouring the meat with fervor, revealing that they had likely been starving for quite some time. However, none of them consumed their entire portion. Each left a small morsel untouched. After finishing, they picked up the remaining meat and dashed towards the front door. Han Qingxue exclaimed. Woof! Summer, seeing the pack of dogs intent on escaping, leapt forward to scold them. Enhanced by the system, Summer's physique was twice that of an ordinary dog, with claws 10 times sharper, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of a king of beasts. The military dogs, intimidated by Summer's presence, huddled together, standing their ground against her. Observing this scene, Han Qingxue shook her head and approached Summer, saying, Let them go. Woof woof woof. Summer protested loudly, as if to assert, These ungrateful dogs have consumed your food. A good dog does not need to be retained, Han Qingxue replied, affectionately ruffling Summer's head before opening the door to release the fleeing canines. As the door swung wide, the pack cast grateful glances at Han Qingxue before swiftly bounding outside. Even the dog she had saved with her points clutched a piece of intact beef, joining its companions. Before departing, it circled Han Qingxue, limping slightly as it followed. Han Qingxue retrieved an electric scooter from her space and, with Summer in tow, followed the dogs back to the place of their abandonment. Upon arrival, the dogs placed the meat on the ground and began to howl towards the city, pacing anxiously in circles. They were still searching for their owner. Even after receiving food, their first thoughts were of their former master. Though they had not fully satisfied their hunger, they left a portion for him. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingxia's typically cold heart felt a pang of empathy. The overwhelming truth remained: dogs are indeed more loyal than humans, particularly military dogs. Once they have recognized their owner, they will never abandon or betray them. Embracing Summer's head, Han Qingxue murmured, I'm sorry for what happened in our last life. Woof? Summer responded with a crisp bark, nuzzling against her affectionately, displaying an almost human warmth towards its owner, despite not comprehending Han Qingxia's sorrow. After watching the dogs for a while, she returned to her base with Summer. That evening, she brought a generous supply of food to the dogs and redressed their wounds. Upon witnessing this, Summer grew increasingly displeased with the other dogs. Woof woof woof. It seemed to scold them, as if to say, you ungrateful dogs who feast on my owner's provisions. The military dogs whimpered before Summer, not daring to challenge her, yet they clung closely to Han Qingxie. Whenever she arrived, they would gather around her for a moment of respite. Days passed swiftly. The military dogs stood vigil outside Han Qingxie's path daily, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Each time a vehicle passed by, they would pursue it momentarily, only to return disheartened when it was not their owner. Additionally, they diligently cleared away any nearby zombies, ensuring that none dared approach Han Qingxie's territory. Observing the unwavering loyalty of these dogs, Han Qingxie continued to supply them with food and check their injuries before returning to her. On the evening of the third day, after completing her tasks at the base, Han Qingxie approached the dogs and noticed them sprinting excitedly ahead. Having never witnessed such enthusiasm, she was taken aback. Accompanied by Summer, she reached the familiar vantage point and gazed forward, spotting a convoy of green military vehicles emerging from the city. Realization dawned upon her. They had finally awaited the return of their master. The military dogs raced towards the approaching vehicles, their excitement palpable. Catching the occupants off guard, one of the trailing vehicles came to a halt, and a young man emerged from the driver's seat, immediately embracing one of the dogs. The other canines joyfully surrounded them, barking with glee. One enthusiastic military dog dashed back to their previous base, returning with a piece of meat for the man. Surprised by the fresh beef, he quickly released the dogs, equally hungry, and turned back toward his vehicle, for they had received orders from the base to leave sufficient space for survivors, which meant abandoning the dogs. It was a command they had no choice but to follow. As the military dogs witnessed this, they lunged toward the green vehicle. Even from a distance, Han Qingxie could hear a cacophony of screams. Why are there dogs? Get away, get away. There's a virus. Terrifying dogs, run. The soldiers scrambled back into their vehicles, hastily starting the engines. The dog that had just been embraced lunged forward, meat in its mouth, only to be met with the cold steel of a closing door. Boom, the vehicles roared to life, speeding away, leaving the dogs behind in their desperate pursuit. But alas, the distance between them and the vehicles only widened until they could chase no more. When they finally returned to the road's end, each dog bore the weight of despair, their earlier excitement extinguished. They wandered listlessly, bereft of their master. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. No one had a choice. If given any possibility, no one wished to abandon them. In a world where survival reigned supreme, when faced with a choice between human and dog, the base had chosen humanity. This time, you must come with me, Han Qingxie declared as she appeared before them. Just grant me your trust. Han Qingxie was no savior, nor did she seek humanity. Her heart longed for the dogs. The defeated pack gazed at the figure before them, enveloped in an ephemeral silence. Soon, one particular dog, previously bandaged with great expense, stepped forth from the group. It circled Han Qingxie, then lay down at her feet with a soft whine. As it joined, the other dogs surged forward, encircling Han Qingxie eagerly. When Han Qingxie returned to her base with the military dogs, a familiar system notification echoed in her mind. Ding, detected 15 base war dogs, loyalty, 100. Reward, base dog health restored to maximum, base defense increased by 50%. 150 points awarded. As she arrived with the dogs, she noticed that the gates of her base had been reinforced. The barbed wire doubled in height, its surface now lined with sharp spikes. Moreover, her underground shelter had undergone a thorough upgrade, with every door refurbished and the walls fortified 100-fold. From an external view, her base now resembled a fortress. Chapter 25, Expanding Territory. Moreover, what delighted Han Qingxie even more was that upon receiving this batch of military dogs, she was awarded 150 points. This venture was undoubtedly a profitable return. She promptly opened the marketplace interface, scrutinizing it with greater diligence to see what she could exchange. The food section now displayed 10 items, ranging from energy bars to the super energy liquid priced at 100 points. All were designed for rapid replenishment of stamina and could satiate hunger for several hours to days. Han Qingxie had no particular need for food, but the medicine section revealed 2 new additions. Besides the Yunnan Baiyao, which provided rapid hemostasis for 20 points, there was also a super adhesive bandage for 50 points, and an emergency pill priced at 100 points. Han Qingxie clicked on these 2 medications to examine them in detail. Super adhesive bandage adheres to all wounds, facilitating rapid healing, including arteries, Han Qingxie exclaimed. Wow, this means that even if the neck is slashed, applying it could promote healing. The emergency pill brought her even greater astonishment. Emergency pill, as long as there is a breath left, it can bring one back to life, Han Qingxue remarked. Oh, both of these pills are incredibly powerful. As she continued to explore, she stumbled upon something even more astonishing. Zombie virus inhibitor, 100,000,000 points. Is there truly an inhibitor? Can the zombie virus be cured? After her initial excitement, Han Qingxue then noticed the exorbitant price point 10, 100,000, 1 million, never mind, farewell, with her meager 156 points, she was, nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her system's marketplace contained such extraordinary treasures, and if these were revealed, they would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. She rubbed her hands together in anticipation. 100 million points. No matter what, she had to accumulate that sum to exchange for one. She absolutely needed to prepare one for herself. After perusing the medications, Han Qingxue turned her attention to weapons. The weaponry available in the arsenal left her salivating with desire. A standard P5 cost 500 points, while a superior Glock was priced at 1,000. The submachine guns and shotguns are considerably more expensive, with a starting price of 5,000. Han Qingxue has set her sights on an AK priced at 8,000. The attributes of weapons produced by the system are an entire tier above those available externally. Their power and lethality are exponentially superior. Though the price is steep, it undeniably captures Han Qingxue's heart. She quietly added the AK to her shopping cart, knowing she must save more to acquire a fine weapon. Additionally, there exists a locked interface within the mall. It indicates that a score of 5,000 points is required to unlock it, leaving Han Qingxue in suspense about what treasures might lie beyond. This system mall perfectly aligns with her tastes. She desires everything, yet lacks the necessary points. It is truly vexing. Han Qingxue attempts to click on the channel for acquiring points. Before her, a line of prompts appears. 1. Completing system tasks rewards you with points. 2. Expand your territory to earn points. 3. Increase the points earned by territory members. Han Qingxue gazed at the 3 lines of text before her, recalling how she had previously garnered points by. Today, she had accepted 15 dogs, thereby augmenting her territory's membership, which was indeed one method, and the second line, expanding the territory area. Suddenly, she understood, starting tomorrow, she would embark on the endeavor to extend her dominion. At the break of dawn the following day, Han Qingxue did not run along the confines of her territory as before. Instead, she ventured to the back mountain. As she sprinted, she instructed her subordinates to grasp the ropes and encircle the land. In ancient times, there was the practice of running horses to enclose land, and now, she was engaging in running dogs to enclose land. Han Qingxue directed the summer breeze to accompany her with auspicious phrases. Congratulations on wealth. Bring forth the red envelopes, may fortune and prosperity abound, long life, and 100 years, to commence their run from the left. Meanwhile, she summoned the eastern, southern, western, and northern winds, along with the red and white tiles, to begin their course from the right. Congratulations on wealth, bring forth the red envelopes, may fortune and prosperity abound, long life, and 100 years, eastern and southern winds, western and northern winds, red and white tiles. These were the names Han Qingxue had bestowed upon her newly acquired dogs. Divided into 2 groups, they swiftly encircled the back mountain with ropes. By afternoon, Han Qingxue successfully rendezvoused with the summer breeze in the central region of the back mountain. She tied the ends of the ropes together and sequentially secured all the knots. By the time night fell, Han Qingxue and her pack had diligently enclosed a section of the back mountain. The ends of the ropes were affixed to her wire fence, thus, she had, albeit with some effort, claimed the entire mountain peak, which measured approximately 3,000 meters in circumference. Ding, territory area expansion detected, doubled, reward, 1,000 points, first time territory expansion reward, territory hardlink. Han Qingxue felt a surge of exhilaration. It truly worked. By proactively encircling land and claiming the uninhabited areas, the system acknowledged it as her territory. Moreover, merely enclosing her mountain peak had earned her 1,000 points. If she were to conquer several nearby peaks, her points would multiply significantly. If she were to lay siege to a city ahead, that 100 million points would no longer seem an unattainable dream. At that moment, she sensed another reward from the system, territory heartlink. As she closed her eyes, she envisioned the land she had encircled today, along with the nearby air raid shelter, as if a topographical map had been etched in her mind. Whenever foreign entities approached, she would instinctively perceive their presence. Summer breeze, 500 meters to the west, woof. Upon hearing the command, the summer breeze dashed forward. Half a minute later, she heard the sounds of a struggle. By the time she arrived, the summer breeze had already dispatched a zombie that had inexplicably infiltrated Han Qingxi's territory. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingxi felt enlightened. So this was how it worked. Within her perceptual range, she detected several sporadic grey dots and led her dogs to eliminate them. Congratulations on wealth, take long life to the south, fortune and prosperity, along with the red envelopes, head west. The eastern, southern, western, and northern winds, go east, the rest, follow me. Han Qingxi swiftly quelled the zombie presence within her territory alongside her dogs. Throughout this process, she grew increasingly adept at recognizing the utility of the territory heartlink. Indeed, the appearance of grey dots indicated the presence of zombies, and even in the most remote locations, Han Qingxi could pinpoint their whereabouts with precision. This allowed her to be aware of any disturbances within her territory without relying on surveillance alarms. This feature proved immensely valuable, especially as she was now poised to expand her territory. With cameras unable to keep pace with her progress, she could intuitively sense whether anyone had trespassed into her domain. Han Qingxi toiled late into the night, filled with a sense of accomplishment as she returned with her dogs. At the crack of dawn tomorrow, she would continue her quest for new territory. Chapter 26, A Promising Future. At the break of dawn the following day, Han Qingxi commenced her efforts to clear a section in front of the barbed wire surrounding the air raid shelter. This time, she endeavored to adopt a different approach. She eliminated all the zombies from her vicinity up to the road, then erected a sign that read, "Private property, beware of dog." This sign served as a boundary marker. It is worth noting that at this juncture, very few remained alive, and those who might challenge her claim to this land were as good as non-existent. She firmly planted her sign here. This land was now hers. Who would dare to dispute it? Ding detected an increase in territorial area by 5 acres, reward, 500 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Han Qingxi's spirits soared. Indeed, her intuition had proven correct. These uninhabited zones, and even areas that once had owners, were ripe for expansion. However, there was one stipulation: the land must have been surveyed and cleared by her or her loyal dogs. Today, Han Qingxi, accompanied by her canine companions, traversed from the base to the designated site for the sign, which spanned approximately 5 acres. She meticulously marked the territory they had explored together. This resembled an exploration game where the protagonist must traverse specific locations to illuminate the map. Fortunately, her dogs constituted her team, significantly broadening her exploratory range. Standing still, she contemplated the forthcoming direction of her expansion. To this moment, she had effectively conquered an entire hill surrounding her air raid shelter. To her left lay the road, while to her right sprawled a sparse mountainous region. Within this mountainous terrain existed an abandoned quarry and a few scattered villas. The road to the north led to City A, characterized by flat terrain that was easily conquerable. In contrast, the mountainous area posed a more complex challenge. After a brief moment of reflection, Han Qingxi resolved to commence her endeavors on the right side. Naturally, she opted for the right. Her methodical nature preferred stability over haste. While the right terrain was intricate, it was also considerably more secure. Why venture to the left road first when there were areas ripe for the taking on the right, with the potential for unexpected visitors and hordes of zombies? She needed to ensure thorough cleansing. Indeed, her territory required stringent safety measures. All zombies had to be eradicated. Failure to do so for an extended period would result in the automatic removal of that section by the system. This was easily comprehensible. A territory overrun by zombies or other aberrant creatures could hardly be deemed one's own. Nevertheless, it quelled her desire to keep a few zombies as guards. Fortunately, she was blessed with a capable team of 15 military dogs, renowned for their intelligence and agility, making them invaluable in dispatching any errant zombies. It was essential to maintain a larger pack of dogs, especially as her territory. These numbers were still far from sufficient. Shaking off her other musings, Han Qingxi resolutely set forth towards the mountainous region on the right. By nightfall, she had successfully expanded her domain to encompass another hill. Her points had surged by 1,000, bringing her total to an impressive 2,656. "Thank you all for your hard work, it's time to eat," Han Qingxia declared with a flourish, releasing fresh beef from her supplies for the dogs. She never hesitated to provide for her companions. As she indulged in a steaming hot Korean fried chicken meal, a remnant of her previous stockpiling at the market, she reveled in the abundance of her provisions, which often exceeded her consumption capacity, allowing for a delightful variety at each meal. Today, she savored Korean fried chicken, tomorrow, it might be army hot pot, and the day after could feature glossy, crispy roasted meats. While exploring her territory, she would often snack on ready-made delicacies like handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles, all preserved in their freshest and warmest states. Now, donning gloves, she tore into the fried chicken, relishing the crispiness of its scales that had just emerged from the fryer. With a single pull, the succulent chicken leg erupted with juice, complemented by an aromatic garlic soy sauce that tantalized her senses. Paired with an ice-cold cola, it was sheer bliss, especially in the midst of an apocalypse. Being able to relish the culinary delights of a bygone era was a true indulgence. All the weariness of the day dissipated in that moment. Han Qingxia devoured the fried chicken, consuming a quantity fit for 3. Summer, having caught wind of the delectable aroma, eagerly approached for a taste. Han Qingxia, having gnawed on half, tossed the remainder to her dogs, who relished their meal with evident joy once the feast concluded, and her belly pleasantly full. Han Qingxia rose to stretch, tending to her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. She had amassed a considerable number of eggs in the chicken coop, and just recently, a batch of chicks had hatched. The poultry, enhanced by the system, boasted robust physiques and astonishing reproductive rates. The incubation period for ducks was longer than that of chicks, approximately 40 days for ducklings compared to 20 for chicks. Presently, the duck pen had yet to yield any ducklings, but Han Qingxia noted several mother ducks settling down to nest. Her 2 little goats were a delightful surprise, growing steadily in size and developing well. Han Qingxia recalled the owner mentioning that these goats were bred for their milk. It appeared that soon, she would have fresh goat milk to enjoy. As for her vegetable garden, the rapid-growing and high-yielding crops like Chinese cabbage and leeks had begun to flourish. Han Qingxia made it a point to harvest every day. Even after a harvest, the next day yielded more, and she could not bear to let any go to waste. No matter how arduous or busy her schedule, she made time to collect her vegetables, designating a room in her air raid shelter as warehouse specifically for storing fresh produce. Additionally, her crops of radishes, spinach, butter lettuce, and asparagus were nearing harvest time, while tomatoes and potatoes were also on the brink of their bountiful seasons. Over at the fish pond, the fish population had doubled, with a plethora of fry emerging. Although Han Qingxia had not given much attention to the pond, as she lacked the knowledge, the system's support alleviated her concerns. The little fish thrived, growing plumper by the day. Everything at her base was progressing favorably, and her territory was expanding. The future looked bright. The following day unfolded in a similar fashion. Han Qingxia set out to expand her domain anew, this time driving her armored vehicle. She instructed Summer to remain at the base with the 7 dogs, patrolling the mountains for any zombies that might appear, while she took the remaining 8 to seize the next hilltop. Her target for the day was the Villa area. This mountainous enclave had once been a prestigious development, designed exclusively for the affluent. The entire estate comprised merely 10 villas, yet it was said that not even half had been sold, and very few had ever been occupied. Chapter 27. Encountering the living. As Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle into the mountainous villa district, her eyes were immediately drawn to the meticulously constructed villas nestled on the hillside, layered and staggered in a harmonious manner. The considerable space between these villas ensured a high degree of privacy, and perched on the mountainside, they offered a sweeping view of the entire city, laid bare before her gaze. Those who resided here belonged to the elite echelon of society, either immensely wealthy or of noble birth. She promptly dispatched her dogs to ascertain whether any living beings lingered nearby. East wind, south wind, you search the left side. West wind, north wind, you search the south. Red central, white board, you head upwards. Two-tailed fortune, stay put. If anyone appears, alert me. Woof, woof, woof. The 8 dogs immediately dispersed, executing Han Qingxia's commands with precision. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia nonchalantly retrieved a sign, smashing it into the ground with a warning inscribed, "Private property, trespassers will face death." There was no need to mention vicious dogs. This was her radiation territory, a place she seldom frequented. The primary reason for this was the insufficiency of her canine companions, making it impossible to allocate them effectively. Thus, she erected a sign as a boundary marker, prepared to eliminate anyone who dared to intrude. After securing the sign, she awaited the return of her dogs, though a notification in her mind remained conspicuously absent. Han Qingxia surveyed the 10 villas before her, understanding that she would need to thoroughly scour each one. She left for dogs outside and, accompanied by the remaining hounds, commenced her sweep of the villas. The first villa was evidently unsold, its entrance still bearing the original lock. Han Qingxia procured a piece of wire from her storage, skillfully manipulating the door lock until it yielded. After enduring the apocalypse for an extended period, she had acquired various skills. Upon entering, she found the interior still in its raw state. After conducting a thorough inspection, she inscribed a character for "Summer" on the mailbox at the entrance, and an accompanying map materialized in her mind. Ding territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward, 100 points. A faint smile graced Han Qingxia's lips. This was more like it. She continued her search of the remaining villas. By the time she reached the 9th villa, she noted that only 2 of the previous ones were furnished, while the rest remained in their unfinished state. Moreover, Han Qingxia had not encountered a single soul. She successfully expanded her territory by 8 villas. However, upon arriving at the 9th villa, she observed a vehicle parked in the small garden at the front. Rubbing her fingers over the dust on the window, she discerned that it had not been long since someone had occupied it. Gazing at the villa's windows, she noted that all the curtains were tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and rang the bell, but the sound echoed in the desolate villa district, met with silence from within. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow, then cautiously employed the wire on the door lock once more. This time, she felt the resistance of a bolt being secured from the inside. Han Qingxia was now certain there was indeed someone inside, either alive or transformed into a zombie. Just then, she sensed a vibration through the wire. Someone was twisting the lock inside. Han Qingxia understood. A living person was present. She hesitated for a moment. In places devoid of ownership, or where the owner was absent, she felt, however, the presence of someone alive inside, especially a sentient being, weighed heavily on her conscience. She lowered her hand, which had been poised against the door. In this world of chaos, all laws had crumbled. The darkest aspects of human nature could run rampant, and as long as one was powerful enough, it was acceptable to prey upon the weak. Yet, Han Qingxia could not bring herself to do so. She prided herself on being the moral bedrock of humanity. While she felt no guilt in taking lives when her interests were threatened, she was not a sadistic monster. Her malice and ruthlessness were only unleashed when others encroached. For example, if anyone dared to intrude upon the land she had already claimed, she would undoubtedly eliminate them. But now, she was the one trespassing on someone else's domain, intending to drive out or kill the inhabitants and forcibly seize their home. This, she could not do. Han Qingxia decided to give the survivor inside a reprieve. At that moment, a small crack appeared in the door behind her. A middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble and wearing glasses, peered cautiously at her, his gaunt features betraying prolonged hunger. Behind him stood a similarly weary middle-aged woman. At that instant, a curious little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, peeked out from behind her father. Upon noticing their daughter emerging, the couple quickly shielded her, hiding her from view. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. The east, south, west, and north winds barked at the figures behind the door. Be quiet, Han Qingxia commanded the dogs, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before her. She left him with a stern warning. Besides your space, everything else belongs to me. You are forbidden from entering, otherwise, I will kill you. With that, Han Qingxia turned to stride towards the 10th villa at the far end. At that moment, the man called out to her, "There are man-eating zombies inside, don't go." Han Qingxia halted, glancing back at him. "You know?" "I witnessed it," he replied gravely, nodding. The 10th villa was hosting a party that day, a group of young people reveling until dawn. Suddenly, there were screams, and many young people stumbled out, bleeding, but they didn't get far before being tackled and killed. "What were you doing at that time?" "We were terrified, keeping the door locked tight, staying in our room. It was only later that we realized they had become zombies." Han Qingxia's gaze fixed on the middle-aged man's face, on the door, on the home, and on the blood-stained ground outside, which had long since dried. "You've managed to hold out with supplies until now. In times like these, no one would casually discuss resources with a stranger." Han Qingxia was wary of him, and he was equally cautious of her. Noticing the silence between them, Han Qingxia led her dogs toward the 10th villa. As she moved away, the man contemplated warning her but ultimately remained silent. "Who is that person, dear?" his wife inquired anxiously. "I can't be sure, but she likely has supplies," the man replied, recalling Han Qingxia's vibrant, healthy appearance and the glossy coats of the dogs accompanying her. At this stage, it was improbable for anyone to maintain such a state without ample resources. "Should we ask her for food later?" his wife asked nervously. "Daddy, I'm hungry," their daughter chimed in, clinging to his leg. The man's expression deepened. He extended his hand, and a green glow emanated from his palm, causing the nearby potted plant's branches to seemingly come to life. Reaching toward him, grasping the tendrils, he said gravely, "Let us wait and see. Don't rush." Han Qingxia reached the 10th villa, and as expected, the place was in disarray. The door was firmly shut, and blood was splattered across the ground, the entrance, and the garden. Han Qingxia circled the villa, meticulously assessing the terrain and the overall state of the interior. Chapter 28, Slaying the Mutant Zombies. Han Qingxia now possessed an extraordinary strength. The iron security door was but a mere obstacle before her, yielding to a single kick. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. In that fleeting moment, she and her 4 dogs swiftly dispersed to either side. A deafening roar erupted as 3 famished zombies charged forth from within. Among them were 2 women and 1 man. One female zombie, once a great beauty in life, retained a semblance of allure even in death, her facial features remarkably intact, though one leg bore the gnaw marks revealing a chilling expanse of bone. The other female zombie fared far worse, her visage marred by bites, exposing a prosthetic nose that grotesquely dangled from her face, while one eye bulged unnaturally, writhing with yellow maggots amidst the decaying flesh. The male zombie, elegantly attired in a suit, sported a gaping wound in his chest, his hands clawing at the air as he lunged forward, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh. As the 3 zombies burst forth, Han Qingxia deftly dispatched one with a swift swing of her shovel. The remaining 2 were swiftly overwhelmed by her 4 loyal dogs, who tackled and subdued them with remarkable efficiency. They were the finest military dogs, alleviating Han Qingxia of considerable trouble. With a series of resounding thuds, the 3 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Her actions were swift and stylish. Dispatching zombies was but a trivial task. Standing by the doorframe, Han Qingxia tapped the structure, emitting sounds to further entice any lurking zombies. Yet, silence reigned within, suggesting that these 3 were the only foes present. Cautiously, she and her dogs ventured deeper into the abode. Even in the absence of zombies, her movements remained meticulously cautious. This villa boasted 3 stories, a basement below and 2 opulent floors above. Lavishly decorated, the interiors exuded the opulence of the affluent, yet were now in disarray. Bottles and plates littered the floor, and a heap of beautifully wrapped gifts lay at the entrance. Han Qingxia casually picked one up, discovering a note that wished Liu Mengyu a happy 20th birthday. It seemed this gathering was a birthday celebration, albeit tragically coinciding with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. With deft hands, she tore open the gift box, revealing a diamond bracelet from a renowned brand. Adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, Han Qingxia collected all the gifts, planning to examine them later. After securing the presents, she proceeded to the kitchen, intending to salvage any food. To her dismay, however, there was little to be found, indicating that the previous occupant was a pampered heiress unaccustomed to domestic labor. While the kitchen lacked substantial food, the refrigerator held an abundance of snacks. Han Qingxia, unreserved, took them all: imported bird's nest, exotic beverages, and an array of packaged treats. along with an assortment of Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobster from the freezer. Additionally, she gathered pristine silk and down comforters from the bedrooms, swiftly clearing the upper 2 floors of the villa, leaving 2 dogs to guard the entrance. She descended to the basement with her remaining companions. Upon entering the basement, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Woo, woo, woo. Both Red and White were emitting low growls, signaling warning and fear, as if they had encountered some terrifying entity. Yet, all Han Qingxue felt was an oppressive silence. She rapped her knuckles against the handrail, attempting to lure any lurking zombies with sound. The only response was the continued stillness. Cautiously, she descended step by step along the handrail, and however, the creature missed its mark. Thud, a shovel descended from above, delivering a powerful blow that sent it sprawling several meters away. Having fought in the apocalypse for a decade, Han Qingxue's combat experience was hard-earned, requiring no further lessons from misfortune. As the zombie was flung aside, it twisted grotesquely, its limbs contorting at unnatural angles. With its front limbs rotated 180 degrees, it braced itself against the ground, while its legs remained splayed apart. Rising like a monstrous centipede, long hair obscured much of its face, from which a pallid eye fixed intently on Han Qingxue. The basement lights flickered ominously as this aberrant creature lunged at her with alarming speed, leaving after images in its wake. Han Qingxue's expression hardened, a singular thought crystallized in her mind: speed-type mutant zombie. In the blink of an eye, the 4-legged zombie was upon her, its cavernous maw gaping wide beneath its disheveled hair. It was then that she noticed its lack of a tongue. Its lips had been entirely bitten away. Beneath the blooded and mangled abyss, rows of jagged teeth snapped menacingly at her. Thud, it clamped down on something, only to find itself biting into a shovel. The metallic implement pierced through its mouth, impaling its head against the wall. For a moment, the zombie was immobilized, its limbs thrashing violently in desperation. Han Qingxue tightened her grip on the shovel, and with a decisive motion, a resounding crack silenced the creature once and for all. Though the zombie was swift, Han Qingxue was swifter still. Moreover, her strength was formidable. The shovel embedded itself an inch deep into the reinforced concrete wall, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to remove. Extracting the shovel, she starred it within the zombie's cranium, and upon withdrawing it, a glimmering yellow-white crystal emerged before her eyes. With a bottle of water from her spatial inventory, she cleansed the surface of the crystal, revealing its radiant glow. This was a zombie crystal core, a hallmark of advanced zombies. In the later stages of the apocalypse, many bases used these cores as a form of currency, with larger establishments continuously purchasing them at high prices. In her past life, Han Qingxue had risen to the rank of squad leader, yet without any special powers, many opportunities remained beyond her reach. She only knew that this familiar object held value. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind: ding, detected zombie crystal core 1, unlocking new points redemption. A standard level 1 zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. Would you like to redeem, Han Qingxue? The realization struck her. Crystal cores could be exchanged for points. A redemption panel materialized in her mind, accompanied by a message: first-time redemption rewards a special gift pack. Subsequent redemptions of every 100 cores will yield an additional gift pack. Without hesitation, Han Qingxue opted for redemption. The crystal core vanished from her grasp, and a series of notifications flooded her mind. Ding, reward, Yunnan Bai Yao, a traditional Chinese medicine. Ding, reward, 1 emergency healing pill. Ding, reward, 1 set of combat attire. Ding, reward, 1 pair of combat gloves. Ding, reward, 1 revolver. Han Qingxue, she had struck gold. Chapter 29, Replication of Abilities. The mere presence of Yunnan Bai Yao, an emergency medicine, was valued at 120 points. Although she did not see the price for the combat suit, she had previously observed that revolver on the weapons page, which seemed to be priced at over 5,000 points. What a tremendous profit! Han Qingxue fastened the pistol to her waist, temporarily stored the combat suit in her space for later consideration, and then proceeded to scour the basement once more. In the basement, she managed to unearth a plethora of treasures: a cabinet filled with exquisite wines, gold bars, and jewels secured within a safe, in addition to a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, all with their keys readily available. Han Qingxue returned triumphantly. As she was about to leave, she inscribed a large character for a summer year at the entrance. The domain map in her mind expanded to include the area of this villa. Simultaneously, all the villas in this enclave, except for Villa Number 9, had been conquered and integrated into her domain map, leaving only the dark, unilluminated void of Villa Number 9. As she exited the villa, the inhabitants of Villa Number 9 immediately averted their gaze. They looked on incredulously at Han Qingxie, who had returned unscathed, her eyes lost in contemplation. "Husband, that woman has emerged from Villa Number 10. Did you not say it was exceedingly perilous?" "She is far more formidable than we anticipated," the man affirmed. A wave of trepidation mingled with relief washed over him. Fortunately, they had initially exhibited goodwill, or else, with his abilities, he might not have been able to contend with this woman. He realized he must recalibrate his strategy. As Han Qingxie left Villa Number 10 and stepped onto the main thoroughfare, a family of 3 from Villa Number 9 appeared before her. "Miss, may I propose a transaction?" The man adjusted his black-framed glasses. "I am a botanist capable of cultivating new crops, and we wish to exchange some food with you." He gestured for his daughter to present a large box filled with fresh vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxie raised an eyebrow at the offering. "Are you not afraid I might seize all of these from you?" The man shook his head. "Cultivating these is not complex for me." He raised his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts within the box began to grow rapidly before her eyes. Han Qingxie's eyes lit up at this revelation. A wood-type ability user, no wonder this man was able to protect his wife and child securely at home even amidst the outbreak of the zombie crisis. He was indeed a man of considerable skill. Simultaneously, she comprehended the implications of his actions. Firstly, he was signaling that he was a valuable asset, capable of providing her with resources. Secondly, he was subtly warning her against rash actions that could endanger his family, asserting his ability to defend himself. However, both of his intentions were of no concern to Han Qingxie, for she had no need for them. "You may keep your food." She dismissed the pot of vegetables without a second glance, for her own stock was abundant beyond consumption. There was no necessity for bartering. With that, she sauntered away with her dog in tow. The man, witnessing her indifference, was instantly flustered, his eyes filled with confusion. Could it be he was an astute individual and had deduced from various news reports early in the apocalypse that this situation was far from simple? When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he had prudently secured his doors and sheltered his family, not daring to make a sound, successfully evading danger. Subsequently, he had been fortunate enough to awaken his wood-type abilities, ensuring basic sustenance for his family. However, mere vegetables would not suffice. While the adults could endure, their child had long since suffered from malnutrition, yet, he was certain that his fresh produce would be highly sought after outside. How many survivors could claim access to fresh vegetables? This was undoubtedly a commodity ripe for exchange, but to his astonishment, the other party appeared utterly unimpressed. As Han Qingxie prepared to leave, the man called out to her, "Miss, what do you require?" "Money, we have that, we can trade for anything we possess." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxie paused, a flicker of interest gracing her features as she regarded their Villa Number 9. "I want your house." The family opposite her gasped in disbelief. In this apocalypse, what could she possibly want with a house, a non-essential item? "I can offer you £500 of rice, £50 of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk if you sell me your house." The price was alluring. Although it would not have amounted to 5,000 yuan pre-apocalypse, it could hardly buy a square meter of this property. Yet, in the current circumstances, this substantial supply for their home was exceedingly valuable. However, the couple hesitated, recognizing the dilemma. They could part with their home, but where would they reside afterward? "Miss, if we sell you the house, where will we live?" The man adjusted his glasses, contemplating a solution. "Our family can work for you, delivering half of our vegetable yield daily. In other words, we could become your laborers." His mind raced. Though this arrangement resembled servitude to a feudal landlord, it was, in fact, the best option. They would not have to relocate and could continue living here, merely surrendering half. This girl was clearly extraordinary. Aligning themselves with her, relying on her, was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Moreover, it was advantageous for Han Qingxie as well. She had intended to acquire their property and incorporate it into her territory, without the need for actual residency. With her insufficient manpower and the expansion of her territory, many areas would remain unguarded. This family could oversee her domain and provide a daily contribution of food, and the man was a wood-type ability user, a lucrative deal indeed. At that moment, a notification echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding detected allegiance of territory residents. Accepting territory residents will yield 300 points and grant special attributes. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Special attributes? I agree." She consented to their allegiance, and as her words fell, an invisible force connected her with the three individuals before her. Wang Yuman and his wife were suddenly struck with a feeling of reverence, gazing at Han Qingxia as if she were a deity, instinctively compelled to submit. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia felt an extraordinary energy coursing through her. She reached toward Wang Yuman's pot of vegetables, and instantly, the contents began to swell at a pace surpassing even his control. Wang Yuman and his wife realized in that moment why Han Qingxia had dismissed their vegetables. It turned out she was also a wood-type ability user, and far more powerful than themselves. An overwhelming mix of gratitude and trepidation surged within them. How generous she was to accept them. Chapter 30, My Lord. Han Qingxia instructed the purchase of Wang Yuman's home. A large character, Xia, was engraved on the mailbox at the entrance. With this acquisition, her map was finally complete. From this day forth, I am your lord, she declared, commanding Wang Yuman and his wife to oversee this territory, forbidding anyone from entering her domain. She promised them safety in return for their diligent cultivation of the land, with the prospect of rewards based on their contributions. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuman and his wife were filled with excitement. This was precisely what they had longed for. Whether before or after the apocalypse, ordinary individuals merely sought a safe haven where they could be sheltered. Previously, they relied on the state for protection, but with the collapse of that structure, Han Qingxia now offered them. Han Qingxia took Wang Yuman's daughter, Wang Yunjuo, with her to procure supplies. Considering the girl's youth and the likelihood that her parents could not store much, she only allowed her to gather a modest amount. 1 bag of rice, a box of milk, a tray of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The items were secured in the vehicle, which was pulled by Hong Zhang and by Ban, who also served as her escorts back home. In the future, all produce from their household would be delivered to her daily. Han Qingxia's approach to assimilating residents resembled that of a base in a post-apocalyptic world, albeit with a completely different structure. She would not permit the newcomers to enter her bomb shelter, as that was her private domain. Those under her protection could only reside within the confines of her territory, which they regarded with reverence. The following day, Wang Yunjuo arrived to deliver the daily yield, a box of vegetables, half of which contained bean sprouts and the other half cabbage. Ding detection of produce from a household within the territory, granting 3 points. The system chimed as Han Qingxia accepted the box. By receiving the residents' contributions, she earned points daily. Beyond the initial acceptance reward, their subsequent yields would also provide her with benefits. The reward quantity appeared to be population dependent. With 3 members in Wang Yuman's family, they contributed 3 points to her each day. Han Qingxia was thrilled. On her return journey, as she handed over the rice, milk, eggs, and pork, she also presented Wang Yunjuo with a bag of seeds and a lollipop as a reward. Go home and have your parents plant something different, she advised. Yes, my lord. Wang Yunjuo replied sweetly. Under the protection of Hong Zhang and Bai Ban, she returned home with her haul. After Wang Yunjuo left, Han Qingxia took out a map to plan her next conquest. She considered advancing towards the Villa district, as it was nearly complete. Beyond the Villa district lay another city with a complex terrain and a large population, which would be difficult to manage. Should there be zombies there, it would take her a considerable amount of time to traverse. To the right was the highway. She lifted her binoculars to survey the road outside. Since the rescue team had evacuated a group of survivors, the highway had experienced a new surge of activity. Survivors, with rescue vehicles leading the way, rushed out towards the base of the rescuers. If Han Qingxia recalled correctly, that was the very base that Han Ying and her family had initially reached, situated on the plains bordering City B and City A. It had become one of the 3 major bases in the east, known as Base K1, boasting formidable military strength. However, from what she had learned in her previous life, K1 had consistently faced food shortages, necessitating the dispatch of numerous personnel to scavenge for supplies. If she expanded her territory to the north, she might encounter individuals from base K1. After some contemplation, Han Qingxue resolved to head south, towards City A. Without hesitation, she set out during the day to clear approximately 20 acres of uninhabited land along the highway, exterminating all wandering zombies within her territorial bounds and retrieving a modest amount of supplies. Most of the items were salvaged from vehicles involved in accidents along the road. She collected 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, but she left behind any spoiled meat, vegetables, or bread. The haul was somewhat meager, yet the points earned were substantial, 2,000 points. The exchange rate seemed to be 1,000 points for every 10 acres cleared. If it were a residential building, the points would be even higher. For instance, clearing an entire villa district yesterday had earned her over 3,000 points. That villa area was not nearly as expansive as the uninhabited zone she had claimed today. In just a few days, Han Qingxue's territory had expanded 4 to 5 times, and her points had reached nearly 7,000. She was not far from acquiring her AK. Just as she was about to seize the opportunity to redeem her AK, a cluster of red dots suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. Red dots, zombies, were represented by grey dots. After a moment of shock, Han Qingxue quickly realized, living intruders, they were encroaching upon the area outside her bomb shelter. Now advancing toward it, without delay, Han Qingxue gathered her dogs and drove back. "Captain, hold on a little longer. According to the map, there should be a bomb shelter ahead. Something feels off about this place." A group of 7 or 8 men clad in base combat uniforms navigated the forest outside the bomb shelter, becoming increasingly aware of the oddity surrounding them. Indeed, there are no zombies along the way. It seems to have been intentionally cleared. Look, there are tire tracks from vehicles entering and exiting, and they appear quite fresh. It seems there are people inside. If there are people, that's even better. The group of men, most of whom bore wounds, continued forward until their conversation abruptly halted, for they beheld a massive sign before them: "Private territory, beware of guard dogs." The group exchanged glances of disbelief. "Look over there." One keen-eyed man spotted a glimmer of silver just out of sight. He hastened a few steps forward, pushing aside the surrounding brush and navigating through dense trees until he stumbled upon a well-concealed base. Upon witnessing the defensive structure before them, he and his companions were left speechless. A towering fence of barbed wire soared over 3 meters high, its top lined with razor-sharp blades glistening in the cold light, concealing countless hidden traps. In the center stood a massive steel door, towering at 3.5 meters, its thickness suggesting that even a tank might struggle to breach it. Within the confines of the barbed wire, various vegetables flourished, along with penned chickens, ducks, and sheep, as well as an abundance of fruit trees and fish ponds. Was this paradise? A breathtaking defensive structure brimming with ample resources. It resembled the idyllic utopias described in literature. There must be someone inside. I'll go seek her out for assistance. The man who had spoken took bold strides forward. Just then, their captain's voice rang out behind him, "Be careful." But alas, it was too late. With a thud, the special operations soldier plummeted into a concealed pit, and by the time the others reacted, he had already fallen into the trap. Chapter 31, Xu Xiaoyang emerges. Da Ping. Pingzi. The other Special Forces members immediately rushed to the edge of the pitfall. They beheld a cleverly concealed trap, beneath which lay pure steel spikes and a large animal trap. Upon sighting these menacing devices, a chill ran down their spines. Goodness, this was no ordinary civilian trap. It was undeniably a professional-grade military installation. A mere misstep by an untrained individual would spell certain doom. Fortunately, their comrade was a well-trained Special Forces operative, who, upon sensing the danger, instinctively took defensive measures. At that moment, he was only caught by the trap on his leg, though both of his hands were pierced. They cautiously rescued him from the jaws of the trap. Just as they lifted him to safety, a pack of dogs surged forth from the designated small entrance of the base. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. 8 or 9 ferocious dogs, led by an exceptionally fierce German shepherd, surrounded them menacingly. Xie Qian glared at the group, bearing long fangs and sharp claws. In that instant, they fully grasped the meaning of having ferocious dogs within. Could these not be deemed vicious beasts? At that moment, a female voice resonated from the base's loudspeaker. Consider this a single warning, leave within 1 minute, otherwise, we take no responsibility for the consequences. The entire scene was met with stunned silence. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, everyone furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on the gravely injured man in the center, his brow furrowed deeply, and though his face was obscured by camouflage paint, his penetrating eyes shone brightly. He looked towards the base, his deep, melodious voice resonating. We are the guards of base K1 and currently find ourselves in a predicament. Might we request your assistance? 59 seconds. The only response was Han Qingxia's cold countdown. Hey hey hey. Please assist us, we truly are in trouble. 58 seconds. How can you be so heartless? We are only in this peril because we came to save you. A younger Special Forces member exclaimed, his anger palpable. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia abruptly halved their allotted time. The youthful operative, upon hearing this, was nearly brought to tears. Captain, she'd enough, their captain replied, his tone now subdued. Assistance is a matter of goodwill, refusal is a matter of principle. We cannot impose moral obligations upon her, let us withdraw. But your injuries are severe, and we have no idea when help will arrive. We have nowhere to retreat. Leave? At that moment, the Special Forces members who had been carrying their captain suddenly knelt before the gate. Comrades inside, I, Xu Xiaoyang, implore you. We will not enter your base, we only ask that you save our captain, whatever you desire, I shall procure it for you. In the midst of driving, Han Qingxia was taken aback. In the live feed on her phone, she recognized a man she knew all too well. Xu Xiaoyang, indeed, it was Xu Xiaoyang. Thud. 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 The sound of kneeling echoed as others followed suit, pleading with Han Qingxia. As the young man on Xu Xiaoyang's back witnessed his comrades begging, he felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by a giant hand, a pain far surpassing his physical injuries. He longed to urge them to rise, yet before he could voice his thoughts, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. At that moment, a sudden screech echoed. A cutting halt sent a whirlwind of fallen leaves swirling around. To their astonishment, a cutting-edge armored vehicle, unlike any they had ever seen, screeched to a stop before them. As leaves and dust settled, the door swung open. A girl clad in combat attire leapt out, her long, jet-black hair was tied into a high, stylish ponytail, and her fair, rosy complexion was exceptionally striking, particularly in her well-fitted combat gear that accentuated her tall and poised figure. She was both beautiful and formidable, captivating to an extraordinary degree. Upon disembarking, this stunning girl strode directly to the center, knelt down, and grasped the chin of the man before her. In utter astonishment, Xu Xiaoyang found himself unable to move as she scrutinized his face intently. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled brighter with each passing moment, her excitement palpable as she tightly held Xu Xiaoyang. The surrounding comrades, witnessing the scene, stood agape in disbelief. This, could it really be happening? All right, come in. Han Qingxia waved her hand grandly, opening the door behind her to usher them inside. In that moment, they felt as though they were floating on clouds, all eyes turning towards Xu Xiaoyang, their gazes filled with intrigue. Having a comrade of such striking appearance at a crucial moment was indeed fortuitous. Xu Xiaoyang, unable to maintain his typically icy demeanor under such scrutiny, pressed close to his captain and feigned calmness. Hurry up and get inside. Only then did they awaken from their stupor. Upon entering, they assisted one another, lifting the injured Jingping, and followed Han Qingxia into her base. Once inside, they were further astounded by the sights before them. Outside, chaos reigned with corpses. Yet within her domain, chickens and ducks thrived in abundance, and a mere glance revealed nests brimming with eggs. The vegetables flourished remarkably, appearing as though they could age if not harvested soon. Not to mention the pond teeming with fish and shrimp. East, west, south, north, and to from the white, congratulations and prosperity, bring forth the red envelopes, may you have great fortune, long life, and let the feast begin. Everyone. They were further astonished to witness Han Qingxia emerging from the bomb shelter with a large basin of fresh, bone-in beef, feeding her dogs. Goodness, was she truly this extravagant? They had barely managed to scrounge a meal outside, and yet this woman's dogs dined like royalty. Xu Xiaoyang, have you eaten? Han Qingxue inquired. Xu Xiaoyang, suddenly feeling heat rise to his neck, stammered, we still have a bit of food on us. That means you haven't eaten. I'm going to cook now. Han Qingxue turned to head back into the shelter. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang hastily called out to her, Miss, do you have any medical supplies? Our captain is on the brink. Yes, can you assist our captain first? Han Qingxue lazily glanced at the man Xu Xiaoyang was carrying on his back. A smirk played at the corner of her mouth. What's in it for me if I save him? Chapter 32. With the emergency healing elixir at hand, how delightful. Miss, as long as you can save our captain, I will grant you whatever you desire, anything within my power. Xu Xiaoyang earnestly vowed, his face reflecting utmost seriousness. Han Qingxue's lips curled upward in a sly smile. Simple, I want you. Xu Xiaoyang, his cold, expressionless face flushed a deep crimson from neck to ears, leaving him utterly speechless. The gazes of his comrades upon Xu Xiaoyang were filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. What on earth is this? It seems Xu Xiaoyang's handsome visage has caught the eye of this female tyrant, who intends to keep him as her personal consort. In that moment, everyone was torn between sympathy for Xu Xiaoyang and envy of his predicament. Miss, I am but a mere man. Xu Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Han Qingxue. What is it that you require of me? I want you to stay and serve as my subordinate, pledging your loyalty solely to me from now on. That is not acceptable. I must return to the squad with everyone. Han Qingxue lazily rose to her feet. Then take your time to consider. If you wish to save him, you must stay. Observing Han Qingxue's nonchalant retreat, Xu Xiaoyang claimed, Can you truly save our captain? Of course, as long as he is breathing, I guarantee he shall not perish. Han Qingxue asserted with unwavering confidence. With the emergency healing elixir in hand, her confidence was unshakable. Xu Xiaoyang, after a 3-second silence, solemnly replied, Very well, if you can save our captain, then my life henceforth belongs to you. Xiaoyang. Xu Xiaoyang. His teammates, witnessing Xu Xiaoyang's agreement, immediately grew frantic. Take me instead. I, Ji Mingtang, am willing to sacrifice myself, just spare Xu Xiaoyang. I, Wang Heng, also volunteer, use my life to save our captain. I, Tang Jian, yield to you. Step aside. I, Li Lin, have no one at home, my life is of no consequence, I shall go. Tyrant, you must want He Zhongping. My life is worthless, I can give it to you, it's the most valuable. The unfortunate soul who had fallen into Han Qingxue's trap cried out from the ground. Han Qingxue gazed at the eager men, speechless. Why did it seem as though they were vying to devour Xu Xiaoyang, all clamoring to take his place, and some even dared to call her a tyrant? She had displayed such kindness today, all to win over her precious Xu Xiaoyang. Xu Xiaoyang took a deep breath, adjusting the man on his back, and hurriedly followed. Xiaoyang, Xu Xiaoyang, his teammates watched helplessly as Xu Xiaoyang entered, their concern mounting to the point where they wished to rush in after him. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed. This was the territory of that female tyrant, and they were merely guests she had taken in. Setting aside the logic of the pre-apocalyptic world, they were acutely aware of the formidable guard dogs and unknown defenses she had in place. They dared not act recklessly. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as he disappeared inside. Inside the air raid shelter, upon entering through the massive iron door alongside Han Qingxue, the interior was brilliantly lit, and he could hear the hum of a generator deep within the shelter. He couldn't fathom how she had achieved such soundproofing or what kind of advanced generator she possessed, as the noise was remarkably subdued. Diesel generators typically produce a deafening roar, especially in such a relatively enclosed space. This was due to the fact that he was unaware it was a generator upgraded by the system. The interior of the shelter was impeccably organized, furnished with sofas, woolen cushions, a large bed, and a bathroom. The innermost rooms were all tightly sealed, with doors akin to professional-grade bank vaults. The second floor appeared to be a tower, where he could see a row of computers and a crossbow, coupled with the crops being cultivated outside, electrified fences, traps, and a pack of hunting dogs. It resembled a well-equipped, impregnable fortress. One person could easily survive within, capable of resisting any danger unless a professional army were to launch an assault, but which army would specifically target such an exceedingly remote personal base? Indeed, Xu Xiaoyang, slowly realizing the strategic advantage of the terrain, comprehended that this base was exceptionally concealed. No one would suspect such a sophisticated and formidable personal defense structure existed deep within these mountains. There was virtually no chance of invasion. This girl had thought of everything. After mentally reviewing all the information about Han Qingxie's base, Xu Xiaoyang felt an even greater shock. What kind of person is this girl? How could she silently construct such an apocalyptic stronghold in this desolate location? What's more, where did she acquire all the resources within this fortress? Just the animal traps at the entrance and the vehicle sheet. Had she crafted them herself? Hey, what are you thinking about? Han Qingxie inquired. Xu Xiaoyang snapped back to reality from his astonishment, gazing at the beautiful girl before him, quickly surveying the area and placing the man on her bed. Wait, put him on the floor. Xu Xiaoyang, was she dissatisfied with his captain? It was well known that their captain, Lu Jiyan, was recognized as the #1 heartthrob in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse. With a formidable background, his grandfather was a high-ranking general. This was the first time he had witnessed someone express disdain for their captain. Han Qingxie's air raid shelter was long, with the rear section filled with tightly closed storage areas, directing Xu Xiaoyang to place the man on the ground near the entrance. My captain has sustained a gunshot wound to the abdomen. The bullet has not lodged in the body, but he has multiple lacerations. Are you truly capable of helping him? Han Qingxie swiftly grabbed a pair of scissors, deftly cutting away Lu Jian's clothing. After 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, small-scale surgical rescue had become second nature to her. Yet, in her previous life, she had lacked miraculous medicines. Typically, she only administered hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs, relying on the injured's own resilience, leaving their survival to chance. Now, she flipped her hand, pretending to retrieve something from her pocket, but actually pulling out a small vial from her spatial pocket, the emergency healing pill. With this divine remedy in hand, even the King of Hell could not claim a soul. Han Qingxie glanced at the gift package received from her last trade of crystal nuclei. One emergency healing pill costs 100 points. Had it not been for her desire to win over Xu Xiaoyang, she would have been reluctant to part with it. Xu Xiaoyang, upon seeing the medicine Han Qingxie produced, opened his mouth to inquire, yet ultimately refrained from speaking a single word. He fixed his gaze intently on Han Qingxie. At this moment, he had no choice but to place his faith in her. Chapter 33, The Miraculous Yunnan Baiyao. Xu Xiaoyang stood anxiously to the side, observing Han Qingxie as she administered aid to their leader. After giving him a bottle of white pills, she proceeded to cleanse his wounds, meticulously removing dirt and necrotic tissue, before swiftly applying a vial of powder that seemed to be a hemostatic agent. Once the powder was applied, she expertly wrapped his injuries with bandages. As Han Qingxie finished tending to the wounds, Xu Xiaoyang noticed their captain's eyelashes flutter and heard a cough. To his astonishment, he awakened. Captain, Xu Xiaoyang exclaimed, let him rest for a while. Han Qingxie gestured for him to keep his distance. Xu Xiaoyang halted immediately, nodding earnestly. Once he regains consciousness, he should be fine, Han Qingxie stated as she rose to her feet. Xu Xiaoyang gazed at the girl before him and, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt at her feet. Miss, from now on, my life belongs to you, he declared. Excellent, Han Qingxie replied, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Xu Xiaoyang had been her most loyal subordinate in her past life. Although she understood that fate had shifted and he could not be exactly like he was before, the essence of one's nature remains unchanged. She knew him well. His words were a lifetime commitment. My name is Han Qingxie. From now on, you may call me boss, she instructed. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaoyang replied resolutely, yes, boss. With his declaration, a notification echoed in Han Qingxie's mind. Ding, base defense 1 detected, reward, 1000 points, 1 set of combat gear, overall enhancement of base security by 10%, special attribute replication of base defense. Han Qingxie was delighted. She could feel the invisible fortification of her base taking place, along with a surge of energy within her, as she recalled that Xu Xiaoyang was a water elemental ability user. She had acquired a new power. Her heart soared with joy, as she was now entirely certain that accepting ability users into her territory would grant her their powers as well. Han Qingxue looked at Xu Xiaoyang with increasing fondness. He was indeed a treasure. With a fervent gaze, she commanded, "Remove your clothing." Xu Xiaoyang was taken aback, meeting her intense stare. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing deeply. For a moment, he felt like a helpless puppet. Was it really necessary to rush? He fumbled with the button slowly. "Faster," Han Qingxue urged, turning to retrieve a roll of gauze, alcohol, a newly acquired set of combat gear, and a vial of Yunnan Baiyao. When she turned back, she saw Xu Xiaoyang still struggling with the second button. Noticing the items in her hands, he stammered, "Miss Boss, are you going to?" "Of course, I'm administering the medicine, hurry up." Realizing he had misunderstood her intentions, Xu Xiaoyang's ears turned a deep shade of red, and he hastily removed his outer garment. With a few decisive movements, he discarded it. Although he wanted to tend to his wounds himself, Han Qingxue had already firmly restrained him, tending to his external injuries. They had all faced a dangerous ambush, barely escaping from a horde of zombies, each sustaining injuries. Xu Xiaoyang remained silent throughout the process, even when she peeled away the clothing stuck to his wounds, extracting some of the necrotic flesh. He made not a sound. It was impossible not to feel pain. The sharp sting of torn flesh and fascia could numb one's senses. Yet, he remained stoic. He endured the discomfort, but once Han Qingxue finished cleansing his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder over them, an unprecedented coolness surged through his tortured nerves, dispelling the agony. He watched in astonishment as the powder worked its magic. With just a small amount, his wounds ceased to hurt, replaced by a wave of comforting warmth enveloping his injuries. By the time Han Qingxue had finished bandaging him, he felt, "Enough of staring blankly at me. Go to the restroom, use a wet towel to clean yourself, avoiding the wounds, and change into fresh clothes," she instructed, tossing him a clean set of combat gear. Xu Xiaoyang accepted the towel and clothing, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions. He held them silently for a moment before solemnly thanking her. "Thank you, boss, off you go." Han Qingxue waved him towards the restroom. Once Xu Xiaoyang emerged, freshly clad, he found Han Qingxue busy in the kitchen, preparing a meal. His gaze fell upon the half-empty bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had set on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he approached her. "Boss, could you spare that remaining medicine for me?" Han Qingxue turned to glance at him, nodding casually. "Take it." Xu Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. He checked on his former captain in the room, confirming he was stable and recovering before heading outside with the Yunnan Baiyao. Outside, the scene was grave. "Pingzi, hang in there. Please don't waste any more medicine on me. Our supplies are scarce." He jumping lay pale against the wall outside the bomb shelter, his companions tending to the wounds on his legs. He had sustained considerable injury from Han Qingxue's traps, adding to his already battered state. He understood that, at this juncture, without rescue and relying solely on the scant medical supplies they had left, using any more would be futile. "Save it for yourselves. This medicine won't help my injuries." "Stop with the nonsense. We won't let you die. Even if it's futile, we'll still try." Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. "Use this medicine." Xu Xiaoyang, now donned in fresh attire and holding the Yunnan Baiyao he had requested from Han Qingxue, stepped out of the bomb shelter. Upon seeing him, a chorus of voices erupted. "Xiaoyang, how is the captain? Where's the captain? He's resting inside and has stabilized. He's out of danger now." With this news, the gloom hanging over them began to lift. Xu Xiaoyang approached the group, presenting the Yunnan Baiyao. This medicine was effective for both the captain and me. He jumping glanced at the vial. "That witch's medicine? No way, that's my boss." "You shall not speak ill of her," Xu Xiaoyang retorted, firmly pressing down on He Jumping's leg, exposing his wounds. Seeing his comrade defend Han Qingxue so vehemently, He Jumping felt a surge of indignation rising within him, ready to retort, when suddenly a wave of unprecedented coolness washed over him, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 34. This is what I eat daily. He Jiangping's wound was quite severe, having just received some hemostatic medication. The pain intensified with each passing moment. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang applied the medicine he had brought to the wound, and an indescribable coolness washed away all the discomfort. As the bandaging commenced, a gentle warmth enveloped the injured area, though it was not scorching. It felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, providing exquisite comfort. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his previously pallid complexion began to improve. What kind of medicine does that female demon use? It feels so soothing, he inquired. Still calling her a female demon, Xu Xiaoyang tightened the bandage with a firm tug. He Zhongping promptly became compliant. I was wrong, I shall call her big sister. Xu Xiaoyang, exercising great care, released him and completed the bandaging. Glancing at the remaining powder, he addressed his fellow comrades. If there's a little left, you all should use some. Xu Xiaoyang then applied the remaining powder to the most affected areas of his comrades. After they had all used the medicine from Han Qingxie, their eyes sparkled with relief. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, this medicine is truly wonderful." Wang Heng's eyes gleamed. "It doesn't hurt at all after applying it." Li Lin wholeheartedly agreed. "I've never used so." Just now, we all begged her for help, and she remained indifferent to our plight. What else could she be but a heartless fiend? Tang Jian, the young soldier who had nearly been brought to tears by Han Qingxie moments ago, asserted. "My leader saved the captain, and even turned a blind eye, allowing you all to use the medicine." HMPH, that was at Han Qingxie, standing by the entrance of the air raid shelter, couldn't help but smile at his words. Xu Xiaoyang was still the same person she had known in her previous life. "Xiaoyang, don't say that. Weren't you just praising our leader? Once she recovers, we shall escape together. Indeed, we will sneak away, she surely won't notice. Even if she does, we need not fear her. With so many of us, how could we be intimidated by a mere girl? Yes. We are not afraid of her. You lot," Han Qingxie emerged with a large basin of food. "Who are you not afraid of?" The previously animated group fell silent, all eyes averting to the sky or the ground, none daring to meet her gaze. Han Qingxie surveyed the motley crew of loudmouths. "Yangzi, come eat." Upon hearing her command, Xu Xiaoyang obediently stepped forward. The other four hastily attempted to stop him, imploring him not to go, but none dared voice their concerns in Han Qingxie's presence. As they watched Xu Xiaoyang comply, they could only sigh in resignation. Alas, their good comrade and brave companion had ultimately sacrificed too much. "Yangzi, you have worked hard for everyone." At that moment, a rich aroma of braised ribs wafted through the air. Han Qingxie unveiled her large basin, revealing an abundant serving of red braised ribs. The ribs, fried before being stewed, gleamed with a golden red hue, exuding an irresistible fragrance. The thick, flavorful sauce promised a mouthful that would melt off the bone. The salty-sweet taste combined with the hearty meat texture could easily entice one to devour 10 bowls of rice. On top of the ribs, Han Qingxie had also fried 5 eggs and prepared a generous serving of stir-fried greens, the fragrant eggs and vibrant vegetables complementing the ribs, seducing even the most disciplined of appetites. This was especially true for the group of seasoned soldiers who had gone days without a satisfying meal. Wow, such a feast! Xu Xiaoyang gazed at the lavish display of ribs before him, alongside 2 steaming pots of. "I can manage with the usual fare," he said, fully aware of the scarcity of resources. It was clear that even ribs were a luxury, as many struggled to secure a single hearty meal. Han Qingxie had prepared such a sumptuous banquet for him, an unmistakable welcome feast. There was truly no need for such grandeur. Even a modest stir-fry would suffice to show her regard. This was simply too elaborate. Han Qingxie retrieved a rice cooker and settled beneath the trellis. "This is what I eat daily." Xu Xiaoyang. The others behind him. "From now on, whatever I eat, you shall eat as well. Following your leader will guarantee that you start each day at this standard," Han Qingxie declared with confidence. The 5 onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. No way, this standard starting point, this was the apocalypse. They couldn't even get meat at the base. Han Qingxie intended for Xu Xiaoyang to enjoy such a standard. This seemed to deviate significantly from their prior expectations of his servitude in dire straits. Following Han Qingxie appeared not to be a sacrifice at all. His life seemed far better than theirs at the base. "Let us eat on our own, hurry up." Tang Jian scoffed. "We have our own food. We'll eat our own." He pulled out some compressed biscuits and mixed them with a bit of water, chewing on the dry snack. The others, too, turned away, pitifully digging into their remaining rations. While they munched on the tasteless, albeit choking, biscuits, they were tantalized by the aroma of the braised ribs wafting from Han Qingxue's direction. The biscuits were growing increasingly unappealing. The scent from over there was simply divine. How they longed to partake. Eat more, why are you so slow? Han Qingxue chowed down on the ribs, hardly bothering to gnaw on the bones. While Summer squatted beside her, she left the bones for them to chew on. Xu Xiaoyang, however, savored each piece slowly, ensuring he cleaned every morsel, as the flavors of Han Qingxue's ribs were rich enough to allow him to consume even the remnants of the bones. Leave the bones for Summer to chew. You should eat more meat, it won't go to waste. Han Qingxue urged. Xu Xiaoyang shook his head resolutely, continuing to gnaw on the bones. Seeing his determination, Han Qingxue understood that he would continue this way, so she carried on eating, and once she was full and had polished off a bottle of cola, a significant portion of the ribs remained. She wiped her hands and stood up, at which point Xu Xiaoyang inquired, "Leader, will you eat the leftovers?" "They are all yours," Han Qingxue said, choosing to remain tacit about her intentions, turning to head back into the air raid shelter. As she departed, she added, "But you must wash the dishes thoroughly, and don't forget to put away the food afterward." Xu Xiaoyang immediately expressed his gratitude, of course. Once Han Qingxue had left, He Zhongping and the others, having already lost their appetite for the flavorless biscuits, ceased eating. Yet they dared not waste any morsel, licking the crumbs clean. Just then, a bowl of leftover braised ribs was presented to them. Chapter 35, Working Swiftly. "Eat up, it's for you," Xu Xiaoyang said, salvaging morsels from between his teeth to share with them. "If you give us your food, will that female demon, the queen, agree?" Tang Jian shifted the conversation. "I have consulted the boss. She said it's all right for me to share," he replied. "That's generous. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brothers, good brothers. Allow me to express my gratitude, your presence has warmed. Enough chatter, hurry and eat." Tang Jian, He Zhongping, Wenheng, and the others immediately began to feast. During their meal, Xu Xiaoyang, concerned they might choke, provided them with water, filling each of their flasks. This was a recent discovery of his altered body. He had acquired the ability to produce water. Each member of their team had undergone some transformation. Tang Jian had become swifter, He Zhongping stronger, Wenheng could control fire, Qi Mingtang reacted to metal, and Li Lin could manipulate terrain. Although they were still uncertain about the reasons behind these changes, and even how to utilize them effectively, they were grateful for the mutations. Without them, escaping the zombie horde would have been impossible. Watching his former comrades eat, Xu Xiaoyang rose to attend to his tasks, beginning with harvesting vegetables. As he cut chives, Tang Jian, gnawing on a bone, remarked, "Xiaoyang, are you really going to work for her?" Xu Xiaoyang, focused on his task, replied, "I made a promise. I must see it through." "Does that mean you won't return to the unit with us?" "I will be the boss's person from now on." "Will the captain allow you to leave?" Xu Xiaoyang fell silent, immersing himself in. After he had cut half the chives, his comrades, having finished their ribs, joined him. "We'll share the meat and the labor. Can we let you sacrifice alone?" Everyone pitched in. Some harvested vegetables, others weeded, while some washed dishes. Once they had completed their chores, they even tidied up the yard. Inside the house, Han Qingxue observed the diligent workers, her eyebrows lifting slightly. She knew Xu Xiaoyang had left those ribs for his comrades. She understood the unspoken bond of brotherhood forged through life and death. Otherwise, she would never have gone to such lengths to bring him into her fold. The ties formed through countless shared experiences over years, even decades, could. Now, with the timeline altered, she recalled how, in her previous life, upon meeting Xu Xiaoyang, she had encountered only him. He had never mentioned his past, and now she surmised that all his comrades, including the captain, must have perished, leaving him alone, whom she had rescued. He had no lingering attachments and followed her devotedly. In this life, his companion still survived, and he seemed a touch more radiant than before. Han Qingxia made no effort to disrupt his relationship with his comrades, allowing him to maintain those connections, even tacitly approving many of his actions, such as taking the Yunnan Baiyao and the ribs. These were gestures of goodwill extended to him. Otherwise, it would only backfire. People harbor emotions. The fact that his teammates were alive would inevitably weigh on his mind. Watching these capable young men work, Han Qingxia's eyes began to shine brighter. Retaining them to assist her seemed quite advantageous. At dusk, Han Qingxia sauntered outside the air raid shelter, surveying her territory. It had been transformed, the vegetable garden had been thoroughly tended, freshly harvested greens were neatly, weeds had been eradicated, and the chicken and duck pens cleaned, with minor repairs made to any damaged areas. The cleanliness of the interior and exterior was thoroughly attended to, leaving Han Qingxia quite satisfied. The soldiers truly excelled in their work. "Boss, where should we store these vegetables?" "No rush, let us wash some first. We're having hot pot for dinner tonight." Upon hearing hot pot, the soldiers lounging nearby perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Before long, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open. She first added fragrant beef bones and chicken leg bones to create the broth, then introduced the hot pot ingredients, a mix of spicy and tomato bases. An array of meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu was laid out, causing He Jinping and the others to salivate. "Boss, isn't that an excessive amount of food?" IV said, "If you follow me, eating well is fundamental. This is our daily life, so get used to it." The ears of He Jinping and his comrades perked up, and their gazes towards Xu Xiaoyang suddenly held a tinge of envy. Daily life. When they had left the military, they carried only a few compressed biscuits and a meager supply of canned beef. Food shortages within the base had led to a significant downgrade in their rations. Meals consisted of a single dish, a bowl of rice, and a thin soup with a mere trace of egg flour, far inferior even to bath water. Yet, even that was something many envied, for countless individuals in the base could not even afford steamed buns. Comparing this to Han Qingxia's provisions was akin to juxtaposing heaven and hell. Han Qingxia dropped large rolls of beef, slices of pork, shrimp paste, and fish into the hot pot. The rich aroma caused everyone to salivate uncontrollably. "Let us have our meal as well." "I can't eat." Tang Jian turned his head away, unable to stomach his compressed biscuit. The men sipped water to suppress their hunger, hoping Xu Xiaoyang would bring some leftovers back after Han Qingxia finished her meal. However, once she wiped her mouth and, before Xu Xiaoyang could speak, said, "Xiaoyang, pack up the remaining food. I doubt you'll eat much, so I'll prepare less in the future." Everyone gasped. Xu Xiaoyang was taken aback by her comment. Having eaten only to a moderate fullness, he had intended to save some leftovers. "Boss, I'm not full yet." "Oh, you're still hungry? Then keep eating. I'll just step inside for a bit." "All right, boss, I'll clean this up properly." Xu Xiaoyang watched her leave, then immediately called to the others, "Come on. Let us eat." Tang Jian, He Jinping, and the others wasted no time diving into the remnants of Han Qingxia's meal. They even savored the vegetable leaves that had lined the meat. With eager hands, they awaited the steaming dishes, their faces illuminated with childlike joy. Just then, a meaningful female voice rang out behind them. "Well now, who allowed you lot to pilfer my food?" Chapter 36. The outburst of popularity as Han Qingxia's voice resonated, the imposing figures of nearly 1,000 burly men around her became utterly petrified, standing rigidly in place. Good heavens, they gazed at Han Qingxia, a seemingly fragile woman, like mice confronted by a cat. If there had been a place to hide, they would have scurried away in an instant. "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Han Qingxia strolled over to her hot pot, casting a sweeping glance at the quaking crowd. We haven't eaten." He was the youngest among them, merely 20 years old, although he had been in the military for some time, having enlisted at 16 and distinguished himself to become a member of Lu Qian's elite squad. His relative youth and inexperience left him unaccustomed to the cold-blooded demeanor of a woman like Han Qingxia. Otherwise, he would not have been on the verge of tears due to her intimidation. "If you haven't eaten, then what on earth are you doing here?" We're just sitting here, inhaling the aroma. Is that so wrong? Of course it is. Han Qingxue replied languidly, the fragrance of these items belongs to me, who granted you permission to savor the scent of my food. Tang Jian. Do you understand that during the boiling process of a hot pot, a plethora of oily vapors are released? These vapors are part of my nourishment. Your clandestine inhalation of my hot pot's aroma is akin to stealing my food. What justification do you have left? What if I just leave? Too late. You must compensate me. Tang Jian stared in astonishment at the woman before him, who was akin to a tyrant. No, Huang Shiren was not nearly as miserly as she. He felt the tears welling up once more. What can I offer as compensation? Boss, at that moment, Xu Xiaoyang stood up. This is my fault. If anyone is to be punished, let it be me. Shut your mouth and sit down. Han Qingxue shot him a glare before continuing to address the rest. I am not unreasonable. You are all soldiers, undoubtedly more adept at reasoning than I. So, how do you propose to handle this matter? Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. At the very least, we can compensate you with a pot of vegetables, the eldest among them, Qi Mingtang, suggested. Yes. We'll make it right. With what shall we compensate? We will go out and find you food, exactly the same dishes. Is there truly anything in this world that is exactly the same? Furthermore, I need it immediately. Compensate me now. You are being unreasonable. Precisely, you are bullying us. Well, look at you all, acting so self-righteous, having pilfered my belongings and yet still so brazenly indignant. Does this not clearly illustrate that you are the ones taking advantage of me? A chorus of burly men found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging glances, until Qi Mingtang spoke. Sister, how about this? You tell us how you wish for us to compensate you, and we shall comply. Seizing the initiative, Han Qingxue leisurely seated herself before the hot pot. That's quite simple. Since you have stolen from me, you shall pay it back with your own efforts. I will generously accept you as my subordinates. Oh, so you desire to claim all of us? Tang Jian was the first to react. Let me tell you, that is impossible. Indeed, we must return to our unit. Sister, we truly cannot remain here. Then consider it amongst yourselves. If you do not agree, you shall compensate me. If not, you can all await your demise. Han Qingxue ceased her discourse and turned to leave. The moment she did, everyone was rendered restless. My heavens! I've never encountered someone like her. She demands compensation for everything. This is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. We are not related to her. Why should she provide us with sustenance? Were we not eating her hot pot? You consumed her ribs and even used her medicine, Xu Xiaoyang interjected. He withdrew his gaze from Han Qingxue, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Han Qingxue's presence had conveyed to him that she was aware of his actions. However, she had never reproached him, indicating that she was not excessively miserly or calculating. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated his behavior on numerous occasions. This was all a form of grace, with Han Qingxue extending her benevolence through him. Yet, these men failed to grasp this. Boss, she is quite decent, truly a good person. You all have deeply misunderstood her. Xiaoyang, stop speaking on her behalf. Xiaoyang, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot align ourselves with her. You may do as you please, but once the captain awakens, we must return. My mother is still at K1 base. I must go back. Me too, I absolutely must return. Watching the scene unfold through the cameras at the base, Han Qingxue adjusted her earpiece and addressed the loudspeakers outside. I do not care how you feel or whether you wish to stay. As long as you remain here for a single day, you will work for me tonight. All of you will stand guard, otherwise, you may as well leave. At that moment, the onlookers outside were left speechless. After giving her orders, Han Qingxue turned and made her way back to her sleeping quarters. She approached her bed with measured steps, not in a hurry. However, it was imperative that those who had consumed her food would earn their keep. Upon returning, she noticed Lu Jian still lying on the ground. After administering emergency medicine and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was assured. He was now steadily recuperating. With a glance over her shoulder, Han Qingxue strode past him and nestled into her own bed for sleep. The following day, upon awakening, she found the bomb shelter once again orderly. Although those insufferable fellows did not submit to her authority, they had completed all the chores. The vegetables in her garden were harvested, and the chickens, ducks, and sheep were fed. When she ventured outside, she discovered that they had even expanded her fish pond. Seeing this, Han Qingxue couldn't help but reflect, having more hands to assist her was truly beneficial. It was indeed advantageous to have help with these tasks. "Boss, where should I place these greens?" "Follow me." Han Qingxue led Xu Xiaoyang into the bomb shelter, instructing him to stack the greens at the entrance of the large iron door, as she would later transport them inside herself. Power and responsibility must align. As she had yet to assign Xu Xiaoyang any critically important tasks, he did not merit access to her storeroom. This was a benefit to both Xu Xiaoyang and Han Qingxue. One must exercise gradual control over others until complete mastery is achieved before delegating authority. Han Qingxue registered Xu Xiaoyang's fingerprint for the entrance and exit of the bomb shelter, instructing him to leave the harvested vegetables at the storeroom door. She would handle the remainder herself. Xu Xiaoyang expressed no dissent, only absolute obedience. After managing these routine vegetable matters, Han Qingxue heard a voice from outside. "I am here to deliver vegetables to the Lord." A soft, melodious voice echoed at the door as Wen Yunjuo arrived with today's supplies. However, upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces, she timidly stood at the threshold. "You've come, Lord?" Chapter 37, the long-term laborer of the landlord's family. Wen Yunjuo felt an innate affinity towards Han Qingxue. Anyone who was accepted within Han Qingxue's territory would undoubtedly feel the same. This included Xu Xiaoyang, who, ever since he agreed to serve under her, had developed an unconditional trust in Han Qingxue. He viewed her through an idealized lens, and he could hardly comprehend the disparaging remarks from his comrades about her. Han Qingxue was an exceptionally kind-hearted individual. "Lord, I delivered the seeds you asked me to cultivate for my father yesterday. He mentioned they would be ready in a week. Please be patient," she said. "Very well, you have enough provisions at home, I presume." "Not yet, my father said you needn't worry about supplying us for now. We have no room left. Would it be possible to exchange with you after some time? All right." Han Qingxue nodded, intending to call her dog, but upon noticing the idle men nearby, she commanded, "You too, escort her home." The crowd was silent. Two individuals stepped forward to escort Wen Yunjuo back to her residence. Once they departed, Han Qingxue turned her attention to the remaining individuals. "Don't just stand there, come over and assist me." The group exchanged glances. Tempted by the tantalizing aroma of hot pot, they found themselves compelled to serve her like beasts of burden. Han Qingxue handed Xu Xiaoyang a map along with a pile of markers. "Take them to expand the territory." "Expand the territory?" Tang Jian exclaimed in shock, gazing at Han Qingxue. Why would they need to expand their territory in this apocalyptic era? Was there truly anywhere left to claim? Han Qingxue shot him a withering glance. "If I tell you to work, then you should work. Before the day ends, I expect you to at least expand the territory by 10 acres. Mark all the vacant lands with my name." The crowd was left speechless. "Understood." Xu Xiaoyang replied resolutely. Han Qingxue's expression softened slightly. "Off you go, there will be food for you upon your return." "Will we even be able to afford your food?" Tang Jian retorted with a smirk. In an instant, Han Qingxue kicked at him. "Eat it or not, it's your choice. You still owe me." The group departed, dejected, to fulfill her orders. Only He Zhongping remained, nursing his severe leg injury, unable to move about for the next few days. Yet, Han Qingxue could not bear to see him idle. "You, come here and help me." He Zhongping thought to himself, are we not merely servants in this landlord's household? The aroma of meat wafting from her home felt like a heavy burden, squeezing the life out of them as they became her long-term laborers. And even he, the ailing one, was not spared. Little did he know, had there not been a comatose individual inside, Han Qingxier would not allow anyone to remain idle. Everyone was expected to work. Seething with frustration yet unable to voice it, He Jinping reluctantly climbed to his feet to prepare her meals. Han Qingxier displayed a humane side, considering his injury, and assigned him relatively light tasks, such as washing vegetables, chopping, and cooking large pots of rice. For the first time, she liberated herself from toil. Finally free from the burdens of labor, she ran several laps outside her air raid shelter to warm up, simultaneously repairing the traps that had been damaged earlier. During this time, she heard the system's notification sound. Ding, territory expansion detected by 100 square meters, reward 100 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt and realizing that her territory had indeed grown, Han Qingxier knew her strategy was sound. Sending her people out to expand the land could indeed increase her domain. Suddenly, she pondered whether the land occupied by residents migrating from her territory would count as hers. She was eager to test this theory. But alas, she currently had only one household residing in her territory, and she was quite cautious about accepting new residents. Her affinity for humanity was minimal. After her run, Han Qingxier returned to her base, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden leisure. She would not dare venture out while outsiders were present in her air raid shelter. After a moment of contemplation, she leisurely completed her warm-up and began practicing her martial arts in the open space. Meanwhile, He Jinping, who was grumbling over the meal preparations, heard the sounds of her training and turned to see Han Qingxier executing powerful strikes. In that instant, wow, she is incredible. The prowess of her martial arts left even a seasoned soldier like him in awe. Each punch landed with precision, each strike was fierce. Just watching her ignited a spark of admiration in his eyes. What are you staring at? Planning to sneak a lesson? At her words, He Jinping was once again engulfed by a sense of dread, promptly lowering his head to continue his work. However, as he labored, he couldn't resist sneaking glances at her. She was truly formidable, seemingly surpassing even their captain in skill. By afternoon, those sent out returned as promised, and true to Han Qingxier's word, there was a feast awaiting them. He Jinping had spent the day preparing a large pot of food, cooking scrambled eggs with the abundant chives from Han Qingxier's stock and reheating the leftovers from the hot pot. In this apocalyptic age, when resources were scarce, the fact that they had not wasted any food made their hearts swell with gratitude. They gathered around the electric rice cooker, their eyes gleaming with delight, drenching their rice in the rich broth, savoring every morsel. After the onset of the apocalypse, they had not enjoyed a proper meal in what felt like an eternity. What had once been considered mundane fare now constituted their most coveted delicacy. They were unbothered by the grease, treating it as a soup. Of course, Han Qingxier's meal was distinct from that of Xu Xiaoyang and the others. She had prepared a fragrant braised pork dish just for the two of them. Braised pork is simply the best. Isn't he that right, Yangzi? Xu Xiaoyang readily agreed, absolutely. I have plenty of braised pork, I could use a few more hands to help me finish it. The others, who were busy relishing the hot pot broth, exchanged glances, almost swayed in their convictions. Please stop tempting us with food. After the meal, Han Qingxier assigned them further tasks, instructing them to construct a simple shelter outside the air raid shelter. She had all the necessary tools and materials, having scavenged a few furniture stores during previous raids on large shopping malls. With the steel frames and structures readily available, she quickly set up the framework and furnished it with a bed and a luxurious down comforter. These were not excessive demands. Yangzi, for the time being, you can stay here. I in the coming days, head up the mountain to gather wood and reinforce this place. Understood. The interior of the air raid shelter was Han Qingxier's private domain. Even her subordinates, including Xu Xiaoyang, were required to sleep outside. Chapter 38, Enhancement of Yield. Several structures were to be erected outside, allowing Xu Xiaoyang to reside beyond. After she had assigned the outdoor tasks, she returned to the base for some much-needed rest. At that moment, Qi Mingtang inquired, Sister, how is our captain faring? He is still asleep. Prior to Han Qingxier's emergence, Lu Qian had been in a deep slumber. Although she found it somewhat puzzling that he had not yet awakened, she had thoroughly assessed his injuries and breathing. The external wounds had significantly healed, and his breathing appeared normal, indicating he was merely in a state of sleep. Is it possible for us to keep our captain outside while we attend to him? Absolutely not. Han Qingxiar immediately dismissed the suggestion. Lu Qian was her hostage, with a group of individuals who were not under her command within her territory. She could not afford to place her complete trust in them. As they had previously mentioned, what if they attempted to flee and abduct Xu Xiaoyang in the process? The loyalty these individuals exhibited towards Lu Qian seemed unwavering, and she was acutely aware that while he lay unconscious, any attempts to undermine him would likely prove futile. The possibility of Lu Qian awakening and whisking Xu Xiaoyang away was a risk she could not ignore. Han Qingxiar did not perceive this as a test for Xu Xiaoyang. A test implies a surprise in desperate circumstances, not an opportunity presented through her own negligence. Human nature does not require testing. Keeping Xu Xiaoyang distanced from such bizarre choices was the action of a wise individual. Thus, allowing Lu Qian to be released for their oversight was utterly unacceptable. Then how can we ascertain our captain's condition? The others were accustomed to her irritable temperament. I have never encountered a woman like her in my life. Tang Jian grumbled vehemently behind Han Qingxiar. How many women have you actually met? The others laughed, looking at him. Even so, I have never seen one as cold-blooded and ruthless as she is, devoid of any semblance of femininity. Once the captain awakens, just watch me. What will you do? Xu Xiaoyang fixed her gaze upon him. I will run without pause. I shall never lay eyes on her again. Har 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 har. Am I wrong? Tang Jian pouted, his youthful face brimming with defiance. Once the captain wakes, you all plan to stay, don't you? Let us go, let us hurry and flee. You have a point. After the laughter subsided, everyone turned to Xu Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you must take the captain's injuries have indeed healed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He should rest for a few more days. Then please keep an eye on him. Certainly. 2 days swiftly passed. Seizing the opportunity of having Laboris at her disposal, Han Qingxiar undertook the renovation and organization of her air raid shelter base. Firstly, the dwelling for Xu Xiaoyang had been completely constructed, a simple structure of iron sheets and wood. This would not only facilitate the care of the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables within the base but also serve as a first line of defense for the air raid shelter. Moreover, Han Qingxiar had renovated and expanded the chicken and duck coops. She instructed the Laboris, who were enjoying free meals at her expense, to ascend the mountain to chop wood, and to weave branches and vines, thereby refurbishing the previously hastily constructed coops. It was indeed true that soldiers possessed remarkable manual skills and could handle a multitude of tasks. Additionally, the cultivation of vegetables and fruits was restructured, doubling the area designated for farming. Her prior method of scattering seeds without a plan had resulted in inefficient use of the external space of the air raid shelter. This time, everything was meticulously reformed, significantly enhancing the base's yield. The fish and shrimp ponds were also re-excavated, with a 5-meter-deep pit dug nearby, subsequently redirecting water from the existing ponds to expand their capacity, thereby enlarging the living environment for the fish and shrimp and increasing their yield. Their labor was executed with remarkable speed and efficiency, much to Han Qingxiar's satisfaction. Furthermore, during the day, she dispatched Xu Xiaoyang with 3 individuals to explore and expand their territory, while the remaining Laboris remained behind to assist in the reconstruction of the base, for which she provided them with 2 meals. As a responsible landlord, Han Qingxiar deemed that providing 2 meals for these temporary workers sufficed. There was no need for 3 meals. As for her long-term workers, she would. Han Qingxiar had always been fiercely protective of her own, applying a starkly different standard to her people compared to outsiders. Tang Jian and his companions gradually acclimated to this blatant double standard. Such was the nature of their leader, cold-blooded, ruthless, and unapologetically domineering. However, it must be said that having such a person as their leader was indeed a blessing. Undeniably, that evening, when Xu Xiaoyang and his companions returned from their expedition, each had procured a large delivery truck. While expanding their territory, they had stumbled upon a highway ahead, where a series of cargo trucks had collided. They cleared the surrounding zombies and, with Han Qingxiar's emblem displayed, claimed the land, discovering several vehicles that could still be operational. Most notably, several of these were delivery trucks. They swiftly repaired the vehicles and returned to Han Qingxie's base. "Boss, we have secured supplies." Han Qingxie's eyes lit up at the sight of the abundant resources they had retrieved. "Well done." Han Qingxie praised Xu Xiaoyang directly, her demeanor towards the others warming. "Tonight, I will treat you all to an additional meat dish." "Wow. I am deeply touched. In my lifetime, I never thought I would witness the female miser show kindness." "Get lost." Han Qingxie kicked Tang Jian. "You are not allowed to eat later." "Please don't, you are not a miser. You are benevolent goddess, right?" Han Qingxie chuckled. "Call me ancestor." Tang Jian hesitated briefly, weighing his desire for meat against his pride, ultimately choosing ancestor. "Smart choice. Now, unload the goods. Only once that is completed can you eat." Tang Jian muttered under his breath, cursing her ancestors. Han Qingxie waved at Xu Xiaoyang, signaling him to follow her inside to fetch the meat and vegetables, intending to prepare a potato and braised pork dish for everyone that evening. After gathering the meat, Xu Xiaoyang took a moment to check on their slumbering captain. At this point, Lu Qian's wounds had all healed, his complexion rosy, and his breathing strong and even. Xu Xiaoyang attempted to rouse him but to no avail. "His head and spine are uninjured, so it is unlikely he has suffered any nerve damage," Han Qingxie remarked. "However, I must tell you, we cannot rule out the possibility of him remaining in this state indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoyang's expression darkened. "I understand, boss." Chapter 39. Still wanting to recruit her, Xu Xiaoyang understood that Han Qingxie had exerted her utmost efforts. She was not a professional doctor, she had only promised to save his life, without any assurances regarding other matters. Regardless of the outcome, they ought to express their gratitude to Han Qingxie. He first ventured out with 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxie glanced at the person on the ground and followed suit. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the ground moved his fingers slightly. Outside, Tang Jian and the others were as exuberant as if it were the new year. Together, they unloaded the cargo from 4 trucks, managing to unpack over 2,000 packages. The contents varied in size, all meticulously arranged by Han Qingxie on the open ground according to their dimensions. Upon seeing Xu Xiaoyang carrying out the ingredients, they all rushed forward, some washing vegetables, some scrubbing pots, and others setting up tables. Han Qingxie approached the pile of packages and began to unwrap them. She beckoned Xu Xiaoyang to assist her. By the time the meal was prepared on one side, they had nearly finished unpacking the deliveries on the other. She had never experienced such a delightful unboxing of blind box parcels before. Among the food items, they had opened over 600 pieces, predominantly snacks, puffed foods, biscuits, cakes, beverages, and candies. The variety was so extensive that Han Qingxie could hardly fathom what might remain unopened. She had unboxed over 10 boxes of cola and Sprite, generously offering a bottle to each person present. Of course, there were also many expired and spoiled short shelf life products, such as perishable goods, which had all gone bad. Those were carelessly discarded by Han Qingxie. Furthermore, there were toiletries, daily necessities, bedding items, and various indescribable objects. Han Qingxie was never picky. As long as something held value and was not spoiled, she claimed it all. There was also a considerable amount of cat and dog food, but Han Qingxie had never fed her pets this dry food. They would eat whatever she had. Unpacking these items was quite a surprise, so she decided to keep them. Additionally, there were quite a few articles of clothing, shoes, and socks, along with several of the latest model smartphones and computers, as well as several large household items. This time, she had genuinely unboxed a treasure trove of parcels, and the joy of unboxing was indeed quite delightful. Han Qingxie was in exceptionally high spirits today as she sat down to dine with them. "What are you looking at? This is my meal, I deserve to enjoy it." "I thought you were going to have a private meal with Xiaoyang again." "I will eat however I please." "Why should it concern you?" Han Qingxie declared as she lifted her rice cooker. Everyone present had their own rice cooker. Thankfully, Han Qingxie had raided the appliance store during her earlier shopping spree, and it turned out these rice cookers were quite effective. They all dined using their rice cookers as the serving vessels. Han Qingxie was the first to dip her chopsticks in, using a large ladle to scoop a generous serving of succulent pork and tender, flavorful potatoes over her rice. The rich, aromatic broth melded with the white rice, making it an irresistible sight. After she took her first bite, everyone else eagerly joined in, clamoring for the meat. They pounced on the large chunks of meat as if they were famished, their eyes gleaming with hunger. The tender, marbled pieces of meat released an enticing aroma, and with each bite, the rich, satisfying texture burst in their mouths, paired with a piece of potato soaked in savory juices, made from freshly harvested potatoes from their fields. They savored the sweetness of the dish, blissfully unaware that it was Hanqingqi's upgraded soil that had cultivated these potatoes. All they knew was that everything from Hanqingqi's side was delicious, a bite of meat, a bite of potato, complemented by the rice infused with sauce. Such flavors made them feel as though they could ascend to the heavens in sheer satisfaction. "Boss, if you can't grab any, I can share mine." Hanqingqi, having consumed nearly half a pot of rice, felt no desire to continue eating. Watching the frenzy of her companions, she found it too tedious to join in. She figured it would be best to eat alone in the future. Just then, a large plate of braised pork with potatoes was pushed in front of her. "Half of this is untouched," Xu Xiaoyang stated. He was always meticulous during meals. Even when hungry, he was careful, portioning food and eating slowly. This was the first dish he had prepared and was still savoring. Hanqingqi glanced at the dish he offered. "I'm full." Upon her declaration of fullness, everyone turned to her. "Sister, are you really full? Don't be polite. This is how we eat. Everyone fights for their share, otherwise, it will all go to you." Qi Mingtang offered the remnants of potato and meat stew with sincerity. "Forget it," Hanqingqi replied, losing her appetite at the sight. "If you're not eating, how about we help you finish the leftover rice?" Tang Jian cautiously suggested, eyeing the half-pot of rice. It was as if her dog was looking at her for scraps. Hanqingqi sighed. "Take it." She relinquished her pot to them. They poured her rice into the vegetable basin, mixing it with the leftover meat and broth, and soon devoured it all. Watching them, Hanqingqi opened a beverage and muttered, "Is this really necessary? Of course, we haven't had such good food in nearly a month." Tang Jian exclaimed. "Aren't you from the military? Isn't the food there acceptable? Our Eastern Military District has established a base, and all supplies are prioritized for the base. The rations for us soldiers have drastically diminished. When we left the base, we could only have one dish, one soup, and rice every day." Hanqingqi inquired, "K1 base?" "Yes. You know about our base?" Qi Mingtang's eyes lit up. "I heard about it on the broadcast," Hanqingqi casually remarked, as they were unaware of how their base was being promoted. "Our base is quite large, always rescuing residents from City A and City B. We have provided the most assistance in the eastern region." Wang Heng added. The usually quiet Li Lin chimed in, "Our base is also formidable. All the forces from the Eastern Military District are stationed there. It is extremely secure." At that moment, Tang Jian turned to Hanqingqi. "Sister, why don't you come with us to our base?" "What? I'm not joking. Although you can be a bit fierce, have a short temper, and can be a tad wild, your strength is truly remarkable." Tang Jian appraised Hanqingqi. "Our K1 base desperately needs talents like you." "Exactly." He Zhongping quickly concurred. "Sister, your skills are exceptional. I believe you're even better than our captain. Join us, and we can all stay together, including Xiaoyang." Everyone turned to look at Hanqingqi. Hanqingqi was speechless. She had intended to recruit them, yet these individuals were eager to recruit her. Chapter 40:1 Must depart. Hanqingqi gazed at the group of individuals before her and waved her hand, prompting them all to draw closer. "Will there be meat to eat every day after joining you?" The crowd pondered seriously for a moment before shaking their heads. "Can I go wherever I desire once I join you? Will I be free and unrestrained every day?" They shook their heads once more. "If I encounter something unpleasant or someone disagreeable, can I simply kill them?" Their heads shook vigorously like rattles. Hanqingqi smiled at them. "Then why should I join you?" The group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "For honor." At that moment, Tang Jian stood up proudly. "Honor, you say?" Hanqingqi kicked him away with a swift motion. "Honor is you all fighting like fools out there, only to receive no rescue at the end. Honor is you begging me like a stray dog to take you in. Honor is wanting everything yet receiving nothing, leading the charge into battle. Let me tell you, your honor has long since crumbled. Once order disintegrates, there is no return. In the future, the fragmentation of bases will only worsen. What you are currently loyal to is merely the K1 base, which can offer you neither sustenance nor assurance. Han Qingxue coldly relayed to them the 10 years of upheaval she had experienced in her previous life. The apocalypse heralds a new era. All order has collapsed. After the national machinery crumbled, several factions sought to salvage the situation, yet the tides of history are beyond their control. Bases have emerged everywhere, and the rise of a new base civilization is inevitable. Any attempt to restore the order of the past is a regression. Thus, there does not exist an end to the apocalypse, nor a restoration of order. At least until the zombie virus is thoroughly resolved, all of this remains a mere dream. The future civilization is that of base civilization. Glory is also the glory of the base. Han Qingxue was acutely aware that these individuals would return as insignificant pawns within the K1 base, to the extent that no one would even bother to send help. They are unworthy of any sacrifice from the K1 base on their behalf. However, you can follow me. By doing so, I can ensure you have meat to eat, free from any constraints or oppression, and if you encounter anything or anyone displeasing, you can kill them all. Everything within my territory is your space of freedom. Han Qingxue encouraged them with a smile. Tang Jian and the others stared at her with wide eyes. At that moment, the door of the air raid shelter behind them opened, and a cold yet melodious male voice resonated. Miss. The moment they laid eyes on him, all the burly men before her surged forward excitedly. Captain! 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 Only Xu Xiaoyang remained behind, gazing in delight at the now-recovered Lu Qian, his eyes filled with excitement, yet he ultimately chose to stay by Han Qingxue's side. Thank you, Miss Han, Lu Qian said after reuniting with his subordinates, stepping forward to address Han Qingxue. During my time of injury, you took care of my men, and I am deeply grateful. Han Qingxue lazily stood up. Don't just speak empty words. If you're truly grateful, provide something of substance. Your men have been feasting and drinking here for 4 days and nights, so bring me something in return. The crowd gasped in shock. Captain, don't listen to her. We've been working tirelessly for her day and night. Everything we've eaten and drunk was earned through our own labor. We haven't taken anything for free. Ahem. Han Qingxue cleared her throat loudly. She shot a glance at the ungrateful lot before her. Do you have the audacity to speak? What time is it now? If I hadn't taken you in, you'd be working yourselves to death without anyone to provide you with food. The crowd fell silent. Even the most unscrupulous capitalists of yore could not compare to Han Qingxue's ruthless nature. Was this even human speech? Yet, one by one, they were filled with indignation but dared not voice their grievances, hiding behind their captain in the face of Han Qingxue's overwhelming authority. Lu Qian looked slightly taken aback at his subdued team members, addressing Han Qingxue. I will provide you with material compensation as a token of gratitude for saving us. When? Once we return. I can't wait. If you wish to leave my company, you must pay the necessary fare. The crowd was once again left astonished by Han Qingxue's audacity. They were so infuriated that they wished to confront her, yet faced with Han Qingxue, they could only endure. Lu Qian maintained a stoic expression throughout. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Where's my backpack? Right here, boss. Tang Jian handed over the backpack. Lu Qian opened it and retrieved a sealed transparent bag filled with glistening crystal stones. Will this suffice? Zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxue's eye sparkled instantly. Hand it over. She snatched the bag containing around 30 to 40 zombie crystal cores from him. All right, that will just about cover it. You may leave. Seeing Han Qingxue take the items directly from him, Lu Qian's eyes lit up. Their speed and strength were extraordinary. This woman is truly exceptional. He chose not to speak further, instead gathering his teammates. We should head back now. Everyone, gather your belongings. We shall return immediately. Yes. Tang Jian and the others promptly picked up their backpacks. At this moment, Lu Qian turned to the still motionless Xu Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, why aren't you coming? Captain, he can't go. Tang Jian was the first to strap on his bag and approached. He is now the Queen's man. He Jianping, whose leg had healed, chimed in energetically. Lu Qian's brow furrowed at once. Captain, Xiaoyang sold himself to Sister Han to save you, Qi Mingtang explained. If it weren't for him catching the eye of Sister Han at that moment, we might not have been saved. Wang Heng added. Lu Qian's shock grew as he listened, his frown deepening. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang took out his badge from his pocket. Captain, I cannot return with you. C1 Special Forces, Xu Xiaoyang. Xu Xiaoyang stood firm, saluting crisply. Lu Qian regarded him sternly, return to the team. Hey, my man, who are you commanding? Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia, Miss Han, I will certainly repay the favor you have done me, but I must take all my men with me. Not a single one can be left behind. Not a single one of my people can be left behind either. 100 crystal cores. Lu Qian declared coldly. Not for exchange. 1,000 cores. No matter the amount, I will not exchange. Just as both sides were at an impasse, Xu Xiaoyang interjected, Captain Lu. I am voluntarily staying behind. Chapter 41, The Goats Begin to Produce Milk. Xu Xiaoyang gazed resolutely at Lu Qian, who returned his steadfast look with equal intensity. The bonds among the members of their Special Forces team were exceptionally profound. Prior to the apocalypse, they had consistently been the elite squad in the war zone, undertaking the most difficult special operations, including border defense battles, overseas rescue missions, and surprise field assaults. Lu Qian, their captain, had led them through countless life-and-death situations, safeguarding their homeland and guiding them all toward the pinnacle of glory. Every member regarded Lu Qian as the most reliable pillar, offering him unconditional support, trust, and loyalty. In turn, he never abandoned any member, regardless of the circumstances. Yet now, have you truly made up your mind? Lu Qian inquired after a moment of confrontation. Indeed, Captain Lu. Xu Xiaoyang affirmed. Lu Qian fell silent, taking the emblem from Xu Xiaoyang's palm. I shall keep this for you temporarily. Should you wish to return, you are welcome at any time. Xu Xiaoyang's gaze flickered with emotion, but he remained resolute. Take care, Captain Lu. Han Qingxia watched the farewells unfold before her. She pursed her lips, lazily opened the door, and let them pass. As they departed, each embraced Xu Xiaoyang as if they were parting for a lifetime. In truth, this was highly plausible. The apocalypse had descended, and no one could predict what tomorrow might bring. A farewell could very well be permanent. Tang Jian approached the doorway, addressing Han Qingxia. Sister, I'm leaving, please don't bully Xiaoyang. I shall feast on sumptuous meals daily and torment him. Let him eat his fill. Tang Jian remained speechless. He had said nothing and asked nothing. He Jianping approached, saying, Your Majesty, it seems we shall not meet again. Make haste and leave, if you're late. Qi Mingtang and Wang Heng, along with Li Lin, exchanged minimal words, nodding at Han Qingxia while bidding farewell to the dogs. Over the past few days, they had tended to the dogs, bathing them, feeding them, and cleaning up after them, inadvertently developing a bond. Farewell, we're off now. Woof woof. Woof woof. Were they not the new companions? Where could they possibly be going? Summer, along with the dogs, dashed out to pursue them. Come back now, Han Qingxia called out, and the dogs obediently returned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group descended the mountain. Han Qingxia resolutely closed the door and returned to her meal. Each person has their ambitions. There is no need for imposition. The following day, Han Qingxia awoke. After the departure of the Special Forces, her life regained its rhythm. With a new member added to her team, she now had a very capable assistant. Xu Xiaoyang would rise 2 hours earlier than her each day, tending to the hygiene of the vegetables outside the air raid shelter. She no longer had to labor alone. Moreover, she received delightful news. The goats she had raised had matured. After observing for the past few days, it seemed that 2 of the goats had successfully paired, and she anticipated fresh goat milk in the near future. Additionally, Wang Yunjuo would come by in the morning to deliver the daily produce from the residence. Han Qingxia's supplies were steadily increasing. To facilitate this, she granted Xu Xiaoyang additional privileges. Acknowledging his loyalty, she provided him access rights to a storage facility, allowing him to place the daily supplies within. Han Qingxue now possessed 3 fully stocked warehouses, along with an expansive system space. The majority of her food was stored within her system space, while the air-raid shelter contained the harvested supplies and a small inventory. Lord, here are the strawberries cultivated by my father from the seeds you provided last time. Wen Yunjuo exclaimed, presenting a small box of fresh, vibrant strawberries, causing Han Qingxue's eyes to brighten. The seeds she had given to Wen Yuman had indeed borne fruit. Pleased with this development, she offered Wen Yunjuo a packet of wheat seeds as a reward, along with an extra packet of sugar. Take this back to your father. Encourage him to continue planting. If he does well, there will be rewards. This is your incentive. Yes, thank you, Lord. Wang Yunduo's health had greatly improved over this period, having meat to eat and milk to drink. The little girl had become much more radiant. As she prepared to leave with the items Han Qingxue had given her, she suddenly remembered something. Lord, my father inquired if you have any edible salt. We would like to exchange for some. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxue turned back to retrieve a packet of salt along with a list. The list detailed various common items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so forth, each marked with an exchange price in points. A 500g packet of edible salt cost 1 point, a 5L jug of oil 10 points, a bottle of shampoo 10 points, and an egg 1 point. Points could be earned through food exchanges. Han Qingxue encouraged Wen Yuman to cultivate extensively, offering 1 point for every pound of grain produced. She specifically noted that if any scarce food or items were available, they could be exchanged for a higher price. The point system Han Qingxue established was highly motivating. Upon seeing this, Wen Yuman committed to maximizing production, collaborating with his wife to expand their farmland for the sake of exchanging supplies. Having organized her only household, Han Qingxue instructed Summer to remain at the base with a few dogs. Today, she, along with Xu Xiaoyang and the dogs, would venture out once more to expand their territory and gather supplies. Boss, on the road we returned from yesterday, there are still plenty of supplies. It seems there was a significant car accident ahead, blocking all vehicles. Excellent, let us head there and expand our territory further. Han Qingxue commanded as she climbed into her armored vehicle, with Xu Xiaoyang taking the wheel, driving directly toward the area they had explored yesterday. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxue spotted a highway. Indeed, there was an abundance of supplies awaiting them. Chapter 42. The highway before Han Qingxue lay an 8-lane toll station on the elevated highway, completely sealed off by a devastating car accident that had rendered the roadway impassable, with vehicles jammed tightly in every direction. Particularly striking was the elevated section ahead, where a seemingly endless line of cars was ensnared, creating a sight both overwhelming and tragic. A cursory glance revealed a significant blockade of delivery trucks, numbering at least 40 or 50. Red, green, and white cargo vans were ensnared on the pavement, refrigerated trucks, container vehicles, open-top freight trucks, and semi-trailers filled with luxury cars, all evidently en route to supply a city on the day of the incident. However, these goods had yet to descend from the elevated highway, now trapped in a stalemate. Xu Xiaoyang had managed to retrieve a mere 4 delivery trucks yesterday, a mere fraction of what remained. Countless resources lay in wait. Xiaoyang, you handle the accident scene here while I scout the situation above, she instructed. Understood, he replied. Han Qingxue leapt down from the armored vehicle, delegating tasks to Xu Xiaoyang. To retrieve the supplies above, they would first need to clear a path. Meanwhile, she left Xu Xiaoyang below to manage the cleanup, intending to ascend and gather a wave of resources into her space. It would suffice to drive back just 1 vehicle later. She released her dogs, allowing 2 to accompany Xu Xiaoyang while the others followed her upward. The vicinity of the accident appeared devoid of zombies, likely a result of Xu Xiaoyang's earlier efforts in clearing the area. Han Qingxue traversed the core zone of the crash on foot, reaching the toll station. At the manual entry point, a lone zombie was contained within, clad in a toll collector's uniform, with a netted cap askew atop disheveled hair, its head protruding through a cracked glass window. Their once immaculate visage now bore no color, skin taut against skeletal structure, marred by dark, vein-like patterns, and murky grey eyes fixated greedily on Han Qingxia. Its gnarled hand, reduced to a single bone, reached through the window in an attempt to grasp her. Roar, bang, with precision, a long shovel slid through the gap in the window, and Han Qingxia deftly wielded it, swiftly extracting a thumb-sized luminous crystal as the zombie collapsed lifelessly. Satisfied, she donned gloves to stow the crystal in a plastic bag, glancing back at the dangling skeletal arm still suspended at the toll booth. Tossing a 1 yuan gaming coin into her palm, she quipped, "Don't say I didn't pay the toll." Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiaoyang, diligently clearing the roadway behind her, was momentarily awestruck by Han Qingxia's prowess. Her movements were so fluid and lethal that he felt a pang of admiration. It was as if she had dispatched at least 10,000 zombies, each motion efficient and decisive, a display of breathtaking skill that rendered even seasoned soldiers like him envious. Moreover, there was an undeniable elegance to her brutality, a savage grace that transformed her into a lone wolf of sorts, each encounter exuding a stark aesthetic of violence, and she was a woman. The sheer charisma was enough to leave him utterly captivated. After being thoroughly impressed by Han Qingxia, Xu Xiaoyang felt reassured in allowing her to ascend the elevated structure, while he intensified his efforts in clearing the road. Han Qingxia, shovel in hand and flanked by her energetic dogs, called out, wishing prosperity, "Keep your eyes ahead, pass the red envelope. Keep your eyes behind, red, middle, whiteboard, guard my flanks." She meticulously inspected several vehicles, finally discovering a truck with its key still in the ignition, sufficient fuel, and in excellent condition, designating it as the one she would drive back shortly. She informed Xu Xiaoyang via radio and leapt past the truck to absorb resources from others. Perched on the rear bar of a container truck, she effortlessly tore off the lock, her enhanced strength from the system rewards allowing her to do so with ease. Upon opening the container doors, she was met with a bounty of delivery boxes. With a swift motion, she absorbed every single one, leaving the unboxing for later. Gathering resources was her priority. After emptying one truck, she leapt to the next delivery vehicle. Each container truck succumbed to her forceful entry. The open-top models were even simpler, as she vaulted atop and tore through the rain cover, diving into the cargo hold to collect more supplies. On average, each truck yielded about 10 cubic meters of resources. The cumulative haul from those 40 to 50 delivery trucks amounted to over 400 cubic meters, nearly enough to fill a 200 square meter house. The only disappointment came when she encountered 3 refrigerated trucks. Upon opening their doors, a putrid stench assaulted her senses. After more than a month of the apocalypse, the items meant for cold storage had long since spoiled. Regretfully, she had to abandon those vehicles. Once she had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, Xu Xiaoyang had successfully cleared a path. "Boss, we can move now," he communicated through the earpiece. At that moment, Han Qingxia stood atop a vehicle, having just finished with the last truck, prepared to return. She then noticed 3 fuel tankers ensnared among the vehicles about a kilometer ahead. "Yangzi, first, get the marked vehicle down, and then bring the armored vehicle up to clear the road. I need a lane on the elevated highway to take those fuel tankers." Without hesitation, Xu Xiaoyang responded, "Understood." Han Qingxia and her dogs raced towards the gas station situated a kilometer away. As they approached, the silhouettes of zombies became apparent. At the small gas station, scattered zombies roamed the open space and the adjacent convenience store, which lay in utter disarray. It was evident that during the initial traffic jam on the highway, a throng of people had sought refuge here in desperation, yet none had escaped, all succumbing to the fate of the undead. Given that this location was a major congregation point, many zombies had previously chased fleeing individuals, now lingering in their wake. At this moment, as the zombies stirred upon hearing the sounds of Han Qingxia's approach, their sluggish movements transformed into frenzied aggression. Rare, woof woof woof, woof, the boldest of her dogs, FACAI, charged ahead, tackling a zombie to the ground. Woof, with a swift paw strike, it dispatched the creature's head. Following suit, Han Qingxia's other dogs joined the fray. Chapter 43, Level 2 Zombie. In the summer, she left Xu Qingxia at the base to guard it. While the formidable combat power she brought out was equally impressive, these were the finest military dogs from the act of slaughtering zombies required little instruction from Han Qingxia. They had already mastered it. Han Qingxia equipped each dog with protective armor, safeguarding their vulnerable abdomens and significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The pack of dogs swiftly dispatched the approaching horde of zombies with just a few bites. Han Qingxia, meanwhile, continued her relentless assault, eliminating the remaining zombies with efficiency and brutality. Wherever she passed, there lay the dismembered remains of the undead, each skull brutally fractured. Some zombies possessed crystal cores, while the majority did not. Upon reaching the gas station, Han Qingxia collected over a dozen crystal cores, having virtually cleared the area of zombies. Disinterested in entering the small supermarket, she prioritized gathering fuel. Casting a glance at Xu Xiaoyang, she seized the opportunity while he maneuvered the stock vehicle downwards to stash 2 fully loaded fuel tankers into her own space, leaving a less full one for him to drive later. As for the fuel in the gas station's pumps, Han Qingxia endeavored to isolate and partition her space. Lacking containers to store the fuel, she managed to find a few empty barrels nearby. To her astonishment, as the thought crossed her mind, her mental energy exerted control over the space, and the partitions began to form. Ecstatic, she recalled that her spatial reward had been granted in cubic increments, affirming that division was indeed possible. Her intuition was correct. The space fragmented into several smaller cubes, allowing Han Qingxia to fervently siphon fuel from the pump, just as Xu Xiaoyang, driving the armored vehicle, forcefully pushed aside the roadside debris. The quantity of fuel amounted to approximately 60 cubic meters, equivalent to filling nearly 1,000 vehicles, a sufficient supply for Han Qingxia for an extended period. Boss, I'm here to assist. Xu Xiaoyang exclaimed as he disembarked from the vehicle. At that moment, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. A few oil barrels near Han Qingxia swayed dramatically. The tremors resembled the footsteps of a giant, shaking the entire surface with each step. Xu Xiaoyang, puzzled, wondered if it could possibly be an earthquake. Move quickly, Han Qingxia declared with utmost seriousness. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Grabbing 2 barrels of fuel, she dashed towards the armored vehicle, with her dog sprinting alongside her. Just as they burst out of the gas station, a resounding boom echoed as the very spot where Han Qingxia had stood moments before was obliterated. A monstrous humanoid creature, weighing nearly 400 pounds, emerged from the gas station, lunging at the position Han Qingxia had just vacated. Missing its target, it raised a disproportionately small head from its mass of flesh. Unlike other zombies, which were devoid of flesh, this creature was grotesquely laden with excess, its face sagging under layers of fat, with a pea-sized eye hidden beneath the skin, while the other eye, due to mutation, was sunken and appeared as though an enormous chocolate orb was ensconced within its flabby form, threatening to drop at any moment. Its triple chin melted seamlessly into its neck, presenting a pyramid-like distribution of flesh, with layers upon layers of blubber covering its entire body. The most repulsive aspect was not merely the layers of excess flesh, but the wriggling maggots and tumor-like growths that thrived within the folds. After missing its target, the mutated zombie emitted an infuriated, high-pitched shriek. The sound was excruciating, akin to countless needles stabbing into one's brain, emanating a potent aura of dread that compelled all who sensed it to recoil in fear. Damn it, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat, Han Qingxia shouted to Xu Xiaoyang. It was only then that he snapped out of his shock. Hearing her voice, he rushed towards the fuel tanker. Forget the tanker, we need to get out of here, Han Qingxia urged, acutely aware of her inability to confront such a formidable level 2 mutated zombie. Even in her past life, level 2 mutated zombies were formidable adversaries. For an ordinary person, the pinnacle of combat was the level 2 mutated zombie. Anything beyond that required the intervention of an ability user, and even then, it had to be a level 2 or higher ability user. Though Han Qingxia had acquired abilities in this life, she had only recently gained them and was merely a novice ability user, lacking sufficient control to engage in reckless confrontation. Run, we need to withdraw. Xu Xiaoyang, however, remained undeterred, insisting, Boss, you activate it, I'll hitch the trailer, I can keep up. He was unwilling to return empty-handed, especially not without the fuel that Han Qingsha desired. Han Qingsha fought the urge to chastise him. This fool had no idea that she had already siphoned off the majority of the fuel. Pressing the clutch beneath her feet, she frantically pressed various buttons to start the armored vehicle. With a roar, dust erupted as the level 2 mutated zombie lunged towards Xu Xiaoyang. In a swift motion, he performed a somersault, drawing a gun from his back. Bang, 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 the gunfire rang out, each shot striking the mutated zombie, one bullet even hitting its forehead. Yet, this mutated zombie was not like the others. It remained unfazed. Fool, you must destroy its brain to obliterate it completely. Get in the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoyang hesitated no longer, dashing towards the armored vehicle that was primed for action. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, predicting his movements and charging at him with full force. Dodge left, Han Qingsha commanded, responding instinctively to her instruction. Xu Xiaoyang dove to the left just as the army. Seizing the moment, Xu Xiaoyang rolled into the now open door of the vehicle. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingsha quickly retracted the spikes and slammed down on the accelerator, propelling herself, Xu Xiaoyang, and the dogs, towing the fuel tanker, down the path they had just cleared. She drove at breakneck speed, but the mutated zombie matched her pace, frenziedly pursuing her after being impaled. It collided with the armored vehicle repeatedly, yet failed to breach its formidable defenses. This was a reward from the system, built to withstand far more than the average vehicle. Realizing it could not capture Han Qingsha, the mutated zombie leaped onto the trailer carrying the fuel tanker, causing it to sway violently, the force pulling the armored vehicle off course. Chapter 44, The Eruption of Abilities. Bang, boom, Han Qingsha's armored vehicle shattered the central barrier, colliding with several cars as it barreled through to the opposite protective rail. Multiple sedans were sent tumbling off the elevated road by her relentless assault. The front wheels of her massive armor crossed over the barrier, leaving half of the vehicle suspended in midair above the elevated highway. The view for her and Xu Xiaoyang transformed into a precarious expanse, suspended over a yawning chasm of dozens of meters below. Fortunately, Han Qingsha's driving skills were exceptional. They narrowly avoided plummeting into the abyss. Roar! 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 Immediately following, the ground beneath them trembled as the armored vehicle vibrated violently. An extraordinarily heavy level 2 zombie, its decaying flesh quivering, surged forward in pursuit of Han Qingxia and Xu Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia's sharp gaze caught sight of the hulking creature on the vehicle's display panel. With steely determination, she seized another steering wheel within the vehicle, deftly maneuvering through the complex controls. Click! Boom! A serpentine plume of fire erupted, striking the level 2 zombie head-on. A small cannon emerged from atop Han Qingxia's armored vehicle, delivering a direct hit that sent the creature staggering several meters back. The high-pressure inferno pierced through its flesh, scorching a charred hole in its chest, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Han Qingxia, having successfully landed a blow, shifted gears to reverse the vehicle, yet the front wheels spun helplessly, failing to extricate themselves. Yangzi, do you know how to operate the cannon? Xu Xiaoyang, having observed Han Qingxia's adept handling, nodded gravely. I can. You take over the driving. I'll get out and lift the vehicle. Han Qingxia unfastened her seatbelt, prompting Xu Xiaoyang to exclaim, Boss, I'm going down too. Get back, you can't lift it. Xu Xiaoyang was taken aback. If he couldn't manage it, what made Han Qingxia think she could? Just then, a fresh wave of tremors reverberated behind them as the display screen illuminated once more with the image of the level 2 zombie. Xu Xiaoyang swiftly took over the controls, mimicking Han Qingxia's earlier maneuvers. The advanced features of her vehicle astonished him, yet his background as a special forces operative equipped him to grasp the mechanics quickly after just one demonstration. Boom! Another fiery dragon surged forth, striking the level 2 zombie yet again, engulfing it in flames and forcing it to retreat. They coordinated seamlessly, providing cover for Han Qingxia as she prepared to disembark. just as he felt a mix of anxiety and concern about her intention to lift the vehicle, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The armored vehicle actually began to rise. Xu Xiaoyang stared in disbelief as a woman clad in combat gear lifted one corner of the armored monster. With a powerful thrust, she heaved the vehicle upward with a resounding crash. Xu Xiaoyang was left speechless. Holy hell, she actually did it. At that moment, Roar, the level 2 zombie, ablaze, charged forth from the billowing smoke. Han Qingxie finished lifting one side of the vehicle and leaped to the other. She needed more time. Xu Xiaoyang unleashed a torrent of firepower to safeguard her descent, flames erupting from the cannon and relentlessly bombarding the level 2 zombie. However, to his astonishment, the creature appeared undeterred by the flames. The fire merely slowed its advance. It continued its relentless charge towards them. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Han Qingxie. She had just grasped the tire on the opposite side when she confronted the fiery beast, standing at the edge, undeterred. Instead of retreating, she outstretched her arms like a matador, welcoming its charge. Xu Xiaoyang, witnessing this audacious act from within the vehicle, was taken aback. He understood her intention. She aimed to lure it off the elevated highway. While her plan might succeed, it also placed her in grave peril. Panic surged through Xu Xiaoyang. A moment's miscalculation could send her plummeting. Why was she putting herself in such danger? She could have easily entrusted this task to him, or she was risking her life to ensure their survival. Don't! Xu Xiaoyang shouted, rolling down the window. As he did, a wave of scorching smoke and heat rushed towards him. A massive fireball surged forth, raising the temperature to an unbearable degree, obliterating everything in its path. His heart sank. Despite their brief time together and despite what others had said about her, he realized she was willing to put her life on the line to protect him. In the midst of his turmoil, a slender figure sprang up from beneath the elevated bridge, and Xu Xiaoyang caught a glimpse of the woman who had captured his attention. In that instant, he felt the rhythm of his heart return. Roar! Behind Han Qingxie, another massive fireball erupted. Boom! A torrent of uncontrollable force surged from Xu Xiaoyang's palm. As Han Qingxie landed, the creature that had pursued her was sent crashing down once more. This time truly defeated, Han Qingxie turned to witness the level 2 zombie tumble into the depths below, the remnants of water in the air splattering down like rain. She marveled at Xu Xiaoyang's mastery over his water-based abilities. Impressed by his swift awakening, she had intended to deliver the finishing blows herself, but he had already resolved the situation. Well done! Han Qingxie exclaimed, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. Xu Xiaoyang felt the weight of her praise and, glancing at her now safe return, a faint smile graced his previously stoic expression. He exited the vehicle, joining her in lifting it back onto solid ground. Though it was primarily Han Qingxie's strength at work, he was astonished to discover that he was indeed outmatched. After this harrowing encounter, they had forged a bond of trust through shared adversity. Trust was something built through repeated experiences. Han Qingxie had always placed her faith in Xu Xiaoyang, yet this renewed understanding required them to traverse this path multiple times. Following this ordeal, Xu Xiaoyang found himself drawn closer to Han Qingxie. "Boss, I'm not quite sure how this happened," he confessed. "I noticed 10 days ago that I could sense a bit of water. It was minimal, just enough to provide drinking water for the special forces. I don't know how it escalated like this just now." "This is an ability," Han Qingxie replied as she navigated the vehicle down from the elevated highway, trailing the fuel tanker behind. "An ability?" Xu Xiaoyang echoed, a frown creasing his brow at the peculiar term. Chapter 45, The Evolution Liquid Extractor. The abilities can primarily be categorized into the most common enhanced abilities, such as speed mutations and strength mutations, as well as elemental abilities, encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. What was there to hold back now? He was one of her own, not a stranger. By enlightening Xu Xiaoyang, she was also facilitating his future ascension. Initially, all abilities are basic. As one comprehends and cultivates their powers, a hierarchy. In the early stages, this was manageable. The effects of abilities were not overtly apparent, and with her tenacity and resolute approach, she was able to carve out a niche for herself without any powers. However, as time progressed, the chasm between ability users and ordinary individuals widened significantly. Ultimately, she found herself relegated to the position of a mere squad leader within a small base. Had she possessed even a single ability, she would have at least ascended to the higher echelons of the base. Consequently, she remained ignorant of much concerning abilities. Abilities can be enhanced, yet due to her lack of knowledge on the matter, she had no means to pursue this. The only thing she was aware of was that it might be related to crystal cores. In her previous life, the universal currency within the base was crystal cores, which were in constant demand. Han Qingxiar had attempted to conduct her own research and sensed energy within the cores, but regrettably, as an ordinary individual, she was unable to delve deeply into the subject. Zealer. Han Qingxiar maneuvered the vehicle beneath the elevated roadway. She located the body of a second-tier zombie, leaped down, and rummaged through its skull, discovering a crystal the size of an egg. This is the crystal core. I am familiar with this, Xu Xiaoyang replied. During my time in the Special Operations Team, we were instructed to collect these. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxiar's eyes brightened. You were specifically sent to gather these. Xu Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission was not an ordinary rescue operation but rather a task to hunt zombies, targeting the most critical areas to eliminate large numbers of the undead, while also providing assistance to rescue teams. After the rescue teams departed, they continued their onslaught, as they had not received orders to retreat from their superiors. The motives of their higher-ups remained unclear. Eventually, they encountered peril, narrowly escaping and seeking refuge with Han Qingxiar. Han Qingxiar furrowed her brow in contemplation upon hearing Xu Xiaoyang's words. Had the military discovered the crystal core so early, in her past life, the K1 base had always been quite renowned, excelling in many areas apart from its persistent food shortages. Particularly, their ability users were the strongest among the eastern bases. Han Qingxiar pondered if this could be linked to their early research on crystal cores. Let us return for now. All right. Xu Xiaoyang drove the large truck that had been previously delivered. Their outing had proven quite fruitful. Han Qingxiar instructed Xu Xiaoyang to procure some fresh chicken and fish for their meal, and without hesitation, he set to work. The prospect of fresh chicken and fish quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Han Qingxiar retreated to the air defense shelter to meticulously study her points and the crystal cores. She first accessed the system's shop interface, exchanging all the crystal cores she had collected that day, totaling 16 cores, alongside the 44 cores she had. She needed just 40 more to unlock the next substantial package. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against exchanging her second-tier zombie crystal core. Though the points for the second-tier zombie core would be higher, the quantity exchanged would not be significant. Thus, she opted to hold onto it for the time being. Now glancing at her points, thanks to her territorial expansion and the crystal core exchanges, her total had soared to 18,145 points. With a simple tap, she promptly purchased the AK she had long coveted. As the firearm materialized before her, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within Han Qingxiar. At that moment, she recalled the interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. She opened the special shop, and upon unlocking it, she noticed that the items within were accompanied by a countdown timer. The first item displayed was a golden object. Evolution Liquid Extractor, price 10,000 points, limited time, 180 seconds. Han Qingxiar. The Evolution Liquid Extractor. She clicked on the details to find an extensive description. Evolution Liquid Extractor extracts energy from crystal cores with 100 safety. The evolution liquid can be used to enhance abilities. Han Qingxiar. This was precisely the path of evolution she had been contemplating for ability users. With 170 seconds remaining, Han Qingxiar resolutely closed her eyes and made the purchase. Even if this left her with only 45 points, she was undeterred. Upon acquiring the machine, the section where she had just made her purchase transformed into a cooling window. It appeared that the items here were not available for unlimited purchase, as they refreshed randomly. Aside from the evolution liquid extractor, no other golden items were present, only various construction materials such as steel plates, reinforcement boards, floor tiles, rebar, cement, and gates for base construction. These materials were inexpensive, generally costing 1 point each, available for unlimited purchase within the time limit. Han Qingxiar recalled that the materials in Xu Xiaoyang's house were rather subpar, so she decided to buy a batch of steel plates, floor tiles, and gates. After making these purchases, she discovered that they possessed attributes. Each item contributed a fortification bonus of 1 to 10 to the base. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed at this realization. If she fortified her entire base with these materials, it would transform into a veritable steel fortress. Suddenly, a new direction illuminated her thoughts. Rapidly, she expended her 45 points. She gazed enviously at the numerous enticing items she wished to acquire, yet her points had run dry. Patience was required. She would return to make purchases in due time. Han Qingxia decisively exited the system to delve into her newly acquired evolution liquid extractor. With a flash of golden light, she retrieved the extractor from her space. It was a compact device suitable for tabletop use, featuring an opening on top for inserting crystal cores and a liquid outlet below. Han Qingxia took out her preserved second-tier zombie crystal core, placed it inside, and positioned a clean cup beneath the liquid outlet. After connecting the power, a blue light illuminated the device, and within 2 seconds, a colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Chapter 46, Evolution of Abilities. Han Qingxia picked up the glass filled with a transparent liquid. She cautiously took a whiff, then poured half of it into another cup, consuming the first portion. The evolution liquid had no discernible taste, possessing a subtle hint of sweetness that was indescribable. Upon finishing, she attempted to unleash her powers. With a whoosh, a pot of roses in the air raid shelter swiftly sprouted, the thorny branches visibly thickening, their tips sharp as daggers, while vibrant rose blossoms unfurled at the tips. In mere seconds, the once past-blooming pot of roses had transformed into a half-meter-tall bonsai. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed with delight. Previously, her ability had allowed her to stimulate the growth of a single branch, and after using her powers, she would often be left with a lingering sense of emptiness. She had long studied ways to enhance her abilities. However, she discovered that merely utilizing her powers or practicing them did not elevate her limits. Rather, consuming more meat or experiencing sudden bursts of energy led to breakthroughs. Just like Xu Xiaoyang today, yet now, after consuming the evolution liquid, Han Qingxia could effortlessly induce the growth of the pot of roses with a mere flick of her wrist, all the vines responding aggressively to her thoughts, without a hint of abnormality within her body. She demonstrated her water control in the bathroom. She now possessed both water and wood abilities. Boom, splash, a torrential downpour cascaded within the confines of the bathroom, the volume of water control surpassing Xu Xiaoyang's by more than double. The forceful impact even created a sizable hole in the wall. Had the air raid shelter not been constructed within the mountains, it could have easily breached a standard building. The explosive power astonished Han Qingxia. She gazed at her hands in amazement. In her memory, her current strength was comparable to that of ability users from 5 or 6 years into the apocalypse, and this was merely the result of consuming half of the third-level zombie evolution liquid. She realized with certainty that crystal cores were essential for ability users to advance. In her previous life, the early evolution of ability users had been slow, only accelerating once large bases matured, leading to a significant circulation of crystal cores, thereby allowing users. This was due to the gradual discovery of the secrets of crystal cores by the major bases at that time, which formulated evolution liquids and sold them to ability users, facilitating their swift advancement. However, Han Qingxia recalled that those ability users she knew often suffered from considerable after effects. In the later stages, the faster their abilities increased, the more pronounced their after effects became. Some became irritable, others mentally unstable, and some even experienced uncontrolled bouts of violence, akin to zombies, attacking those around them. Han Qingxia now surmised that the evolution liquids formulated by the major bases were likely impure, promoting the enhancement of abilities while simultaneously accumulating toxins within the users, leading to a backlash once a threshold was reached. Gradually, Han Qingxia grasped the rules governing abilities. Emerging from the bathroom, she looked at her purification machine with satisfaction, storing it away. Truly a remarkable treasure, it could extract crystal core energy with complete efficiency and without any side effects. If the major bases outside were to find out, the world would be astounded. She consumed the remaining half of the evolution liquid, saving a little to take with her. Outside, Xu Xiaoyang had just finished dinner, bringing out a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The fresh fish was incredibly fragrant, wafting a scent that could travel for miles. Yangzi, have some water, Han Qingxie offered him a glass. Xu Xiaoyang did not even glance at it before drinking. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. This water was sweeter than usual. This water is deliciously sweet. Perhaps you should consider who provided it, Han Qingxie replied. Xu Xiaoyang smiled down, using a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. A large platter of roasted chicken already adorned the table, complemented by a pot of fragrant boiled fish, nutritious and delectable. Each of them had a rice cooker, while the 16 dogs each had their own food bowls. Everyone was joyfully feasting. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang truly felt that having his brothers around would have been delightful. Han Qingxie was certainly a person worth following. Being with her was quite enjoyable. After the two had eaten their fill, leaving no remnants, Xu Xiaoyang washed the dishes while Han Qingxie played with the dogs for a while, simultaneously checking the supplies she had brought back today. Besides her space's contents, there was a large delivery truck and an oil tanker that Xu Xiaoyang had fought hard to retrieve for her. She parked the oil tanker at the side of the base as a backup and unloaded the delivery, ready to open the blind boxes. A truck full of over 500 delivery boxes, the contents were remarkably high in quality, courtesy of a certain company's next-day delivery.as. Han Qingxie opened several packages. She noted some patterns. For instance, larger delivery trucks yielded an abundance of trivial items, yet contained a high proportion of food, mostly inexpensive. Conversely, the more expensive delivery trucks contained pricier items, such as brand-name computers, smartphones, cosmetics, and significantly better food. Among the whole, Han Qingxie uncovered imported chocolates, instant canned bird's nest, a whole smoked ham worth thousands before the apocalypse, numerous nut gift packs, and a fair share of instant noodles and snacks from reputable brands. Of course, there were also expired items, which she discarded without hesitation. Additionally, there were clothing and supplies, most of which were from well-known brands. She handed the men's clothing over to Xu Xiaoyang while directing him to store the rest in her warehouse. To her surprise, among the blind box deliveries, she unearthed a non-blade tang knife, originally intended for sale as a decorative piece. As she drew the knife from its sheath, a chilling glimmer caught her eye. With both hands gripping the tang knife, she wielded it through the air, the menacing blade cutting through the air with an intimidating presence. Good blade. Xu Xiaoyang emerged from the air raid shelter after delivering the items, his gaze landing on the knife exuding an aura of lethality. Can it be sharpened? Han Qingxie inquired. Let us give it a try. Xu Xiaoyang stepped forward earnestly. All right, I leave it to you. Han Qingxie entrusted the tang knife to Xu Xiaoyang for sharpening. With her deliveries nearly sorted, and seeing that the night still held some time, Han Qingxie urged Xu Xiaoyang to reinforce his house. Utilizing the steel plates and construction materials she exchanged from the system, she fortified the small house where Xu Xiaoyang resided, even expanding it slightly. Consequently, the overall defensive capabilities of her base began to rise. Han Qingxie felt immense satisfaction, knowing that her primary focus in the coming period would be to procure materials to enhance the base. Chapter 47, The Integrated Drone Strike System. The following day, as dawn broke, Han Qingxie emerged from the air raid shelter. To her surprise, she found Xu Xiaoyang sharpening a blade outside. Swish, swish, swish. On a large whetstone, a tang knife was being honed with rhythmic precision. Each stroke was accompanied by a cascade of water that flowed over the blade, sharpening it incrementally. This water was a manifestation of Xu Xiaoyang's unique ability, eliminating the need for any prior preparation. As he completed the final stroke, a gleam of water washed over the blade, instantly releasing a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The precious blade had been forged to a razor's edge. Xu Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of the tang knife and swung it powerfully through the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood was effortlessly cleaved into several neat sections, each cut remarkably precise. Should this blade meet a zombie, it would undoubtedly slice through with the ease of cutting a watermelon. That was impressively swift, Xu Xiaoyang remarked as he sheathed the knife and handed it to Han Qingxie. Boss, this knife is exceptional, its material is remarkably sturdy and highly practical. Well done, Han Qingxie commended Xu Xiaoyang, adding, next time I come across a fine blade, I'll reserve it for you. No need. I have my own weapons. Xu Xiaoyang politely declined Han Qingxie's offer. He possessed his previous gear, though the firearms had run out of ammunition and were rendered useless, leaving him with only a triangular military knife. However, he still retained his water-based ability. Whoosh, he unleashed a high-pressure water jet with a flick of his wrist, its power significantly greater than the previous day. Boss, I don't know why, but upon waking today, I felt as though my ability had strengthened once more. Han Qingxue nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing his enhanced ability. It was no wonder she had provided him with evolution liquid. It seemed that moving forward, they would need to not only harvest zombie cores but also retain a portion to concoct evolution liquid, supplementing their abilities each day for rapid enhancement. Let us go. It's time to hunt zombies. Han Qingxue declared with unwavering enthusiasm, leading Xu Xiaoyang out into the world. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Han Qingxue took Xu Xiaoyang outside to expand their territory by day, returning at night to fortify their base using earned territory points. Each day, they divided the zombie cores they collected into two parts, one for the system to reclaim, and the other to create evolution liquid to augment their powers. Remarkably, they had not encountered any high-level zombies during these days. Moreover, the number of zombies in the outskirts was sparse, with even fewer yielding cores. Han Qingxue relentlessly pressed forward, clearing out the zombies in the suburban area surrounding their air raid shelter, and successfully eliminated all zombies near the outskirts, accruing over 30 cores. Though the cores were few, the transformation into evolution liquid visibly enhanced both her and Xu Xiaoyang's abilities. Furthermore, the air raid shelter had been thoroughly reinforced with system materials, resulting in a monumental transformation. The overall defensive capability had increased tenfold. Now, even a tank bombardment would struggle to breach her base. Han Qingxue also discovered a plethora of base equipment in the system's special store. Among the items, she was elated to find protective gear for war dogs. With a wave of her hand, she generously purchased a set for each of her 16 dogs, spending 100 points per suit without a hint of hesitation. In addition to that, there were defensive systems for the base, radar systems, and the integrated drone strike system. The radar system required no elaboration, while the integrated drone strike system was a comprehensive suite of reconnaissance and strike drones. This system enabled simultaneous control of multiple drones patrolling the territory, automatically alerting Han Qingxue upon detecting intruders. She could then decisively determine whether to engage with a single press of a button. With an 8-hour patrol and multiple drones rotating shifts, it ensured round-the-clock surveillance, a quintessential treasure for any base. However, this system came at an exorbitant price of 100,000 points. Having only accumulated 30,000 points over the past 10 days, Han Qingxue could only wistfully admire it for the time being. Her next small goal was to acquire this integrated drone strike system. Observing that the system was available for a limited time of 10 days, Han Qingxue began to strategize. She estimated that she could earn approximately 3,000 points daily from territory expansion and zombie hunting. However, killing zombies proved far more lucrative than merely expanding territory. The pressing issue was that she had already exterminated the nearby zombies, compelling her to devise a plan to hunt in more populated areas. She opened her electronic map, meticulously searching for densely populated locales near the outskirts. Her gaze gradually settled upon a large grain processing factory in the suburban region of the city. The factory, Han Qingxue recalled that this was the largest grain processing facility in City A, employing tens of thousands of workers, with each zombie core worth 100 points. If just 1,000 cores were among the workforce, she would have more than enough. Yangzi, today we are heading to the factory, Han Qingxue announced as she exited the air raid shelter, directing her words to Xu Xiaoyang. Understood. Without hesitation, Xu Xiaoyang abandoned his task and accompanied Han Qingxue. His loyalty to her was absolute. He was the epitome of a diligent worker, unwavering in his commitment. As before, Han Qingxue left Xiutian and several dogs at the base, taking 8 dogs along in the armored vehicle toward the grain factory. The distance was considerable, but fortunately, the entire route lay within Han Qingxue's territory, allowing for a smooth journey. After an hour and a half, they arrived near the factory. This grain factory was situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by miles of farmland, with sparse human habitation. Consequently, the workers lived in a fully enclosed environment, eating and sleeping within the factory. During holidays, they would typically ride bikes or take buses into the city for leisure. At that moment, the factory stood eerily quiet, with numerous abandoned vehicles littering the straight roads, all left. A bus had plunged into a field, its doors ajar, revealing dried, darkened bloodstains within, but no sign of life. One could only imagine the chaos that ensued when the incident occurred. The bus likely met a grim fate, with passengers transforming and the driver collapsing into the roadway, desperately pressing the door button as those inside fled in all directions, creating utter pandemonium in the area. However, the factory gates were firmly shut. As Han Qingxie's vehicle approached, the silence within was palpable. Even the security booth stood deserted. Could it be that they had taken the day off? That seemed implausible. Even if the factory was closed, there would still be numerous workers present, especially since the facility offered dormitory accommodations. The workers took turns resting. This area was undoubtedly a hotbed for zombies. Han Qingxie instructed Xu Xiaoyang to accelerate, and the armored vehicle crashed through the factory gates, entering the vast factory complex. Before them loomed an enormous row of interconnected buildings, comprising. Han Qingxie parked the vehicle in front of the dormitory. Let us go and hunt zombies. Right. The vehicle door opened, and Han Qingxie, Xu Xiaoyang, and the 8 dogs stood resolutely before the factory dormitory, ready to clear the area of any lurking undead. Chapter 48, The Zombie Factory. Please add to bookshelf. Congratulations and prosperity. Guard the entrance. Notify immediately if there are any anomalies. Red, Zhang, and Bai, follow me. The rest, accompany Yang Zi. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs swiftly divided into 3 teams. 2 gathered outside the dormitory building, while the remaining members, Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang, each took charge of 3 dogs. Before Han Qingxie stood the wide-open dormitory door, flanked by a row of turnstiles. Access to the dormitory required card swipes. At this moment, the turnstiles were long devoid of power, and even if they had electricity, Han Qingxie lacked a card, they would have to climb over. Cautiously, she and Xu Xiaoyang observed their surroundings from either side before vaulting into the turnstile area. The corridor behind the turnstiles was eerily silent, with all the doors on the first floor. Han Qingxie tossed a heavy object forward. Thud, 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 the sound echoed within the still dormitory. Instantly, commotion erupted behind every closed door, yet the hallway. Once she assessed the surroundings, she and Xu Xiaoyang proceeded to break into the first room. The hunt officially commenced. This approach ensured they would not be ambushed by suddenly appearing zombies from outside. Boom, kicking the door open, a putrid stench assaulted her senses. 4 or 5 female zombies emitted guttural sounds as they lunged toward the newly opened door, drawn by the scent of fresh human life. They had not encountered food in far too long. Their eyes gleamed with a frenzied, bloodthirsty light, and their pale, decaying visages were grotesque, mouths emitting ghastly hisses as they yearned to rend flesh from bone. With a swift motion, swish, 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 a sharp tang knife gleamed in the air, meeting them with a chilling arc. 3 zombies' heads were severed cleanly, while the remaining 2 were pierced by powerful jets of water. Once all 5 zombies collapsed, the dogs surged forward, their formidable claws digging into the zombies' heads, yielding 2 small, grain-sized crystal cores for Han Qingxie. Well done, she praised, patting the dogs' heads while scanning the interior of the dormitory. The room featured a private restroom and 4 sets of bunk beds, each adorned with bedding. From this, she swiftly deduced that this ordinary employee dormitory would accommodate 8 individuals, complete with a restroom. With 5 zombies present, it was likely that roughly half the occupants were on the night shift. Moreover, this was a female dormitory. After dispatching another room to confirm her assumptions and familiarize herself with the layout, she and Xu Xiaoyang split into 2 groups, one to the left and one to the right, to continue their extermination. Boom, roar, as Han Qingxie burst through the door, the glint of her tang knife illuminated the interior. Xu Xiaoyang's sharpened blade dispatched zombies with ease, akin to slicing through watermelons, enhanced by the system to the limits of human capability. Han Qingxie wielded the sharp, effective knife with swiftness and ferocity, the zombies failing to touch even the hem of her garment before being swiftly dispatched. The 3 dogs joined in, assisting with the claw strike, and then proceeded to extract the crystal cores. Each dormitory was cleared within 3 minutes. In half an hour, they had purged the entire first floor. They replicated the process to cleanse the 5 floors above, and by the end of the morning, Han Qingxie had cleared an entire dormitory building. Not a single living soul remained. It was entirely overrun by zombies. Together, they had eliminated over 1,000 zombies, collecting more than 300 crystal cores. 2 more dormitory buildings awaited. Han Qingxie continued her methodical approach, By evening, they successfully cleared all 3 dormitory buildings of zombies. In total, they had slain over 3,500 zombies, acquiring 1,000 crystal cores. As Hanqingxie observed the encroaching darkness, she knew that in this apocalypse, night was 1,000 times more perilous than day. During the day, zombies were subdued, their movements were sluggish, but at night, all their capabilities were amplified 100-fold. Even a seasoned survivor like Hanqingxie refrained from undertaking any endeavors after dusk. Besides, her crystal cores were nearly sufficient for her to return and exchange them for an integrated reconnaissance and strike system. Let us head back, we can return tomorrow. Understood. Hanqingxie led Xu Xiaoyang and the dogs back to the vehicle. Just then, a voice blared from a loudspeaker, capturing their attention. Help, help! On the rooftop of the factory's main building, a group of 20 to 30 individuals fervently called out for assistance, a large banner pieced together from clothing draped before Hanqingxie. Xu Xiaoyang, upon spotting the survivors, immediately turned to Hanqingxie. Boss, there are survivors, should we rescue them? P.S. Please add to the bookshelf, don't forget to add it, or you won't be able to find it. Chapter 49, Revenge on the Spot. Hanqingxie cast a sweeping glance over the crowd on the rooftop. Among them were 2 or 3 dozen young laborers, both male and female, aged roughly between 20 and 40, with no elderly or children in sight. The demographic composition was commendable, showcasing a readily available pool of robust labor. After beginning to develop her own territory, Hanqingxie viewed the issue of population from the perspective of a ruler. From this vantage point, individuals were devoid of notions of good and evil, rather, they were categorized solely by their labor potential. Each individual represented a fundamental contributor to the productivity and advancement of her base. Before her stood a prime selection of youthful and vigorous laborers, yet, at this moment, she declared, no rescue. The day was waning, and even if she wished to absorb this batch of youthful labor, it would have to wait until tomorrow. A retreat was in order, she would return the following day. As her words fell, Xu Xiaoyang pressed the accelerator and drove away, functioning as a merciless execution machine, unflinchingly adhering to her every command. At that moment, the individuals atop the rooftop perceived the departure of Hanqingxie's vehicle and urgency surged among them. Don't go. Don't leave. You can't abandon us. Their desperate cries attracted the attention of the zombies lurking below in the factory. Their heavy iron gate behind them echoed with thunderous pounding. These individuals had been trapped on the rooftop for an extended period. Fortunately, being situated in a grain factory, they had ample food supplies, and upon fleeing to the rooftop, they had brought a substantial amount of provisions with them, enabling them to survive until now. However, behind the massive iron gate lay hundreds of ravenous zombies, their frustration boiling over after being confined for over a month. The gate, chained and battered, was already on the brink of collapse. Previously, these individuals had remained silent, cowering in the corners of the rooftop to minimize their presence, yet, upon noticing the arrival of others in the factory, their eyes brightened, and seeing Hanqingxie's intent to leave, they immediately sought assistance. To their dismay, they found that she refused to save them. Captain Ding, what are we to do? Cried a woman who had just called for help, turning to a stout man beside her. The man, Ding Yi, had originally been a minor security chief at the factory. When the apocalypse struck, he and a group of survivors had escaped to the rooftop. Utilizing his physical prowess and security background, he quickly became the de facto leader among them. Following the awakening of his special abilities, he grew increasingly unrestrained. Everyone was compelled to submit to his authority. Ding Yi had initially been reluctant to leave. Had it not been for the dwindling food supplies, he would not have sought aid from Hanqingxie. However, after their pleas for help, he felt emboldened, declaring, if they won't save us, then they shall not escape. He produced a small button from his pocket, its green pea-sized eye glowing ominously, and pressed the activation key. Captain Ding, you can't. If you release the zombies, we won't be able to escape either. A frail man attempted to intervene. Smack! Ding Yi struck him aside, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. If I perish, none shall live. Don't you all agree? The others immediately echoed, yes, if they won't save us, they deserve to die. Kill them. If we cannot survive, they too must perish. Ding Yi, satisfied, discarded the man he had seized and pressed the button. instantly opening all the factory doors surrounding. In an instant, a cacophony erupted. Ayo, hiss, hiss, the man who had been thrown down landed at the factory's entrance, and the moment the doors swung open, he was swiftly engulfed by the horde of zombies that surged forth. Starved for far too long, the zombies regarded this man merely as food. Before he could undergo any transformation into one of their kind, he was reduced to a heap of bones beneath their ravenous onslaught. Hungry, starving, desperate to feast. His scream was swiftly silenced. The remaining individuals atop the rooftop gaped in horror, a mixture of fear and satisfaction coursing through them. This was precisely the outcome they desired. After unleashing the zombies, Dingyi turned his gaze toward Han Qingxia's vehicle, crouching down, gripping the rooftop surface with both hands, his small, green pea-like eyes fixated on the direction of her departure. With a sudden surge of strength, he declared, "You think you can escape? Absolutely not." Boom! The armored vehicle beneath Han Qingxia lurched violently, lifting her vehicle from the center. Beep, beep, alarms blared from her armored vehicle, the system alerting her that it had been obstructed by an elevated mound of earth. Earth-based abilities, though of a lesser grade, it was sufficient to create a small rise, perfectly positioned to trap their vehicle. Soon, Han Qingxia beheld a relentless tide of zombies pouring forth from all directions within the expansive factory. They emerged from the cafeteria, various functional buildings, and even the office tower. Most of these zombies donned factory uniforms, their appearances grotesquely distorted yet reminiscent of their former working selves. The swarm surged forth, creating a chaotic yet eerily reminiscent scene of pre-apocalyptic factory life, albeit with the horrifying reality of their decayed and maggot-ridden visages. This factory had irrevocably devolved into a veritable zombie factory. Har har har. You ignorant fools surely have no idea that I am an ability user. Dingyi cackled from the rooftop, relishing the sight of the armored vehicle ensnared by the horde. This would serve as their punishment for refusing to assist him. Let them perish. Indeed, let them abandon us, they deserve death. The eyes of the others gleamed with malice. With no hope left for themselves, they wished for the demise of others as well. Eagerly, they watched as the two individuals were encircled by the horde, anticipating the moment when their vehicle would be reduced to rubble. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. A cannon barrel emerged from the top of the besieged armored vehicle. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from the cannon, incinerating the zombies atop the vehicle in an instant. A multitude of zombies attempted to climb higher, only to be met with a barrage of sharp spikes protruding from the armored exterior. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle roared back to life, its supermodern undercarriage elevating automatically, rendering Dingyi's small mound inconsequential. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forth, breaking free from the clutches of the undead. However, this time, Han Qingxia did not steer her vehicle away from the factory. Instead, she charged toward the very building that housed it. From the perspective of those in power, individuals were devoid of moral distinctions. Similarly, in their eyes, people were inconsequential. Han Qingxia's decision to rescue them would bear no sense of martyrdom, just as her choice to eliminate them would evoke no guilt. Those who awaited her aid would be welcomed as compliant residents of her base, yet those who dared to conspire against her, weaving devious plots, such individuals were destined for death. With a thunderous roar, Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle to the base of the factory. She retracted the cannon, allowing the zombies to swarm her vehicle while simultaneously raising a staircase from the top of the armored car. The onlookers atop the rooftop, witnessing the now overwhelmed vehicle, could no longer find amusement in their situation. Only moments ago, they had relished the sight of the two individuals being besieged by zombies, feeling a sense of vindication. They had wished for their demise, eager for them to perish before their very eyes, yet now, the very zombies they had unleashed began to ascend toward them, provoking a primal fear akin to awakening a demon. Han Qingxia had always believed in retribution, and she would ensure that it was delivered in kind. Soon, the zombies, following the staircase Han Qingxia had constructed, began to swarm onto the rooftop. The first to reach them lunged forward, and they attempted to fend it off. However, an overwhelming tide of zombies surged behind. Panic-stricken, they scrambled for escape, yet there was no sanctuary to be found. Behind them lay the iron gate, teeming with zombies, and before them loomed an abyss, with no avenue for retreat. The rooftop was swiftly overrun. Dingyi, witnessing the relentless horde, seized a few individuals to serve as his shield. He dashed to the edge of the rooftop, channeling his abilities to elevate the ground. Though his powers were limited, in an urgent moment, they swelled, and a small mound of earth rose beneath him, prompting him to leap. At that juncture, Han Qingxie, her cold gaze fixed on the monitor, observed his actions. As he leaped, she languidly uttered, "Yanzi." Yes. A powerful water column, exponentially stronger than his feeble abilities, surged forth, obliterating the makeshift ramp he had constructed. Ding Yi, already in mid-leap, found himself in a moment of sheer disbelief. Han Qingxie deftly maneuvered her armored vehicle, extricating herself from the horde. As the sun dipped below the horizon, escalating the zombies' aggression, she made her exit from the zombie-laden factory. In that moment, she caught sight of another group of survivors atop a neighboring building. Chapter 50, The Exchange of the Integrated Reconnaissance Drone. A group of survivors had been observing them for quite some time, trembling like lambs as they huddled on the rooftop, witnessing the recent events unfold. Han Qingxie averted her gaze and gestured for Xu Xiaoyang to depart from the factory. Once they left, the group on the rooftop surged toward the edge. "They are gone. They have all departed." At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, who, regaining his composure from the earlier shock, exclaimed, "They possess abilities, and their strength surpasses Ding Yiqiang 100-fold. They are formidable." His words resonated deeply with the others. They were not a mere rescue team bound by a duty to save them at any cost, nor were they entities to be trifled with or trampled upon. They were immensely powerful, equipped with professional tools and even stronger superhumans, capable of dominating within a factory infested with zombies, a presence that loomed above them all. Fortunately, they had refrained from calling for help and had not resorted to destruction like Ding Yi and his gang, who met their demise for their folly. Yet now, they gazed down at the horde of zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed in an attempt to thwart Han Qingxie. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the factory's corners became teeming with wandering undead. With the onset of nightfall, the movements of these zombies quickened. They sensed the lingering scent of the living within their building and surged toward the factory below, howling as they approached. They clawed at the walls, desperately attempting to scale their way up. Soon, the building beneath them was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies, creating an impenetrable barrier. Li Gang noticed several zombies moving with a swiftness that exceeded their counterparts, their agility markedly enhanced. They trampled over their fellow undead, scrambling to their highest point as they frantically scaled toward the rooftop where the survivors were. Fortunately, their building stood over 10 meters tall, its exterior smooth and uninviting, unlike the reckless Ding Yi who had foolishly drawn the horde towards them. For the moment, they appeared relatively safe on the rooftop. These zombies seemed incapable of reaching them. At that moment, his wife, Wang Fang, nudged him, her voice trembling. "Dear, look over there." Li Gang followed her gaze and beheld the spot where Ding Yi had plummeted to his death. A zombie with its abdomen hollowed out and a significant portion of its face gnawed away staggered to its feet. After falling from the rooftop, Ding Yi had not died instantly but was quickly surrounded and devoured by the ravenous undead. Thanks to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before they could fully dismember him. Roar! The newly turned zombie Ding Yi let out a piercing howl, surveying his surroundings and fixating on the survivors atop the adjacent building. He sprinted toward them with remarkable speed, pushing through the layers of corpses and the relentless tide of zombies, parting them with a powerful roar. Instantly, a mound of earth rose beneath him, towering over 3 meters high. The zombies, witnessing this, frantically began to climb the improvised hill. With a newfound foothold, they now had a chance to ascend. The survivors on the rooftop were rendered speechless in terror. Upon exiting the factory, a multitude of zombies had pursued their vehicle, yet they had soon been left far behind after a few hundred meters. Han Qingxie maintained her speed, uninterested in stopping to check for crystal cores among the crushed zombies. Time was of the essence. The factory was an hour and a half's drive from their base, and by the time they returned, night had fully descended. She refused to let her guard down, at least not until they had crossed into their territory. At 7:30 in the evening, they successfully arrived at the base. As per usual, the two first took showers, after which Xu Xiaoyang prepared dinner while Han Qingxie sorted through their spoils in her air raid shelter. Today, they had amassed a total of 1,148 zombie crystal cores. All of these cores were of the first level. Zombie crystal cores are categorized by level. The first level represents the most common type, With approximately 1 in 3 zombies possessing a core in their brains, the combat prowess of a first-level zombie is not particularly high. It is merely stronger than the most ordinary of zombies, akin to the mutated first-level zombie that Han Qingxie had previously slain in the villa. Their agility and speed significantly exceed that of common zombies, yet they can still be defeated. An ordinary person with a modicum of combat skill could vanquish them. However, the disparity becomes vast with second-level zombies, whose strength and speed far surpass that of a robust adult. Typically, multiple ordinary individuals must collaborate to bring one down. The size of the cores is roughly that of a quail, e.g. G.AS for third-level zombies. They are generally beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans to defeat. They are adversaries meant for superhumans. Their cores can reach the size of a goose egg. The formation of second and third-level zombies hinges on several factors. One is the consumption of their kind. The second is the evolution of abilities. Zombies can indeed develop powers. Once such abilities manifest, their levels surge dramatically. Han Qingxie had heard tales of the strongest zombie king in the entire eastern region, a multi-ability 8th-level zombie. It was said that he possessed more than 3 abilities, residing in the border area of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she had only heard of him. She had never encountered him. She was unworthy in her past life. As an ordinary person, Han Qingxie was not suited for such high-stakes battles. She prudently executed only those missions she was confident in. She avoided tasks that carried excessive risk. This was also why, despite the strength of other superhumans, they ultimately could not surpass Han Qingxie. She was as steadfast as a rock, never gambling with her life. Returning to the subject at hand, the zombies at the high-level zombies were rare. The third-level zombie Han Qingxie had defeated previously was an exceptionally scarce find. Gazing at her collection of over 1,100 zombie crystal cores, she exchanged 1,000 for points, retaining the remaining 100 to extract evolution fluid. Each first-level crystal core was worth 100 points, and the total number of cores counted toward a prize bundle. Beep, congratulations, you have earned 100,000 and 4,000 points. Adding to her previous 30,000 points, she was nearing a total of 14,000. Han Qingxie rubbed her excited little hands together. The funds were sufficient. She promptly made her way to the limited time window, the integrated reconnaissance drone system, exchange. Beep, congratulations, you have acquired the integrated reconnaissance drone. Subsequently, her base began to exhibit noticeable changes. Chapter 51, the indomitable leader of his household. At this moment, the tower on the second floor of Han Qingxie's abode had expanded once more, encroaching upon the mountainside to create an area equivalent to half the size of a bomb shelter. Directly above was a large skylight that could be opened and closed at will. A colossal control apparatus occupied the center of the second-floor tower. Positioned behind Han Qingxie's crossbow. 24 compact military drones were neatly stationed in the central open space. These drones, while slightly larger than commercial models, possessed capabilities far beyond mere toys. They were standard military reconnaissance strike drones, boasting astonishing ground control and the ability to obliterate main battle tanks. In the event of an invasion, a few waves of drone strikes would undoubtedly leave the opposing air defenses in utter disarray. Given their diminutive size, they were exceedingly difficult to monitor, and the costs associated with targeting them were exorbitantly high. To bring them down, one would require costly anti-air missiles. Even employing relatively economical man-portable air defense missiles would be a futile endeavor. A single shell costs tens of thousands of dollars. Wasting such an expenditure on a drone would be nothing short of financial folly. Moreover, one would need to ensure a direct hit, utilizing large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. If the drones clustered even slightly, the ground-based air defense firepower would be incapable of intercepting all of them. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to swat a fly, and success was far from guaranteed. The most effective countermeasure would be electronic interference, compelling the drones to land or veer off their predetermined paths. However, this was a reconnaissance strike drone system rewarded by the system itself. Existing levels of electronic interference posed no threat to Han Qingxie's drones. Employing her reconnaissance strike drone system within her territory would create With 24 drones, each boasting an 8-hour endurance, they would operate in 3 shifts, with 2 drones monitoring each of the 4 cardinal directions, achieving flawless 24-hour surveillance. Han Qingxue. It was indeed worth every effort spent exterminating zombies today. At that moment, she noticed a flashing icon in the system indicating a reward ready for collection. Having eliminated over 1,000 zombies today, she had exchanged for more than 1,000 crystal cores. Additionally, there was a large gift package available for exchange. The last reminder had indicated that the second package could be redeemed for just 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxue summoned her dog, Facai, and playfully ruffled his fur, causing him to be momentarily dazed, while Summer barked in jealous protest. With both dogs in her embrace, Han Qingxue opened the crystal core gift package. Beep, congratulations, you have received Yunnan Bai Yao 1. Beep, reward, first aid pills 1. Beep, congratulations, you have received 1,000 pounds of fresh beef. Beep, congratulations, you have received 100 solar panels. Han Qingxue exclaimed. Excellent, excellent. A rather standard yet practical gift package, it contained medicine, supplies, and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat in her base was indeed significant, and while the system's market offered fresh meat, she found the prices exorbitant. 10 points per pound was simply not worth it. With the reward of 1,000 pounds of fresh beef, it seemed that just the meat alone had recouped the value of the exchanged crystal cores. After claiming this package, there was more to come. The crystal core exchange area indicated that every subsequent 1,000 crystal cores would unlock a new gift package. Han Qingxue had exchanged over 1,000 in one go, directly triggering the next large gift package. Motivated, she claimed it without hesitation. Beep, reward, mental ability. Han Qingxue was utterly astonished upon hearing this reward. The third gift package for the crystal core exchange contained only one reward, but it was an ability. Even the composed and experienced Han Qingxue was left in shock by the system's extravagant reward, a mental ability. In her previous life, she had only heard of mental ability users. They were the absolute elite among ability wielders. Among 10,000 ability users, there might not even be one mental ability user. Mental ability users could perceive the powers of other ability wielders, and their attacks were executed through mental force. A powerful mental ability user could eliminate an ordinary person with a mere glance. They were the pinnacle of existence among ability users. Beep, detecting ability, would the host like to use it? Use. Of course, she would use it herself. What use would it be to give it to someone else? Instantly, Han Qingxue felt as if her brain had been struck by a colossal force. Unlike the pain experienced when she had previously copied the wood and water abilities, the mental ability was excruciating. Her mind blanked out momentarily, and as she gradually regained her composure, she discovered a novel transformation in her mental perception. When she looked at her dogs, a faint red hue enveloped them, with Summer exuding the most intense shade. The deeper the color, the greater the danger. She seemed to sense that this reflected her dog's combat prowess. Turning her gaze inward, she perceived blue and green lights swirling within her. Blue, green, were these the colors of abilities? At last, Han Qingxue possessed her very first ability. She gazed at the myriad rewards she had acquired today: the reconnaissance strike drones, Yunnan Bai Yao, first aid pills, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 100 solar panels. With determination to build her base, the future looked promising. Onward, emerging from the bomb shelter, she found Xu Xiaoyang had prepared a meal. Boss, today's dish is Beijing-style shredded pork and fried eggs. Han Qingxue nodded and waved him over. Yangzi, come here for a moment. What is it? It's time to tell you some information you need to know. Xu Xiaoyang, puzzled, responded. At that moment, Han Qingxue produced her phone and pressed a button, prompting the astonishing sight of a massive skylight opening atop the bomb shelter tower, with a swarm of drones soaring forth. These are the drones for our base. I crafted this little gadget. Xu Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the military drones in flight. This could not possibly be a reconnaissance strike drone. Damn it, this was a creation of Han Qingxue. After the initial shock, he found it difficult to refute the reality, for such high-grade drones could not be purchased externally. Moreover, this design was one he had never encountered before. It was inconceivable that anyone other than Han Qingxiar could have fabricated them. At that moment, he couldn't help but contemplate the other military-grade defensive structures within Han Qingxiar's domain. Each was beyond anything available outside. Take her armored vehicles, for instance. They were undoubtedly the most formidable he had ever seen. Without question, as he pondered this, he gazed at Han Qingxiar in sheer astonishment. His leader was truly an extraordinary individual. She was, quite simply, capable of anything. His admiration for Han Qingxiar had reached unparalleled heights. Chapter 52. Are they deities? The following day, the fiery sun ascended upon the horizon, casting its brilliant and warm light upon the once magnificent realm of human civilization that had been the cradle of countless miracles. Yet, the present human world lay in utter disarray. The bustling breakfast establishments that once sprang to life at dawn were now absent, as were the throngs of morning joggers, the diligent sanitation workers, and the early risers toiling for their livelihoods. Instead, the city was overrun by an inexhaustible horde of zombies, their piercing shrieks echoing intermittently. In a sprawling factory complex on the outskirts of the city, atop a 4-story building, an excruciating scream reverberated through the air. With a thunderous crash, a stainless steel pipe fell heavily upon a zombie, sending it crashing down. Yet, the situation had become untenable. Roar, hiss. A multitude of zombies clambered up a rising mound of earth, stacking upon one another in a grotesque pyramid. After a night of relentless accumulation, they trampled their fallen comrades, finally reaching the rooftop. The first zombie to breach the summit was swiftly struck down, but behind it loomed an endless wave of grasping claws reaching for the ledge. With gnarled and blooded fingers, the zombies emerged one by one, their hollow, ashen eyes ablaze with a ravenous hunger. They craved flesh, they yearned for human flesh. How insatiably hungry they were. Roar! 2 zombies leapt simultaneously. Boom, boom! 8 or 9 men stood at the front line, wielding steel pipes with all their might, tirelessly repelling the relentless. Behind them, a dozen women armed themselves, desperately attempting to beat away the grasping hands of the zombies threatening to breach the rooftop. There was no retreat, they were trapped on the rooftop. The fire escape had long been blocked. Inside lay an impenetrable mass of zombies. As time ticked away, the defenders atop the roof began to falter, while the zombies below multiplied, surging higher and higher. Though they were a group of starving humans, malnourished and weak, the undead below were like an unyielding engine of destruction. Roar! A shrill female scream pierced the air as a male zombie charged from behind their defenses. One foot donned the latest AJ sneakers, while the other was bereft of its beloved shoe, exposing a foot mangled and gnawed upon. Despite its gruesome injury, the zombie moved with alarming speed. Upon reaching the platform, it dove toward the nearest woman, knocking her to the ground, its gaping maw revealing several missing teeth, poised to sink its fangs into her flesh when a steel pipe soared through the air, obliterating its head with tremendous force. Dear! Li Gang yanked the woman back. Husband! Wangfang trembled, curling. At that moment, an increasing number of zombies clambered up. Their rooftop had been utterly breached. Stop fighting, climb to the top of the generator. Li Gang urged, clutching his wife as they ascended to the highest point. The sight spurred everyone to abandon their desperate fight and scramble upwards. By the time they reached the summit, the rooftop had been completely overrun. Zombies swarmed from below, encircling their final refuge, an unending tide of the undead surging through the breach where resistance had crumbled. The generator, a mere 2 meters in height and narrow in area, became a refuge for a mass of frightened souls, encircled by a relentless horde of zombies, with no avenue for escape. The generator trembled under the weight of the undead pushing against it. They were doomed, truly, they were doomed. Just as despair threatened to consume them entirely, a thundering roar echoed through the silent factory. An imposing armored vehicle reappeared before their eyes. In that moment, all gazes fixed upon it, the ferocious vehicle plowed through the scattered zombies, barreling toward their building. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed into the horde, obliterating both the zombies, and instantly, the staircase of zombies was scattered, those still clinging on fell like rain from the sky. Following this, a powerful jet of water erupted from the vehicle's turret. A man stood at the aiming port, summoning an immense high-pressure water stream that surged toward the remaining zombies. Where the water flowed, zombies were swept away in droves. Those still suspended in midair, clinging to their companions, were also eradicated. Next came a series of fiery blasts erupting from the vehicle's roof. A combination of fire and water assaults, along with the armored vehicle's relentless ramming, rapidly dismantled the horde of zombies in mere minutes. Han Qingxie, behind the wheel, thought to herself, this is how one slays zombies. Efficiently, once the primary wave of zombies had been cleared, the armored vehicle parked alongside the factory. The doors swung open, releasing a pack of specially trained soldiers to deliver the finishing blows. Clad in protective combat gear, they charged into the fray, dispatching the remaining zombies with ruthless efficiency. As the hatch of the armored vehicle fully opened, an impressive lift extended outward. To the astonishment of Li Gang and Wang Fang, two figures, a man and a woman, leapt from the vehicle and ascended to their rooftop. They had come to rescue them. The man wielded a continuous stream of water, while the woman brandished a tang knife, dispatching zombies with swift precision. Wherever she struck, the undead were cleaved in twain, their bodies rolling lifelessly. Xu Xiaoyang's water stream provided her with impeccable protection, clearing a path through the encroaching zombies. The two fought in seamless harmony, advancing toward the generator. In a mere 10 minutes, the zombies surrounding Li Gang and the others had been vanquished. They gazed upon Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang with awe, as if witnessing deities in flesh. This was indeed the fabled divine presence, sent to rescue them. Will you come with me? Han Qingxie inquired, having dispatched the last of the zombies on the rooftop. Upon hearing her words, the crowd responded with shock. I have established a base. Those willing to accompany me shall become residents of my sanctuary. Henceforth, I shall ensure your safety. Within my domain, you will find security. Han Qingxie declared, her gaze unwavering upon the faces before her. Chapter 53, welcoming new residents among the group. Li Gang was the first to react. What do you want us to do? Submit to me, Han Qingxie declared, her sword poised before them all. I cannot restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but if you submit to me, I shall ensure that you become the happiest residents of this base. Xu Xiaoyang stood resolutely behind her, exuding an aura of absolute strength. The inherent magnetism and credibility of a powerful individual drew everyone closer to her unconsciously. You saved us, my wife and I are willing. Li Gang was the first to agree, grasping Wang Fang's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no justification to refuse Han Qingxie. With zombies lurking everywhere, they had nowhere to go, no home to return to. They faced hunger, unemployment, and the constant threat of zombies emerging from the shadows. Naturally, they sought a safe haven. Moreover, without Han Qingxie's intervention, survival would have been impossible. Her strength was formidable, and it inspired them to follow her. How could they sustain themselves without her? Once Li Gang and Wang Fang had descended, the remaining dozen or so individuals hurried to join them. We are willing too. I am willing. I will follow you. Just ensure our safety and provide us with food. Han Qingxie lazily cast a glance at her. The outside is teeming with zombies. Do you truly believe your home is free of them? Upon hearing this, the two girls hesitated momentarily. No, we still want to go home, the girl insisted. At this point, Han Qingxie ceased to persuade them, her voice cold. If you wish to leave, then go. The two girls, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, exchanged glances with Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang before swiftly making their way to the ladder against the wall. The others witnessed the scene and, though some wished to voice their objections, ultimately remained silent, watching them depart. Thus, from this group of 18, only 16 chose to stay. After affirming their loyalty to Han Qingxie, a notification resonated within her mind. Beep, 16 residents detected. Reward, 1600 points. Beep, power type ability users detected, 2 reward, special attributes. Beep, speed type ability user detected, 1 reward, special attributes. Among the 16 new residents accepted by Han Qingxie, 3 possessed supernatural abilities. By accepting them, their special attributes would be replicated within her. Han Qingxie immediately felt a transformation within her body. She could distinctly sense an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through her. To her delight, the system confirmed that overlapping abilities would be cumulative, enhancing her existing powers exponentially rather than treating duplicates as singular. Han Qingxie had successfully acquired a new group of residents, earning herself 1600 points along with 3 supernatural abilities. She regarded her new residents with satisfaction. Simultaneously, as the system validated their status as residents. The admiration and affection in their gazes towards Han Qingxie intensified. "From now on, you may call me your lord." "Yes, my lord," everyone warmly addressed Han Qingxie. She surveyed the surrounding zombies. "Everyone, listen up, cleanse the zombies' brains and retrieve what lies within." With a casual flick of her knife, Han Qingxie sliced open a zombie skull, extracting a grain-sized crystal core from within. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoever collects the most and submits the most will receive rewards. Han Qingxie further encouraged them. Instantly, everyone began to scramble for the task of dispatching zombies. After delegating the mission of collecting crystal cores, Han Qingxie turned to Xu Xiaoyang. "Clear out all the zombies in the factory." "Understood." She led Xu Xiaoyang to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The heavy iron door, bound with thick chains, could not contain the zombies packed inside like sardines. They howled and clamoured behind the door, and upon seeing Xu Xiaoyang and Han Qingxie approach, their excitement reached a fever pitch. With a decisive swing of her Tang Dao, Han Qingxie severed the chains with a resounding clang, and the zombies surged forth as if released from a cage. However, they were met with a powerful jet of water. As the water hit the zombies, it quickly dispersed into a barrage of water bullets, each possessing the force of a bullet. Thud! A series of water bullets struck true, taking down every zombie that emerged. Had any other supernatural users witnessed this, they would have been left utterly speechless. This was absurdly powerful. Currently, the common level of supernatural abilities involved conjuring small water spheres, fireballs, or earthmans. Even Ding Yi, who had previously obstructed Han Qingxie, was considered a formidable user, yet Xu Xiaoyang unleashed a formidable high-pressure water jet with effortless mastery over the water's form, showcasing control that had already reached the third tier of supernatural abilities. This was a direct result of Han Qingxie's daily provision of evolution fluid to enhance his capabilities, with no adverse effects whatsoever. By the time other bases began to distribute evolution fluid, their combat prowess would have already outstripped that of their peers. More importantly, the evolution fluid they used came with a host of side effects. In terms of strength, there was simply no comparison. As the primary force, Xu Xiaoyang dispatched each zombie that charged forth, swiftly clearing the zombies in the safe passage. Han Qingxie, lazily wielding her knife beside him, would step in to finish off any stragglers. Before long, the safe passage was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others not to forget the crystal cores they needed to collect and led Xu Xiaoyang deeper into the safe passage. She intended to eradicate all the zombies within the factory, both inside and out, and eventually mark this place as her territory. This expansive factory housed a wealth of machinery, which would greatly facilitate her efforts in food processing in the future. This factory was now hers. As they descended to the third floor, Han Qingxie's spiritual sense tingled. Within her mind, she distinctly perceived an energy 10 times stronger than that of a regular zombie. "Stop!" Han Qingxie commanded, and Xu Xiaoyang halted in response. With a resounding crash, the safety door before Xu Xiaoyang was breached, revealing a zombie with a gaping wound in its abdomen. This one was different. Its greyish-white eyes held a glimmer of intelligence. Another third-tier zombie. Chapter 54. Another day of admiration for Han Qingxie. The zombie, having missed its target, raised its vicious head and let out a roar directed at Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang. Roar! This was a fresh zombie. Vivid crimson pus oozed from the corners of its mouth, its face marred by savage bites, appearing grotesquely deformed as if it had been violently smashed downwards, leaving it utterly disfigured. White brain matter and dark red secretions mingled on its face, dripping down in heavy, glistening blobs. It opened its cavernous mouth, its entire head resembling a horrific scene from a nightmare, especially with its abdomen completely hollowed out. "I have seen ugly, but nothing quite like this," Han Qingxie remarked, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her upon seeing the creature. How brutal must one's existence have been to end up in such a state? A closer inspection revealed, oh wow, is this not the Earth-based ability user from yesterday who had caused them trouble, only to be met with their own misfortune? It seemed to harbor a faint memory of its former life, directing its animosity towards its adversaries. It lunged at Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang. Boom! A powerful jet of water surged towards its head. Rumble! To Xu Their high-pressure water jet unleashed by Xu Xiaoyang slammed into the wall instead. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards him. Xu Xiaoyang swiftly evaded, and in one fluid motion, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the shadow spiraling down the stairwell. The prowess of a top-tier special forces soldier allowed him to react instinctively to any sudden assault. Even the zombified Ding Yi could not breach his defenses. However, at that moment, the staircase beneath Xu Xiaoyang began to crumble. Earth and steel gave way, leaving Xu Xiaoyang teetering on the edge of a precipice, about to plummet. Fortunately, Han Qingxue seized his shoulder and with a mighty effort, pulled him back to safety. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The staircase continued to collapse, and Han Qingxue, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted Xu Xiaoyang onto her back and raced upwards. With every step they took, the staircase behind them crumbled further. The thunderous sound of concrete blocks crashing down filled the air, and in Xu Xiaoyang's line of sight, the entire staircase descended layer by layer, revealing a shadowy figure at the very bottom. Boss. The Earth-based ability user has retained its powers even in zombie form, and they have been enhanced. I am aware, Han Qingxue replied, striding purposefully towards the rooftop with Xu Xiaoyang in tow. Just then, the last layer of steps collapsed entirely, and Han Qingxue found herself stepping into thin air. In an instant, she pressed herself against the wall, propelling herself upwards, while Xu Xiaoyang grasped the door leading to the third-floor corridor. It was now his turn to cling tightly to Han Qingxue. He latched onto the closed safety door, his legs wrapped around her waist, as the staircase beneath them crumbled away, executing a deft maneuver that landed Han Qingxue at the narrow edge of the third-floor doorway. He swiftly followed suit, leaping through the gap. Boom, the entire safety corridor collapsed, leaving nothing but exposed steel rebar and jagged walls in its wake. At that moment, Han Qingxue and Xu Xiaoyang stood precariously at the entrance of the safety corridor, balanced on a narrow ledge that could barely accommodate a single foot. Below them loomed a gaping chasm of over 10 meters. The slightest movement could send them spiraling into the abyss. To make matters worse, behind them, the safety corridor was sealed tight, filled with zombies. A horde of grotesque creatures sensed their presence, slamming against the safety door. The blooded faces of the zombies were mere inches away from Han Qingxue, separated only by a glass window. The sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying. Boss, that ability-wielding zombie has vanished. Xu Xiaoyang exclaimed, desperately sensing the creature's whereabouts. Yet, Ding Yi, now a zombie with earth-based powers, had concealed itself among the rubble. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang felt utterly helpless, his water-based abilities rendered useless in this perilous situation, where the enemy could easily hide in their own domain. They were in a dire predicament. Before them lay an abyss, and behind them, zombies. It seemed there was no way out. In that moment, Han Qingxue closed her eyes. As she did, her mind rapidly constructed a vivid image of the terrain surrounding her. Her formidable mental prowess acted like a radar, scanning the area for any discernible threats. Within her mental realm, she perceived those nearby as deep blue, while behind her lurked 17 or 18 greyish-white figures. The blue represented Xu Xiaoyang, and the greyish-white symbolized the zombies. She extended her mental energy downward, spreading it further. In an instant, a much broader picture unfolded before her. Beneath them, a further 15 or 16 greyish-white zombies roamed, with several more scattered at the very bottom. One zombie, distinctively earth-colored, suddenly came into focus. Yangzi, 12 o'clock, prepare, Han Qingxue instructed, without a moment's hesitation. Xu Xiaoyang redirected his high-pressure water jet towards the center once more, clearing away a pile of rubble and striking the zombie's head. In Han Qingxue's mental domain, the earth-colored figure vanished entirely, replaced by a small yet radiant earth-colored crystal fragment. A level 3 crystal nucleus had appeared. All done, Han Qingxue opened her eyes, surveying the lifeless form of Ding Yi. She expertly descended from the third floor, scaling the walls with the agility of a nimble gecko. Once on the ground, she headed straight for Ding Yi's position, prying the crystal nucleus from him. Xu Xiaoyang followed her lead, navigating the staircase-less corridor. Upon witnessing her skill, he couldn't help but feel immense admiration for his leader. How did she manage to pinpoint the zombie's location so swiftly? Moreover, she executed her actions with precision and speed, never faltering. How could such an extraordinary woman exist in this world? Working alongside her on missions was an unparalleled delight. Today marked yet another day of increased admiration for Han Qingxie. His boss was truly remarkable. Chapter 55, A Bountiful Harvest. After vanquishing the third-tier mutant zombie, Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang proceeded to eliminate the remaining scattered zombies within the factory. Li Gang and his companions diligently gathered the zombie crystals throughout the premises. Han Qingxie harbored no fear of their potential treachery. Firstly, they were oblivious to the crystal's true value and thus lacked any notion of deceit, and secondly, most importantly, she possessed psychic abilities. She could perceive the color of the crystals. A mere glance allowed her to discern whether anyone had concealed any. "Lord, this is what you requested." Li Gang presented Han Qingxie with the collection of all the zombie crystals. She surveyed the 16 individuals present, noting with satisfaction that none harbored secreted crystals. In total, they had amassed 1,208 crystals, along with an additional third-tier crystal. Please tally the crystals collected by each individual. Rewards will be allocated based on their contributions. Rewards? Indeed, follow me to my base, and I shall explain how the points system operates. Upon hearing this, Li Gang and the others were elated and readily agreed, yes. Han Qingxie discovered a plethora of operable vehicles within the factory. The abundance of cars was remarkable. Most were in pristine condition, albeit lacking keys. However, this posed no challenge for Han Qingxie, who deftly managed to unlock several vehicles for their use. Before departing, she conducted a thorough search of the factory. Under Li Gang's guidance, she swiftly located all the production workshops within the facility. This factory was the largest grain production site in City A, generating a vast array of food-related products, including wuchang rice, rice oil, flour, noodles, white sugar, and white noodles, an extensive assortment of edibles. In total, the yield amounted to over 100,000 tons. Han Qingxie instructed Xu Xiaoyang to repair the factory's entrance, erect a sign bearing her name, and hoist a flag emblazoned with her insignia, thus establishing the factory as her domain. Meanwhile, she hurriedly collected the foodstuffs stored in the warehouse. Every box of pre-packaged goods was swiftly gathered. By the time she had thoroughly emptied the factory of its products, her storage space was filled to three-quarters capacity. It resembled a 10-story building, with every corner brimming with supplies, nearly overflowing. The amount of food was sufficient not only for herself but could sustain 7,000 to 8,000 individuals for a lifetime. Han Qingxie felt immense satisfaction with her haul. As for the machinery and production lines, she chose to leave them untouched for the time being. Once her base's productivity had flourished, she would return with her team to process food. These resources would prove invaluable. Today had been an exceptionally fruitful day, yielding a massive food factory, over 10 tons of grain, a population of 16, and more than 1,000 crystals. Emerging from the grand warehouse, Han Qingxie found that the entrance had been restored. With a command, she signaled for everyone to board the vehicles, leading them toward her base. Along the journey, a long-forgotten sense of security enveloped them, as if they were under her protection. As their convoy departed the factory and entered the main thoroughfare, a sudden scream pierced the air. On the roadside, a cluster of 3 to 5 scattered zombies descended upon a woman, voraciously tearing into her flesh. Another woman was desperately fleeing, her eyes locked onto their convoy as she sprinted towards them, pleading for salvation. Help me, yet, after only a few paces, she was over. Wenfang immediately recognized the screaming woman. It's Liu Ling and Xu Wenwen. All eyes in the vehicle were fixated on the two women ensnared by the zombies, their horrified expressions betraying their fear as they leaned against the windows, unable to look away. These were the very individuals Han Qingxie had previously invited to accompany her, yet they had chosen to depart. Their homes were in close proximity to the factory, and despite her warnings of the lurking danger, they had insisted on returning home. It was evident they had hastily ventured back, only to discover the presence of zombies and frantically attempt to return, but how could they escape the relentless onslaught of the undead? Before their very eyes, the two women were consumed by the ravenous creatures, and moments later, their bodies began to convulse and mutate. The sight left everyone in stunned silence. Boom! The lead armored vehicle accelerated, mercilessly crushing the two heaps of zombies, clearing a path through the throng of undead. thus forging all vehicles followed the path Hanchingshire had carved. Once they had safely distanced themselves from the two clusters of zombies, a profound sense of security and relief washed over them. They were fortunate to have followed Hanchingshire without hesitation. Unlike those two foolish girls who had attempted to return home, the world outside was teeming with zombies, leaving no sanctuary in sight. There could be no room for complacency. Under Hanchingshire's guidance, she assured them that within her territory, they would find safety. The group swiftly followed her vehicles toward the outskirts. The convoy came to a halt amidst a cluster of villas. The moment Hanchingshire arrived, the residents of Villa number 9 rushed out. "Lord, you've arrived." Hanchingshire spotted Wang Yuman along with his wife and child and nodded in acknowledgement. She gestured for the individuals from the 5 or 6 vehicles trailing behind her to disembark. "Henceforth, you shall all reside here," she declared. Turning to Wang Yuman, she instructed, "Lead them in cultivating crops and managing production. Production is the foundation of all endeavors, and the cultivation of food is the bedrock of that foundation." Only with a stable food supply can they contemplate expanding into other production sectors. Progress must be made step by step. Wang Yuman nodded vigorously. "Understood. Everyone, gather around, I shall explain the rules of the base." Chapter 56. The Midsummer Base. All residents joining my base shall operate under a points system. Points can be exchanged with me for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Hanchingshire retrieved the list she had previously given. The list contained an exceedingly detailed exchange rate for food items. 1 pound of rice equals 1 point, 1 packet of salt equals 1 point, 1 egg equals 1 point, 1 pound of pork equals 10 points, and 1 live chicken equals 50 points. There were also methods to earn points, with a similar exchange rate for recycling. All crops you produce can be exchanged for points, and additionally, slaying zombies and obtaining crystal cores will yield rewards. At 1 point each, I'm granting you the basic points. Furthermore, any crystal cores you hunt down yourselves will be worth 10 points each. Li Gang and the others exclaimed in astonishment. They instantly comprehended the implications. Within Hanchingshire's base, points would serve as currency, and each of them had just collected between 50 to 80 crystal cores. Their basic points would thus range from 50 to 80. If converted entirely into food, each person could acquire at least 500 to 600 pounds. Moreover, each of you is required to pay me 10 points daily as a resident tax. Hanchingshire established the framework of the base's regulations. You are all encouraged to oversee one another. Should you discover any tax evaders, there will be rewards for reporting them. Half of their confiscated assets will be awarded to the informant. The crowd immediately grew tense. However, correspondingly, as residents of my territory, you will be under my protection. I will provide you with the safest environment possible. Within my domain, you can produce freely, as securely as in the world before the apocalypse, and periodically, you will receive benefits. Historically, to govern the populace, one must utilize 5 methods. To fool them, weaken them, exhaust them, humiliate them, and impoverish them. Fooling the populace entails unifying their thoughts, ensuring all acknowledge a singular authority. Hanchingshire aimed to align their minds with her own, compelling the residents of her. Weakening the populace refers to fortifying the base while rendering individual residents powerless, preventing any organization from challenging the authority of the base. For instance, the group led by Dingyi whom Hanchingshire encountered yesterday. They banded together under Dingyi's leadership, each harboring their own agendas. She would never accept them. Otherwise, admitting such a rowdy group would only invite chaos into her otherwise. Weakening the populace means diminishing the collective power of her subjects, dividing their unity, allowing them to function independently while still being part of her territory. The individuals Hanchingshire had recently gathered were all loosely associated, having momentarily banded together without a true leader. Even Li Gang, who held the most sway, lacked significant influence. Upon her arrival, they were more inclined to trust her. Such a collective is worthy of acceptance. By diminishing the residents' power, she ensures that no one can undermine the base. As for exhausting the populace, it involves ensuring residents have daily tasks to occupy them, driven by a common goal. For example, the points system Hanqingshire implemented mandates that each resident must contribute 10. Failure to meet this requirement will incur interest, and consistent non-compliance will lead to expulsion. This compels everyone to engage in production, with points serving as the direction for their efforts. This embodies the essence of exhausting the populace. Humiliating the populace refers to the reporting and oversight system Hanqingshire established, promoting mutual supervision among the people, thus enabling her punishments to be executed efficiently. Consequently, everyone would act cautiously, diligently adhering to labor and rules. Lastly, impoverishing the populace entails rendering them destitute, stripping away any excess beyond basic sustenance. Much like the pre-apocalyptic society filled with individuals living paycheck to paycheck, where accumulating personal wealth was a formidable challenge, and most wages barely sufficed for daily expenses, this exemplifies the impoverishment of the populace. For Hanqingshire, who oversees this nascent base, everyone is indeed impoverished to the core, rendering the need for further impoverishment unnecessary. What is required now is development, vigorous growth and construction of the base. The 10-point daily requirement she established is sufficient to stimulate labor among the populace, and with a little diligence, accumulating personal wealth is not an insurmountable task. Of course, as the lord of the base, she must ensure the safety of all residents and provide comprehensive support and some benefits under any circumstances. Under her governance, as long as these residents work diligently, she can offer them the finest treatment available in all the bases. In the initial phase, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you need for. I have instructed Wen Yuman's family to lead you in starting cultivation and livestock raising, and for now, the base tax will be waived for 1 month. After 1 month, all of you will be required to pay me points. Hanqingshire addressed everyone present. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at her with a mix of anxiety and gratitude. She was providing them safety and territory, guiding them back to a stable and peaceful life, and granting them a month of grace. Within this period, they could cultivate early maturing vegetables and achieve a bountiful harvest, sufficient for them to transition back to normal production and life, especially considering they already possessed a basic stock of points, enabling them to live comfortably during this time. The incentivizing system she established invigorated them all. One must understand that if a mighty dragon were to bring only favorable weather to humanity, it would not be revered. Instead, it would be reduced to a mere beast of burden. However, if that dragon possessed the wrath of thunder and the power to annihilate, humanity would deify it. The art of governance lies in the balance of reward and punishment. In the eyes of these people, Hanqingshire was their deity. By the way, my lord, what shall we call it? At this moment, Wen Yuman inquired, Hanqingshire pondered briefly before addressing everyone. Midsummer Base. From now on, all of you shall be residents of Midsummer Base. Upon hearing this name, the crowd was instantly invigorated, their gazes towards Hanqingshire transforming into expressions of profound reverence. In that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated, territory naming successful. Ding prosperity level initiated, current prosperity level, 60. Reward, resident loyalty increased by 10%. Chapter 57 The Best Leadership, the base's yield has increased by 10%. Hanqingshire exclaimed. The consecutive issuance of 2 rewards was not only practical but also powerful. The system is impressive. As Hanqingshire beheld the newly unlocked attribute values, the prosperity of the base was prominently displayed following her points and crystal core count. Upon accessing the prosperity interface, she could view the detailed attributes above. Current base residents. 19 individuals base guards, 1 individual base war dogs, 16 area coverage, approximately 41 square kilometers cultivation area, 30 acres current prosperity value, 60, rustic village. Hanqingshire pondered, the title of rustic village might be a tad. Upgrading the title will unlock a grand gift package. Hanqingshire glanced at her next level. Prosperity 500, urban rural fringe. Excellent, how could she not strive for an urban-rural fringe, everything for the glory of the... Onward to the urban-rural fringe, Han Qingxue departed from the residential area. She instructed all residents to find their own accommodations. Any housing within her territory was permissible. Due to current technological limitations, Han Qingxue temporarily opted for a registration method to record everyone's points, creating 2 copies for both sides. Should they wish to exchange for supplies, they simply needed to inform Wang Yuman, who would send Wang Yunduo the next day to collect them. Given the constraints, many things were still in exploratory stages, and with insufficient manpower, this was the best approach for now. To facilitate this, she granted the Wang family 100 points as a subsidy, determining that their rent would be deducted at 10 points, absolving them from daily production deliveries. After settling everyone, she distributed a batch of seeds for Wang Yuman to plant, and then she took her leave. On the way, Xu Xiaoyang frequently cast glances at her. "What are you looking at?" he inquired seriously while driving. "I believe our leader is an exceptionally competent individual. Could it be that he is angling for a salary?" She scrutinized Xu Xiaoyang, contemplated for 3 seconds, and then decisively declared, "All right, since you work with me the most, it's only fair to offer you some remuneration." "From now on, I will grant you 100 points each month. You can exchange them for whatever you desire." Xu Xiaoyang looked stunned. "Isn't that a bit too little? 800 points is quite... That translates to 100 jin of grain." Han Qingxue immediately began to calculate with her fingers. "Do not forget that you are essentially in my service. I provide for your meals and Should I enumerate the ways I take care of you? You ought to be grateful. All right, we will leave it at that for now. Once the base flourishes, I shall consider granting you a bonus. I am tired now, I'm going to take a nap." Han Qingxue yawned and feigned sleep. The prospect of a wage increase, not a chance. Xu Xiaoyang noticed her eyes closed in slumber and steadied the steering wheel, his expression softening into a gentle smile. He wasn't merely seeking a salary, he genuinely believed Han Qingxue was remarkable. The longer he spent with her, the more convinced he became. She might appear fierce, ruthless, and intimidating to outsiders, but internally, she was incredibly kind. Once she recognized someone as her own, she would spare no effort to protect them and provide the best life possible. Han Qingxue's excellence stemmed not from her appearance but from her intrinsic strength. Following someone like her would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous life. Their base was destined to grow strong. Xu Xiaoyang drove quietly, returning to the base with steady hands. Upon returning to her air raid shelter, Han Qingxue began counting the spoils of her day. As usual, she first exchanged a level 1 crystal core for 1,000 points. Following this, combined with her territorial expansion and the acquisition of a factory, her points soared to an impressive 150,000, along with a crystal core gift package. She decided to hold off on opening the crystal core gift package for the moment. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she exchanged for a radar system valued at the same 10,000 points. With a whoosh, she expanded another area behind the second floor of her tower, and several radar stations emerged atop her air raid shelter. A complete radar system was established on her second floor. The system's radar would automatically adjust its scanning range according to Han Qingxue's territorial expansion, monitoring all anomalies within her domain and alerting her accordingly. It was far more precise than her previous connection to the territory. Moreover, it was integrated with Han Qingxue's reconnaissance drone system. Upon detecting any irregularities, she could directly send the coordinates to the drone for reconnaissance, eliminating the need for her to run around herself. The security measures of her territory had been significantly bolstered. In addition, as she browsed the displayed products, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an electronic statistics system. It resembled the meal card and water card systems prevalent in cafeterias. This product was marked as essential for the territory and was priced at only 100 points. However, each membership card required 1 point. Han Qingxue decisively placed an order, spending another 100 points to purchase 100 membership cards. This was precisely what she needed. From now on, each member of her base would possess an identity point card, making the deduction and accumulation of points exceedingly convenient. There would be no need for her to maintain manual records. The system would automatically log everything. The Lord system was indeed adept at crafting exceptional leaders. fully aware of Han Qingxie's requirements. Before long, this set of items appeared before Han Qingxie. Each card bore the inscription Midsummer. In fact, such devices were not particularly difficult to create. Prior to the apocalypse, many programmers could write the necessary code and produce a complete system with a sensor and chip card. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, where could she find programmers to develop the software for her, let alone the necessary equipment and chips? The system's provision was simply perfect, the identity cards were beautiful, the system was swift, and it operated without bugs, truly marvelous. After obtaining this point system, Han Qingxie promptly entered the information of the existing 19 members, including their respective points, ensuring that Wang Yunduo would distribute them to everyone the following day. Thus, the foundation of her midsummer base had been effectively established. Once the residence points were organized, Han Qingxie processed the level 3 crystal cores into evolution liquid using the extraction machine. She consumed the evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal core and prepared a bottle of level 1 zombie crystal core evolution liquid for Xu Xiaoyang. Observing this vial of evolution liquid, she thought to herself, there truly is no other boss like me in the world. Here, without hesitation, he accepted it and drank. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water provided by his boss was simply exceptional. What is this? Xu Xiaoyang inquired, looking at the card after finishing the water. Your identity card. From this moment on, you are a formal resident of the Midsummer Base, and it contains 100 points. Chapter 58, The donkeys of the production team cannot match his abilities. Xu Xiaoyang took hold of the identity card in his hand. His identification number is 002, denoting him as the second citizen of the summer base. Xu Xiaoyang clutched this card, and as he gazed upon the number, warmth surged within him. 002, this signifies his standing in Han Qingxie's heart, second only to 001, which belongs to Han Qingxie herself. The sentiment is profoundly intricate. Han Qingxie regards him as her closest companion. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, they truly rely on one another, finding solace in each other's presence. With Han Qingxie placing him so high in her esteem, it follows that she too occupies the position of his most cherished person. At that moment, Han Qingxie called out to Xu Qian, who was gnawing on a bone. Qianji, come here, issue the identity tags. Woof, woof, woof. Xu Qian set down the bone and hurried over. Han Qingxie produced an identity card, properly threaded, and inserted it into the slot of Xu Qian's combat uniform, securing it with a knot. Prominently displayed was the number 001. Xu Xiaoyang, Xu Qian is 001. What else could it be? Then, how NAV he had been. Furthermore, Han Qingxie had also arranged identification documents for her dogs, from 003 to 017, each adorned with a customized dog tag bearing the emblem of the summer base. They were placed in the slots of their combat uniforms. To Han Qingxie, these dogs were indistinguishable from humans. They were her comrades, and even more trustworthy allies. They were required to possess identity cards for the summer base. 2 days swiftly passed. Han Qingxie had been occupied with the construction of the base during this time. Building and managing the base was an exceedingly complex and troublesome endeavor, particularly in the initial stages. She needed to resolve issues pertaining to water sources, electricity, and essential supplies for the residents. Previously, only Wang Yuman's family resided there, their needs minimal, and they could endure the lack of necessities. But with the increase in residents forming a village, fundamental living conditions had to be addressed. Han Qingxie installed 100 solar panels, which she had obtained from a previous lottery, within the villa area, providing the residents with a stable power supply. The electricity output for this area was now secured. Furthermore, for any future issues, they could simply call the air raid shelter, alleviating the need for Wang Yunduo to run back and forth every day. As for the water supply, this area was still connected to the water company. Previously, Wang Yunduo's family had relied on rainwater collection, but now, with the increase in population, rainwater would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Han Qingxie organized the residents to dig wells, utilizing the water system from her air raid shelter. Her water system had undergone systematic reinforcement, ensuring its safety. The water supply issue was swiftly resolved. With the enhancement of these two vital aspects of daily life, the residents' loyalty to Han Qingxie surged, along with their sense of belonging. Under her stewardship, life flourished for them. Next, regarding resource exchange, Han Qingxue found herself severely lacking in manpower. The daily back and forth for exchanging goods was exhausting labor. Thus, she arranged a market at the base. Aside from the most essential supplies, on the 1st and 15th of each month, she would hold a centralized market for everyone to trade essential living materials, allowing everyone to purchase freely on those days. For particularly scarce resources, they could contact Wen Yunjuo, who would handle exchanges at her air raid shelter. Her domain still prohibited entry to anyone else. To facilitate this, Han Qingxue provided the young girl with a small bicycle. In these extraordinary times, everyone was required to engage in productive work, and children were vital human resources. Additionally, Han Qingxue exempted Wang Yunjuo from taxes as a form of salary, which could hardly be considered unfair to a child. In an era of resource scarcity, everyone had to be useful, unlike the small base where Han Qingxue had previously resided, where children were treated as adults and adults as slaves. There was no concept of protecting the young and elderly. If one lacked the ability to labor, they would be cast aside by the base. Bases had no need for burdensome waste. Children were expected to contribute as well. However, if outsiders from other bases witnessed the industriousness within the summer base, they would surely clamor to join. Other bases were now rife with chaos. A flood of refugees had overwhelmed them, food was scarce, resources were tight, and many were left without a means to earn a living. In contrast, the children in her base had tasks to perform and could earn points, making it a veritable paradise, a sanctum on earth. Under her guidance, the land around the villa area was cultivated, with high-yield, fast-growing crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes already planted. Everyone had genuinely begun to engage in productive labor, and her base was truly on the right track. The prosperity index of Han Qingxue's base had surged by 30 points. The quaint village was taking shape. Once the crops were harvested and resources were in hand, the prosperity of the base would continue to rise. After 2 days of management and construction, Han Qingxue finally found a moment to breathe, yet simultaneously, she sensed a critical deficiency: manpower. Her workforce was woefully inadequate. One Xu Xiaoyang was far from sufficient. Xu Xiaoyang was already overwhelmed managing the air raid shelter. He had to wake an hour earlier each day to tidy up both inside and outside the shelter, and with more vegetables reaching harvest time and many fruit trees beginning to bear fruit, he was also responsible for cooking, cleaning, and attending to the needs of the shelter, while occasionally being summoned by Han Qingxue to the residential area. Even the donkey in the production team could not match his workload. This was still with the assistance of the radar and drone systems. Any wandering zombies invading the territory were dealt with by drones. Otherwise, it would be truly impossible for just the two of them to manage. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxue's mind. Ding, Super Lord system activated. Conquer the Western pharmaceutical. The most formidable assistance came from the system. The system rarely issued tasks, yet each time it was a powerful boon. Yangzi, let's head out. Yes. Xu Xiaoyang, who was washing dishes, immediately rinsed the bowl, stood up without a second thought, grabbed his gear, and headed out. Han Qingxue's words were commands, executing them was all that was required. She uploaded the map into her armored vehicle, took along her 8 dogs, leaving Xie Qian and 7 others to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was the Western Pharmaceutical Development Factory in a city, situated at the border of B City and C City. After 2.5 hours of travel, they arrived at the factory around noon. This pharmaceutical factory was quite secluded, with only this solitary 6-story building surrounded by several kilometers of emptiness. The exterior was pure white, and the security facilities out front were remarkably advanced. Yet, there was no one to be found. Upon arriving, Han Qingxue suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this place, the Joint Pharmaceutical Factories Research Department. She felt as though she had heard of it somewhere before. Chapter 59, United Pharmaceuticals Boss. Is this the place? Xu Xiaoyang halted before the entrance of the pharmaceutical research facility. Surprisingly, the gate stood ajar. It felt as though someone had recently. Han Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows in concentration. Where had she heard of this place before? One thing she was absolutely certain of was that in her 2 lifetimes, she had never set foot here. United Pharmaceuticals. Let us proceed inside. Xu Xiaoyang's vehicle slowly glided through the open gate. Han Qingxue remained vigilant, instructing Xu Xiaoyang to drive around the exterior of the building to familiarize themselves with the layout. ascertain the number of entrances and exits, and identify potential escape routes in case of danger. She would not recklessly charge in, no matter her strength. One must never underestimate the risks involved. After completing a circuit of the building, she gathered the following information. There was only one entrance, the main gate. From the outside, the structure appeared to have 6 floors above ground, but to the side, Han Qingxue spotted the entrance sign for an underground parking garage. It was highly probable that there was a parking lot beneath. As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, she understood the dangers of entering such a facility. Firstly, underground parking lots are often dimly lit and cramped, posing a high risk. Secondly, reconnaissance should always commence with the less perilous areas before venturing into the more treacherous zones. To recklessly enter the underground garage could lead to unforeseen dangers, leaving her trapped in a seemingly safe area. After 2 laps around the building, she parked the armored vehicle at the entrance. She was now confident that there were no zombies outside and intended to inspect the interior before descending to the basement. By thoroughly exploring both the inner and outer areas, she could plant her flag upon this territory as Han Qingxue's domain. Let us go, understood. With utmost caution, Han Qingxue and Xu Xiaoyang stepped inside, leaving 2 of their companions to guard the vehicle while the remaining 6 accompanied them, each with 3 by their side. As they ventured deeper, Han Qingxue was astonished to find that all the doors within the pharmaceutical research facility were wide open. Numerous security doors adorned the premises, each requiring specialized identity cards to unlock, akin to bank-level security. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would be quite daunting, yet, it was as if they were the chosen ones. They encountered no obstacles at all. Remarkably, not a single zombie occupied the entire 6-story building. Han Qingxue felt as if she had stumbled upon a windfall. Was the system bestowing favors upon her? Together, she and Xu Xiaoyang traversed the safe corridors, meticulously inspecting every room from the 1st to the 6th floor. Their findings were unequivocal. There was indeed not a soul or a single zombie to be found. All the doors to the rooms stood wide open, and the equipment within lay covered in dust, indicating a state of abandonment. Boss, there are no signs of life or zombies. It appears that the inhabitants evacuated in haste. Xu Xiaoyang, with his special forces background, quickly relayed his observations to Han Qingxue. She nodded in acknowledgement. Could it truly be this simple? Entering an office on the top floor, seemingly the administrative area, she noted that the lower floors housed laboratories filled with specialized equipment. On the desk, she discovered an electric kettle still plugged in, heating water. This kettle was equipped with a temperature sensor that activated automatically when the water cooled, repeatedly boiling the water until it reached the minimum level to prevent dry boiling. Han Qingxue touched the kettle. The glass exterior was still warm. Next to it, she noticed a bowl of instant noodles, unsealed and enhanced with various seasonings, along with a marinated egg and sausage. It appeared that the previous occupant had been waiting for the water to boil to prepare their meal, yet now the noodles had spoiled, the heavily preserved egg and sausage were moldy, and the entire bowl had gone rancid. The person who had prepared this instant meal never even had a chance to take a bite. Han Qingxue found this situation quite peculiar, as though the individuals here had suddenly vanished into thin air. She glanced around the room, spotting a computer, and attempted to extract some information from it. However, unlike the open doors, the computers were all password protected, adhering to the highest security standards. Finding nothing of value, she scanned the office once more and stumbled upon a trove of supplies: instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs. Never should one be empty-handed. Han Qingxue, embodying her frugal and environmentally conscious ethos, stuffed all the edible items into her bag, discreetly utilizing her spatial storage to conceal the act from Xu Xiaoyang, who was eager to assist. Before long, she had gathered all the consumables from the administrative floor. Xu Xiaoyang, with bags in both hands, his back laden, even managed to hoist 2 cases of soda, diligently collecting provisions. Observing this obedient giant, Han Qingxue remarked, "Let us head down to deposit our supplies." Understood. This time, Han Qingxue opted not to use the stairs. The building boasted its own independent power system, and the elevator was operational. She pressed the button for the downward journey, and shortly, the elevator arrived. Exchanging a glance with Xu Xiaoyang, they dispersed. having already inspected the ground floor, naturally, the elevator warranted a thorough examination as well. Ding! The elevator halted at their floor, and as the doors opened, an emptiness greeted them. At that moment, Han Qingxia was resolutely convinced that this pharmaceutical research facility was indeed devoid of any living beings or zombies. After confirming their safety, she and Xu Xiaoyang, along with their companions, entered the elevator. The elevator featured 7 buttons. As Han Qingxia had anticipated, there were 6 floors above ground and 1 basement level for parking. She intended to first reach the ground floor to store their supplies before descending to the basement. Once she completed a thorough inspection of the underground level, this research facility would be entirely under her control. Extending her hand to press the button for the first floor, she suddenly paused. Wait a moment, a realization struck her. The location of United Pharmaceuticals was in the western part of City A. While the name of the pharmaceutical company was unremarkable, its geographical position lay at the convergence of cities A, B, and C. Goodness, was this not the rumored lair of the Zombie King from her previous life? Just then, before they could press any buttons, the elevator began to descend rapidly. The display screen in front of Han Qingxia illuminated with the indication for the basement level. An unsettling sensation coursed through her as it dawned on her that they had not pressed for the basement. Rather, someone on the basement level had summoned the elevator upward. Chapter 60. Encountering Lu Qian's team again, the elevator plummeted rapidly towards the underground level B1. Inside the elevator, Han Qingxia pressed every button for all the floors. However, the elevator did not stop at any level, as if it had a priority system. First addressing the requests for ascension from the depths below, the elevator, laden with all its occupants, surged downward at a swift pace. Han Qingxia's mind raced as she focused intently on the seemingly haunted elevator, her thoughts spinning through countless possibilities. Firstly, it was certainly impossible for it to be a ghost, even if the world were on the brink of apocalypse, with zombies rampant everywhere. There could be no such thing as supernatural entities. Furthermore, even if, hypothetically, ghosts did exist in this world, how utterly pathetic would a ghost be that chose to frighten people by summoning an elevator? With such abilities, why not orchestrate an elevator malfunction to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop, or at least engage in some psychological warfare? To be frank, as long as it did not inflict direct physical harm, everything else was mere trifles in Han Qingxia's eyes. The notion of ghosts had never even crossed her mind. A person like her, inherently malevolent, feared fire, guns, and artillery, but was utterly unafraid of ghosts. The spectres paled in comparison to her own terrors. Thus, ruling out the possibility of a malfunction, it was evident that someone, or something, of a physical nature must be manipulating the elevator. The first candidate was a human, the second a zombie. Humans, zombies. Would a zombie press the elevator button in the absence of accidental activation? They certainly would not. However, Han Qingxia's sole uncertainty lay in whether this location was indeed where the Zombie King resided. If it were the fabled apex Zombie King she had heard of in her previous life, perhaps it could operate an elevator. Yet, she truly could not ascertain that, as she had never ventured to such a place or faced off against a Zombie King. Moreover, given that this was the early stage of the apocalypse, even if this place could breed super zombies, they likely wouldn't be so formidable at the onset. Therefore, the probability of a human presence was greater. She turned to Xu Xiaoyang. Their exchanged glances immediately solidified their mutual understanding. Whether human or zombie, whoever was outside today would meet their demise. Ding! The elevator descended floor by floor. Upon reaching the final level, the doors finally opened. The sole beam of light from the elevator illuminated the darkness outside, revealing a stark contrast. As the elevator doors swung open, it startled those waiting outside. Woof woof woof. To their astonishment, 6 dogs sprang forth from the elevator, hurling themselves at the waiting crowd. Outside, only 2 individuals stood. 3 dogs lunged at one of them, their speed and precision catching them completely off guard. The suddenness of the event left everyone astonished. Who could have anticipated the presence of dogs in this desolate building? However, it was evident that these 2 individuals were not ordinary either. Upon being tackled, they swiftly reacted. Some engaged in combat while others drew firearms, retaliating as best they could. Just then, 2 exceptionally quick figures shot out from the elevator. They flanked the scene, their movements a blur, taking the initiative with their top-tier special forces skills. In perfect synchrony with the dogs. In less than 3 seconds, they disarmed the 2 individuals who had been brought down by the dogs. Click. The long rifle was cocked, and Han Qingxue aimed the dark muzzle at one man's forehead. After securing control of the situation outside, she finally had a moment to observe the identities of those present. Lowering her gaze, she found herself staring into the youthful, somewhat naive face of a young soldier. Upon seeing Han Qingxue, the young soldier was visibly taken aback. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaimed excitedly, "Sister!" Han Qingxue, it was none other than Tang Jian, the young man who had often been brought to tears by her in the past. "Xiaoyang! Your Majesty!" The other individual, Ji Mingtang, who was pinned down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxue and Xu Xiaoyang. Both of them gazed in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of Han Qingxue and Xu Xiaoyang. At that moment, a hurried voice emerged from the shadows ahead. "Has the elevator arrived? We can't hold on much longer. Pingzi, quick, look who's here." Tang Jian replied hastily. He Xuanping, fully armed and with a grave expression, rushed over and immediately spotted Han Qingxue. "Sister!" The moment He Xuanping saw her, surprise surged across his previously solemn face. "What are you all still doing here? Has the elevator not arrived yet?" Just then, another bright female voice rang out. A woman in military attire rushed over anxiously. Upon seeing the group of people and dogs, her expression darkened instantly. "Who are you?" "Captain Wang, they are our friends." He Xuanping replied promptly. "Friends?" A strange look crossed the woman's face, especially upon witnessing Han Qingxue's dogs bringing down her comrades, with a firearm still aimed at one of her special forces soldiers. This hardly resembled the actions of friends. However, there was no time to interrogate the newcomers. From the depths of darkness behind them came a chilling cacophony of screams, sounds that resembled both human and beast, echoing as if a throat were being torn apart, eliciting terror at the thought of what manner of creature could produce such a noise. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the darkness before Han Qingxue's eyes. She witnessed a horrifying spectacle as countless zombies surged forth from the corridor's end. Clad in white protective suits and green patient gowns, they resembled demons clawing their way out of hell, ravenously advancing upon the soldiers standing in their path. A barrage of gunfire rained down upon them, yet it proved largely ineffective. Bullets inflicted minimal damage. Only a direct shot to the head could quell their relentless advance. These zombies possessed an attack power far exceeding that of the ones outside. They pounced on a fully armed soldier, their claws tearing through his professional protective gear as if it were mere paper, and with a brutal pull, they could rip his heart out, devouring his flesh and blood voraciously. They could not hold their ground. These individuals were destined to falter. "Run!" In that instant, Han Qingxue led her pack of dogs into the elevator at lightning speed. "Get in the elevator, retreat." Simultaneously, a familiar male voice resonated from the front. This voice echoed Han Qingxue's command as Tang Jian and the others quickly followed suit, pouring into the elevator while providing covering fire for their comrades behind them. Within mere seconds, Han Qingxue spotted several familiar faces: Wang Hang, Li Lin, and Lu Qian. It was indeed Lu Qian's team, accompanied by 4 or 5 military personnel whom Han Qingxue did not recognize. As they rushed into the elevator, the sight of Han Qingxue inside elicited surprise from everyone, yet there was no time for inquiries. All were racing against the clock to escape. Behind them loomed a horde of mutated zombies. "Charge! Charge! Retreat!" Just as they all stepped into the elevator, before they could even catch their breath, the elevator's alarm blared. Beep beep beep. Overweight. Chapter 61, Overweight. This is a spacious elevator, with a capacity limit of 20 individuals and a maximum weight of 1.6 tons. Han Qingxue, accompanied by her 6 dogs and 2 companions, has raised her canine companions exceptionally well, each weighing between 70 to 80 pounds. Adding to this, there are 12 individuals with Lu Qian on site. They are precariously close to exceeding the weight limit. Overload. Upon hearing the elevator's alarm, Wang Mengwei immediately commanded the individual at the back, Han Qingxue, "Quickly get your dogs out." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxue's eyes flashed with. At that moment, Lu Qian, positioned at the edge of the elevator with a shoulder-mounted missile, declared resolutely, "Drop all weapons." Their horde of zombies was now less than 10 meters away from them. As his command reverberated, he hurled the missile into the path of the approaching zombies, momentarily obstructing their advance. Seeing this, the other soldiers, though reluctant, also discarded their weapons. The zombies struck by the discarded arms emitted guttural cries, only to be swiftly trampled by the masses behind them. It was akin to a solitary piece of wood cast into a torrent of rats, only briefly stalling their movement before they scurried over it in droves to continue their relentless assault. Let alone a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Lucien's decision proved to be judicious. By casting away their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. As when Meng Wei frantically pressed the close button, the elevator doors began to close inch by inch. Just as they were about to shut completely, a female zombie clad in a white lab coat lunged at them in an exaggerated manner. Han Qingxie, positioned at the back, felt a chill run through her as she prepared to unleash her powers. But before she could act, a bolt of lightning surged forth. Ziz! Following the lightning, an array of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water spheres were launched into the fray. Almost everyone in the elevator retaliated. While the strength of their abilities was relatively low, it seemed that nearly everyone possessed some form of power. Instantly, the leading female zombie was bombarded with a cacophony of attacks, leaving her charred and battered. What surprised Han Qingxie the most was not merely that nearly everyone in the elevator had powers, but that the first to unleash a lightning ability was Lucian himself. Furthermore, the intensity of his lightning was markedly superior to that of the others. Such a power was indeed a rarity. Crack! The elevator doors finally sealed shut. At that moment, a palpable sense of relief washed over all the occupants within. Having narrowly escaped a harrowing fate, who could refrain from a sigh of relief? Meanwhile, when Meng Wei had regained her composure, she turned to glare at Han Qingxie. What did you just do to me? Her voice sent shivers down the spines of those in the Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not provoke Han Qingxie. She is not to be trifled with. After all, was it not you who suggested removing her dogs first? They observed as Han Qingxie, upon hearing the accusation, her deep and striking eyes glimmered with mischief, and a slight smile graced her lips. Tang Jian and the others felt a tightening in their stomachs. It was all over when Meng Wei had truly crossed a line. Please, do not bring about your own demise. At this moment, a low, cold voice interrupted. Captain Wang. Lucian, sensing the tension in the cramped elevator, wore an icy expression, his tone sharper than before. It was a stark contrast to the polite demeanor he usually exhibited. Now, he was evidently growing impatient. Captain Liu. Upon hearing him speak, when Meng Wei immediately turned her attention to him, attempting to reason, you saw what she did. This woman tried to kick me out, she is trying to kill me and endanger us all. Let us move up, come and swipe your card, Lucian insisted, tapping the elevator panel. They were still stuck on the first basement level, and the elevator required a card to operate. It was then that Han Qingxie realized why her earlier attempt to descend had failed. After selecting a floor, one needed to swipe a card. No to the second basement. Wang Meng Wei exclaimed loudly. Lucian's attractive brows furrowed deeply, his impatience intensifying. Captain Wang, we have suffered significant losses today and are ill-prepared. We must leave and return another time. Fatigue was evident on Lucian's face. They had lost several comrades today, although not from his squad, it still weighed heavily on him. Their mission had been reckless, and they were not adequately equipped, especially after losing their weapons. He was unwilling to risk further danger, particularly with Han Qingxie and her crew still in the elevator. He at least needed to ensure their safe exit. No? When Meng Wei firmly pressed against the elevator button, swiping her card, which finally activated the elevator's controls. The second basement is definitely where the goods are. It must be safe there, we simply misjudged the floor. Wang Meng Wei asserted, glancing at Han Qingxie before turning her serious gaze back to Lucian. We must retrieve the items, if we don't take them now, we don't know what dangers may lie ahead. Captain Liu, hurry and swipe the card. Lucian bit his lip, his eyes cold as he locked gazes with the woman before him. 2 seconds later, he ultimately retrieved another card from his pocket. Beep. Both cards were swiped simultaneously. The elevator panel before Han Qingxie illuminated with a button for the second basement. Han Qingxie's brow furrowed in surprise. There was indeed another level. This pharmaceutical research facility held secrets. It required 2 administrator cards to access the concealed elevator. Her gaze deepened, sensing that this place was truly extraordinary and could possibly hold. At that moment, she met Lu Qian's eyes, who stood at the forefront by the elevator controls. "We will take you up once we complete our task," Lu Qian stated. Han Qingxie looked into his eyes. "But what if you encounter trouble? How will we ascend?" "You will accompany us to our graves." Wang Mengwei retorted with a laugh. "Who told you to intrude in the first place?" At this juncture, Han Qingxie could no longer contain herself. She intended to send this woman to meet her maker right then and there when a long finger reached across the crowd, offering her a card. "Here is my access card." Chapter 62. Vanguard Cannon Fodder. "If we do not return, you shall proceed on your own," Lu Qian declared. Han Qingxie immediately took up the challenge without the slightest hesitation. Wang Mengwei, witnessing this, grew anxious. "How can you?" Her words were cut short by Lu Qian's icy interruption. "Captain Wang, your only responsibility is to focus on your duties." At that moment, the elevator chimed and arrived at the floor. Wang Mengwei had no choice but to relent, feeling as if she had swallowed a fly, and shot a glare at Han Qingxie. The latter, undeterred by the tension, waved the access card given by Lu Qian, which only served to infuriate Wang Mengwei further. After all, her father was the head of the K1 base. Throughout her life, no one had dared to treat her in such a manner. This insufferable woman had just kicked her down the elevator. Once the mission concluded, she vowed to make her pay. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. Instantly, everyone inside heightened their vigilance. Lu Qian and his companions, positioned at the forefront, swiftly assumed defensive stances, their powers coalescing in their palms. Should anything seem amiss, they would spring into action. Ding! The elevator door swung wide open. Silence enveloped the scene. An eerie stillness prevailed. Moreover, the lights on this floor illuminated the underground second level as brightly as day. Before them lay a pristine expanse of white, gleaming white ceramic tiles stretched from the elevator forward, revealing a vast interior. A massive glass security door loomed at the end of the corridor, through which numerous office spaces could be glimpsed, all unoccupied and devoid of life. "This is it!" Wang Mengwei exclaimed in delight upon seeing the hall before her. Lu Qian exchanged cautious glances with his teammates before carefully exiting the elevator. A professional special forces team, they executed their tasks with utmost precision. Only after thoroughly inspecting the area surrounding the elevator for any threats did they allow those inside to disembark. Han Qingxie stepped out of the elevator as well, instructing her 2 dogs to remain nearby while she leisurely followed Lu Qian's squad along with Xu Xiaoyang and the dogs, as if on a casual stroll. Upon realizing that they were tailing him, Lu Qian immediately inquired, "What business do you have following us?" "Just taking a leisurely look around," they replied. The group was taken aback. They were engaged in a critical mission, yet these 2 idle individuals were tagging along for a leisurely jaunt. Was this appropriate? It was far too fitting. Han Qingxie had come to seize control of the research facility, and now, a group of vanguard cannon fodder was conveniently paving the way for her. It was advantageous to glean insights from them about the research facility. Clearly, this lot had a better understanding of the premises, allowing Han Qingxie to avoid a plethora of potential complications. This was indeed fortuitous. "You needn't concern yourselves with us, we shall not be a hindrance, so carry on with your tasks," Han Qingxie addressed Lu Qian, the leader of the cannon fodder, with unexpected politeness. After all, should any issues arise, she could simply withdraw, and if necessary, abandon the mission altogether. It was her consistent approach to be reasonable and amicable. "Who permitted you to follow us?" Wang Mengwei interjected, indignant. "Take your dogs and leave immediately. You are not welcome here." Her words abruptly halted as a swift figure darted through the crowd, appearing directly before her. In an instant, she found herself lifted by the throat, gasping for air. With the crushing force, she felt as fragile as a chick awaiting slaughter, struggling desperately and gazing fearfully at the woman before her. Han Qingxie was a woman of reason, though her reasoning was often enforced through brute strength, particularly in the apocalyptic world where words were a luxury. Meanwhile, crack, crack. The special forces, reacting a second too late, swiftly drew their weapons, channeling their abilities to aim at Han Qingxie. Xu Xiaoyang. The atmosphere became charged with tension as the two factions faced off. Tang Jian and the others stood motionless, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unsure of whom to support. "Lower your weapons." Gasping for breath, Wang Mengwei coughed violently, her vision still clouded, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. The sound of her blood rushing through her ears was overwhelming, yet she trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. A clear imprint of 5 fingers marked her pale neck. After resting for what felt like an eternity, she regained her senses and awareness, her body still quaking. She had truly come perilously close to death. That woman had genuinely intended to kill her. "Are you all right?" She heard Lu Qian's voice, fury ignited within her, and she nearly commanded him to eliminate Han Qingxie. However, upon facing the serene smile of the beautiful woman before her, her body trembled uncontrollably with fear emanating from the depths of her soul. She stammered, her voice quavering, I am fine." No one could emerge unscathed from an encounter where their life hung by a thread. Instantly, she fell silent. "If all is well, we shall proceed," Lu Qian remarked coldly, his gaze unyielding. There was no hint of sympathy or intent to seek justice on her behalf. When Mengwei took a moment to gather herself before quietly following Lu Qian, abandoning her earlier commanding demeanor. Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Qingxie exchanged glances, collectively shaking their heads in dismay. Look, yet another individual who had fallen victim to the formidable Han Qingxie. It was clear that provoking her would lead to dire consequences. She was not a soft fruit to be easily squished, but a ruthless, lawless marauder. Observing the compliant Wang Mengwei, who had narrowly escaped with her life, Han Qingxie felt rather pleased. This would suffice for now. If she continued to disobey, she would be dealt with accordingly. Han Qingxie was not one to possess a gentle temperament. At that moment, her gaze met Lu Qian's. He regarded her and said, "Let us move." Chapter 63, Who can afford eggs these days? Excellent. At this moment, Han Qingxie was in high spirits. She followed closely behind her companions and their dogs. With a beep, Wang Mengwei swiped her card at the entrance, causing the tightly shut door to swing open. It was then that Han Qingxie truly beheld the scene before her. She was astonished to discover that this underground level was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Directly ahead lay a vast hall, flanked on either side by office spaces. Each office area was meticulously organized into rows of glass-walled offices. The entire underground level, by her estimation, housed at least 100 offices, vastly exceeding the footprint of a single floor above ground. It was evident that this was the true heart of the pharmaceutical research facility. Once again, Han Qingxie felt justified in her earlier judgment. She needed to stay close to Lu Qian and his team. "Left or right?" Lu Qian inquired, glancing at Wang Mengwei. Her face remained pale, still recovering from Han Qingxie's earlier onslaught, and her tone was noticeably subdued. "I don't know, the information only indicates that we are here. Let us search room by room." Lu Qian couldn't help but feel that he was accompanied by an incompetent teammate. How could someone come so unprepared and still dare to lead them in? At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at Han Qingxie, who was surveying the area with keen interest. If it were Han Qingxie in charge, she would never be so reckless and foolish. "Pair up into twos and split up. Let us start searching the left side." Understood. The others promptly formed pairs, efficiently dividing themselves into 6 groups of 2, with Wang Mengwei teaming up with Lu Qian. He was curious to see if Han Qingxie would join them, but instead, she gravitated towards Tang Jian and he jumping S group. "Captain Lu, let us go," Wang Mengwei remarked, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as Han Qingxie chose not to follow. Lu Qian redirected his focus and began to search the first row with Wang Mengwei, elder sister, Yangzi. Tang Jian and He Jianping's faces lit up with excitement upon seeing their companions. "How are you faring?" Xu Xiaoyang asked. "We're managing. But what about you?" Xu Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxie beside him. "Very well." Tang Jian and He Jianping, noticing Xu Xiaoyang's tone, immediately understood that his experience with Han Qingxie must have been quite pleasant. A twinge of envy stirred within them. Being in Han Qingxie's company certainly had its perks. "What brings you here?" Han Qingxie queried as she trailed behind the 2 men in the last row of offices. The doors to the offices on either side were firmly locked, and through the glass walls, one could glimpse a plethora of intricate instruments within. Apologies, but the task is classified. Tang Jian replied, Hanqingxie. Well, it seemed they had a commendable sense of professionalism. At that moment, Tang Jian leaned closer and whispered, but elder sister, I must discreetly inform you that you need to follow us closely during the retreat. Do not linger here, it's perilous, and the destruction protocol may be activated. Hanqingxie, turning back, she found Tang Jian had once again assumed his stern and unyielding demeanor. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of him, all serious with his tightly closed lips and imposing stature. Reaching out, she ruffled his helmeted head playfully. All right, I'll remember that, dear brother. Tang Jian, how could she dare to touzle his hair? Did she not know that a boy's head should not be ruffled? He faltered for a moment before hastily catching up with Hanqingxie and the others. After approximately an hour of searching, the group completed their investigation of the left side, returning empty-handed. The only piece of good news was that the underground level indeed harbored no zombies. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone, take a 30-minute break. Understood. They had set out from the base at 3 in the morning to undertake this mission, and the toll of the underground search had been significant. A brief respite was essential for replenishing their strength. Following Lu Qian's command, the group quickly formed 2 clusters to rest. Hanqingxie's companions, Tang Jian, Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Qi Mingtang, soon gathered around her. Elder sister, Queen, Your Majesty, the trio greeted Hanqingxie with enthusiasm. How did your return go? Surely, you didn't fare better without me, Hanqingxie teased, a smile brightening her face. Her words elicited a hint of embarrassment among them, as they recognized the truth in her statement. After narrowly escaping with their lives, they returned to find their once glorious status as soldiers had crumbled in the wake of significant reforms at the base. They had once prided themselves on serving their country, but upon returning, they discovered that the K1 base had undergone drastic changes, with the military hierarchy dismantled and restructured into base guards. Had it not been for Lu Qian's leadership, they would have been reassigned to various locations. Hanqingxie had warned them that the future lay in base civilization, and their era of glory had passed. She was, indeed, correct. Without Lu Qian, they would be lost as to whom they now served. Furthermore, the standard of living at the base had plummeted. It paled in comparison to the meals provided at Hanqingxie's home. Come and get the food, came Lu Qian's command from across the way. He stood beside Wang Mengwei, who had brought nothing with her. With a gesture of her hand, a plethora of supplies materialized before them. It was then that Hanqingxie realized Wang Mengwei was a spatial ability user. After Wang Mengwei had distributed the supplies, she provocatively glanced at Hanqingxie, who met her gaze with a calm smile. The once proud and boastful Wang Mengwei quickly turned away, no longer daring to provoke Hanqingxie. Before long, Tang Jian and his group returned with their provisions, 5 steaming meals, evidently prepared for them by the K1 base before their departure. Elder sister, in the past, we've always eaten your meals. Today, you shall partake of ours. Let us all share, indeed, together. Tang Jian's group placed the 5 meals in the center, unveiling the lids to reveal a dish of cabbage stew and 2 coarse steamed buns. Within the stew lay a couple of meager slices of pork. Despite this, they offered the food to Hanqingxie and Xu Shaoyang. At that moment, another voice chimed from above, I'm not hungry. You can have my portion. Lu Qian had approached unbeknownst to them, presenting his meal, which included an extra egg. In such trying times, this act of kindness was truly heartwarming. How could Lu Qian possibly not be hungry? He simply chose not to deprive his subordinates of food, knowing that sharing the 5 meals among 7 people would be insufficient. Not to mention, he had offered up an egg. In this day and age, who could claim to feast upon eggs? All eyes turned to Hanqingxie, curious to see if she would be dazzled by the egg and greedily snatch it up. Instead, she languidly addressed Xu Shaoyang behind her, Yangzi, please take out our food. Chapter 64, The favorability towards Hanqingxie soars, indeed. Xu Shaoyang set down his backpack and promptly retrieved a portable military pot equipped with an alcohol heater. Following that, he extracted 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 3 large metal containers. The first box was brimming with perfectly marinated cold cuts of beef. The second box contained ribs, their golden, crispy exterior enveloped in rich cheese, enticingly delectable. The third box, the largest of them all, weighed a staggering 10 pounds. Upon opening, it revealed a generous bounty of fresh raw meat. The onlookers, including Wang Mengwei and others, were utterly dumbfounded. Wow! Meat, it's all meat, beef, ribs, and such top-tier quality. They were so impoverished they couldn't even be bothered to include a leaf of vegetables, only meat. In an instant, a flush of embarrassment crept over their faces. Just moments ago, they had jested that Han Qingxie and her companions would drop their jaws at the sight of an egg, yet here they were, witnessing a feast beyond their wildest dreams. Before they could recover from their astonishment, their jaws dropped even further as they beheld the raw meat in the third box being offered to. Long life to you all, please eat first. Once you're done, call them over for a shift change. Wang wang wang. Han Qingxie pushed the fresh raw meat towards the dogs. The dogs immediately began devouring it with gusto. Below the mound of raw meat was a generous portion of dog food, providing a balance. Wang Mengwei and her companions were utterly astounded. What the heck, feeding dogs, is this some kind of joke? How many people are struggling to find a meal, let alone meat? Han Qingxie is giving all this premium raw meat to dogs. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and others, observing Han Qingxie's extravagant standards of dining, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before her. Their elder sister truly was remarkable, still maintaining such a lavish lifestyle. Yangzi, bring down more instant noodles collected from upstairs. Let us share a bowl with them, Han Qingxie generously suggested. Xu Xiaoyang, upon hearing this, swiftly began preparing the noodles. They had raided the upstairs earlier, gathering a bounty of food, instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs, which paired perfectly with the milk. Xu Xiaoyang tore open 10 packets of instant noodles and added 10 marinated eggs as the self-heating pot began to simmer. Tang Jian and the others were utterly tempted. Captain Lu, please join us for a bowl, Han Qingxie invited. Yes. Captain, have a seat. Sit here. Tang Jian and the others, unburdened by any reservations, eagerly pulled their captain over to share in the feast. How could they pass up the chance to enjoy a meal? However, Lu Qiyan, observing the steaming pot and his subordinates, declined. No, you all enjoy your meal. He retrieved his bland box lunch, mindful of his position as a senior member of the K1 base and the need to consider the others back at the base. He directed everyone to dine with Han Qingxie while he returned to his own side. Han Qingxie made no effort to retain him, indifferent to whether he chose to eat or not. She instructed Xu Xiaoyang to lift the lid of the pot, instantly releasing an aromatic fragrance that enveloped the entire space. The cheese melting over the ribs coated the golden strands of instant noodles, perfectly complemented by the marinated cold cuts of beef and ham, creating an irresistible aroma. Wow! It smells incredible. Each person received a generous bowl of steaming beef and rib noodles. So delicious, so delicious. Tang Jian was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing once more that following Han Qingxie meant enjoying a feast. Their elder sister was truly formidable. On Wang Mengwei's side, the soldiers caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, hearing the sounds of slurping noodles, and glancing at their own meager grain buns and bland. Their hearts were a tumult of emotions. How could the people next door be so extravagant? They yearned to partake in just one bite. Envy consumed them. Yet, when Mengwei herself wore a distinctly uncomfortable expression, how was it fair? Had she not enjoyed such a fine meal herself? How could that wretched girl have such luxuries? What gave her the right? Suddenly, she turned to Lu Qiyan and exclaimed, Captain Lu, since your people refuse to eat our base's food, return the meals. We cannot waste supplies. Lu Qiyan shot her a frosty glance. Captain Wang, provisions are distributed per capita. Whether they eat or not is their choice. If your people choose not to eat, that is their own decision. Wang Mengwei fumed at this response. That infuriating Lu Qiyan always inclined his favor outward. Had it not been for his grandfather's former position as a high-ranking officer in the Northern Military District, standing against her father's influence, she would have made him regret crossing her. She took a large bite of her coarse bun, quickly losing her appetite after just a few bites, even disregarding the meat she had secretly added to her box lunch. After all, in light of Han Qingxie's lavish feast, could her own meal even be considered fit for human consumption? No longer. Who is that woman? Han Qingxue inquired, her mouth full as she observed the scene. Tang Jian and the others, thoroughly engrossed in their meal, gathered closer upon hearing Han Qingxue's question. Her name is Wang Mengwei, her father was a high-ranking official in the government. The group nodded in affirmation. This was no longer a secret, especially since Wang Mengwei had always prided herself on being the sole space ability user at the K1 base, a fact known to everyone there. Her father had secured his position as the administrator of the K1 base largely due to her unique ability. Then why didn't you let her gather supplies when you were overloaded earlier? Her storage space is quite limited, He Zhongping explained, glancing at Han Qingxue. She can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Understanding dawned upon Han Qingxue. Space ability users were indeed rare, and upgrading their abilities was particularly challenging. Nonetheless, their powers were invaluable, serving as mobile warehouses, making them treasures no matter where they were. Thus, bringing along someone like Wang Mengwei, who appeared inconsequential yet possessed a mobile space, was a strategic choice. Are you all here to find something? Han Qingxue asked with a smile, eyeing them curiously. How did you know? Tang Jian blurted out. Realizing he had let slip information, he quickly regretted his words. Han Qingxue was no ordinary individual, she was exceptionally astute. With a knowing smile, Han Qingxue ruffled Tang Jian's hair affectionately. Come now, tell your sister what you're searching for. Tang Jian shook his head vigorously. The others also sealed their lips at this moment. They were soldiers, bound by their code of conduct. Even while enjoying Han Qingxue's hospitality, they could not divulge secrets. Never mind, if you choose not to share. Their insistence on silence only ended them further to her. If they were willing to eat her food without revealing their secrets, she would have no reason to doubt their trustworthiness. As she ceased her inquiries, Tang Jian and the others, savoring Han Qingxue's hospitality, felt a growing sense of gratitude towards her. They realized they owed her a significant debt of gratitude. Consuming her food without revealing their secrets and not incurring her wrath made them feel indebted. They vowed to repay Han Qingxue in the future. She was certainly someone worthy of their loyalty. Their favorability towards her surged, akin to Guan Yu's admiration for Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they had devoured Han Qingxue's hot pot, leaving not a drop behind. Just then, Lu Qian issued a command from across the way. Chapter 65, Return. I agree, Han Qingxue said as the rest of the group quickly gathered their belongings. The uneaten boxed meals were also neatly set aside. As Tang Jian and the others contemplated offering them to Han Qingxue, they decided to save it for their captain instead, knowing that with the current food scarcity at the base, he would not be choosy. Everyone, continue in pairs and search the right side. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. They should be able to wrap up and depart before 5 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he finished speaking, the team dispersed and began their search. Han Qingxue fell in line with Tang Jian and He Zhongping once more. Han Qingxue had an inkling of Lu Qian's intentions for this mission. The pharmaceutical research facility likely housed crucial supplies they sought, which warranted the presence of Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, a spatial ability user. However, what could be so significant in this place? Moreover, was the zombie king from her past life possibly linked to this location? Suddenly, a loud thud startled Han Qingxue. A zombie clad in green hospital garb lunged at her, colliding violently with the glass wall of the office to her right. Instantly, a bloodstain appeared on the glass before her. The creature opened its gaping maw, its crimson jaws gnashing as it aggressively clawed at the glass, its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the surface, distorted by its ravenous hunger. The pristine glass wall soon bore streaks of blood. Crack! Crack! In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxue went on high alert. Tang Jian and He Zhongping swiftly drew their pistols. Having lost their heavier weapons, they were left with only light arms. The commotion drew the attention of several teams nearby. What is going on? Captain, there's a zombie here. Tang Jian exclaimed immediately. Lu Qian and the others rushed over. Wang Mengwei, observing the zombies emerging from the row of offices, declared, It's here. Are you sure? This is a laboratory. It must be in this row. I can't pinpoint which room. You all should search here. Wang Mengwei insisted. Liu Jian found Wang Mengwei to be somewhat of a burden. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to commence their search along the row. Han Qingxue followed behind them, noting the stark contrast between this row of offices and the one to the left. Instead of intricate machinery, the rooms resembled hospital wards, each containing a bed. As she walked through, the sounds of zombies lunging against the walls echoed ominously from both sides. Each room housed at least one zombie, with some containing 4 or 5. They sensed the presence of living beings and surged toward the glass, howling and clawing. The sensation was peculiar. Merely a sheet of glass separated them from the encroaching zombies. They traversed a zone enveloped by the undead. If even a single pane were to shatter, the situation would become chaotic. As she moved alongside the vanguard, Han Qingxue observed keenly, her mind racing. She noted that all the zombies within appeared intact. None bore bite marks, indicating they had not been transformed through bites but had mutated on their own. Yet, why were there so many confined zombies that had already undergone mutation? Could it be that research on these creatures had commenced even before the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxue did not believe that the virus originated from this modest research facility, as she knew it had erupted simultaneously across the globe. If it had stemmed from such a small institution, the outbreak would have manifested as a source-driven spread, beginning in City A and gradually expanding until it infected the entire world, rather than the present global outbreak occurring simultaneously. Nonetheless, this did not eliminate the possibility that the government had detected and begun researching the virus prior to its outbreak, especially considering the prolonged influenza period. One thing was certain, this pharmaceutical research facility was undoubtedly extraordinary. Liu Jian hailed from the once mighty K1 base, well known for its evolution serum, and they were here searching for something. There seemed to be a connection between the two. As Han Qingxue pondered these thoughts, a voice broke through her contemplation. "Found it, this is the one." Wang Mengwei confidently approached the front, standing before a sealed room with a metallic door reminiscent of a nuclear radiation chamber from her past life. She produced her card, swiping it to reveal a prompt for a password. Protected by her team, she began to input it, but the system responded that a management card was also required. "Beep, please swipe the number 2 management identity card." Han Qingxue strolled over leisurely. "Is this a request for my assistance?" Wang Mengwei, incensed, thought this was outrageous. It was their card. Just as she was about to retort, she met Han Qingxue smile and decided against it, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She glared at Liu Jian, leaving the predicament for him to resolve. Liu Jian was at a loss for words. "Miss Han, please cooperate." "If you wish for my cooperation, there's a condition," Han Qingxue replied nonchalantly, holding the door card aloft. "I want to go in and take a look as well." "That's not possible." "Not possible, you say? Then I suppose I shall take my leave." "Xiaoyang, let us go." Han Qingxue turned on her heel, embodying a rogue demeanor, completely unburdened by the notion that this was someone else's card that needed to be returned. She departed with a decisive air, leaving Liu Jian to marvel at her audacity as he muttered under his breath, "Come back, I agree. P.S. If you find this not thrilling enough, I recommend checking out a chilling short story by DeBaber titled, Suffocation. After breaking up, I discovered my ex-boyfriend was implicated in multiple murders, and I am the next target. Click on the profile to enter and read the 3rd book for free. Chapter 66, All Perished. Ding, click, the transaction concluded. Han Qingxue returned, and as she swiped her card, the imposing door before her gradually creaked open. Han Qingxue stood steadfastly behind Liu Jian, her gaze in. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. The corridor's lights cast a faint glow upon a narrow area just inside the entrance, revealing a compact waiting room constructed entirely of steel panels. At the center of the waiting room loomed an enormous glass partition, but the insufficient light rendered its contents an indistinguishable void, suggesting an expansive area within. Silence enveloped the space, an oppressive stillness. Yet, amidst this inky blackness, Han Qingxue felt an inexplicable weight of foreboding. It was as though an unknown entity lurked within. As a psychic ability wielder, she possessed a unique form of power. Aside from having a heightened sensitivity to the surrounding zombies and other psychics during moments of acute concentration, she also harbored an acute premonition of imminent danger, descending to the underground level, Yet, upon the door's opening, her heart began to race. A potent aura of oppression surged toward her. She attempted to extend her mental reach into the room, only to discover that her psychic energy struggled to penetrate the radiation-shielded isolation chamber. At her current level, her mental force was utterly incapable of breaching the barrier. All that remained to convey to Han Qingxie was an overwhelming sense of threat. Danger, danger. Han Qingxie halted at the threshold. Wang Mengwei, observing her hesitation, inquired, "Aren't you going in? A gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations." "I no longer wish to enter," she replied. Wang Mengwei's face twisted into a sneer. HMPH. "A gentleman, you say? Just a coward. If you're not going in, then let us proceed, Captain Liu." With that, she strode confidently inside. However, Lu Jian paused, turning to face Han Qingxie. Han Qingxie regarded him with a wry smile, extending her hand. 100 crystal cores, and I shall provide you with a crucial hint. Lu Jian locked eyes with her, pondering for a full 10 seconds, before feeling somewhat deranged as he retrieved a bag of crystal cores from his pocket. "But I only have 78. Han Qingxie snatched the bag from him. "Very well, I shall accept what you possess. I'll give you a discount to prevent your demise from rendering it all wasteful." Lu Jian could only respond with silence. "What lies within?" he asked. "I do not know, only that it is exceedingly dangerous," she replied. Lu Jian was left speechless, contemplating whether his 78 crystal cores had been worth the effort. At that moment, Wang Mengwei's voice rang out from within. "Captain Liu, what are you dawdling for? There can't possibly be any danger inside. Hurry and assist me." Lu Jian ceased his discourse, brandishing his weapon as he stepped into the room. As they brushed past one another, Han Qingxie earnestly cautioned him, "Remember, it is extremely perilous inside." Lu Jian cast her a profound glance before proceeding. Without any companions, this was the mission's core area. No one else was permitted entry. Once he entered, Han Qingxie promptly retrieved her door card. "Yangzi, first get the dogs and supplies loaded onto the vehicle, and park it at the entrance." "Understood." Xu Xiaoyang cast a worried glance inside before leading the dogs upstairs. As he departed, Tang Jian and the others swiftly gathered around Han Qingxie. "Sister, is there some danger inside?" "Sister, what is in there?" Just then, the lights in the isolation chamber flickered to life, revealing the scene beyond the observation glass. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless. For behind the glass lay a chaotic array of corpses, all grotesquely dismembered. Some were reduced to nothing but skeletal legs, others had their abdomens hollowed out, and some had suffered grievous injuries to their heads. The isolation chamber was stained with darkened blood, the surroundings in disarray, resembling a gruesome crime scene from a horror film. What left them most aghast was the sight of a small child within. "Look quickly," Tang Jian exclaimed, pointing to a corner where a child clung to a female corpse. The child appeared no older than 5 or 6, nestling against the lifeless body as if it were her mother, playfully seeking affection. However, as the child turned her head, all breath caught in their throats. This was not the face of an innocent child. Instead, it bore the countenance of a ghastly spectre, reminiscent of a horror film's demon child. Her face was obscured by dark bruises, and her once innocent eyes were now hollow and terrifyingly grey. Blood stained her small white dress, and in her grasp was a doll. Sensing the presence of the living outside the glass, the zombie child tilted her head in their direction. As she opened her mouth, dark blood dripped forth, and a decayed piece of hard tissue plummeted from her lips. She had just been feasting on a corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of witnessing a zombie child, a chilling revelation unfolded before them. They beheld 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. From the chaotic mass of corpses, several small zombies crawled forth, all fixated on them with unwavering intensity. Han Qingxie's gaze deepened upon witnessing the child zombie. For she understood that contrary to common knowledge, these small zombies were far more formidable than their adult counterparts. The mutated children retained their physical agility and suppleness. Zombie children were more ferocious, possessing substantial offensive capabilities, and almost all of them had enhanced strength and speed. Thud, thud, Thud-thud, the small zombies inside the isolation chamber, sensing the presence of the living, excitedly hurled themselves against the glass wall. Each impact left spiderweb-like cracks upon the already formidable barrier. At that moment, piercing screams erupted from within the isolation chamber. It was Wang Mengwei's terrified shriek. Upon hearing her voice, the throng of small zombies surged toward the isolation. Immediately following, gunfire echoed through the air. Seeing this, Tang Jian and the others dashed recklessly into the chamber. As Han Qingxia witnessed the chaos, a revelation struck her with alarming clarity. She recalled that in her previous life, it was shortly after this moment that she had encountered Xu Xiaoyang on the outskirts of city A. At that time, he had been utterly disheveled, resembling a stray dog collapsed by the roadside, devoid of any vitality. Had she not intervened, he would not have survived the night. After rescuing him, he had been reticent, divulging nothing until a life-or-death situation forced him to act and save her. Subsequently, Xu Xiaoyang shared that he hailed from the military district, a soldier, yet provided no further information. Han Qingxia had occasionally heard him mention former comrades, yet he had never sought to find them. Could it be that this was his last mission in his previous life, and that all these individuals perished during this very task? Chapter 67. The zombies unleashed. At that moment, Han Qingxia suddenly witnessed all the individuals rushing forward, simultaneously retreating. These people, while wielding their diminutive power orbs and the scant ammunition left in their firearms, were escorting Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, who had emerged from their ranks, through the throng. Lu Qian, having escaped, gazed at Han Qingxia with a radiant expression. The look in his eyes seemed to convey his gratitude, his appreciation for her timely warning. They had all managed to escape. Lu Qian truly owed his life to Han Qingxia. He was on a mission of utmost significance, the highest-level SSS operation assigned by K1 base, tasked with seeking out data reports and instruments that had been researched prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus at the farm. Among these findings lay the potential to unravel the secrets of energy extraction from the zombie crystal cores. Before the outbreak, the government had already identified this new latent virus in multiple locations. Initially, it was dismissed as merely a strain of influenza, but subsequent experiments conducted on lab mice revealed it to be an unprecedented virus in the annals of human history. Researchers were thrilled to discover that this virus possessed the ability to disrupt cellular normalcy, transforming it into a form of immortality. If deciphered, it would mark a pivotal advancement in human history. Regrettably, before any substantial research could be conducted, catastrophe struck. This immortality virus transformed human physiology into that of zombies, even though the nation had made prior In an instant, the world fell into chaos. Fortunately, a solid foundation had already been established. This research facility had been designated by Wang Mengwei's father as the central hub for viral studies, amassing a wealth of data. With this information alone, he was deemed capable of assuming a managerial role at the military-controlled K1 base. This time, Lu Qian was personally assigned to escort Wang Mengwei to retrieve materials and instruments. However, who could have anticipated that Wang Mengwei would turn out to be such a liability? All the information she possessed was erroneous. She claimed that all personnel and zombies within the research facility had been eliminated, yet in reality, the first basement level was teeming with infected staff. When they reached the second basement, Wang Mengwei remained adamant that it was devoid of zombies, completely safe. She led everyone down to the perilous depths, endangering them all. Even Lu Qian found it challenging to manage such a reckless companion. Thankfully, he had encountered Han Qingxia that day. Had she not offered him her insights before entering, he would have surely faced dire consequences in the isolation chamber at Wang Mengwei's hands. He had been exceedingly cautious, meticulously guiding Wang Mengwei to locate the necessary items, yet this bumbling teammate had the audacity to flick on the lights, revealing the zombies, and then scream. She nearly forgot to utilize her spatial abilities. Fortunately, Lu Qian, being the consummate professional, and bolstered by Han Qingxia's timely warnings, maintained an exceptional level of The moment he stepped out of the isolation chamber, he knew without a doubt that it was all thanks to Han Qingxia. He was baffled by how she had foreseen the multitude of zombies within. Yet, without her intervention, he might very well have perished today. His gaze towards Han Qingxia transformed entirely. Quickly retreat, Lu Qian commanded. Han Qingxia observed the fleeing group, exhaling the breath she had been holding. Damn it, they had made it out. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Everyone behind them was firing at the child zombies. At that moment, Wang Mengwei glanced toward the isolation chamber's entrance. Close it, activate the destruction protocol. She dashed to the control panel at the entrance, frantically pressing the button to seal the door without waiting for those inside to emerge. Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate the foolishness of this imbecile. With a swift kick, she sent Wang Mengwei flying, exclaiming, "Damn it, idiot." 3 seconds, she positioned herself at the door, controlling its closure speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A horde of small zombies surged forth from within. Many were violently ramming against the glass panel. 2. Clang. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the glass, as the little zombies repeatedly slammed their heads against it, each impact causing their skulls to flatten further. Their faces contorted into grotesque shapes. 1. Crash. Glass shards scattered across the ground. At that moment, the last Special Forces member burst through the doorway. Boom. The isolation chamber door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Thank you," Lu Qian gasped, looking at the woman who had secured the door for them. A hint of warmth flickered across his previously indifferent features. The others gazed at Han Qingxia with palpable excitement. "Sister, we owe you our lives. What was that destruction protocol you mentioned earlier?" Han Qingxia inquired. "The pharmaceutical research facility has a self-destruction mechanism. After we leave, everything will be destroyed," Lu Qian explained. Just then, they heard the sound of the glass door in front of them clicking open. Almost immediately, the lights flickered off in the second basement, leaving only the illumination from the elevator shaft ahead. A woman, clutching her belly, looked over at Han Qingxia and the others with unrestrained delight. My father said that if possible, he would like to see you all perish. How fortuitous that you, vile creature, are trapped inside. You shall accompany them to the grave. Har har har. Perhaps some individuals possess the trait of being a burdensome teammate intentionally. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow her? She forcefully swiped her card at the door in front of her. An alarm blared throughout the second basement. Beep. Self-destruct mechanism will activate in 30 seconds. At that moment, all the doors in the second basement flung open. The previously sealed rooms housing zombies were now wide open. Wang Mengwei cackled, watching them all, before slamming the second basement door shut and rushing toward the elevator. In her final glance, she cast a defiant look at Han Qingxia, flashing her the middle finger. Let her dare to challenge her, let her face her demise. She reveled in her triumph, gazing at the encircled group of people as she approached the elevator, only to find a figure standing before her. "Yangzi, eliminate her," Han Qingxia commanded, her voice icy. Roar. At that moment, within the confines of the second basement, alarms blared above their heads, flashing a countdown in red light. Below the crimson glow, the zombies, liberated from the tightly shut office doors, clawed and flailed, resembling a frenzied dance of demons, lunging toward the last group of living prey. The zombies had been unleashed. Chapter 68, Life and Death at Breakneck Speed. Countdown, 29 seconds. Har har har. Beneath the glaring red alarm light, a zombie clad in tattered teal medical garb lunged forward with its gaping maw wide open. Bang! In the split second before the zombie could pounce, a bullet pierced through its forehead, leaving a charred hole the size of a peanut. Meanwhile, the back of its skull erupted into a gaping cavity the size of a bowl. Dark crimson blood, mingled with white, viscous brain matter, gushed forth in a torrential spray, akin to a bowl of fragile tofu being mercilessly crushed by chopsticks. The force of the impact caused flesh and fragments of skull to explode outward. Instantly, the zombie's head was left with a gruesome, blood-drenched void, its brain matter, blood vessels, scalp, and skull all in disarray. A perfect headshot, the zombie, felled by the precise shot, collapsed lifelessly. "Charge out!" Lu Qian commanded, his voice booming. As his words echoed, all the Special Forces soldiers surged forward at full speed. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! A cacophony of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down like confetti, a desperate struggle for survival fueled by overwhelming firepower that carved a path through the dense horde of zombies. Han Qingxia found herself at the center of this protective circle formed by her comrades. Tang Jian and He Zhongping flanked her on either side, while others who had shared a meal with Han Qingxia instinctively shielded her. clearing a path through the relentless onslaught of the undead. In that moment, no one remembered Han Qingxia's formidable abilities, they only recognized her as the sole civilian among them, unarmed and yet deserving of protection. To them, safeguarding civilians was the very end. No matter how the times had changed, the spirit of a soldier could not be easily extinguished. Moreover, this was a person who had once fed them. Without a second thought, they instinctively placed Han Qingxia at the heart of their formation, ensuring her safety as they fought their way out. Yet, this well-meaning shield left Han Qingxia feeling somewhat helpless, unable to charge forward herself. However, her desert eagle could still prove useful at this juncture. Bang, bang, bang. As Han Qingxia remained composed amid the chaos. In her line of sight, her defenders formed a makeshift wall, and any zombies that dared to cross this boundary was swiftly dispatched by her gunfire. With their hearts racing amidst the overwhelming horde and the fierce barrage of firepower, they surged toward the exit. But soon. Countdown 21 seconds. Countdown 20 seconds. In a mere 10 seconds, their ammunition had been entirely expended. They had already depleted most of their firepower on the lower level, and it was far from sufficient. A daunting distance of over 100 meters loomed before them, while only 20 seconds remained. Zombies, a relentless swarm. In a moment of scarce firepower, a Special Forces soldier, previously stationed near Wang Mengwei, was besieged by two zombies simultaneously. Struck by a piece of debris on the leg, he struggled to regain his footing. One of the zombies lunged from the side, sinking its teeth into his helmet. At that critical moment, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene once more. Ziz, a bolt of electricity struck the zombies before the soldier, delivering a jolt of salvation as Lu Qian intervened, rescuing him just in time. A distinct bite mark now marred the soldier's sturdy helmet. Lu Qian hoisted him onto his back and pressed onward. Captain Lu, I'm not your soldier, put me down and flee. Anyone following me is my comrade. Lu Qian replied coldly. At that moment, Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to leave Lu Qian's side. This man, though cold and aloof, possessed a profound sense of humanity. Ziz, 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 lightning crackled in the air, and the other team members discarded their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Excised water orbs, fireballs, and metallic blades whirled through the air. Their abilities were not particularly potent, but they utilized every ounce of power they had at their disposal. Those without elemental abilities were primarily speedsters and strength-based mutants. They fought valiantly, charging ahead, drenched in blood. Countdown, 15 seconds. 70 meters remained. Countdown, 12 seconds. 50 meters to go. Countdown, 10 seconds. 40 meters still lay ahead. As they neared the throng of zombies, the foremost Special Forces soldiers faltered, their legs buckling beneath them. The energy orbs in their hands dwindled, and when they attempted to unleash their abilities, they found themselves unable to coalesce the energy. Their powers had run dry, their abilities were too weak to withstand such intense exertion. Suddenly, everyone's pace slowed, shifting from an aggressive advance to a defensive posture, relying on one another for support. Their weakness was starkly contrasted by the relentless strength of the zombies. Humans tire, but zombies do not. Roar. On Han Qingxia's side, Tang Jian's fireball dissipated midair, and a zombie seized the opportunity, lunging toward them with a guttural roar. There was no escape. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian back and kicked the zombie away. Yet, before the pale-faced Tang Jian could express his gratitude, Zhongping was similarly ensnared by 3 or 4 zombies. Wang Heng attempted to rescue him, but he too was overwhelmed by the undead. The group surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausted their strength, one after another succumbing to the horde. Big sister, run! Tang Jian urgently shoved Han Qingxia away, turning back to charge. Hurry! This was as far as they could go, and those who could escape would do so. Tang Jian stayed behind to cover her retreat. At that moment, several bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously, electrifying the zombies surrounding Tang Jian and his group. A man stood firm, his eyes transformed into a brilliant silver. Lu Qian gazed deeply at Han Qingxia, and a surge of electricity erupted from his body. Han Qingxie, help as many as you can. ILL hold the rear. To Han Qingxie's astonishment, she witnessed a powerful radiance emanating from Lu Qian. In addition to his lightning abilities, he unleashed extraordinary powers of ice and light. Suddenly, Han Qingxie's mind raced, and a thought struck her. Could it be? Everyone, run! Lu Qian bellowed, and in an instant, every zombie was drawn toward him, converging in a frenzied rush. Captain! Captain! As their horde surged toward Lu Qian, despair loomed over the group, until a colossal wall of water, far mightier than anything they had encountered, materialized before them. Chapter 69, the leader of their group is also an ability user. Why aren't you running yet? A languid female voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a clap of thunder. The entire crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at Han Qingxie, who was wielding an extraordinarily powerful water-based ability. Han Qingxie was also an ability user, and she was so formidable, even Xu Xiaoyang, who was anxiously locked outside, was utterly astonished. Could it be that their leader was also an ability user? How many more secrets did she hold? Bang! Crash! In an instant, the water wall burst apart, and within moments, all the surrounding zombies were dispersed by the high-pressure water blasts. They supported each other in groups of 2 or 3, sprinting wildly in the final seconds of the countdown. Countdown, 5 seconds. Countdown, 4 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Han Qingxie was already faster than them. She wielded her ability to fend off the zombies while racing towards the entrance. Swipe, the entrance required 2 cards to enter but only 1 to exit. Countdown, 2 seconds. Beep, countdown, 1 second. The door in front of Han Qingxie opened at the very last second, and everyone stumbled out, utterly exhausted. Beep, countdown complete. Self-destruction sequence initiated. Their heavy door behind Han Qingxie slammed shut once more. This time, even with a card, it could not be opened. Bang bang. The pursuing zombies crashed against the glass door. Many of them had just been struck by the water wall, their bodies drenched, and they pounded against the glass with terrifying ferocity. At that moment, a thick white mist erupted from above their heads. We must evacuate immediately. Lu Qian, who had narrowly escaped, panted. The entire underground levels 1 and 2 are about to self-destruct. Hearing his words, everyone gathered their strength once more, their limbs trembling as they pressed on. At this juncture, they noticed a woman lying in the corner. Her neck was grotesquely twisted at a 180-degree angle, her lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Surrounding her were numerous supplies that had exploded out. Lu Qian's gaze darkened upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse. Is she really dead? Captain Lu, I was the one who killed her. Xu Xiaoyan declared. Han Qingxie's eyes turned icy. This man was not the same. Lu Qian glanced at the supplies that had burst forth beside Wang Mengwei. In addition to 2 machines, there was a considerable amount of food and a pile of gold bars. Hundreds of gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. The most eye-catching items were bags of rice and flour. Just the bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds, numbered over 100, along with a haphazard assortment of seemingly valuable items. These supplies would easily fill 2 to 3 cubic meters. Wang Mengwei had claimed she only had 1 cubic meter. She was undoubtedly deceiving them, likely hiding the most valuable items and food, leaving just enough space to misreport. The more Lu Qian looked, the more a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. The Wang family truly deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Everyone, load these supplies up. We need to leave. He commanded coldly. Yes. Lu Qian did not even glance at the rice, instructing the team to lift the machines instead. The group quickly moved to carry the machines. After loading them into the elevator, everyone gradually entered. Han Qingxie, at this moment, displayed an unusual humility, allowing them to board first. Watching the elevator fill to the brim, she said, "Never mind, I'll wait for the next elevator to avoid overloading. Yangzi, please help them carry the supplies up." Yes. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qian fixed a steady gaze on her, as Han Qingxie smiled, swiping her card, and waved goodbye as the elevator ascended. She appeared exceedingly friendly, a model of kindness. As Han Qingxie watched the elevator doors close and ascend, a smile of satisfaction spread across her face. Today was destined to be a fruitful day. Time to gather supplies, while others lacked space, she had plenty. Looking at the gold bars and food that had burst forth from Wang Mingwei's space, Han Qingxie waved her hand, collecting everything. Some individuals, while alive, were of no use. In death, they proved quite contributive. Han Qingxie glanced at Wang Mingwei's lifeless body nearby and fired 2 more shots with her AK, ensuring she was beyond revival. Finally, she felt a sense of retribution. Offending anyone was a mistake, but offending Han Qingxie was a grave error. Otherwise, even in death, one would be subjected to indignities. Han Qingxie had never been a magnanimous person. She would repay enmity 100-fold. After exacting her vengeance, she leisurely approached the elevator entrance and pressed the button for the downward journey. The elevator doors soon opened. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside, descending alongside her. "Why are you still here? I'm worried about you. The underground levels are about to be destroyed. We need to leave quickly." "Oh." Han Qingxie swiped her card, closing the elevator doors. "What do you mean by destruction? Will it kill all the zombies?" Lu Qian nodded. She couldn't shake the feeling. "You have 3 types of abilities." "Yes," Lu Qian admitted candidly. At that moment, Han Qingxie stared at the man before her. Could it be that she had saved the zombie king from her past life? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Firstly, she had encountered Xu Xiaoyang during this very period in her previous life. All his companions had perished. If Lu Qian had survived, he would undoubtedly seek him out, as he knew where they came from. Furthermore, Lu Qian was indeed a 3-type ability user. The zombie king from her previous life also hailed from here, possessing 3 types of abilities. "Thank you, I owe you 2 favors." At that moment, Han Qingxie heard Lu Qian's words. Her expression brightened. "Remember to repay me, especially with crystal cores. You still owe me 22. Regardless of the circumstances, she intended to collect that debt. The crystal cores were even more essential. "All right." Lu Qian, seeing her smile, felt a flicker of warmth in his usually cold eyes, but he quickly averted his gaze. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he caught a glimpse of Wang Mingwei's corpse and the vacant space surrounding it. Where had Wang Mingwei's supplies vanished? Beep, the elevator ascended to the 1st floor. No sooner had they reached the top than they heard the rumbling sound of collapse from outside. At that moment, a notification echoed in Han Qingxie's mind. "Beep, congratulations on completing the task of seizing the joint pharmaceutical research facility." Chapter 70, The Electronic Butler. Sheer Sister. Sister. Queen. As Han Qingxie stepped out, Tang Jian and the others immediately surrounded her, their gazes filled with fervent admiration akin to that of ardent fans. Today, Han Qingxie had showcased her prowess by revealing her water-based supernatural ability, leaving them utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that Han Qingxie was also an ability user, let alone that her powers were so formidable. While everyone else was merely conjuring small fireballs and water orbs, she effortlessly summoned an entire wall of water with a mere wave of her hand. How could she be so powerful? It was almost excessive. After today's events, they were left with a profound realization. A sister is indeed a sister. Han, the great leader, is truly remarkable. They were all but her humble followers. "Are you all right?" Han Qingxie asked languidly. "We're all fine." Although they were disheveled and their battle gear was tattered, thankfully, none had been bitten by zombies. It was worth noting that they had lost several comrades on the 1st level, yet miraculously, not a single person perished on the 2nd level, which was fraught with danger. This was nothing short of a miracle, filling them with overwhelming joy at having survived. With this in mind, their gazes towards Han Qingxie grew even more fervent. Even the group led by Wang Mingwei regarded Han Qingxie with newfound respect. They looked at her with a sense of awe, realizing why the special forces were so familiar with and revered her. She was truly exceptional, far from ordinary. "By the way, sister, what brings you here?" Tang Jian inquired. "Yes, do you need our assistance?" "No need," Han Qingxie replied. Everyone watched Xu Xiaoyang's familiar actions in astonishment. Wait, what? Is she really here to expand her territory after traversing mountains and braving dangers? They gazed at the newly claimed land with a mixture of shock and disbelief. She was indeed here to seize territory. Unbelievable, they simply could not comprehend the world of a powerful leader. It seemed that Han Qingxue possessed an inexplicable obsession with territorial expansion. They could not understand the purpose of claiming so much uninhabited and seemingly useless land. Besides, with zombies rampant everywhere, all locations had become unclaimed zones, devoid of inhabitants. She faced no competition for these territories. At least, they themselves had no intention of claiming them. Neither they nor any other factions had such awareness. Little did they know that the lands she had claimed would eventually yield immense economic benefits and establish a strong base kingdom. Regardless of the time, land remained the cornerstone of all development. Especially in the later stages of base development, when internal resources dwindled and expansion became necessary, they would come to realize that the territories available for occupation had already been secured by Han Qingxue. Farewell, sister. Until next time, sister. Goodbye, Your Majesty. After occupying this research facility, the sun began to set, and Han Qingxue parted ways with Lu Qian and their squad, returning to their respective bases. Just before leaving, Lu Qian paused the vehicle and asked Han Qingxue, "Do you have a satellite phone?" "No." "What about a radio?" "I do." With the entire city plunged into darkness, the terrestrial signal stations were rendered useless. The only remaining communication signals were those from the satellites above. However, even satellite signals couldn't last indefinitely without personnel to maintain them. Many would fall or become damaged over the years. In her past life, Han Qingxue had never used a satellite phone, but she had utilized a more rudimentary form of radio communication. Radios, fax machines, and similar devices capable of transmitting and receiving low-frequency signals were the In the later stages of base civilization, every base had its own radio station. Upon hearing Lu Qian's mention of a radio, Han Qingxue understood precisely what he meant. Of course, she had a radio. She possessed a plethora of electronic devices that could function as a radio, it was just that she had no one to contact. "Give me your radio frequency." At 6:30 p.m., as dusk fell, Han Qingxue returned successfully. Upon arriving at her base, she headed straight to the air raid shelter. She delegated the mundane tasks of cooking, feeding the dogs, and tending to the chickens back to Xu Xiaoyang. She had a momentous task at hand. Rubbing her hands in excitement, Han Qingxue approached to claim her monumental reward from the day. Ding, detecting the base headquarters. "Would you like to unlock the electronic butler?" "Yes." It was imperative to unlock it. No sooner had Han Qingxue spoken than a holographic supercomputer materialized in the air raid shelter's second floor. She stepped forward, pressed the power button, and a burst of light illuminated the space. Before her, a miniature version of an electronic self emerged. The image of the electronic butler grew increasingly vivid, and 3 seconds later, it opened its eyes to gaze at her. "Greetings, my dear master. Please bestow upon me a name." Han Qingxue beamed at the electronic robot before her. "You shall be called Xie." "Yes, I, your beloved Xie, will immediately serve you." As Xie's cold, mechanical voice resonated, every device on the second floor of the air raid shelter emitted a chime, and the power buttons flickered as if connecting to a network. "Master, I have connected to all electronic facilities within the base. I will oversee and manage all operations within the base at all times." Han Qingxue was immensely satisfied upon hearing this. Despite Xie being merely an incorporeal electronic administrator with seemingly limited utility, it would become the cornerstone and most formidable manager of Han Qingxue's base. All surveillance cameras would serve as its eyes, the comprehensive radar would act as its sensory appendage across the base, and the reconnaissance drones patrolling outside would be its executioners. Every piece of equipment within the base would be an extension of its being. In the future, Han Qingxue would no longer have to personally address every trivial matter. For instance, if the radar system detected an intruder, Xie would promptly dispatch a reconnaissance drone to the scene without needing to report back to Han Qingxue repeatedly. Xie would automatically drive away the intruder, and if that failed, it would initiate an attack. Furthermore, in the event of danger, the drones would adept retreat, never risking destruction due to a lack of instructions from Han Qingxue. In summary, all offensive and defensive operations within Han Qingxue's base would be governed by a singular intellect. This alleviated her concerns about leaving the base unattended. Xie would serve as her vigilant guardian. Moreover, the mundane affairs of the residents within the territory could be entrusted to it, tasks that had previously overwhelmed Han Qingxie, such as point statistics, item exchanges, and production management, could simply be managed by installing a computer in the residential area, allowing Xie to handle them directly. There would be no need for Wen Yunduo, the little girl, to run back and forth relaying messages and carrying items. Furthermore, while humans require rest, machines do not. Even as Han Qingxie rested, Xie would continue to manage the base around the clock. In essence, she had acquired the most comprehensive and efficient base manager, one that would never betray her. Excellent, Xie, from this moment on, you will oversee all affairs of the base. Vigilantly supervise the Xingxie base. Indeed, I, your beloved master. Xie twirled before Han Qingxie and vanished into the holographic screen. Han Qingxie, meanwhile, was already contemplating expanding Xie's operational domain. The following day, Han Qingxie, accompanied by Xu Xiaoyang, transported a truckload of supplies to the residential area. The residents, busy with their tasks, greeted her with enthusiastic waves. Lord, you have arrived. Chapter 71, establishing the directly operated supermarket of the base. Han Qingxie, accompanied by her 19 residents, greeted one another as they halted their vehicle in front of an uninhabited villa. At that moment, Wen Yundo leaped over joyfully. Lord, you've arrived. I was just about to seek you out. What do you need me for? I wanted to exchange supplies with you. Look at all this. Wen Yundo sweetly produced a densely packed list. She beamed at Han Qingxie. By the way, when will you host another market? The last one was such a delight. I can hardly wait to visit your market again and indulge in some delicious treats. Han Qingxie chuckled, playfully tugging at the little girl's braid. From now on, whenever you wish to purchase something, you can do so at any time. With a wave of her hand, Xu Xiaoyang descended from a cargo truck, one that Han Qingxie had previously seized from the road. Once on the ground, he began unloading items. The surrounding residents, upon witnessing this, immediately rushed over to assist. Lord, what is this? What is this? This is our Xingxie base's directly operated store. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Half an hour later, a supermarket reminiscent of those from the pre-apocalyptic era stood before all. The residents gazed in wonder at the array of goods displayed, feeling as though they had stepped into another world. They could actually shop as they did before the calamity. At the center of the store loomed a colossal electronic screen, showcasing the prices of all supplies alongside a virtual image of Han Qingxie. This is our Xingxie base's directly operated supermarket. She is our base steward, Xie. From now on, whenever you wish to purchase items, simply enter here. There is no need for card swipes. Xie will recognize your accounts through facial recognition, and the cost of the items you take will be deducted automatically. Of course, if you have items to exchange, please place them on the shelf to the right. Here you will find an electronic scale. Once weighed, Xie will automatically tally your remaining balance. If you have any doubts, there is a card reader at the entrance where you can check your balance before you exit. Wow! I want to give it a try. Wen Yundo exclaimed excitedly. Go ahead, Han Qingxie signaled, and Wen Yundo dashed toward the snack aisle, eagerly selecting a lollipop. She promptly unwrapped it right there in the store and joyfully began to savor it. Upon witnessing this, Wen Yumin and his spouse took out Wen Yundu's card to inspect it. With a beep, a series of numbers illuminated on the screen. 99. 5 points. Wen Yunduo previously possessed 100 points in her account, which served as a subsidy for Wen Yumin's family to work together and employ Wen Yunduo. A single lollipop was automatically deducted, costing 0. 5 points, leaving her with a remaining balance of 99. 5 points. Wen Yumin and his wife were both elated and pained upon seeing a lollipop priced at 0. 5 points. Their joy stemmed from witnessing their daughter indulge in a once insignificant treat from the pre-apocalyptic era. In this current world, plagued by zombies and famine, where many struggle to find sufficient sustenance, it was astonishing that their base had the luxury of lollipops. This spoke volumes of the robust stockpiles and security measures in place, yet, a twinge of sorrow accompanied their happiness. Points were hard-earned. A single point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter had spent half of her points on a mere lollipop, Such extravagance was alarming. It seemed they would need to monitor her spending more closely to prevent her from depleting her account entirely. Lord, I wish to. Can I trade them? Of course, Han Qingxue replied with a nod. Li Gang promptly dashed back to retrieve the 5 pounds of bean sprouts he had gathered. After weighing them, a notification chimed from the store. Beep, 5 pounds of bean sprouts detected, redeemable for 5 points. Would you like to redeem? Redeem. The price of vegetables is half that of grains. After completing his transaction for bean sprouts, Li Gang promptly went to check his account. Indeed, he found that his account had increased by 5 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. They all rushed into the store, some purchasing goods, others redeeming points, while some simply meandered about without making any purchases. The store was stocked with the most common essential supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, salt, sugar, hygiene products, tissues, and sanitary napkins, along with a modest selection of nostalgic snacks that instantly transported them back to the pre-apocalyptic days, such as lollipops, cola, and small loaves of bread. At that moment, an intense sense of satisfaction surged within everyone, evoking feelings reminiscent of a time before the cataclysm. They all shared a singular sentiment: their summer base was improving day by day, visibly growing stronger. Han Qingxue had promised them a better life, and she was indeed delivering. The sense of belonging to the summer base was significantly heightened among the populace. At this moment, a notification echoed in Han Qingxue's mind. Ding, detection of a 100-point increase in the prosperity of the base. Current base prosperity: 180. Han Qingxue was taken aback. The establishment of such a modest direct-operated store had resulted in such a substantial rise in prosperity. However, upon reflection, it became clear the exchange of goods was an essential need for the residents. Even in her previous life, in a small base plagued by scarcity, there were numerous market trading areas bustling with individuals exchanging goods at all hours. A direct-operated store within the base was indeed indispensable. Observing the throngs of people in the bustling trading market, Han Qingxue contemplated that once the land's productivity stabilized, she could establish agricultural and livestock farming, fish breeding, and eventually various processing factories. Her base was steadily advancing with vigor. After successfully managing the direct-operated store, Han Qingxue returned to her air raid shelter. The replenishment and delivery of supplies for the base's direct-operated store were fully automated by Xiaoxiu, requiring no effort on Han Qingxue's part. Xiaoxiu would deploy drones to transport goods based on real-time inventory levels. The drones would autonomously fly to Han Qingxue's warehouse, retrieve items, and operate entirely on autopilot. When the supply reserves or consumption reached a certain threshold, Xiaoxiu would even notify Han Qingxue to see if she wished to adjust the inventory list. Xiaoxiu was an impeccable assistant, alleviating Han Qingxue's significant staffing challenges. With the management of the base no longer a concern, she could finally unleash her full potential. Yangzi, come with me to a certain place. Chapter 72. The early bird catches the worm. This is a global outbreak of a zombie virus, drastically reducing the world's population by 99.9%, delivering a devastating blow to human society as a whole. Areas with unfavorable geography and dense populations experienced mass annihilation. The zombies segregated the world into isolated islands, with a handful of survivors clinging to life, banding together to form one base. However, even in their unity, they faced numerous trials: food shortages, scarce resources, an unending assault from zombies, and sporadic incursions from other humans. In her previous life, Han Qingxue found herself trapped in a small base, struggling for survival for 10 long years, during which she endured 8 waves of zombie tides. Several times, she narrowly escaped total annihilation, yet in the final wave of a super zombie tide, her base was utterly destroyed. The most despairing aspect was not death itself, but the utter lack of escape routes. As her base crumbled, so did others. Across the entire eastern region, only the formidable K1 base remained, teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to hold out for much longer. The densely packed zombies left humanity with only one question: how long could they survive? It was not a matter of enduring until dawn broke over the darkness. This was a genocide, a cataclysm that obliterated civilization, a despair from which there was no escape. After the events of yesterday, Han Qingxue suddenly realized a profound truth: destiny can be altered. She had rescued the Lucian team, thereby eliminating a significant future threat posed by a zombie. Thus, she could accomplish much more in the early days of the apocalypse, especially now, when the threats were relatively weak, and her own strength was formidable. Han Qingxue was determined to swiftly eliminate potential dangers while discreetly and rapidly developing her base. With a virtuous cycle and stable growth in food production, a robust offense and defense system, and a stable population structure, she would possess the strength to confront any future calamities. At the very least, her Qingxue base must endure the cataclysm projected a decade hence. Seizing the opportunity presented by the relatively calm early days of the apocalypse, she was resolute in fortifying her power and expanding her base. Each day that her base improved brought her one step closer to withstanding disaster. With a clear objective in mind, Han Qingxue set out with Xu Xiaoyang to combat zombies. Their immediate goal was to eradicate all threats in the vicinity of her territory. Han Qingxue drove to a breeding farm located in the western suburbs. She recalled that this area had experienced an outbreak of animal plague 6 months into the apocalypse. While the zombie virus did not infect animals, the lack of human caretakers led to the starvation and illness of chickens, ducks, and sheep. The decaying animal carcasses subsequently spawned a plethora of animal plagues. Previously, Han Qingxue had accompanied others from her base to gather supplies here, and they had witnessed a scene of carnage, with rotting animal bodies strewn everywhere. Swarms of flies buzzed around the stench of dead pigs, cows, and sheep, while white maggots writhed within the carcasses, the putrid flesh oozing foul liquid. The sight of small furry animals was particularly harrowing. Their fur decayed slowly, leaving their bodies to rot in place, while their matted hair sprouted from the ground like clusters of moldy fungus. The scene was beyond description, enough to induce a chill that lingered for half a year. What was worse, these decaying bodies harbored a multitude of bacteria and viruses. Following their return from the farm, an outbreak of animal plague swept through the base, exacerbating the already dire situation of the small base. It seemed to have affected several smaller bases, leading some to their demise. Han Qingxue's first step in displaying her prowess was to leverage her past experiences and take control of this area ahead of everyone else. Guided by her memory, she made her way there. However, to her surprise, as soon as her vehicle arrived, she heard gunfire. Bang! A barrage of bullets was discharged towards the breeding farm, with a small team of 7 or 8 people assaulting the entrance. Someone had already gotten there first, yet this group appeared rather inept, armed with only 2 handguns and lacking accuracy, having fired several shots without hitting a single target. Han Qingxue concentrated, using her mental acuity to assess the situation. The group consisted of 5 men and 2 women, featuring a single fire-type ability user and 2 strength-type ability users. With the handguns in the hands of the latter, the rest were mere ordinary individuals, wielding sticks or machetes, trailing nervously behind the 3 ability users. However, Han Qingxue noticed the last man in their ranks, wearing a baseball cap. He emitted no discernible ability aura, yet she sensed a subtle energy that distinguished him from the ordinary populace. He was neither a common person nor an ability user. After several failed shots, they seemed to realize the challenge ahead and noticed Han Qingxue's armored vehicle approaching. "Brother Feng, look over there. A vehicle is coming. It's an armored car. It must be people. Others have arrived." The leader, Zhang Feng, fixed his gaze on Han Qingxue's vehicle, instructing his team to hold their positions. "You all stay here, I'll go check it out." He strode toward Han Qingxue's vehicle, and to demonstrate goodwill, he waved at her from 10 meters away, visibly unloading the gun in his hand as a gesture of peace. Han Qingxue signaled Xu Xiaoyang to flash their headlights twice, prompting the man to approach them. In the apocalypse, there were unspoken rules. In close proximity, one could easily become an enemy. Everyone had to remain vigilant, for the approach of any stranger was a potential threat, and no one could guarantee the intentions of the other. Zhang Feng was the first to extend a hand of friendship to Han Qingxue. "Knock, knock." He tapped on her window. Han Qingxue rolled down a quarter of the armored car's window. Its height towered above him, providing her with a defensive advantage. If he intended to cause trouble, he would find it exceedingly inconvenient, while she could easily subdue him. Moreover, she could hear his words clearly. "Friend, you are here to gather supplies as well, aren't you?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Yes. Perfect, why don't we team up? We've been staking out here for 3 days and know the area well. After we secure it, we can split the supplies. Zhongfeng produced a cigarette from his pocket, cherishing it as he offered it to her. In these times, cigarettes were a rare commodity. With food scarce, the luxury of a smoke was a distant dream. Each cigarette was a precious resource. The cigarette was taken by someone inside, followed by the response, "No, you go ahead. I'll wait until you're done." Upon hearing her words, Zhongfeng's smile faltered. "Why wouldn't you take my cigarette?" "Friend, danger lurks everywhere these days. Having an extra person means an extra layer of protection, right? Then may our spirits be united, and may God bless you." Zhongfeng, Chapter 73. Half-zombie. Since the apocalypse began, Zhongfeng had encountered all manner of individuals. In amicable circumstances, if one did not wish to collaborate, they would refrain from accepting anything. Once something was accepted, it was invariably expected to be reciprocated. Yet, what about Hanqingxie? She collected items as if it were second nature, and when it came time to speak, her answer was a resounding no. Today truly felt like a small knife to the backside, an eye-opening experience. Zhongfeng gazed at the imposing armored vehicle before him. Faced with such formidable strength, he gritted his teeth and proposed, "If you assist us in entering, we shall take only 30% of the supplies, while you may have 70%. How does that sound?" A light chuckle emanated from within the armored vehicle. This laughter left Zhongfeng feeling utterly unmoored. "My friend, we will take 20%, you can have 80%. The response was still silence. "Surely you can spare us 1%, we will assist you in your endeavor. You lead us inside, you cannot possibly claim all the goods within." A plume of smoke drifted from the vehicle's roof as Hanqingxie looked down upon him. "I've already stated, you may enter first, and we shall wait until you've finished pillaging before we proceed." Hanqingxie had no need to share anything with anyone, even 1% was out of the question. Hearing Hanqingxie's domineering words, Zhongfeng found himself utterly at a loss. He possessed no advantages to negotiate terms. The disparity in strength was stark. He stared for a long moment at the vehicle, begrudgingly returning to his team. As he approached, several members of his small group quickly gathered around him. "Brother Feng, how did it go? What sort of people are they? Did you invite them to collaborate with us?" Zhongfeng turned to glance at the imposing armored vehicle, gesturing dismissively to the group. "They refuse to cooperate with us." "What shall we do now?" Zhongfeng surveyed the expansive breeding farm before them. "Let us charge in one last time." 5 minutes later, Hanqingxie observed the group ahead, who had completely abandoned the breeding farm, leaving in frustration, and waved her hand. "Drive!" With a thunderous roar, her armored vehicle surged forward into the breeding farm like an arrow released from a bow. In the face of absolute strength, sheer force was all that was required. 200 meters away, the onlookers beheld the audacious assault on the breeding farm they had occupied for so long, their eyes filled with awe. The powerful are always objects of admiration. Zhongfeng felt a pang of bitterness. They were truly not in a position to demand cooperation, they lacked the strength, and thus were unworthy. Just then, from the now breached gates, a scattering of surviving zombies surged forth, drawn by the scent of human presence, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they charged toward Zhongfeng and his companions. "Run, quick, retreat!" They lacked Hanqingxie's prowess. Facing more than 3 zombies meant prioritizing evasion. They hastily withdrew. After Hanqingxie's vehicle forcefully breached the breeding farm, it began to unleash dogs to clear out the scattered zombie workers within. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, she stumbled upon a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Hanqingxie crouched to pick it up. A valuable resource, it must be kept. This establishment was a small-scale black pig farm, technically a franchise of a larger pig farming operation. Several years prior, the pig farming industry in Hanqingxie's city underwent reforms, prohibiting farmers from raising pigs in a free-range manner. All pigs were to be raised in a standardized manner by qualified farms, and once matured, they were systematically sent to slaughterhouses for processing. The farm where Hanqingxie was situated didn't even require breeding, merely raising the pigs to maturity sufficed. The small farm operated under a contract with the parent company, which supplied piglets, provided technical guidance, and recorded the weight upon entry, stipulating the expected weight at the time of market release, as well as the purchase price for the meat. Their earnings were derived solely from the weight gained during this period, calculated at the time of sale. Their sole responsibility was to raise the piglets. Moreover, they were forbidden from selling privately. Each piglet was logged upon entry, with verification required at the time of market release. Even in the unfortunate event of a piglet's death, the parent company would reclaim it, forbidding any illicit circulation of pork. This system significantly ensured the safety of meat sources, maintaining a comprehensive traceability from start to finish. Han Qingxie pondered whether the pig farm intended to secretly cultivate some piglets themselves. She took the book away and, accompanied by Xu Xiaoyang, made her way toward the pigsty. The farm employed few workers, and they had all gathered at the entrance. After the recent onslaught, a few pigs had been crushed, some had fled, and those that had pursued were swiftly taken down by the dogs. Now, within the expansive farm, hardly a zombie could be seen. As Han Qingxie strode into the pigsty area, a foul odor assaulted her senses. Fortunately, she had arrived in the nick of time. The pigs within the sty were mostly emaciated, yet around 70% were still alive. Yangzi, keep watch outside. Understood. Xu Xiaoyang nodded without hesitation and exited. Han Qingxie surveyed the vast pig pen before her, systematically beginning to capture the surviving pigs and transport them into her space. The stench was unbearable. Raising livestock was truly not for the faint of heart. Just as she reached the third pen, she sensed a gaze sweeping over her from behind. Her formidable mental power instinctively locked onto that direction, and simultaneously, a high-pressure water bullet flew forth. Bang! In the far corner of the pigsty, a man donning a baseball cap deftly rolled aside, evading the projectile and scrambling out. Upon emerging, he immediately flashed a broad smile at Han Qingxie. So, you're a spatial ability user. Han Qingxie scrutinized the man in the baseball cap, her brow furrowing further. She recognized him. He was the individual trailing behind the others in Zhang Feng's team. What struck Han Qingxie was that he exuded an aura that was neither entirely human nor a typical ability user. Who exactly are you? The man in the cap raised his hands. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ally with you. Ally with me? Indeed, I find you all to be quite formidable, and I wish to join your ranks. Only you are worthy of my allegiance. What can you offer that would persuade me to accept you? Upon hearing Han Qingxie's words, the man removed his baseball cap, revealing an eye covered by an eye patch. Han Qingxie's eyes brightened at this sight. Subsequently, the eye patch was lifted, unveiling a greyish-white zombie eye. Qin Ku, how do you know my name? Qin Ku's brow arched at the mention of his name by Han Qingxie. At that moment, a tumult of emotion surged within her. Having survived for a decade in the apocalypse, she was well aware of the notable figures that had emerged during this time. Over the course of 10 years, 10 prominent personalities had arisen in the eastern region, each one a powerful leader in their respective bases. Among them was the half-zombie, Qin Ku. He was the sole human to be infected by the zombie virus without succumbing to zombification. This individual had roamed the apocalypse, relying on his unique immunity to the zombies, thriving amidst the chaos. Chapter 74, A Master of Deception. What astonishes people most about Qin Ku is not his unique abilities, but rather the absurdities he engages in. This man is cunning and avaricious, capricious in nature, with a penchant for betraying others. Utilizing his singular talents, he flits from one base to another. He seldom lingers at any given location. Once he has thoroughly assessed the situation, he swiftly moves on to the next. If the previous base is weak, he sells its information to the stronger factions, leading them back for an assault. Conversely, if the next base appears feeble, he will return to inform the former base to launch an attack. As previously mentioned, in the apocalypse, the threat of zombies is not the only peril. Human incursions are equally formidable. This troublemaker, Qin Ku, has single-handedly dismantled several minor. After his destructive escapades, half of the resources from the vanquished bases belong to him. He indulges in his spoils before promptly seeking out his next target point. One might wonder why he does not rest. The answer lies in his complete detachment from refined pleasures. While others stand firmly against vice, he is deeply entwined with it, using his ill-gotten gains to gamble and pursue carnal pleasures, driven by greed and lust, unable to endure solitude. He is, indeed, a consummate deceiver. The base where Han Qingxie resides had once caught his eye, but its remote location, far from neighboring enclaves, spared it from his schemes. When he initially infiltrated their modest base, Han Qingxie had little impression of him. It was only much later, after he had departed, that she learned of his notorious exploits through the base's broadcasting station. At that moment, everyone realized who this man truly was. Subsequently, in her base's tavern, she would occasionally overhear tales of his debauched escapades. However, his fate was not particularly favorable. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, he wandered into another large base, Hope Base, intending to incite a conflict with K1 Base, only to be captured by the inhabitants of Hope Base. It was rumored that they took him to their laboratory for dissection in the hopes of unraveling the mystery of the serum. After that, Han Qingxie heard no further news of him. She had never anticipated that she would encounter this legendary figure in her lifetime. Beautiful lady, let me tell you something. I have been infected by the zombie virus, yet I have not mutated. I can roam freely among the undead without fear of attack, Qin Ku said, his half-zombie, half-human black eyes gleaming as he gazed at Han Qingxie. His gaze was remarkably sincere. Had she not possessed a decade of experience in her previous? How could such a talent be overlooked? Yet, Han Qingxie was acutely aware of the kind of person he was, as she regarded the treacherous Qin Ku. Her eyes wavered momentarily. To kill or not to kill? This individual was undoubtedly disloyal and a potential ticking time bomb. Such a person was to be avoided. However, his unique gifts. Han Qingxie had the ability to replicate the extraordinary attributes of everyone she accepted, and his half-zombie physique was indispensable. Very well, I agree to your joining, she conceded. Wait. Qin Ku interjected, beautiful lady, I have yet to finish speaking. If I join you, what will my treatment be? Han Qingxie smiled tightly. Rest assured, you shall receive the finest accommodations. Under my leadership, there will be meat at every meal. Does your base have women? Oh no, I meant to ask how many people you have in total. Han Qingxie, he truly lived up to his reputation. Just Xu Xiaoyang and me, along with that person outside. Only the two of you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku stroked his chin, a glint of mischief sparking in his singular black eye, before breaking into a grin. He is not your boyfriend, is he? Han Qingxie. No. Then it's settled, I shall join you. Immediately, a voice resonated in Han Qingxie's mind. Beep, detected base guard, pseudo 1. Reward points 100. Base's new guard loyalty insufficient at 60, unable to unlock special attributes. Han Qingxie. She was taken aback by the first appearance of their pseudo notification and opened his attribute panel in her mind. A line of white numbers appeared before her eyes. Loyalty, 59. Initial loyalty 19, system increased loyalty by 40. Han Qingxie, what the hell? His initial loyalty was merely 19, even with her system's addition of 40, it still fell short of the 60 threshold. Goodness, this was a bottomless pit. Xu Xiaoyang next to him boasted a loyalty of 100. When Xu Xiaoyang first joined Han Qingxie, his loyalty was 70. After the system enhancement of 40, it soared past 100. Beyond that, loyalty was categorized into 3 color grades, red, purple, and gold. Red signifies fiery loyalty, purple denotes unwavering allegiance, and gold represents eternal singularity. Yet, this person before her had merely 59. Not even enough to unlock his special attributes. Han Qingxie, exasperated, contemplated eliminating this inherently treacherous individual who seemed intent on betraying her. Who would dare to accept such? No, she absolutely needed his half-zombie constitution. Qin Ku, what do you like? If you join us, as captain, I must offer you something, she said, eager to elevate his loyalty. I don't have particular preferences, Qin Ku replied, grinning at Han Qingxie, but if you truly wish to present me with a gift, why not offer your heart? The moment I laid eyes on you, I fell head over heels in love with you, sincerely. Bang! Han Qingxie could no longer contain her frustration and kicked him away. Get to work. Drive the live pigs out. If you delay, I'll dig your heart out to feed them. Qin Ku, as he lay sprawled on the ground watching Han Qingxie enter the next pen to collect live pigs, a flicker of intrigue crossed his half-zombie, half-human eyes, and a smile slowly crept upon his lips. Half an hour later, all the live pigs had been gathered into Han Qingxie's space. The remaining dead pigs were to be dragged into a pit. With his half-zombie physique, Qin Ku exhibited enhanced strength and speed, completing the task with remarkable efficiency. The dead pigs were buried together, doused in gasoline, and set ablaze. These carcasses had been deceased for some time, their bodies decomposing and unfit for consumption, posing a breeding ground for bacteria and viruses. To avert future plagues, they were incinerated in advance. Throughout the process, Jinko remained largely silent, his eye fixated on Han Qingxie with an amused glint. Chapter 75. Cunning as a fox sensing the fire within, Xu Xiaoyang and the dogs outside voiced their concern. Woof woof. Woof woof. Boss. How are you in there? I'm fine. Han Qingxie cleared out the pig pen and pushed the door open, where Xu Xiaoyang anxiously gazed at her. Boss, what happened? Nothing. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the man trailing behind Han Qingxie, who wore a baseball cap and an eye mask. Who are you? Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate, Jinko, Han Qingxie introduced. Hello, brother. I'm Jinko, pleased to meet you, Jinko grinned, extending his hand to greet Xu Xiaoyang. Xu Xiaoyang felt an immediate aversion towards this individual, with only one eye visible. His gaze appeared fervent yet was laced with cunning, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Seeing Han Qingxie accept such a person made Xu frown. Ignoring the outstretched hand, he turned to Han Qingxie and asked, Boss, what about the pigs inside? Do you need me to handle them? Before Han Qingxie could respond, Jinko interjected, no need. I'm a space ability user, I've already stored all the pigs away. Xu Xiaoyang, intrigued, looked at Jinko. You possess spatial abilities. Jinko crossed his arms, indeed, with me on the team, there's no need to worry about supplies. As he spoke, he glanced at Han Qingxie, a grin revealing sharp teeth. Seizing the moment when Xu Xiaoyang was not looking, he leaned closer to Han Qingxie, cheerfully whispering, Beautiful captain, this is our little secret. Han Qingxie, observing the astute man before her, couldn't help but smirk with a fox-like smile. All right. Had she not been aware of the man's true nature beforehand, she might have been genuinely impressed by his cleverness and attentiveness. Just from a minor detail, seeing how she had previously sent Xu Xiaoyang away, one could tell she wished to conceal her spatial ability, and Jinko seamlessly covered for her. Such a cunning individual was no wonder he had caused chaos in various small to medium bases in his past life. Truly, he was a fox of the utmost craftiness. Let's go. Sure thing, my beautiful captain, Jinko replied, crossing his arms and following Han Qingxie, his eye gleaming with excitement. All the chicks had perished. Fortunately, she had previously stocked up on chickens and ducks in her air raid shelter, so there was no need for more. Han Qingxie instructed Jinko and Xu Xiaoyang to clean up the chicken farm and set it ablaze. Thus, the hidden dangers of this extensive farming area were thoroughly eradicated. The impending animal plague that threatened to sweep through various bases was nipped in the bud by Han Qingxie. On the return journey, Jinko sat in the armored vehicle, exhilarated as he admired Han Qingxie's car and its interior. Beautiful captain, where did you acquire this treasure? Ask what you must, but refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you, Han Qingxie replied coldly. The colder she was, the more fervent Jinko became. Beautiful captain, are there really only the three of us in our base? At that moment, Xu Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxie, who firmly stated, indeed. Then where is our base located? At the grain factory. Xu Xiaoyang. Yangzi, drive us back to the base. Yes. Xu Xiaoyang dared not ask further questions or voice any concerns. They drove to the massive zombie factory they had previously conquered. Jinko's eyes lit up as he surveyed the vast factory. To have taken down such a large establishment truly demonstrated significant strength. Last time they left, aside from extracting the zombie cores, they had also dealt with the zombie bodies, incinerating them all. This area under Han Qingxie remained relatively clean. She instructed Xu Xiaoyang to park the vehicle at the dormitory building. Choose any room you like, occupy any floor you desire. If you encounter zombies, you need not fear them. Jinko chuckled, all right, beautiful captain, I'll pick for myself. After Jinko departed, Xu Xiaoyang scrutinized the man who exuded an air of recklessness, his brow furrowing deeper. Boss, that person is not to be trusted. As a former soldier, Xu Xiaoyang could instantly discern the erratic aura surrounding Jinko. He was certainly no good person. I am aware, Han Qingxie replied, following him down. That's why I brought him here. Jinko was not a virtuous individual, and Han Qingxie was certainly no saint either. She could not possibly bring such a dangerous bomb to her base. Instead, she would keep him outside, nurturing his loyalty. Those who dared to pledge allegiance to her with ulterior motives were not to be relied upon. Xu Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully, finding Han Qingxie's reasoning compelling. What will happen to the base if we don't return? With Xie around, that suffices. Xie could manage the base efficiently, even feeding the dogs with drones. Staying outside for a few days before returning posed no issue at all. Xu Xiaoyang had no further questions. He followed Han Qingxie into the dormitory building, each selecting a clean room to claim as their territory. The 6 dogs accompanied Xu Xiaoyang, settling in his room. As they entered, Qin Ke's voice echoed from outside. Beautiful captain. What is it? Is dinner ready? Yes, we can eat now, Han Qingxie replied to Xu Xiaoyang, instructing him to retrieve some rations from the vehicle. Upon seeing the meager supplies, Qin Ke remarked, "Is this all we have?" What do you think? Han Qingxie raised an eyebrow. As long as it's enough to eat, Qin Ke chuckled, but I know of a place nearby with abundant supplies. Where? 5 miles east, there is a 3-story supermarket in a development zone. Han Qingxie nodded. All right, we shall go there tomorrow. Gathering supplies was an ongoing necessity, and now that they were here, it was time to clear the vicinity's map. Observing Han Qingxie's compliance, Qin Ke's smile widened. He began to engage in light banter with both her and Xu Xiaoyang, attempting to draw closer to them and glean more information. By the way, brother, where are you from? You seem like you were a soldier. How did you meet the beautiful captain? Regrettably, Xu Xiaoyang was as taciturn as ever. He only answered Han Qingxie's inquiries, remaining cold and distant otherwise. By the end of the meal, Qin Ke had gleaned no useful information from either of them. Only the dogs offered him a few responses. Undeterred, he continued to jest and boast, maintaining a jovial atmosphere with Han Qingxie and Xu Xiaoyang. Once dinner concluded, he suddenly turned to Han Qingxie and said, "Beautiful captain, didn't you mention you would give me something today?" Chapter 76, Not a Normal Person, What Do You Want? Han Qingxie finally responded to him. After meeting his piercing gaze from his singular eye, she turned her head and delivered a punch. Don't look at me when you speak. Qin Ke covered his eye and remained silent. Captain Beauty, could you perhaps be a bit kinder to me? I grew up without parents, raised by my gambling grandmother, who would hit or scold me at the slightest inconvenience. I have never had a single friend in my life. Now, amidst this apocalyptic chaos, I genuinely wish to accompany you, to become comrades in life and death. Can you accept someone like me? Speak plainly. I need some supplies. Without them, I feel insecure. Xu Xiaoyang was taken aback, staring at such an unabashed individual. Han Qingxie had long anticipated his antics. She smiled slightly, saying, "All right, you can take what you need from the supplies in the vehicle. Tomorrow, I will allocate 1/3 of the supplies we collect to you. Captain Beauty, you are simply an angel from the heavens. With your beauty and kindness, I will certainly follow you and work diligently in the future." Were it not for the unwavering loyalty he displayed, Han Qingxie might have been deceived by his exceptional acting skills. This fellow was indeed quite troublesome. Without tangible benefits, it was impossible to entice him. Satisfied with her response, Qin Ke cheerfully headed to the vehicle to gather supplies. Once he left, Xu Xiaoyang immediately remarked, "Boss. Give him whatever he asks for," Han Qingxie replied, her gaze solemn. The following day, as dawn broke, Han Qingxie and her companions were already prepared. Having given Qin Ke all the supplies from the vehicle the previous day, they found themselves without breakfast. Han Qingxie discreetly provided Xu Xiaoyang with a bit of food, instructing him and the dog to eat first. No one should go hungry, especially not her people. When Qin Ke descended, she feigned a lack of breakfast, saying, "Qin Ke, I've given you everything. I didn't even eat breakfast, we must go find more supplies." Qin Ke immediately opened his backpack, producing a bag of bread. It was Han Qingxie's bread, which she had stored in her armored vehicle as a backup. He had carried it away yesterday. How could Captain Beauty go hungry? "Please, eat my bread first." Qin Ke offered her the bread graciously. Han Qingxie accepted without hesitation, knowing it was originally hers. "Let us go. If we don't find something soon, we'll all be starving." She lingered momentarily on Chin Ku's not-so-full backpack, casually placing the bread into her own bag before turning to board the vehicle. Chin Ku and Xu Xiaoyang followed suit. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket in the Eastern Development Zone. This area was already on the outskirts of City A. The city had developed well in recent years. What once housed only a few small villa districts now boasted several new large residential complexes. Though most of them stood eerily vacant, the population was limited, and the occupancy rate remained low. A few complexes even faced abandonment, causing quite a stir before the apocalypse struck. Now, with the world in chaos, the atmosphere was ominously heavy, and the deserted complexes occasionally birthed spectral zombies. Sensing the presence of the living, these creatures would howl within the skeletal frames of the concrete buildings, while the wandering zombies on the streets would pursue them relentlessly. Han Qingxie did not halt the vehicle. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! Bang! They plowed through the scattered zombies, reaching their destination, the large supermarket in the development zone. A multitude of zombies gathered around the supermarket entrance, clad mostly in the attire of former residents, with many appearing heavily armed. It was evident they had once occupied this area, but the outcome had been tragic. For every 10 who ventured out, only 1 might return. Upon their arrival, the wandering zombies immediately surrounded Han Qingxie's vehicle. She gestured to Xu Xiaoyang, who pressed a button to activate the vehicle's systems. The turret atop the armored car rose, unleashing a brutal and effective barrage upon the horde below. Inside the vehicle, Chin Ku watched in awe as the zombies outside were incinerated. Wow, Captain Beauty, your vehicle is incredibly cool. Where did you get it? Don't ask, just get out and scout ahead. With most of the zombies cleared, Han Qingxie commanded. Chin Ku raised an eyebrow. All right then. He exited the vehicle, unarmed, to survey the surroundings. The few remaining zombies ignored his presence as he made his way to the supermarket entrance. Upon reaching it, he waved. Xu Xiaoyang observed this scene and inquired, "Boss, who exactly is he?" "He possesses a unique constitution. Zombies do not attack him." Xu Xiaoyang's eyes lit up at this revelation, his gaze towards Chin Ku shifting. No wonder the boss wanted him on their team. He truly was a talent. However, this fellow appeared rather dubious, far from virtuous. "We're moving out." "Understood." Xu Xiaoyang grabbed his weapon and disembarked with the dogs. The dogs swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies, while Xu Xiaoyang took care of any stragglers. Han Qingxie walked through the now cleared area, advancing steadily towards the supermarket entrance. She stood at the doorway, peering inside, which was engulfed in darkness. "What's the situation?" "Captain Beauty, the door is locked," but Chin Ku grinned, producing a blank white card. "I have a way to open it." He knelt before the locked door, fiddling with the card in the lock mechanism. In no time, the previously sealed door clicked open with a satisfying sound. "Am I not quite useful?" Chin Ku beamed at Han Qingxie, proud of his accomplishment. "Well done, now go inside and scout." Han Qingxie kicked him inside. She noted his peculiar trait. While his loyalty was challenging to increase, it also never diminished. No matter how harshly she treated him, his pitifully low loyalty level remained intact. In fact, Chin Ku seemed to thrive on Han Qingxie's fiery temperament. If she spoke to him kindly, he would undoubtedly take advantage of it, but if she used her fists, he would immediately regard her words as gospel. Han Qingxie found it incomprehensible what went on in his mind. He was far from a normal person. However, reflecting on it, if he were more ordinary, he would never have committed such atrocious acts in his past life. "I'm off," Chin Ku said, eagerly venturing deeper into the supermarket. Han Qingxie, as usual, left 2 dogs at the entrance, while she and the remaining dogs leisurely observed the first floor of the expansive supermarket. The building was 3 stories high, featuring not only the supermarket but also various clothing stores and eateries. The open space before Han Qingxie was a clothing retail area. Chapter 77, The Exemplary Citizen. Han Qingxie. At this moment, the supermarket was devoid of light. Despite the bright morning sun shining outside, the interior was shrouded in darkness, save for the green emergency lights illuminating the exit paths. Before Han Qingxie stood rows upon rows of shelves, showcasing winter cotton jackets on an off-season sale. Enormous promotional red signs stood proudly beside the clothing racks, emblazoned with bold characters proclaiming 99 yuan. Yet, despite the discounts, customers were nowhere to be found. Thick layers of dust coated the floors, both above and below. To the right, several clothing racks leaned precariously, with mannequin limbs and heads scattered haphazardly across the ground. As Xu Xiaoyang approached with the dogs, he realized these were merely model stands. "Boss, they're just mannequins. No corpses or bloodstains," he remarked. Indeed. They had not lingered long when Qin Ku hurried back. "Captain Beauty, I've checked, there are no zombies on the first floor. It's quite safe, the supermarket entrance is just ahead, and there's plenty of supplies inside." Han Qingxue fixed her gaze on his singular eye and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. Brother Shu, Captain Beauty and I will head inside to gather supplies. You gather everything outside together. Once we finish collecting from inside, we'll come out to gather these." Qin Ku issued his orders, having publicly claimed Han Qingxue's spatial abilities as his own. Xu Xiaoyang looked towards Han Qingxue, who nodded and whispered, "Yangzi, gather the supplies and send a batch to the vehicle first. Her car could store approximately a ton of goods." "Understood." Qin Ku then turned to Han Qingxue. "Captain Beauty, shall we proceed? There are numerous items in the supermarket." "All right." Not entirely trusting Qin Ku, Han Qingxue took 2 dogs with her, leaving the rest with Xu Xiaoyang. In dealing with such individuals, the greatest danger lay not in their presence but in their absence. If he sought to betray her, it would surely be from behind. By leaving most of the dogs with Xu Xiaoyang, she ensured a relatively safe environment, wary of potential treachery. "Captain Beauty, it seems you harbor quite a distrust towards me," Qin Ku remarked as they walked into the heart of the mall. "If you entertain such thoughts, perhaps you should consider whether it is you who lacks trust in me," Han Qingxue retorted coldly. Qin Ku chuckled at her response, and by this time, they had reached the supermarket area. The rolling shutter door stood firmly closed. Without needing further instruction, Qin Ku retrieved a tool from his person and deftly manipulated the lock. With a click, the door swung open. At that moment, Han Qingxue was certain of one thing: this fellow was quite adept at lockpicking. "Impressive, have you done this before?" "How could that be? I am a law-abiding citizen," he boasted, concealing the tool in his hand. "But you, Captain Beauty, you seem extraordinary, decisive and ruthless. You weren't involved in the underworld, were you?" "Har, I am the very model of a law-abiding citizen." Qin Ku fell silent. Law-abiding Qin Ku, exemplary citizen Han Qingxue, there was no fault in that. Han Qingxue followed Qin Ku into the supermarket. Inside, it was even darker than outside. Without lights, visibility was almost non-existent. Han Qingxue produced 2 powerful flashlights, and together with Qin Ku, they cautiously ventured deeper. The silence enveloped them, an eerie emptiness pervading the space. The cash registers lay covered in a thick layer of dust. Han Qingxue extended her mental energy, which now had a perceptive range of approximately 20 meters, sufficient to cover a quarter of the vast supermarket. Indeed, there were no signs of life or zombies present. As Han Qingxue, Qin Ku, and the 2 dogs pressed on, they cleared out the items from several cash registers. "By the way, Captain Beauty, I see you only brought 1 subordinate. What of your family?" "They are all gone," Han Qingxue replied nonchalantly. The members of the Han family were no longer her kin, and even if they had managed to escape the hospital, they would not last long without her. They would never encounter another Han Qingxue, the sole being capable of providing them protection. "And your family?" Han Qingxue inquired. "They too have perished." Qin Ku smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in his laughter. At that moment, as Han Qingxue collected gum and candy from the front registers, she noticed something alarming. The chocolate and high-calorie candy boxes were all empty. Just then, Ertiaro barked loudly at the darkness ahead. "Woof woof! Woof woof!" Instantly, Han Qingxue turned her flashlight towards the source of the sound, catching a glimpse of a fleeting figure. Even though her mental perception did not reach that far, she could discern one crucial fact: it was a human, not a zombie. The person was clearly trying to hide from them. Had it been a zombie, it would have lunged at them immediately. "Someone is present," Qin Ku stated. Han Qingxue retrieved her AK from her spatial storage. Aware of her abilities, Qin Ku did not conceal his knowledge. She aimed the AK and, accompanied by Qin Ku and Ertiaro, proceeded towards the source of the noise. Along their way, she noticed that nearly all the food shelves inside had been stripped bare. Indeed, someone had been living here. As Han Qingxie reached the latter half of the supermarket, her mental energy clearly perceived the situation in the staff room ahead. 7 individuals. Both men and women, young and old, but not a single ability user. No sooner had she spoken than a group of people surged from the staff room. Are you here to rescue us? 7 people in total. 2 13 or 14-year-old twin boys, 3 elderly individuals with graying hair, a heavily pregnant young woman, and the only able-bodied middle-aged man. This man did not seem to be the leader, standing quietly behind the elderly and vulnerable. Han Qingxie found this combination peculiar. In the apocalypse, the old were old, and the young were young. Such a grouping surviving was indeed rare. Why have you only just arrived? Hurry and take us out of here. The oldest woman glared at Han Qingxie, mistaking her for a soldier and barking orders with an infuriating tone, as though they were her servants. Before Han Qingxie could express her annoyance, another voice cut through. Grandma, look who's with her. That bastard child, one of the young boys shouted. It's him, no doubt. How is he still alive? What is he doing here? Another child chimed in. Grandma, hurry and get rid of him. Just seeing him disgusts me. A wretch like him taints my sight. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Ko, who stood shrouded in darkness behind Han Qingxie. Wearing a cap, he smiled sheepishly, recognizing familiar faces. Captain Beauty, why don't you head to the 2nd floor to collect supplies? I have acquaintances here. I wish to handle this. Chapter 78. The past of Qin Ko. Han Qingxie, meeting the gaze of Qin Ko's solitary eye, graciously acquiesced. Just as she was about to leave, the elderly woman who had spoken earlier abruptly obstructed her path, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? You are not permitted to leave. Is this person your teammate? What kind of individuals are you recruiting? Get rid of this scoundrel immediately. Let me tell you, the largest real estate in Province A belongs to the Qin family, and my youngest son is the vice-governor of City B. If you assist us in finding them, you shall reap great rewards. Grandma, I want to go out. I wish to indulge in fried chicken, and I refuse to remain in such a place. Me too. I also want to play video games. I haven't logged in for ages. Have her charge my phone first. Enough, enough. The elderly lady soothed her beloved grandchildren, then turned to Han Qingxie, insisting, Did you hear that? Arrange for us to leave at once, and do not allow my grandchildren to be wronged. Of course, first, remove this detestable leech. The Qin family does not tolerate such vile creatures. As Qin Ko listened to the chatter around him, his head, adorned with a baseball cap, sank lower, while a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he heard the ominous sound of a gun being chambered. In the dim light, Qin Ko stared in disbelief as the woman before him raised the ominous black muzzle, pressing it against the elderly woman's lips. A cold, languid voice emerged. Who are you calling a scoundrel, ho? Who do you think you are to insult my people? Han Qingxie, embodying the essence of a bandit, indeed, she was such a person. She was lawless, rebellious, and selfishly ruthless, yet fiercely protective of her own. Those she deemed worthy, she would defend to the end. Even though she was wary of Qin Ko and did not truly regard him as her subordinate, she would not allow anyone to tarnish his name. No way in hell. Han Qingxie, with the cold barrel of her weapon, silenced the old hag. Behind her, Qin Ko observed the scene, his one exposed human eye glimmering with a newfound light. Meanwhile, the others before them were rendered speechless, the pregnant woman cowering in the embrace of the sole male figure. They swiftly distanced themselves from the group, while 2 boys, aged around 13 or 14, continued to shout with bravado. What we said was right. That bastard is merely a shameless mistress who climbed into my father's bed. They live off us like beggars, and he has even served time. He was in a juvenile detention center at 13, engaging in all sorts of deceitful acts. Our family has no room for such scum. If you dare harm us today, my uncle will ensure your demise. You are just as vile. Bang! The boisterous boy was sent flying by a kick from Qin Ko. After dispatching him, Qin Ko turned to Han Qingxie with a grin, saying, Captain Beauty, take care of this, I'll handle the rest. Without uttering a word, Han Qingxie retracted her weapon with a click and turned to leave. As she ascended to the second floor to gather supplies, a piercing scream erupted from below. "Oh Grandma, he is a zombie. That bastard is a zombie. Kill him quickly. No, don't bite me. Find someone else. Grandma, you've been bitten. Grandma, don't come near. My grandma is turning into a zombie, we must kill her." Hearing the cacophony reverberating through the floors, Han Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Qingku bore no zombie virus, he was a half-zombie, possessing antibodies that rendered him non-infectious, thus, he was intentionally instilling fear in them. More terrifying than murder is the devastation of the psyche. Like a madman, Qingku reveled in watching the once-loving family turn on each other, laughing heartily. This world deserved to be obliterated, let it all perish. Han Qingxue suspected that this man had caused chaos in the major bases in his previous life, laughing just as he did now. He was truly anti-human, having gathered supplies from the second and third floors, which consisted of daily necessities and clothing. Han Qingxue noted that these items were of little use to those on the first floor. They seemed quite terrified of venturing upstairs, huddled in the food area, thus largely untouched. Now was the perfect opportunity to replenish her household supplies, as the demand for daily necessities was rising while food production in her base gradually increased. In the future, food would become increasingly abundant, but residents would seek out items such as shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothing, and even children's books. With a decisive wave of her hand, she collected all these items that were utterly unwanted by others. What others discarded was precisely what she needed. No one dared to compete with her. Han Qingxue swiftly cleared the supplies from the 2 floors, and after finishing, she did not rush to descend but quietly waited by the window on the 2nd floor. From her vantage point, she spotted a heavily pregnant woman and the lone male laborer hastily escaping through the side door. "They are the nanny and driver from my grandmother's household," a voice called from behind Han Qingxue. Turning her head, she saw a blooded man in a baseball cap stepping into the light. Inching closer, he stood beside Han Qingxue, gazing at the 2 fleeing figures, a predatory smile curling at his lips. "My mother knows them." Han Qingxue stood silently beside the man, whose face was smeared with crimson, his smile grotesque. A broad swath of pale sunlight poured through the glass window, illuminating only the space they occupied, while the rest was engulfed in endless darkness. With a soft flick, a tiny flame emerged from a lighter. Leaning against the glass wall, Qingku sat on the supermarket floor, cupping the flame in his hands to light a cigarette for Han Qingxue. Han Qingxue smoked occasionally, though she lacked an addiction. In the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, a cigarette could often ease her frayed nerves. "My mother is a mistress, and a ruthless one at that, willing to do anything to rise to a life of luxury. She once was a gold digger, always seeking out wealthy partners. By chance, she encountered my father, recognized his affluence, and clung to him like a leech. She was quite skilled, and after a few entanglements, she became pregnant with me. After my birth, she grew even more brazen, convinced she could ascend to the position of Mrs. Qing. Little did she know, that was utterly impossible. My father wasn't he foolish, merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance, and the cunning members of the Qin family would never allow her through their doors. Had it not been for my existence, they would have cast her out long ago." Upon realizing her dreams of being Mrs. Qin were shattered, she became fixated on amassing wealth. A gambling addict, she squandered every penny she earned, frequently bringing men back to the apartment my father rented for her. "I was merely 3 years old, left to find instant noodles when I was hungry, sometimes even preparing a bowl for the men my mother brought home." Har har har, have you ever done something like that? As Qingku recounted his tale, he erupted into laughter. Chapter 79, Still not guarding against me. Han Qingxue remained silent, gazing at him calmly, offering a nod of approval. "You're worse off." Har har har, Qingku chuckled, but soon succumbed to a fit of coughing. "What is so terrible about this? At least there is still food to eat. Let me confide in you, I used to cry a lot as a child, and it proved quite effective. Whenever I cried, my father would give me money. Unfortunately, I only had a few years of that before he passed away. He died in a car accident. Instantly after that, no one provided for my mother. She would take me to the Qin family to weep daily, but when they refused to help, they abandoned me there. At that time, the legitimate wife of the Qin family was undergoing IVF and expecting twins, 2 sons. My mother, that foolish woman, how could she think I still held any value? When she realized I was of no use, she discarded me. I was only 10 then. Chinku took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and directed his gaze towards a woman dashing by. I stood alone at the Chin family's entrance, feeling ravenous. I hadn't eaten in ages. When I cried from hunger, they gave me a bowl of dog food. The Chin family had a dog, they would serve me the leftovers, har 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 har. Yet, they were too far away to discern clearly. Han Qingxue regarded Chinku, who had just shared his past. With her head bowed, taking a deep breath, she murmured, "It's all in the past. We are now entering a new era." Har har har, har 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 har, Chinku chuckled softly, slowly lifting his head. Indeed, when I learned that the apocalypse was upon us, I was nearly delirious with joy. Wouldn't it be splendid if everyone perished? At last, Han Qingxue comprehended why this fellow had always been so troublesome in his previous life. Damn it, he truly wished for everyone to die. She pondered for a long while, finally recalling a phrase of encouragement. "Young one, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still replete with hope. For instance, if you stay with me, I shall be your family, a warm family." Chinku Han Qingxue felt her own words were so moving that she was on the brink of tears. Surely his loyalty would rise, right? She gazed intently into his eyes, only to see Chinku lower his head and chuckle softly. "Then let me ask you something. Speak. If you truly regard me as family, why do you constantly guard against me? Who said I was guarding against you?" Suddenly, Chinku leaned towards Han Qingxue, almost instantaneously. With a loud thud, he was kicked away. Chinku, clutching his abdomen, was sent flying 3 meters, still claiming "You're not guarding against me." Han Qingxue, how could she not guard against him? It was imperative. That doesn't he can't, let us speak properly. I treat everyone this way. Han Qingxue could only attempt to smooth things over. Chinku stood up, still holding his stomach, his gaze dimming momentarily before he quickly donned a smile that revealed no trace of anger. "Captain Beauty, needn't he explain? I was deeply moved by your words today. Let us head back." "All right. Could you wait here for a moment? I wish to handle the situation downstairs. After all, they are." Han Qingxue, "Okay." As Chinku descended the stairs, he turned his head back when reaching the 2nd floor. "You must not leave. You must wait for me here, all right?" Han Qingxue, "All right." As she acquiesced, Chinku's face broke into a broad smile, and he hurried down the stairs. Today, she had gleaned the secrets of this former troublemaker's past, and though they had shared heartfelt confessions, she wondered why his loyalty had not budged an inch, firm as a rock at 59. This guy. At that moment, she heard Xu Xiaoyang's voice from downstairs. "Boss. Boss. Yangzi, I'm here." Upon hearing Xu Xiaoyang rush in, Han Qingxue's mind snapped back to reality. Oh no, could it be? She dashed downstairs like a gust of wind. In the supermarket hall on the 1st floor, she spotted Xu Xiaoyang entering, looking anxious. "Boss, thank goodness you're all right. What about Chinku? Chinku said you were in danger inside and sent me to back you up." Han Qingxue. Damn it. She immediately sprinted toward the entrance to pursue Chinku. Upon reaching the doorway, she witnessed a convertible sports car speeding past them with a whoosh. A man inside waved enthusiastically at Han Qingxue, who had rushed out. "Captain Beauty, I'm off. Thank you for the supplies, you're so adorable. Next time, I'll definitely sleep with you." Han Qingxue. At that moment, she gazed at the empty hall on the 1st floor, realizing something crucial. Damn it, Chinku is indeed a space-type ability user. He truly is a space-type ability user. Han Qingxue felt deceived by this scoundrel. Fuming, she exclaimed, "I'll be damned. You wait for me. Next time I see you, I'll definitely break your legs." You refinished. Han Qingxue's heart ached with anger. Having walked by the river often, how could she not get her shoes wet? Always the one to con others. This was the first time she had been duped. She had just listened to his pitiful tale and believed him. Damn it, this bastard had been lying to her from the very beginning. He had joined her merely to secure some supplies. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Yangzi, remember this, from now on, Jin Ko is our #1 enemy at the Xingxia base. Don't believe a word he says, capture him on sight, break his legs. I will make him suffer. Xu Xiaoyang. Understood. Han Xingxia, seething with anger, began to take stock of their supplies. The only silver lining was that Jin Ko had only taken the food supplies from the first-floor supermarket. He hadn't even glanced at the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Thus, Xu Xiaoyang had gathered a pile of clothes that Jin Ko had overlooked. Though Han Xingxia felt dejected, she was also grateful for her caution. 2 guard dogs had remained at the door, keeping a watchful eye on the car, ensuring her vehicle was not stolen. Moreover, she had initially allowed Xu Xiaoyang to load a batch of supplies into the car. In total, she had only lost the food from the first-floor supermarket. Much of that had already been consumed by Jin Ko's family, along with some spoiled items. The effective supplies he took were actually less than a quarter of the total. Han Xingxia tried to comfort herself, thinking that she'd just consider it the third of what she had mentioned yesterday, but still, she was furious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After returning, she drafted a notice for the Xingxia base, instructing Xiao Xiao to play it on all electronic screens continuously for 24 hours. She included a hand-drawn portrait of Jin Ko. Their #1 enemy at Xingxia base was Jin Ko. Everyone must hunt him down, capture him for a reward of 100 points. This grudge shall not go unavenged, Han Xingxia swore to herself. Chapter 80. The urban-rural fringe. After being deceived by Jin Ko, Han Xingxia returned to the base, engulfed in a prolonged state of melancholy. Her frustration reached such depths that she found little desire to venture out and expand her territory. Day after day, she busied herself with the myriad chores of the base, fostering its development while also spending time with her loyal dogs, who would never betray or harm her. Indeed, the warmth emanating from her canine companions offered her solace. As time slipped by, over 3 months had passed since the apocalypse began, and finally, Han Xingxia's base began to witness a stable yield. Initially, her residents cultivated fast-maturing crops such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and leafy greens. Now, they had progressed to planting potatoes and sweet potatoes, which not only required a longer growth period but also yielded abundantly. The cultivated fields were now adorned with a diverse array of crops, including corn, wheat, and sorghum, alongside a plethora of vegetables such as tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, and spinach, as well as a modest selection of delicate fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Han Xingxia had generously distributed nearly all the seeds she possessed for cultivation. Wang Yuman, an earth element ability user, took charge of the initial cultivation of all crops, while several others wielding strength and speed abilities were responsible for expanding the arable land. The remainder of the residents collectively tended to the planting. Furthermore, thanks to the enhancements bestowed upon her territory by the system, the yield of all crops surpassed the average, and their maturation periods were considerably shortened. At last, Han Xingxia's domain achieved genuine output. This milestone indicated that her summer base had weathered the most arduous beginnings. Previously, she had sustained all the residents with her supplies. Now, they began to reciprocate, supporting her in return. The vast quantities of materials they produced flowed into Han Xingxia's storage through a system of point redemption, allowing her to settle their contributions while also distributing a portion of daily necessities in exchange for points. Regardless of how much they redeemed, it was impossible for them to exhaust their points entirely. The balance they retained in their accounts represented an accumulation of wealth. Moreover, in these dire times of scarcity, where resources were limited, the populace could solely produce food. Han Xingxia deftly manipulated the disparity between industrial and agricultural goods to optimize the value of their points. This cut between industry and agriculture referred to the significant price gap, akin to the existence of a dimensional wall. For instance, Han Xingxia purchased their grain at the rate of 1 point per pound, yet sold them a brand new garment priced at 100 points. This implied that the clothing bore a value equivalent to 100 pounds of grain, a stark contrast to its actual worth. By inflating the prices of manufactured goods and lowering the basic grain prices, the agricultural-industrial disparity greatly facilitated the recovery of wealth accumulated by the residents, as well as their labor output. The residents could only produce food, requiring all other supplies to be procured from Han Xingxia. Thus, even if the clothing was expensive, they would still be willing to spend once their points reached a certain threshold. For the residents of Summer Base, this process yielded tremendous benefits, while others in different bases fretted over what to eat to stave off hunger and how to ensure their personal safety. The inhabitants of Summer Base were not only well-fed but could also exchange surplus materials for clothing, shampoo, snacks, and drinks. Such a reality was almost unfathomable, of course. As the base continued to flourish, the persistent output from the residents would inevitably lead to a degree of inflation, a factor that Han Qingxue meticulously calculated and managed. She adjusted prices in accordance with the material conditions of her territory, ensuring that the residents remained in a relatively affluent environment. Additionally, Han Qingxue initiated pig farming. Following the harvest of sweet potatoes, she distributed a batch of pigs to the community for them to raise. Aware of her current labor shortage, she deemed it impractical to establish a dedicated pig farm with hired help, as it would squander both resources and manpower. Moreover, the direct management of such a farm would not fully engage the residents' commitment to husbandry, necessitating her provision of feed. Instead, she allocated pigs based on the headcount of Summer Base residents, weighing the piglets upon adoption and again at the time of sale, offering compensation of 10 points for every pound of pork, alongside a share of 1/10 of the meat upon sale. This approach significantly sparked the residents' enthusiasm for pig farming. They grew increasingly motivated, enhancing their output and producing more grain to feed the pigs, vigilantly monitoring their health to avoid any mishaps. By appropriately distributing rights and responsibilities, the risks were equally shared between the residents and the base, fostering a stronger sense of belonging among all. This was their land, their livestock. They would never abandon their home. With the stabilization of production and the addition of livestock farming, the prosperity of her base soared. Each day saw a slight increase in prosperity, culminating in a remarkable breach of the 500 threshold, which secured the title of Urban Rural Fringe. The next milestone awaited at 1000, the designation of a small county. Although Han Qingxue had previously regarded such titles with indifference, even disdain, she was astounded to discover a remarkable development on the day she achieved the title of Urban Rural Fringe. The points contributed by residents had doubled. Every resident within her territory, aside from the initial one-time contribution of 100 points, now contributed a daily total of 1 system point per person. With 19 residents, that amounted to 19 points each day. Even without venturing out to combat zombies or expand her territory, her points steadily increased. Once her prosperity reached the urban-rural fringe level, the daily contributions from all residents surged to 2 points each, totaling 38 points. Do not underestimate the seemingly modest accumulation of points. It signified that, should Han Qingxue attain a sufficiently high level, or if her resident count grew, she could amass substantial points effortlessly. As development progressed, the contributions from her base residents would only grow more significant, bringing her ever closer to her long-cherished goal of developing a virus suppressant for zombies, no longer a distant dream. With the realization that daily contributions from residents would evolve alongside the prosperity of her territory, Han Qingxue felt a renewed sense of determination. Development. Yet, she remained acutely aware that her base was still a fragile sapling, vulnerable to the slightest storm. She must protect her territory with utmost caution, allowing it to mature and strengthen before revealing its existence. After traversing her base today, and with the recent upgrade in prosperity, Han Qingxue distributed a pound of meat to each resident as a welfare gesture, uplifting their spirits. Amidst the cheers and support of the crowd, she retreated to her bunker. Lord, you are truly benevolent. Joining Summer Base is indeed our good fortune. Today we feast on meat. Long live our Lord. Let us work hard. Our Lord assures us that rewards will be plentiful in the future.